This is a true game that transcends dimensions, a fierce competition among myriad realms, an epic myth of magnificent proportions, a strange and convoluted fantasy from another world where players are fierce. Chapter 1. The Whale Fall. As summer waned and night fell, several police cars were stationed beneath Building 7 of the Wanha community. Blue and white police tape encircled the entrance in a protective ring, while two detectives stood within the perimeter, shielding the scene from the prying eyes of onlookers. On the second floor, in room 208, the forensic team had assembled. The crime scene photographer documented the surroundings. The trace evidence team examined the interior for fingerprints and other peculiar traces, while the biochemical analysis group was tasked with collecting blood, tissue samples, and other biological evidence to prevent the potential destruction of evidence. Officers laid down dozens of palm-sized quick pass boards in areas free of footprints, creating a temporary path to the corpse that lay on the living room floor. Point 2 Forensic experts, clad in protective gear, crouched beside the body. Point 1 examined the corpse's exterior, while the other recorded observations on human figure diagram and made verbal notes. Zhang Tilian, female, 67 years old, height 162 centimeters, normal development, average nutrition, skin color dark yellow, liver mortis appearing purplish red, located on the occipital region, neck, back, sacrum, and uncompressed areas of the limbs, pressure marks not fading, abdomen displaying post-mortem lividity. Meow, meow, meow. Woof, woof. The intermittent sounds of cats and dogs were also captured in the forensic experts' verbal notes. Zhang Tilian had 3 cats and 4 dogs, which had caused significant disruption to the crime scene in the 2 days following her death. The young officers in the biochemical analysis group worked diligently to confine the animals, which could also be considered biological evidence. Officer Wang, with over 20 years of service, chose to disregard the commotion around him. He stood before the living room bookshelf and gently picked up a photo frame. In the photograph, Zhang Tilian smiled serenely, standing with her husband and son. She had a meticulously styled short hair, tinged with gray, and wore a cerulean shirt adorned with floral patterns paired with straight-cut trousers. Her earrings, necklace, and rings complemented her elegant appearance, the dignified elderly woman. Yet fate had not favored her. Her husband had succumbed to a myocardial infarction a few years prior, and her son had met with an untimely accident. Now, she herself. Wang set the frame down and turned to survey the living room. The body, once belonging to the woman known as Zhang Tilian, lay sprawled in a shape on the floor, with desiccated blood radiating outward from its center, saturating much of the living room floor in a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of a poorly executed ink wash painting. The muscle tissue of the corpse's limbs was largely absent, leaving only stark white bones where hands and feet once were, with fingers and toes entirely missing. Strangely, the entire face of the corpse, including the eyeballs, had vanished, leaving only the frontal bone, cheekbones, and jawline, connected by a thin layer of muscle, with hollow eye sockets staring vacantly at the ceiling. No face, no skin. Wang exhaled a weary breath, the sight of the mutilated corpse evoking an unsettling image in his mind: half-eaten, spicy chicken feet. This association churned his stomach, prompting him to step on a makeshift bridge and exit room 208 for a smoke. Most residents of the Wanha community were elderly individuals relocated due to demolition. They stood outside the tape, their curiosity undampened by the gentle drizzle. "I heard the one who passed was Sister Zhang from the second floor," one remarked. Indeed, she was unfortunate, living alone if it weren't for the neighbor across the hall who could no longer tolerate the foul odor and reported it to the property management. Who knows how long it would have taken for anyone to discover her, another responded. Sigh. Life is fleeting. I was just buying groceries with her the other day. She seemed perfectly fine. It's hard to fathom how she suddenly. Within the police line, Officer Wang listened to the idle chatter, lighting a cigarette with a hint of disappointment. The deceased had seldom participated in community activities, her social circle limited, leaving the surrounding residents with scant knowledge of her life. Perhaps it was diabetes, a young man carrying a backpack and a box of chives interjected softly. More precisely, it was likely complications arising from type 2 diabetes. Wang abruptly turned his head. "Who are you?" The young man, named Liang, smiled. "I am a successor to communism, a delicate flower of our nation, a red scarf doing good deeds anonymously." "Who asked you that?" Wang thought, somewhat exasperated. He glanced at Liang. "Do you know her?" Liang replied, "Not really." I just saw her walking her dogs when I played badminton downstairs. How do you know she has diabetes? Just a guess, Elion continued. I noticed her physique had become plump, her complexion flushed, skin dry, her movements sluggish and fatigued, with swollen legs and feet, red and puffy fingers, and scars on her arms. That I suggested she monitor her diet, take her medication, and exercise regularly. But alas, he shook his head. The crowd cast peculiar glances at Liang, while Wang couldn't help but take a drag from a cigarette. Are you studying medicine? I once had constipation as a child. The doctor suggested a few drops of laxative, but I ended up pouring an entire bottle on my stool, and it still didn't help. Leon spoke calmly. After that, I read some medical books and became self-taught. This young man is quite remarkable. Could he be a bit eccentric? Leon looked at Wang's police uniform with admiration. Officer, I've always wanted to be a glorious people's police officer. I often visit the comic book store to read Detective Conan to hone my investigative skills, even marking the culprits in the margins. The last time I saw a theft at an amusement park, I engaged in a 2-hour standoff with the suspect before being removed from the carousel by the park staff. Wang's eyes twitched. There were so many points to critique, yet he found no words to express them, ultimately extinguishing his cigarette and turning back toward Building 7. The window of room 208 hasn't been opened, Leon casually remarked. I wonder what those cats and dogs have been eating for the past 2 days. Wang hesitated in his stride. Leon continued, seemingly oblivious. If Aunt Zhang collapsed due to acute complications from diabetes, her pets would likely have sensed something was amiss and tried to awaken her by licking her skin. Unfortunately, their attempts to rouse her failed. Instead, in their frenzy, they may have licked through her skin, tasting blood, and, lacking food from their owner, sought out whatever they could find to eat. Such as their owner. Typically, the soft, unprotected features without clothing would be the first to be consumed, along with easily accessible fingers, toes, forearms, and calves. Leon remained unfazed by the odd looks he received, merely smiling as he spoke. When a whale dies in the ocean, its body sinks, eventually providing sustenance for marine creatures such as hagfish, clams, and blind shrimp. Biologists have named this process whale fall. It is the final act of gentleness a whale offers to the sea. The cycle of life and death is in natural order. Chapter 2. The Cat and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Face Officer Wang surveyed the crowd, stunned and bewildered, yet he could not discern the youth and Amp. Oppos. Whereabouts. In these peculiar times, Leon, clutching a box of chives, rubbed his chin and squinted, muttering, indeed, there seems to be an increasing number of such occurrences. Indeed, in recent months, an array of urban legends has emerged, ranging from tales of elderly individuals rising from their coffins during funerals, prompting their relatives to weep with joy, to bizarre incidents like a renowned male escort dismembered into over 100 pieces in his home, with the police initially ruling out foul play. There was also the archaeologist who, after examining a grand tomb, went mad, claiming to have seen ghosts, stripping naked, and performing a handstand in a restroom, pretending to be a faucet. These absurd and somewhat farcical tales, once disseminated widely, often faced mass censorship and deletion, leaving only a handful of surviving stories, which, due to lack of evidence, became mere gossip among idle netizens. Who cares? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Leon smirked as he entered the building. Unfortunately, a sign at the elevator indicated it was out of service, and worse still, Leon resided on the 20th floor. No way can I be this unlucky, he lamented, dutifully heading towards the stairwell. The climb was monotonous. Considering his home lacked a microwave and the chive box was getting cold, Leon decisively broke open his chopsticks and began to eat as he ascended. Suddenly, a vague wailing sound echoed from the upper levels of the stairwell, akin to an elderly person struggling to clear their throat. Leon paused his chewing and peered up through the stairwell and Oppos' gaps. It was nighttime, and the only light came from the dim, outdated motion sensor lamps installed on each floor. Judging from the coughing sound, it seemed to originate from the 17th floor. This complex was a resettlement housing project, predominantly inhabited by elderly residents displaced by renovations. So perhaps it was just an old person disposing of a garbage bag in the stairwell. Chewing slowly, Leon continued his ascent, counting the steps, 1, 2, 3, 12 steps to the 8th floor. 1, 2, 3, 12 steps to the 9th floor. 1, 2, 3, 12 steps to the 8th floor. Leon halted, his gaze fixated on the red number painted on the wall at the stairwell's entrance. 8, the 8th floor. The indistinct coughing once again resonated from above, seeming closer than before. If this was the 8th floor, then the motion sensor light illuminating the upper level should be on the 15th floor. Taking a deep breath, Liang slowly closed the chive box, pressed himself against the wall, and abruptly turned to bolt down the stairs. 8th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor. Liang hurriedly descended, counting each step in his mind. And within minutes, he had far surpassed the height of 8 floors. Gasping, he glanced at the red number affixed to the stairwell, 7th floor. He released his clenched fist, approached the stairwell and Appo's balcony, and peered down. Below lay a shrouded fog, obscuring distant buildings and streetlights, leaving only the solitary moon hanging high above, with no other light in sight. Is this a case of being trapped in a ghostly maze? Liang lowered his gaze. Having been a staunch materialist and atheist throughout his 17 years of life, deriding all supernatural beings and entities, yet now, the stark reality of the supernatural lay before him. Forcing himself to remain calm, he discarded the chive box along with its plastic bag down the stairs. Listening intently, he heard no chirping of insects or singing of birds, just the increasingly pronounced and rhythmic coughing. The wailing grew louder and closer, prompting Liang to turn around and watch as the motion sensor light on the 14th floor flickered to life, followed by the 13th, 12th. As the distance shrank, the wailing became sharper, reminiscent of a beast thrashing in a cage, nails screeching against a chalkboard, keys scraping against glass, as if a malevolent spirit was demanding a life. The cacophony crescendoed, cough, 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 wheeze, wail, until at last, the wailing morphed into a piercing shriek, echoing throughout the stairwell. Clenching his jaw, Liang strode to the end of the stairs, standing before the door of room 801. He pulled out his keychain, twisting the metal ring until it bent like wire, and inserted the makeshift tool into the lock of the dark red security door. His interests were varied, and among his many skills was lockpicking. Truthfully, Liang could unlock any door in the complex with a mere piece of instant noodles. He deftly maneuvered the thin wire within the lock, gradually misaligning the inner and outer cores, creating a support within the bolt slot while nudging the wire to push the pins upwards, utilizing the wire's tension to allow the top pins to settle into place. Leaning against the door, his steady hands manipulated the wire until all the upper pins aligned, leaving the lower pins inside the core, separating the inner and outer mechanisms. With a click, the lock opened. Gripping the doorknob firmly, Liang turned it down without encountering any resistance. However, as he pulled the door outward, he discovered that regardless of the strength he exerted, the security door remained immovable, as if glued in place. Silently, he withdrew the wire and delivered a powerful kick against the door. Thud! The steel door emitted a muffled sound, its blood-red hue appearing even more ominous in the dim light. The brief release of frustration proved futile, as the motion sensor light flickered on at the 10th floor. Liang found himself merely 2 floors away from the wailing. In desperation, he began reciting the Flower Adornment Sutra, making the sign of the cross with his left hand and performing a 7-star gesture with his right, stepping in a mystical 8-trigram pattern. Alas, these near-superstitious movements did nothing to halt the approaching roar. In the feeble glow of the motion sensor light, Liang beheld a massive shadow gradually manifesting from above. Damn it! Liang cursed, thumping his chest. He shouted at the shadow, "Enough of this nonsense. I live at Building 2, Room 1001, in the Flip-Flop Garden on Flip-Flop Street. My father's name is Hu Ingjun, my mother is Zhang Xiaoli, and I am Hu Tutu. If you dare, come down and face me." In an instant, the roar ceased, and silence enveloped the world. The motion sensor light slowly dimmed, and Liang held his breath. Step, step, step. Faint footsteps approached, and in the moonlight, Liang discerned the creature descending the stairs. It was a sleek black cat, its graceful form glistening, clad in a handmade yellow vest. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most critical detail was that the cat had no face, or rather, its face was obscured by a human visage. A wrinkled, pallid face resembling that of the elderly Zhang. The cat's delicate tongue extended from the mouth of the human face, gently licking its claws. Yet not a single wrinkle on the face shifted, as though that visage had originally belonged to the cat. Hee. The cat with a human face emitted a muffled whimper, and Liang stared in astonishment as it trembled, expelling a mass of viscous, murky fluid from its throat. Liang remained silent, his palm gripping the wooden chopsticks tightly behind his back. Chapter 3. The player A cat with a human face lazily stretched its body, letting out a soft and melodious meow. Its form was adorably clumsy, and if one could overlook its pale, rigid visage, it might have even been a contender in a Pokemon beauty pageant. In that fleeting moment, the rich experience of having encountered countless cats revealed itself. Leon crouched slightly, forcing a faint smile. Regardless of the absurdity of the current situation, remaining motionless was undoubtedly the worst option. Hesitation leads to defeat. Be good, Mimi. Leon slowly extended his hand towards the peculiar cat, mimicking the motion of petting it. Under the moonlight, one could faintly discern a wooden chopstick concealed within his sleeve. The human-faced cat entirely ignored Leon and Apos' gesture, preoccupied with licking its paws. Gradually, Leon and Apos' palm inched closer, almost touching the creature and Apos' fluffy forehead, while he subtly leaned his forearm forward, allowing the chopstick to slide down his sleeve. The cat squinted, scratching its ear with its freshly licked paw, completely oblivious to the impending danger. From an angle unseen by the feline, Leon's thumb securely caught the descending chopstick. Should the creature make any sudden move, he would be able to swiftly reverse grip and thrust it into its eye. The cat continued to gaze downward, maintaining its grooming stance, only offering a disinterested meow. Meow. Suddenly, Leon felt as though his limbs were burdened with lead, his bones cemented in place, making movement nearly impossible. As he attempted to shift, all that could be heard were the sounds of cracking joints. In the span of a single breath, he lost complete control of his limbs, resembling a statue, frozen in a half-crouch posture. Gasping, the black cat emitted rapid breaths, its old woman and Apos' visage contorted in agony, exuding an eerie terror amidst the profound silence. After a moment, the cat steadied its breathing and staggered towards Leon. He watched helplessly as the black cat leapt onto his knee, its barbed pink tongue leisurely licking his chin. Once, twice, the frequency of its licks increased, the barbed tip scraping against his skin, leaving trails of blood and a chilling sting. Goosebumps erupted across his body as realization dawned upon him. Zhang Chuilian did not faint and succumb to acute complications of diabetes, but was instead immobilized by this very cat. Just as he was now, a wave of icy dread engulfed his heart, plunging him into a frigid abyss. Clenching his teeth, Leon strained every muscle in his body, yet the only movement he could manage was a slight quiver of his stiffened features. Sated with the taste of blood, the human-faced cat contentedly licked its tongue, then abruptly opened its mouth wide, lunging for Leon's chin. Snap! The creature's canine teeth pierced his skin, blood gushing forth, cascading down his neck. The cat drank greedily, its limbs moving as it unfastened the button of its handmade vest. The light yellow pet vest fell to the ground, revealing fur beneath that was short, sparse, and unkempt, akin to wild, untamed grass. Beneath the disheveled fur lay grotesque and ghastly scars, bruises, pinholes, knife marks, and burn scars from cigarettes. These were the remnants left by the black cat and Apos' former owner, the seemingly kind old woman. As if reminded of some dreadful memory, the human-faced cat and Apos' gnawing became more frenzied. For this pet who had killed its master, only by returning its brutality to humanity could it alleviate its chaotic resentment. Leon strained to move his eyes, catching only a glimpse of the shadow beneath his chin and the intense pain radiating from his jaw. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, thrust out his tongue, and bit down fiercely. His tongue was crushed by the sharp incisors, blood erupted, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, reaching deep into his brain. The suffocating feeling of being bound began to ease, and Leon grasped the chopstick, unhesitatingly thrusting it downward. Thud! The sharp tip of the chopstick pierced through the cat and Apos' fluffy fur and soft skin, traveling along the right wing of the atlas vertebra, until most of the stick was engulfed within the creature and Apos' body. The cat, struck as though by lightning, kept its mouth agape, its almond-shaped pupils dimming instantly. With a forceful stomp, Leon propelled himself forward, wielding the chopstick, and slammed the cat against the wall. Bang! 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 Each punch fell like a tempest upon the cat's form, striking its frontal, occipital, and parietal bones, its ribs, scapula, and hip. Leon remained silent, methodically shattering the bones of the human-faced cat. Drip, drip, crimson droplets fell from Leon's clenched fist onto the floor. Huff. He gradually exhaled, discarding the remnant of the cat that was now merely fur, shattered bones, and congealed blood upon the ground. As the thick fog dissipated, the moon emerged radiantly, and distant chirping of insects and birds filled the air. The illusion faded away. Detected that player BC 951568 has been eliminated by a non-player entity. Player qualification BC 951568 has been revoked, and the qualification transfer program is now initiating. Qualification transfer program completed. Initial username, Leon. User level, LV1. Current experience, 0-100. Equipment, none. Items, none. User determined to be a novice player. Novice guidance program is now initiating. All imaginative works created throughout human history, myths, epics, legends, animations, comics, films, games, are projections from other worlds onto Earth. In this vast universe, we coexist, compete, infiltrate, and disrupt alongside countless other civilizations. You, the fortunate one emerging from the masses, are able to encounter the extraordinary and become extraordinary. You can stand before the world and declare the arrival of a new era, or you can remain hidden in darkness, coldly observing the struggles of others. Free your mind. Embrace your destiny. This is an unequivocally real game. This is the battlefield of Earth. Chapter 4. Illusion. Leon sat in his living room. Calling out, "System, are you there?" Silence enveloped him. There was no response. Main got space. "System sprite? The old man in the ring? The puppet master?" Despite his fervent calls, the narrator who had just introduced him moments before remained absent. At that moment, Leon was clad in a yellow sanitation uniform. Adorned with a hat and mask, his hands encased in 2 pairs of latex gloves, and his feet shod in sleek black non-slip rain boots. Beside the boots lay a beige plastic bucket, filled with mops and rags, along with half a bucket of blood, in which floated the fur and bones of a peculiar cat. After dispatching the feline with a human face, Leon had hurried home to retrieve this specialized equipment meant for disposing of evidence, then rushed downstairs to feign the role of a sanitation worker and clean the scene. Fortunately, since this community was established long ago, the hallways lacked surveillance cameras, and few people were about. After pondering for some time, Leon slapped a thumb-sized almond-colored glass bead onto the table. Name, strange eyeball. Type, accessory. Quality, rare. Special effects, identify illusions, create illusions. The effectiveness, intensity, range, and duration of the illusions depend on the wearer's mental strength. Equipment conditions, the wearer must possess the anatomical structure of eye sockets. Remarks, the poor count as transformation. Those who change form are said to be illusions. This hard glass bead was none other than the right eye of the peculiar cat. As Leon gazed at the bead, lines of text appeared in his vision, describing the eyeball. "Hello everyone, I am Hui. This is a brand new version you have never played before. The first recharge is only 1 cent. Start with a single strike of 999, divine gear drops at will, and equipment recycling credits arrive instantly. Recycling over 10,000 is just a breeze." Leon scoffed at the advertisement for a game, murmuring softly, "Has the world truly become a game? If the world were indeed a globally interconnected virtual online game, then Leon was undoubtedly a non-pay-to-win player starting at hellish difficulty. Orphaned at a young age. He grew up in an orphanage from the age of 7 and left at 16 to face society, now juggling work and studies. Generally, children without physical disabilities or serious illnesses in orphanages are prioritized for adoption. Leon, however, had become an unsellable product for 2 reasons. He was older upon entering the orphanage and had a precocious mind, and his thoughts were broad and lively, bordering on eccentricity. From a young age, he exhibited logical reasoning abilities far surpassing those of his peers. The orphanage housed a collection of books donated from various sectors of society. An avid reader, Leon, after finishing Grimm and Amp, Apo's fairy tales, accurately deduced that Snow White and Amp, Apo's tragic fate was due to the multitude of petty individuals around her. After reading the story of Sima Guang breaking the vat, the clever Leon concluded that he could place firewood beneath the vat to boil the water away, thereby freeing the child inside and preserving the vat itself, a win-win situation. Occasionally, the orphanage would organize movie screenings, and after watching the classic film The Last Emperor, the astute Leon inferred that a eunuch's son would also likely become a eunuch. When a television station visited the orphanage to interview the children about their wishes, while others expressed hopes of being adopted soon or receiving dolls and toy cars, Leon candidly stated his wish for the orphanage to take in 30 or 40 pairs of twins so he could play a real-life version of Connect 4. As for his odd remarks about shouting at a broken fan, urging everyone to wear 2 pairs of underpants for warmth in winter, or suggesting not to take off socks while washing feet to save time, these antics left a deep impression on prospective adoptive parents. It is often said that geniuses dwell on one side, while madmen linger on the other. Leon stood firmly at the intersection of genius and madness. And as he departed the orphanage, the director presciently predicted that he would either rise to fame as a successful individual on television or descend into infamy as a notorious criminal featured on legal programs. Yet, with the bizarre encroaching upon reality, the director's foresight might soon be rendered obsolete. According to the game narration Leon had just heard, the cat that had killed the old lady Zhang was also a player, and in light of various urban legends that had recently circulated, it could be inferred that this real game had commenced some time ago. How did this game operate? How did players communicate with the system? Was it necessary to complete tasks to earn rewards? What were the tasks? Monster hunting, treasure seeking. And during this time, how many individuals or animals had become players? Were official or third-party organizations aware of this? If so, then based on the information that players are qualified to access and obtain extraordinary powers and non-players can gain player status by killing players. Some organizations might have begun to systematically search for players among ordinary people. A sense of crisis enveloped him, yet the potential system's sprite remained absent. Let us observe the changes, Leon mused darkly, contemplating for a while before pinching the glass bead and bringing it close to his face. This bead could be regarded as his only trophy obtained from the peculiar cat. The wearer must possess the anatomical structure of eye sockets. As the almond-colored eye of the strange cat made contact with Leon and Apos' lashes, an unseen force drew it in. With a sound akin to a wave, the glass eyeball slowly embedded itself at a peculiar angle into Leon's eye socket. Whoa, that was sudden, Leon exclaimed, startled. Yet the intense discomfort he had anticipated failed to materialize. He quickly grabbed a mirror. Everything appeared normal, except his left eye had transformed into a cat-like almond-shaped vertical pupil. It resembled an endangered creature, the shamate. Mammalian retinas contain rod and cone cells. The former, sensitive to brightness but colorless, are responsible for night vision, while the latter can sense both intensity and color. In humans, the ratio of rod to cone cells is 4:1, whereas in cats, it is 25:1, indicating that cats possess superior night vision but weaker color discrimination. In terms of color perception, my left eye did not, like a cat, only distinguish blue, green, yellow, and purple. Instead, in terms of light sensitivity, my left eye had significantly improved vision in dim environments. Leon calmly assessed the situation, realizing that more data on this eyeball would require appropriate instruments for testing. According to the item description, it should also possess the ability to create illusions. Leon closed his eyes, focusing his mind to visualize, attempting to reconstruct the spatial structure of the living room with illusion magic. Aiming for the ghostly wall effect he had witnessed moments earlier. Gradually, threads of mental energy began to wane. After a considerable time, Leon wearily opened his eyes. The living room remained unchanged, although the air shimmered slightly. Was he unable to construct the ghostly wall structure due to insufficient mental strength? Disappointment crept in as he took a deep breath and envisioned simpler objects. Forks, spoons, pots, bowls, textbooks, chairs, clocks, televisions, refrigerators, sewing machines. Within minutes, the living room was filled with an array of assorted items, each surface cloaked in a barely perceptible light mist. Upon closer inspection, some appeared distorted, but from a distance, they were certainly impressive. With empty vessels summoning snakes and empty cups fetching wine, it seemed I could consider myself a master of qi or a magician of sorts. Chapter 5. The campus Inshur Experimental Middle School was established in the 1930s, originating from Jingyang Middle School, which was built through the charitable donations of local gentry. After several transitions, it has emerged as one of the top institutions in Inshur, renowned for its outstanding academic performance, ample teaching resources, and the comprehensive quality of its students. On Monday, at 7:50 in the morning reading session at the experimental middle school gradually came to a halt with the ringing of the bell. The first class was about to commence, and the duty student, donned in a blue and white uniform, hurried towards the teaching building. The electric sliding gate closed completely under the directives of its programmed routine. Outside, a leisurely Leon approached, unhurried and with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Instead of using the main entrance, he arrived at a section of the iron fence shielded by protective greenery, took a slight sprint, and with a powerful leap, elegantly vaulted over the fence, akin to a gymnast soaring over a pommel horse. He brushed off the leaves from his attire and sauntered into the teaching building as if nothing had happened. Knock, knock, knock. He entered the classroom, where all his classmates, along with the history teacher, Shi Qingsong, turned their gaze towards him. Late again, the scholarly-looking middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and rapped his knuckles on the podium, inquiring about the reason for his tardiness. Last time, he claimed to have been pursued by a woman and her husband after dining on mapo tofu at a roadside restaurant. And the time before that, he had insisted he was late because he covered a sleeping homeless man with 3 shared bicycles to keep him warm. On yet another occasion, he explained that he engaged the bathhouse attendant in conversation to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, only to suffer the attendant's wrath, resulting in a painful delay for school the following day. He remembered well. Teacher, I fought a malevolent spirit last night and vanquished it. Successfully containing the knowledge of its existence, Liang humbly reported. Shi Qingsong chuckled, dismissing the notion of such supernatural beings. Liang nodded in agreement, proclaiming the success of his information suppression. Shi Qingsong and Appos, S.I. twitched. Return to your seat. We shall discuss this matter in my office after class. Liang felt a wave of relief as he returned to his desk. His deskmate, Wang Soushan, the class monitor and his childhood companion, sat beside him. When they were in elementary school, she was afraid of mosquito bites. And the caring Liang once caught a toad from a drain to help her fend off the pesky insects. During their time raising silkworms, when Wang Songshan and Appos' silkworms perished, Liang, wanting to cheer her up, brought her a handful of large maggots to continue her endeavor, which inevitably attracted a swarm of green bottle flies that wreaked havoc in the classroom. There were also moments during hide-and-seek when Wang Soushan hid in a large cabinet, and the considerate Liang, fearing for her pride, lit 10 coils of mosquito-repellent incense to coax her out, resulting in her emerging with red, swollen eyes. Reflecting on it now, their shared childhood memories felt quite sweet. Of course, Wang Songshan, having spent so many years with Liang, was no pushover and often turned the tables on him. As Liang settled in and rummaged through his backpack for textbooks, he greeted her softly. Good morning, Biaozi. Already accustomed to his nickname antics, the class monitor shot him a sideways glance. Who is Biaozi? Stop giving people such nonsensical nicknames, you fool. All right, Biaozi, duly noted. He replied cheerfully. Wang Songshan inhaled deeply, mentally dismissing his teasing. When the class bell rang, Shi Qingsong stepped outside to take a phone call and went to the newly constructed faculty office building to retrieve a document, instructing Liang to meet him at noon to discuss student conduct. With the teacher gone, the students finally had the freedom to chat in small groups. Hey, did you hear? There was another death over on Qianhua Road this morning. A dozen police cars showed up and cordoned off 4 streets. What happened? Wasn't an amp. Appos, either just an accident there a few days ago? A tourist, for some reason, stuck his head out of the bus window and got it lopped off by a passing bus while his body remained inside. Gasps echoed as students listened in horror. This time, it and amp. Appos. That's not just a traffic incident. A sanitation worker saw a man embedded in a telephone pole at the intersection of Qianhua Road. Embedded? How could that be? Imagine trying to puncture a bun with chopsticks. This man lay flat on the ground, with a 12-meter pole piercing through his chest. No way. That sounds fake. Apparently. He jumped from a high building and landed on the pole, but the tallest building nearby is only 3 or 4 stories high, hardly enough for such an outcome. Moreover, the wires atop the pole remain intact, and there are no traces of blood on the concrete. The body appeared as if it had sprouted from the pole itself. Seamlessly integrated. The expressions of the students gathered in conversation grew uneasy, and one student discreetly pulled out his phone to search online, chuckling as he said, at the time. Hundreds of people saw it. My uncle was there and even posted pictures in our family group chat and on Weibo. But now, you can't find anything related online. The words and amp, Appos, Qianhua Road and amp, Appos have been completely censored. He showed his phone to others, and Liang stole a glance as well. The image, likely taken from a distance, was somewhat blurry but vaguely depicted a man in a suit lying beneath the concrete pole, surrounded by official personnel and firefighters wielding concrete saws. Clearly, the police had no choice but to allow the fire department to saw through the pole to retrieve the body without causing further damage. The bizarre and somewhat horrifying images on the phone screen left the nearby girls pale and the boys feigning composure, forcing smiles. Recently, cases of unnatural deaths resembling urban legends had emerged, and people discussed these tales while simultaneously fearing them. Observing the trepidation on his classmates' faces, Wang Songshan, as the class monitor, quickly interjected, "All right, let's refrain from discussing such matters in school. Class is about to start. Everyone return to your seats." In the oppressive atmosphere, the students dispersed in silence. While Liang squinted, pondering that photo, it was not the act of a serial killer or a mere accident. The only explanation lay in the realm of the ethereal. This was the reality that players faced. Liang remained silent, inscribing the words Qianhua Road in his notebook. Chapter 6, Asphalt the Teacher's Office Building. constructed during this summer and Apos' break, still bore the lingering sin of formaldehyde, resulting in a sparse presence of individuals within. Shiking Song, a devoted educator, held a stack of documents as he stood before the elevator, pressing the button, adorned with round spectacles and clad in a dark shirt. His meticulously styled hair and composed demeanor reflected a scholarly elegance reminiscent of a learned professor from the Republic era. Known for his amiable nature, Shiking Song was regarded as an admirable teacher by his students, a commendable subordinate by his superiors, a devoted husband by his wife, and a loving father by his children. As the elevator descended from the upper floors, the doors creaked open with a soft chime. In one corner stood a worker, donned in a yellow hard hat and a blue uniform smeared with thick black mud, his hands encased in tattered protective gloves. An ordinary construction worker, his age and features obscured by a white mask. Is this building still under renovation? Shiking Song pondered silently as he stepped into the elevator, immediately assaulted by the pungent odor of construction materials. Undoubtedly, the source of the smell was the worker, who, sensing Shiking Song's gaze, awkwardly retreated a step, clearing his throat awkwardly. Shiking Song managed a polite smile, suppressing his breath as he pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator continued its descent, the claustrophobic space amplifying the acrid scent, as if it sought to invade his nostrils, seep into his throat, and erode his lungs. Pretending to be nonchalant, Shiking Song shifted his stance away from the source of the odor, using the documents to shield his nose while breathing slowly. Tick-tock. The sound of liquid dripping echoed in the confined space. Without turning around, Shiking Song caught a glimpse of a dark liquid slowly trickling down the worker's pant leg, reflecting off the elevator and Apos' glossy walls. Is that mud? He tightened his grip on the documents, silently wishing for the elevator to reach its destination swiftly. Tick-tock. The black, murky liquid continued to drip, forming a sizable puddle at the worker's feet, occupying a significant portion of the elevator floor. Simultaneously, the nauseating aroma intensified, nearly overwhelming his senses. What is happening? Shiking Song instinctively retreated, glaring at the silent worker. The intensity of his gaze nearly severed Shiking Song and Apos' spirit. The construction worker and Apos' eyes were vacant, pupils dilated and murky, surrounded by a halo of blood red. Those were the eyes of the deceased. A chill coursed through Shiking Song's body as a chilling memory surfaced, an incident associated with this very building. Just 2 months prior, during the renovation of the road in front of the building, a road worker had been working beside an asphalt and gravel spreader when suddenly, one of the truck and Apos' axle snapped. The truck and Apos' bed collapsed, and scalding asphalt mixed with gravel engulfed half of the worker and Apos' body. The construction team rushed to rescue him, but due to the high viscosity and pressure of the asphalt, combined with the embedded rocks, they could not extricate him. The molten asphalt was too thick for machinery to cut through. They could only use shovels and picks to dig him out. After several agonizing minutes, they finally freed the worker, but his lower body had been cooked alive by the hot asphalt. There was no chance of survival. Fortuitously, or unfortunately, the worker had succumbed to shock within moments of the incident, sparing him from significant suffering. The construction company compensated his family handsomely to mitigate the aftermath. In an effort to avoid negative repercussions, the school prohibited any discussion of the incident among staff members, and Shiking Song, as one of the few privy to the details, quickened his pace whenever he passed the road in front of the teacher's office building. Tick-tock. The black, viscous liquid cascaded from the construction worker's pant leg like a miniature waterfall, a grotesque mixture of hot asphalt and plasma. Scalding, sticky, and pungent. It also carried a faint whiff of roasted meat. The worker took a step forward, the asphalt clinging to his feet like glue, tearing at the resilient fabric of his uniform. Unperturbed by the scorching substance, he took another step, the viscous asphalt grasping at his exposed skin like phantom hands. Limbs reduced to mere muscle, he ambled toward Shiking Song. Ah! Panic-stricken, Shiking Song screamed, his composed demeanor dissipating entirely. He frantically retreated, pressing his back against the elevator door, his trembling fingers frantically jabbing at the emergency button. The spot where he stood was the only sanctuary untouched by the encroaching asphalt. Ding! The elevator bell chimed, signaling their arrival at the first floor. The doors opened, and in a flurry, Shiking Song let the documents scatter as he rushed out, desperately pushing through the elevator doors. In his haste, he overlooked a vital lesson from his childhood. His grandmother had warned him never to run upon encountering malevolent spirits, for doing so would cause one's heels to lift, allowing the spirits to take hold. In the shadows behind him, the worker stood rigidly in the elevator, his toes poised on the ground like a motionless ballet dancer, gliding effortlessly from the confines of the elevator. The first-floor lobby was deserted, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Shiking Song's frantic footsteps. Soon, he would escape into the sunlight's embrace. At last, just as his fingers grazed the doorknob, the ghost and Apos' toes deftly pressed against Shiking Song and Apos' elevated heel. Click! The momentum of his frantic dash came to an abrupt halt as he stood expressionless, straightening his posture before the wall of the teacher's office building. Using the reflection in the glossy tiles, he meticulously adjusted his crooked glasses, wiped the sweat from his brow, and tidied his hair into a neat arrangement. Calmly, Shiking Song turned around and returned to the elevator, finding everything within as it should be, devoid of any trace of the asphalt and blood. He knelt to gather the scattered papers, cradling them in his arms. In the unseen angles of the elevator, Shiking Song erupted in laughter, his sinister smile stretching almost ear to ear. Chapter 7. Initiation. Just as Leon was indulging in light-hearted banter in the classroom, the long-dormant system notification finally reactivated. The source connection system has completed debugging. The system template is now officially online, allowing players to query basic information. At last, it has arrived. Leon inhaled deeply, exited the classroom, and began conversing with the system notification echoing in his mind. Who established and operates this game? Earth's killing field? Is it God? Ancient deities? Or perhaps extraterrestrial beings? Player permissions insufficient, unable to query related information. What is the ultimate purpose of this game? Player permissions insufficient, unable to query related information. How many killing field games have been held throughout Earth's history? There have been 6 large-scale killing field games in Earth's history. The first occurred approximately 542 to 485 million years ago. The second, around 439 to 363 million years ago. The third, from 208 to 146 million years ago. The fourth, roughly 66 to 65 million years ago. The fifth, approximately 50 million to 5 million years ago. And the sixth, from about 135,000 to 24,000 years ago. Leon squinted his eyes, contemplating the implications. This suggests that the first game transpired during the Cambrian explosion, a remarkable period marked by the sudden emergence of arthropods, mollusks, and annelids. The second game unfolded during the Silurian and Devonian periods, when green algae colonized land and evolved into ferns, establishing terrestrial ecosystems with early insects, while vertebrates began to dominate the oceans, giving rise to primitive amphibians that ventured onto land. The third game occurred in the Jurassic period, characterized by lush forests on Pangaea and a warm, humid climate, with dinosaurs reigning supreme. The fourth game took place just before the asteroid impact that triggered the fifth mass extinction, leading to the complete disappearance of terrestrial dinosaurs and the subsequent flourishing of smaller terrestrial animals in the aftermath. The fifth game witnessed rapid evolution among primates, including apes, early hominids, and the emergence of the genus Homo. The sixth game involved the competition between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, culminating in the victory of modern humans and the extinction of Neanderthals. If the system's assertions hold true, then the Killing Field games encompass a significant portion of Earth and Apos' evolutionary history, suggesting that they played a crucial role in the course of biological evolution. In what manner were these 6 Killing Field games conducted? The system will randomly select indigenous residents to be promoted to players, who must complete various tasks assigned by the system to receive rewards. Non-players can only gain qualifications by defeating players. Player qualifications cannot be inherited by bloodline or transferred. How will the game conclude? The system will assess whether the game progress meets the standards. If the player community fails to complete the final task within the specified time frame, the system will launch a comprehensive assault on the Earth and Apos' ecosystem, exterminating the species to which the player community belongs. For instance, the Ordovician period saw a global temperature drop, leading to the extinction of invertebrates. The Devonian period experienced a retreat of oceans resulting in the extinction of Dunkleosteus and other marine life. Continental drift in the Permian led to the extinction of trilobites and sea scorpions. The Triassic witnessed widespread anoxia in the oceans leading to the extinction of brachiopods and gastropods. In the Cretaceous period and Apos' asteroid impact caused the extinction of dinosaurs. Wait a moment. The primary players in the 5th and 6th games must have been hominids, right? Did humanity face extermination by the system as well? Approximately 500 years ago, the system recognized that the primary players of the 6th Killing Field game, namely humanity, failed to meet progress objectives, prompting an ecological extermination strike. The Toba volcano on Sumatra, Indonesia erupted for 7 consecutive days, its ash enveloping half the Earth's sky, plunging the planet into an ice age that led to the extinction of 99% of the human population. Leon was not particularly surprised. The catastrophic eruption of Toba indeed reduced the human population to a mere few thousand individuals, marking that period as one of the most perilous in human history. So, were there any killing field games held after the 6th? Following the 6th game, the system determined that large-scale killing field games could not yield quality players. Hence, the format was altered to periodically host small-scale killing field games. These smaller games intermittently occurred within various civilizations around the globe, lasting from a century to merely a few years. Some deities, demons, and heroes from human myths, epics, and legends were once players in the killing field games. I see. Leon nodded, as this clarification explained the sporadic emergence and disappearance of extraordinary powers throughout history. What about the present? When did this current game begin? How many players are there at this moment? This is the 7th large-scale killing field game, which commenced 7 months ago. The current player count is undisclosed. Very well. Leon lightly tapped the desktop with his finger joints, noting that 7 months ago coincided with the onset of urban legends gaining popularity. Given that the killing field games ultimately dictate the survival of human civilization, it is certain that state apparatuses with superior organizational capabilities and intelligence agencies have acquired more information and have taken corresponding measures based on this intelligence. For instance, establishing specialized intelligence agencies to screen and filter potential civilian players, or systematically forming official player strategy teams, where each officially connected player has access to a think tank for consultation. Philosophers, historians, mathematicians, astronomers, physicists, psychologists. Compared to the state apparatus, a colossal entity with countless limbs, eyes, and heads, even the most exceptional players selected from ordinary individuals remain just that, ordinary. Under the intense scrutiny of these think tanks, individual players lacking intelligence do not possess any advantage, even if they wield extraordinary powers beyond the norm. Organizational strength distinguishes human society from primitive organisms, as humanity possesses an unprecedentedly powerful organizational capability. While this strength is undoubtedly beneficial for collective strategy in the game, it simultaneously constrains individual players from achieving extraordinary feats and acting with impunity. Moreover, individual players, at this uncertain juncture, must also contend with pressures and threats beyond the killing field game itself. For instance, the screening and filtering by state machinery, which may not be entirely negative. The prying eyes of commercial organizations sensing a shift in the times, which is certainly detrimental, and the potential threats posed by misguided terrorists or ill-intentioned fellow players. Therefore, in summary, it is prudent for individual players to maintain a low profile at this moment. Lastly, what is the specific format for task assignments by the system? There are 3 types of tasks issued by the system. The first is a regular task, randomly triggered during a player and oppo's daily activities, which players may choose to accept. Completion yields rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. The second is a mandatory task, randomly assigned by the system, which players must complete. Successful completion yields rewards, while failure results in the player's erasure. The third is a scripted task, where the task scenario may not necessarily take place on real Earth. These are randomly generated by the system, and players will assume specific roles to navigate the script. Successful completion yields rewards, while failure results in random penalties assigned by the system. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow. The first and second types of tasks were straightforward, but the third, involving scripted tasks, sounded somewhat peculiar. Just as he was about to inquire further, the system emitted another notification. Task trigger conditions met. Task type, regular task. Task name, matters behind. Task objective, vanquish the possessing spirit within Een City Experimental Middle School 01. Task reward 1, elevate player permissions. Unlock personal player panel. Task reward 2, aside from vanquishing the target spirit, an additional 45 experience points will be awarded. Task reward 3, 100 game coins. Task reward 4, 1 random item of ordinary quality, accept decline. Chapter 8, Investigation. Leong, with an unwavering expression, nonchalantly retrieved a pair of ordinary sunglasses and a pair of almond-shaped eyes capable of discerning illusions from his pocket. As he donned the sunglasses, he deftly pressed the eyes into their sockets. In his mind, he silently recited the acceptance mantra in that fleeting moment, bent his knees, leaned forward, and began sprinting down the corridor. Inside the classroom, Wang Songshan rushed out, calling out, "Hey, where are you going? Class is about to start." "Nature calls." Liang did not glance back. The task description did not specify a concrete deadline, but that did not bode well. Eliminate the possessed phantoms within the experimental high school. In other words, if the phantoms left the confines of the school, would that signify a failure of the mission? Or perhaps, once the phantoms departed, dire consequences would ensue. Akin to a mission failure. Beneath the sunglasses, his almond-shaped eye scanned the rows of classroom windows, swiftly observing each individual. In his gaze, there was nothing amiss. Liang dashed down the stairs, where numerous individuals leaned against the railings of the corridor. He took a deep breath and shouted with conviction towards the entire building. "I am Mingju, advocating without reservation. If the esteemed martial artists above trust me, leap from the upper levels, and I shall catch you with my skill." Regrettably, in a contemporary era marked by a lack of trust between individuals, no one leaped. Instead, many leaned over the railings, laughing downwards. Finding nothing, Liang calmly withdrew his gaze. This was to be expected. With nearly 2,000 students and 150 faculty members occupying a sprawling area of 40,000 square meters, with classrooms, administrative buildings, science blocks, cafeterias, and dormitories, the efficiency of searching each individual, even with the aid of peculiar eyes, was decidedly low. After a brief contemplation, Liang sprinted towards the school's observatory. The rooftop of the observatory served as the highest point of the school, providing a panoramic view of the entire campus. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, he retrieved a compact monocular telescope with a magnification exceeding 12 times. Surveying the campus, all appeared normal, save for a mottled mass at the entrance to the underground parking lot, slowly moving towards the parking area. "Found you," Liang murmured, lowering the telescope. Clop, clop, clop. In the vast, deserted underground parking lot, Shi Song strolled leisurely. He moved slowly, his legs resembling those of a ballet dancer, tiptoeing and swaying as he walked. The rubber soles of his sneakers emitted a grating squeal against the polished concrete floor, echoing throughout the parking structure. He produced a car key, pressing the button repeatedly in various directions. Uncertain which vehicle belonged to him, he relied on the key and Oppo's instinct. Beep, beep. A silver sedan responded, its headlights flashing twice. Shi Song grinned, his exaggerated smile appearing somewhat eerie beneath the dim lighting. Just as he approached the car and prepared to open the door, a hand grasped his wrist. "Teacher Shi." A breathless Liang tightened his grip on Shi Song's wrist and urgently exclaimed, "I've found you." Shi Song stiffened, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's you. What brings you to me?" Attempting to shake off Liang's hand, he discovered that the latter's grip was astonishingly strong, akin to a vice. And despite his struggles, he could not escape, his wrist nearly dislocating. "Teacher Shi, I recently encountered a rather troubling matter. You are my homeroom teacher, my guiding light. And I hope you can help me resolve my confusion." "Homeroom teacher? Am I your teacher?" Shi Song nodded, coughed twice, and assumed a teacherly demeanor. "Go on." "It's like this. Yesterday afternoon, while I was napping at home, I suddenly heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, I found Sister Zhao from across the street standing there in a nightgown, tears streaming down her face. I asked her what was wrong, and she sobbed, saying her husband was incapacitated. She hoped that the capable me could assist her in resolving her family issues." Liang paused, sincerely addressing Shi Song, "Teacher Shi. What do you think I should do?" "I think you should take a moment to wake yourself up." Shi Song's expression grew increasingly rigid as he stated woodenly, "Classmate, I don't have any good advice for you. You're about to turn 18. You need to form your own opinions. I have urgent matters to attend to. Could you please step aside?" Before Shi Song could finish, Liang slapped his thigh and sighed, "Alas, when I caught a whiff of Sister Zhao's perfume, my heart raced. And in a moment of folly, I followed her into her home." Hey, young man, are you even listening to me? Why are you daydreaming? Could you at least show some respect? I am, after all, your teacher." Upon entering her home, guess what happened? "What happened?" Shi Song said with an expression devoid of emotion. Liang shook his head and sighed. "I helped her son with his elementary school homework for an entire evening. Sister Zhao was not mistaken. Her husband truly is incapacitated, unable to even solve elementary math word problems." "I think you're jesting." Shi Song's forehead bulged with veins as he stiffly remarked, "I see, classmate. I genuinely have urgent matters. Could you step aside for a moment?" "That's not acceptable. Aside from this matter, I have other questions to consult you about," Liang insisted earnestly. "Seeing Sister Zhao and her husband in such a loving manner made me feel the loneliness of being single. So I went to the temple and humbly knelt before the statue, only to find the statue remained motionless, decisively rejecting my proposal. Since then, I have become despondent, often feeling overwhelmed, so I frequented the supermarket, squeezing instant noodles, shrimp chips, potato chips, oranges, and elderly folks with fragile bones. They were quite satisfied with my massage technique, and they raised funds to create a banner proclaiming me the gynecological master, which is now hung on my wall. At this point, Shi Qingcong realized that the other party was entirely toying with him. His expression darkened, and he lowered his hand, his fingers curling like a chicken's claw, nails rapidly elongating and taking on a ghostly blue hue that glimmered ominously in the light. "Classmate, will you let go?" Liang also ceased his mirth, gripping Shi Qingcong's wrist and softly stating, "No need to feign any longer. I have already severed the surveillance in the parking lot on my way here." He removed his sunglasses, revealing the almond-shaped pupil in his left eye. In his line of sight, a phantom clad in construction attire was tightly pressed against Shi Qingcong's back, their bodies aligned, the former's spine against the latter's chest, arms and feet perfectly synchronized. Chapter 9. Upgrade in the parking lot. An eerie silence enveloped the space, the pale light cascading from the ceiling illuminating the smooth, deep gray floor and casting elongated halos. The scene of Liang confronting the possessing spirit was reflected on the slightly curved windows of the vehicles flanking him. "Leave his body, and I guarantee your survival." "What do you say?" Liang spoke with a smile. "Are you jesting?" Shi Qingcong grinned back. "Do you know what it feels like to die? At first, you are enveloped in a sweet oblivion, akin to being intoxicated. Everything around you fades into darkness, rendering you blind, deaf, and unable to feel. Then, like a bucket of icy water splashed upon your face, you awaken. Sight, sound, touch, smell, all return, even more acute than when you were alive. But this is not a gift. You can perceive the light yet cannot lift your eyelids. You feel your lifeless body in a hospital morgue, cold and painful, unable to move a single finger. The mortician stitches your wounds with needle and thread, your desperate screams ignored. Then comes the cremation. In that confined space, the flames blaze hot. Ethereal blue and pale. Every nerve burns, every inch of flesh is annihilated, the agony intensified 1,000-fold. A pile of ashes becomes the epitome of your existence. A genuine fear crept across Shi Qingcong's face as he trembled. "Do you think this is the end?" No. No. Even after escaping your decaying body, you remain ensnared. You float in the air, confined to the places you once roamed, the pain trailing you like a shadow, gnawing at you like maggots. You watch the living, their joy and elation, and with every passing second, your resentment and envy swell under the relentless torment. There is no heaven, no hell, no ultimate bliss. No cycle of reincarnation. It's all nonsense. All lies. Only emptiness, boundless emptiness, is what awaits us all. Shi Qingcong roared, expecting to see fear in Liang's eyes. Yet the latter merely nodded calmly. "Oh." Shi Qingcong narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you afraid? You will end up like me." "And what of it?" Liang chuckled. "For ordinary souls, the infinite void after death may be a terrifying prospect. Wealthy capitalists will spend exorbitant sums seeking solace and eternal rest, while the irreverent will cling more fervently to their deities. Social unrest, panic spreading, religious fervor rampant. I'm afraid for me. Living well is far more significant than fearing what lies beyond." Shi Qingcong's expression hardened. "I will never abandon this body. It is mine, mine." "Then there is nothing more to be done," Liang sighed. "I'm not adept at exorcising spirits, so it might hurt quite a bit." Shi Qingcong grinned, veins bulging on his temples, his eyes darkening as blood vessels rapidly spread across the whites of his eyes, his pupils bulging grotesquely, his once square jaw elongated into a gaunt, horse-like visage, his mouth stretching to its utmost, cheeks quivering like two battered drums. Roar. Shi Qingcong's chilling scream reverberated through the underground parking lot, shattering the windows of a dozen vehicles on either side. The explosion of glass shards filled the air, cascading down like the vibrant light of a waterfall. The alarms blared in unison, piercing sirens and flashing lights blinding all. Amidst the blinding white, a swift sound surged toward Liang's head. It was Shi Qingcong's hand strike. His palm darkened with a bluish hue, fingers elongated and sharp. Liang casually adjusted his sunglasses, stepping back with measured calm, raising his hands to intercept Shi Qingcong's wrist. A tremendous force surged from Shi Qingcong and Appo's palm, overwhelming Liang, who was suddenly thrust sideways toward a car. As he neared collision with the door, he pushed off the ground with his left foot, launching himself upward, using the aluminum door as leverage to absorb the impact, elegantly landing atop the vehicle. Up. Liang shouted from the car's roof, seizing Shi Qingsong's wrist and pulling him violently toward the door. Shi Qingsong's arm collided with the car's aluminum roof, creating a dent. Die! Shi Qingsong screamed, seemingly devoid of pain, pressing his body against the car door, while his free hand transformed into a blade, thrusting through the shattered window toward Liang. The screech of twisted metal pierced the air as the car's roof succumbed to Shi Qingsong's talon-like fingers, cleaving through it as easily as slicing through soft tofu. Liang's expression hardened, lifting his foot to evade the clawing nails and then forcefully stomping down, pinning Shi Qingsong's hand. With his hands restrained, Shi Qingsong could only roar in frustration. Why do you shout so loudly? Liang and Shi Qingsong bellowed in unison. Liang delivering a forceful kick to the elongated face, leaving a dark shoe print. Shi Qingsong staggered back, instinctively collapsing, and Liang seized the moment to leap from the car's roof, delivering a knee strike to his chest. With a thud, Shi Qingsong stumbled back, crashing into the door of the vehicle behind him. Before he could regain his balance, Liang advanced, gripping his neck and forcefully dragging him from the car, slamming his head against the ground. Liang twisted Shi Qingsong's hands behind his back, removing his sunglasses, and shouted, "Look into my eyes." His almond-shaped irises locked onto the blood-red gaze of the possessing spirit. The illusion materialized instantly, wisps of mist enveloping the parking lot. The next moment, the scene transformed into an active construction site, a brown asphalt spraying truck positioned beside Liang and Shi Qingsong. No, no. Realizing the impending doom, Shi Qingsong began to thrash wildly, but Liang, with his bulging eyes, held him firmly. With a bang, the truck's axle snapped, releasing a torrent of viscous, pungent asphalt that cascaded down, engulfing both Liang and Shi Qingsong. The excruciating pain, undiminished by death, surged through the spirit, which, like a panicked drowning victim, clawed its way out of Shi Qingsong's body. The illusion vanished in an instant. Liang, panting heavily, withdrew a bundle of slender willow branches he had gathered from the campus path, whispering to the spirit, "Got you." With a swift motion, the willow branches swept through the air, severing the spirit's form in two, as effortlessly as a hot knife cutting through butter. Exorcised possessing spirit 1-1. Regular task afterlife completed. Rewards being calculated. Task reward 1. Player permissions enhanced. Personal panel activated. Task reward 2. Exorcising possessing spirit earned 30 experience points. Additional completion reward 45 experience points. Task reward 3. 100 game coins. Task reward. Random item of ordinary quality x1 player overall performance. S. Game currency and experience points increased to 160. Note: upon accessing the personal panel, players can view their attribute information and equipment details. Players may also set their nickname in the menu, ensuring that it does not conflict with their player ID. Note: the mall section has been activated. As the current version of the Battle Arena game remains in its beta testing phase, players can only purchase items from the mall shelves. The auction house, lottery, and social hall features will be introduced in future versions. Stay tuned. Note: current experience points, 120-100, allowing for an upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Upon leveling up, players will receive 1 free attribute point. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Chapter 10. The panel, a series of system prompts echoed in his ears. But Liang was too preoccupied to pay them any mind. He bent down to examine the unconscious Shi Qingsong's injuries. Fortunately, it was merely a fractured rib. He would not perish from it. Although Liang was quick-witted and impulsive, he still respected his teachers, having held back during their earlier scuffle to avoid inflicting mortal harm. He reached into Shi Qingsong's pocket, extracting his phone through the sleeve, and dialed 120 for emergency assistance. Once the call connected, Liang raised the soft palate of his mouth, amplifying the resonance and altering the pitch to create an uncanny voice that was devoid of gender and personal identification. Shi Qingsong, male, 34 years old, teacher at In City Experimental Middle School. The injury is a closed rib fracture caused by external violence. No wounds on the chest. Rapid breathing, skin contusions, currently unconscious, location, underground garage, second level, north entrance of In City Experimental Middle School. The dispatcher on the other end paused momentarily before responding. Understood. We will dispatch an ambulance immediately. Please do not hang up. With a click, the call ended, and Liang returned the phone to Shi Qingsong's pocket. He then tore Shi Qingsong's shirt into 2 long strips to apply pressure and bind the fractured rib. Next, Liang carefully dragged Shi Qingsong to the entrance of the underground parking lot, ensuring that the ambulance would easily locate him. Before returning to the parking area to erase any traces of personal information, including footprints, fingerprints, and hair. Once the area was cleared, he exited through another exit of the parking garage, confirming he heard the sirens of the ambulance before heading straight to the teaching building. "Ah, a distinguished guest graces us. Liang, is there a day you arrive on time?" lamented the teacher conducting the English class. Liang's tardiness had become a customary occurrence in the classroom. Were it not for his remarkable academic performance, which ranked among the best in all of Yin City, the teachers, including his homeroom teacher, would have long since expelled him, as long as it did not disrupt the other students. Liang chuckled, skillfully returning to his seat as he began to examine the fully operational system. The system panel materialized before his eyes in a manner reminiscent of a VR illusion, comprising 7 main modules: player information, attributes, equipment, skills, task logs, marketplace, and inventory. First was the player information. His name, age, race, and player ID were already filled in, leaving only the player nickname to be entered. The player ID, a convoluted string of alphanumeric characters, was primarily used by the system to identify specific players. In contrast, the player nickname facilitated social interactions among players. When 2 players collaborated on a task in the real world, an appealing nickname not only eased communication, but also concealed the player's true identity. Liang input his nickname, Li Rixing, concise and straightforward. Beneath the nickname, a green experience bar indicated his progress. Having recently completed a task with an S rating, he received 120 experience points, filling his level 1 experience bar. In the game, players earn a rating for each task completed, ranging from C for barely meeting objectives to S for perfect execution and uncovering hidden secrets. The experience and game currency gained from each rating vary, with S yielding 160. Typically, ordinary individuals executing their first tasks often receive ratings between C and B due to panic and lack of ability. To eliminate the possessing spirit from Shirching Song, they would likely have to infiltrate the parking lot to steal a vehicle, incapacitate him on a side road, and then burn both him and the spirit with gasoline. However, Liang not only vanquished the spirit but also rescued Shirching Song, who was theoretically difficult to save, thus earning an S rating and elevating his experience points from 75 to 120, surpassing the threshold for leveling up. Given that the majority of existing players likely hailed from ordinary backgrounds, their average task ratings would probably fluctuate between C and B. If Liang consistently achieved S ratings, his experience points would exceed those of ordinary players by 30 to 60. The same principle applied to game currency through successive tasks. The gap between Liang and seasoned players would rapidly diminish, potentially allowing him to surpass them. Notification: player's current experience points 120-100. Eligible to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Leveling up grants 1 free attribute point. Would you like to upgrade? After reviewing the relevant system details and confirming that the upgrade would not trigger any ostentatious phenomena or provide a buff for full injury recovery, Liang opted to proceed with the upgrade. Notification: player Li Rixing has been upgraded to level 2, receiving 1 free attribute point. Current experience points, 2200. Each upgrade raises the experience point cap by 100. Does it not? Liang nodded, shifting his gaze to the attributes panel. The attributes displayed the approximate values of his current physiological functions, categorized into strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, perception, and charisma. Strength, agility, and constitution were straightforward, determined by factors such as muscle strength and neurological reflex speed. Intelligence, distinct from wisdom, referred to one's capacity to comprehend and utilize knowledge and experience to address problems. In contrast, wisdom is a complex capability derived from multiple subsystems, including intelligence, knowledge, methods, and skills. In simpler terms, increasing intelligence points could improve calculation speed and observational skills, but it would not facilitate a leap from basic arithmetic to advanced mathematics. Perception encompassed the awareness of internal and external information, manifesting as the player's ability to detect traps and anomalies, or an innate intuition. As for charisma, it represented the player's allure to the outside world. The average adult male possesses 6 fundamental attributes, each rated at a modest 5. In contrast, Liang's attribute panel reveals strength, 6, the level of an experienced fitness enthusiast; agility, 6, the level of a seasoned parkour aficionado; intelligence, 7, a genius; constitution, 6, the level of a dedicated marathon runner; perception, 6, the level of an avid hunter; charisma, 4, unremarkable appearance, with somewhat peculiar mannerisms. These 6 attributes are merely rough indicators provided by the system based on the player's physiological capabilities, they do not guarantee an advantage in combat. For instance, both a muscular bodybuilding coach and a professional boxer may exhibit a strength attribute of 7, yet their striking techniques differ profoundly. The boxer's ability to rapidly engage muscle fibers for explosive power far surpasses that of the bodybuilder, resulting in an unrelenting one-sided contest in a practical setting. Considering that players receive a modest allocation of free attribute points upon leveling up, even an ordinary individual devoid of special talents can, after reaching level 10, rival professional athletes at the pinnacle of human physiological capabilities. What then of level 15 or level 20? The battle royale has been underway for 7 months. Who knows how many superhumans have emerged from the vast sea of humanity? Leon exhaled a heavy sigh, once more feeling the weight of pressure. After much contemplation, he allocated his free attribute points to the perception category, elevating it from the level of an experienced hunter 6 to that of a professional hunter 7. After all, when faced with the enigmatic and unpredictable spectral entities, the importance of the perception attribute may outweigh that of others. Beneath the attributes, a transparent silhouette displayed the equipment panel. This panel imposes no limitations on the number of slots, allowing players to stack gear at will, conditions permitting. One could even don a dozen pieces of plate armor or adorn a single finger with several rings. The equipment panel indicated worn item, eccentric eyeball. Once Leon's panel was fully activated, the specific attributes of the eccentric eyeball were revealed. According to the system's guidance, the mental energy or psychic energy consumed by the eccentric eyeball correlates with the intelligence and perception attributes, calculated as 50 intelligence points, 50 perception points, 100 mental energy points. When the special effect of the eccentric eyeball is activated, it consumes 1 mental energy point per second. Under high-intensity operation, it expends 5 points per second. Leon and Apos' total mental energy pool stands at 700 points. Utilizing the ability to pierce illusions alone would last for 700 seconds, whereas creating and sustaining an illusion would consume 140 seconds. This figure aligns closely with my previous tests. Leon nodded, shifting his gaze toward the quest log and the marketplace. Chapter 11. Cache. The task log holds little of interest, featuring only the entries for eliminate the faced cat and eliminate the possessed spirit. It seems that this will serve as a reference point for future tasks. As for the marketplace interface, the only accessible section is the merchandise shelf, which boasts a total of 20 items that refresh daily. However, the prices are rather steep. Sith Warrior's Force Lightsaber, Crimson Skeletal Polearm, Asakusa 12-story Protection Charm, Griffin Heavy Chest Plate, Gauss Pistol, Junior Alchemist Staff, Intermediate Healing Potion, Wired Floating Artillery. Of these 20 items, the least expensive is a staggering 2,000 game coins, far beyond the means of novice players. Liang surveyed the marketplace shelf, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. His dismay was not merely due to the exorbitant prices, but rather the profound implications should such equipment be subject to analysis and research by the national apparatus. A single Sith lightsaber could yield technological advancements including super batteries, plasma containment devices, and portable strong magnetic field generators, significantly guiding the overall direction of national scientific development. The Gauss pistol and floating artillery on the technological side, along with the alchemist staff on the magical front, each possessed the potential to incite unprecedented revolutions in human scientific inquiry. If the nation were to establish an official player team, they would likely be scouring the world at this very moment, completing tasks to amass game currency. Liang pondered, and since these items are available on the marketplace shelf, it also indicates that players may encounter similar extraordinary items during quests, or perhaps even venture into otherworldly realms. After a moment of contemplation, Liang shook his head and redirected his gaze to the backpack section, where a plain wooden box crafted from old planks and nails lay. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Could this be the reward for completing a task? Liang chuckled silently, rubbing his hands together like a green-headed fly, and opened the wooden box. As a white light illuminated the space, the box opened to reveal a lady's wallet. Name: Gucci Zumi Deep Green Grain Leather Ladies Wallet. Type: Luxury Item. Quality: Ordinary. Special Effects: None. Equipment Conditions: None. Remarks: Crafted in Italy. Understated: Luxurious, yet elegant. The sweat, grease, and scent of mature women's perfume indicate that the wallet's previous owner was a wealthy woman in her 50s. Liang inhaled deeply, rifling through the wallet in his inventory. After several minutes of examination, he concluded with certainty that this was indeed a Gucci wallet belonging to a 50-year-old affluent woman. What a joke. Liang's expression turned sour. The wallet contained 7 or 8 bank cards, including domestic cards as well as Visa and MasterCard. Additionally, it held tissues, a makeup pouch, a dozen assorted condoms, and a stack of neatly bundled red soft currency, totaling approximately 10,000 yuan. Liang sighed, pondering that the joys of the wealthy are beyond one's imagination. He had no intention of utilizing the bank cards or pawning this luxury item. The best course of action would be to extract the cash and incinerate the rest, thoroughly eliminating any traces of exposure. 10,000 yuan in cash, indeed. With a thunderous clap of fortune, Liang's spirits soared, and he even flashed a radiant smile at the English teacher at the podium, causing the latter to tremble and stumble over his words. As evening descended, the students of the campus had largely returned home, leaving the underground parking lot ablaze with light. Police cars had cordoned off the area outside the parking lot, yet the officers stood idly by, seemingly without a task. Inside the lot, a group of men clad in black suits and sunglasses had split into two factions. One was diligently photographing the scene and gathering evidence, while the other operated a device akin to a landmine detector, scouring the area among the shattered vehicle windows. Suddenly, a special police officer called out, "Chief, we and Oppos VE detected a spiritual energy response, intensity level LV1, type, possessed spirit. Judging by the degree of energy dissipation, it has been at least 5 hours since its elimination." Indeed. The middle-aged man referred to as the chief, distinguished by his graying temples and authoritative demeanor, nodded. He turned to his male assistant beside him and inquired, "Have all the surveillance cameras here been cut?" "Yes, they have," the assistant replied. That individual demonstrated a high level of counter-surveillance skill. The scene was meticulously cleaned, leaving no useful footage, and most of the residual traces were completely erased. Even some vehicle dash cams were dismantled and destroyed. The chief remarked coolly. "Has the possessed teacher regained consciousness?" "He has, and is currently in a special ward undergoing questioning," the assistant lamented. "Naturally, he has no memories of the possession. And after the spirit was eliminated, he fainted, providing no information on the one who vanquished the spirit. As for the emergency call made to the hospital by the spirit slayer, the audio is recorded, but he employed professional voice modulation techniques, making it impossible to trace back to a specific individual." The chief's expression remained inscrutable. Clearly, he was an experienced hand. After a moment of hesitation, the assistant proposed, "Chief, should we conduct a covert investigation of all the faculty and students in the school?" "We may conduct such an investigation, but it is unnecessary," the chief replied, shaking his head. "Firstly, this could raise alarms. Secondly, the player who eliminated the spirit is still of relatively low level, and under the current circumstances, it is not worth expending significant resources. Furthermore, based on his overall actions, he appears to belong to a neutral alignment. An oppressive investigation could easily drive him to rebellion. Lastly, we cannot ascertain whether this player was undertaking a standard task or a scripted mission. If it is a standard task, that is one thing. If it is scripted, then the player who eliminated the spirit may hail from all corners of the globe. At present, the supernatural phenomena on Qianhua Road were growing increasingly severe, with the potential to escalate into a mobile disaster, making that location far more critical than here. Then, the assistant hesitated. "Should we seal the case files?" "Seal them," the chief nodded. "If the individual who eliminated the spirit is either a faculty member or a student of this school, we can always return to investigate once we have dealt with the supernatural occurrences on Qianhua Road." Chapter 12. Excavator. What can 10,000 yuan accomplish in modern society? Afford 1/20th of a lavatory in downtown Yin City? Finance a 3-day indulgence at a bathhouse? Or purchase a roomful of allium tuberosum pastries to luxuriate within? Liang's claim to being a tutor, made to the possessing spirit, held a kernel of truth. His academic prowess commanded a respectable remuneration. However, Yin City, the Republic's economic nucleus, an international hub for finance, shipping, trade, and technological innovation, imposed a high cost of living. His tutoring income barely covered rent, utilities, internet, and daily expenses, teetering precariously on the brink of deficit. Ordinarily, Liang stretched every yuan, but the sudden influx of 10,000 yuan warranted careful planning. He navigated Taobao, initiating a shopping spree. He acquired a CUB ballistic vest, anti-stab gloves, fragmentation goggles, tactical pants with integrated knee pads, tactical boots, a high-intensity flashlight, pepper spray, an electroshock weapon, seamless steel pipes, a camping hatchet, a cold steel mini-tac tonto knife, a nail gun, high-strength sailing rope, empty oil drums, various machine tools including a small press, basic chemistry lab equipment, copper, wood, chemical fertilizer, and motorcycle shock absorbers. These purchases were made through disparate Taobao accounts, shipped to addresses scattered throughout each city. The accumulation of these odds and ends precisely depleted the 10,000 yuan. During the interim, while awaiting the arrival of his acquisitions, Liang, with the spirit of opportunism, scoured the internet for local in-city urban legends. Quests yielded rewards, and the most effective catalyst for triggering quests was first-hand investigation, immersing oneself in genuine, eerie events. He sought after whispers of ghostly laughter echoing through apartment corridors at midnight, green slime seeping from rental apartment walls, and strands of long hair materializing beneath the pillows of solitary men. Liang surveyed numerous sites of purported paranormal activity, yet his endeavors proved fruitless. He pondered whether these tales were mere fabrications or if other players had already resolved them. Liang grappled with a perplexing question. Did paranormal events arise in response to players, or did they occur spontaneously, drawing players in? The former was manageable, but the latter was alarming. Countless paranormal events could be unfolding, eluding detection by players or the state. The toll on victims could be catastrophic. Ultimately, Liang converged upon Qianhua Road, the epicenter of In City and Appos' urban legends. Situated near the People and Appos' Square, it was one of In City and Appos' most opulent commercial thoroughfares. In the early 20th century, the street was incorporated into the French concession, giving rise to grand residential districts imbued with French architectural flair. Following the October Revolution, Tsarist aristocrats fleeing the north established upscale boutiques celebrating French culture. Through the vicissitudes of history, Qianhua Road retained its aura of luxury, seamlessly blending centuries-old architecture with modern international luxury boutiques, creating a world-class commercial district. In essence, Qianhua Road was prime real estate. In a CAF atop a shopping center adjacent to Qianhua Road, Liang nursed the cheapest coffee, gazing through the window at the street below. Both ends of the road were cordoned off with warning markers. The shops on either side were shuttered, all non-essential personnel were evacuated, and the only figures remaining were maintenance workers in orange uniforms and fire trucks. Yesterday at approximately 3:00 p.m., a gas pipeline leak occurred on Qianhua Road. Repair crews were dispatched to the scene, while traffic police and firefighters implemented temporary road closures and sprayed water to dilute the gas. As of now, the leak is largely contained, but the road closure will remain in effect pending further notification from the fire department. A gas pipeline leak? A blatant fabrication. Liang shook his head. Qianhua Road was lined with major shopping centers, Fortune 500 headquarters, and internationally renowned luxury boutiques. To say it was a goldmine would be an understatement. Money talks, he mused. If it were a genuine fire hazard, economic and administrative pressure would have expedited a resolution. Lifting the road closure. The prolonged closure, devoid of any indication of imminent reopening, suggested the involvement of supernatural forces. Liang sipped his coffee, observing the maintenance workers conferring before deploying a colossal rotary drilling rig. The rig weighed at least 100 tons, with a drilling diameter of 1 to 2.5 meters and a drilling depth of up to 100 meters, typically employed in the construction of large highway and railway bridge piers. Now, the behemoth lumbered onto the commercial street, its drill bit gently contacting the concrete surface and commencing its deafening rotation after the maintenance crew installed a protective casing. 1 meter, 2 meters. The drill bit descended, the noise reverberating through the street, and the ground tremor rippled outwards, causing ripples in Liang's coffee. 40 meters, 60 meters, 80 meters. The gas pipeline couldn't and Appos' possibly be buried that deep. What are they excavating? Liang surreptitiously donned sunglasses and inserted a cat's eye lens into his eye socket. Augmented perception, coupled with the cat's eye's visual acuity, enabled Liang to scrutinize the maintenance crew's every move. Boom. The descending drill bit abruptly halted, startling Ding Zhans, the rotary drilling rig operator. The 20-year-old Ding Zhans, a distinguished alumnus of the Shandong Lanqiang Vocational School, could embroider with CNC machine tools, cook with a shovel, and execute F1-style drifts with a walking tractor. He was a seasoned veteran, and if the Republic had a Gundam Corps, Ding Zhans would undoubtedly be a gold medal pilot. However, Ding Zhans gripped the rotary drilling rig and Appos' controls. Nonplussed. Has the drill reached its limit? A voice crackled from the intercom hanging from the cab ceiling. No. Ding Zhans replied. It appears to be stuck. We should use a small impact drill to clear the debris around the drill bit before extracting it. Before he could finish, another tremendous boom echoed from the depths. Boom. 80 meters beneath the surface, an immense force tugged at the drill bit, transmitting its power along the telescopic drill rod. causing the massive drill rig to rear up, as if in slow motion, and tilt forward. The surrounding maintenance workers stared in disbelief as the rig toppled. The 100-ton weight crashed to the ground, the roar deafening, and dust billowing skyward. The rotary drilling rig and Oppo's steel frame contorted. And the dazed engines instinctively scrambled out of the shattered cab, collapsing onto the ground. Nearby maintenance workers rushed to drag him away, retreating. Much of the fallen rotary drilling rig's drill rod remained underground. With a third subterranean boom, the red-painted drill rod was forcefully pulled into the earth, vanishing from sight. It was as if something beneath the surface was angered by the intrusion. Inside the CAF, the young men and women, startled by the noise, crowded around the window, pointing and filming the smoke-filled Tianhua Road. Concealed within the throng, Leon averted his gaze, swiftly consuming the coffee before him, and descended the stairs. Regardless of what lay within the depths of Tianhua Road, it was beyond his current capacity to confront. One must tackle foes level by level, and tasks must be approached one at a time. Aspiring too ambitiously only leads to a swifter demise. Chapter 13. Respect for teachers. Do. The phone rang as Leon stepped onto the street. He took out his mobile device, and the caller ID displayed Wang So-shan. Hello? Where are you? As I strolled through the streets, I was simultaneously checking my steps on WeChat. Is there something you need? Replied Leon. Wang So-shan's voice sounded somewhat exasperated. Haven't you checked the group chat? Yesterday, I informed the group and invited a few classmates who lived nearby to visit Teacher Sher at the hospital, specifically mentioning you. Is there any truth to this? Leon scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Where are you all now? Regardless of the circumstances, Shi Qingsong, after all, was the one whose ribs were fractured due to his actions, and a visit was indeed in order. One must respect their teachers and the path of learning. Wang So-shan mentioned, "Ain't your First People's Hospital?" Liang nodded and promptly made his way there. After hanging up, Wang So-shan shook her head in resignation and tucked her phone back into her bag. At that moment, the hospital ward was filled to capacity. With Shi Qingsong at the center, holding a student-prepared apple, his expression somewhat moved. Among those who came to visit him were students from the second-year Class 7 of the experimental middle school, as well as some who had long since graduated and entered society, all of whom Shi Qingsong had once taught. These former students were not all the exemplary or obedient ones that lingered in Shi Qingsong's memory. The outstanding students, having gained admission to prestigious universities through their diligence, naturally shared a distant bond with their teacher. Conversely, the quieter, unremarkable students often possessed personalities that did not shine, resulting in minimal communication with their teacher. Ironically, many of those who visited Shi Qingsong today were students who had once been mired in struggles. Among them were those who had repeatedly faced failures, succumbed to despair, as well as individuals who had endured bullying and social ostracism, facing daily ridicule. There were also those who, due to parental divorce and lack of familial support, nearly abandoned their studies, teetering on the brink of becoming societal outcasts. The principles of teaching and nurturing weighed heavily, and as an educator, Shi Qingsong could not afford to abandon any student, as long as it was within his power. He felt compelled to extend a hand to those on the precipice of decline, ensuring they did not transform into worse versions of themselves. Just as everyone reminisced about the kindness of teacher Shi Qingsong, feeling moved, his voice arrived before his presence. While munching on the apple, Shi Qingsong heard Li Ang's unpredictable voice, prompting a cough that nearly caused him to choke on apple fragments. Of all the students he had taught, Li Ang was undoubtedly the most exasperating. Even the sound of his voice made Shi Qingsong feel as though his nerves were fraying. Liang knocked and entered, bearing a bouquet of vibrant flowers in his hands. "You've come." Shi Qingsong's expression stiffened as he sighed. "Why did you buy flowers?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Shi Qingsong's eye twitched as he spoke. One should seize the flowers when they bloom. Do not wait until there are none and only grasp the branches. Initially, I intended to pluck a few small white flowers from the wreaths at the funeral supply store, but that seemed rather inauspicious, and the shopkeeper was opposed to it. Liang casually remarked as he squeezed to the front of the hospital bed, placing a bunch of golden bananas on the bedside table. Shi Qingsong gasped. "Surely you did not pilfer these from somewhere as well." "Teacher, you seem to have little faith in me." "I purchased this from the fruit shop," Liang remarked. Patients who have been hospitalized for an extended period often experience symptoms such as constipation due to prolonged bed rest. Bananas can aid in alleviating this condition. As he spoke, Leon swiftly peeled a banana and handed it over. Unable to decline such generous hospitality, Shi Qingsong accepted it and began to eat, bite by bite. Once he had consumed half of it, Leon casually continued, I once faced similar gastrointestinal issues. The doctor advised me to buy some bananas to relieve my constipation. But after 3 days of no results, I returned to inquire further, only to discover that bananas were meant to be eaten. Shi Qingsong's face turned slightly pale as he chewed. Leon, concerned, urged him, please don't stop, teacher. Eat it while it's fresh. Let us not be foolish. Shall we? Wang Songshan delivered a swift chop to Liang's forehead, commanding him to stand still. Oh. Liang obediently straightened up. Meanwhile, Shi Qingsong discreetly placed half a banana on the bedside table, cleared his throat, and addressed Wang Songshan. Songshan, I have communicated with the school authorities. In the coming 2 months, they will assign a teacher to temporarily take on the role of acting class supervisor. I hope you can facilitate a smooth transition of responsibilities with her. Understood, teacher, Wang Songshan replied with a nod. How infuriating. Standing to the side, Leon furrowed his brow and rubbed his chin. I had clearly slipped a red envelope to the school leaders, attempting to ascend from a student to a class advisor. Yet, to my astonishment, this position has been usurped. How can one accept money without delivering results? Must you remain silent? Wang Songshan deeply regretted summoning Liang, and she tugged at his clothing, leading him out of the ward. As they reached the corridor, Liang furrowed his brow, raising his chin imperiously, and coldly remarked, What decorum is there in such childish tugging? Woman, if your intention was to attract attention, I must inform you that you have indeed succeeded. However, I caution you that you are playing with fire. Wang Songshan had long since grown accustomed to Liang's occasional foolish antics and remarked with a sidelong glance, Brother, have you been indulging in too many domineering CEO novels? Isn't it unlike that? Liang quickly returned to his usual demeanor and said with a hint of frustration, I even went out of my way to study the sayings of CEOs. What was it? Bibi, if you feel comfortable, just let it out. Look at how red your face has turned. Bibi, you are the only woman in the world bold enough to lay hands on me. What the hell is this Bibi? Just then, as they were interacting in the corridor, a middle-aged woman passed by, softly weeping while pushing an elderly man in a wheelchair. Oh? Liang turned his gaze towards the elderly man in the wheelchair. The old man was gaunt, his expression vacant, with his lips slightly parted. A glistening string of saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth onto the white towel before him. Had he suffered a stroke? Alzheimer's disease? Cerebrovascular disorders? Liang's mind raced as he honed his enhanced perception, coupled with his cat-like vision, allowing him to detect the faint aura of ethereal beings lingering around the elderly man in the wheelchair. The rhythm of a mission was palpable. Instantly, Liang's expression shifted as he approached the middle-aged woman, adopting the guise of a charming and affable young man, exuding warmth and sincerity. He softly inquired about the situation and whether she required any assistance. A multifaceted persona, an idol, a skilled performer, and a person of substance, embodied Liang. And under the guise of his extraordinary acting prowess, the ordinary-clad woman soon began to share her tale. It turned out that the man in the wheelchair was her father, who had intended to visit another daughter with local specialties just days prior. Instead, he had returned home in a daze, unable to utter a single word. When the woman reached out to her sister, she learned that their father had not made the visit at all. Fearing the onset of dementia, she and her husband hastily took him to the hospital for a consultation, only to find that the examination revealed no health issues whatsoever, despite appearing physically sound. Why was he rendered speechless and immobile? A middle-aged woman, her tears streaming down her face, spoke softly. Task trigger conditions have been met. Task type, routine task, task name, between the cracks, task objective. Uncover the truth behind Qian Jianjun's dementia, time limit, 30 minutes, task reward, 1 random item of ordinary quality. Accept decline, chapter 14. Kneeling indeed. It has come. Liang maintained an impassive expression as he inquired about the location of the elderly man's other daughter, whom he had previously visited. Dishing Road, Zushi Tianxia. It was merely 4 streets away from Qianhua Road. Could it be a supernatural occurrence? Compared to the previous task, the rewards for this one were significantly diminished. There were no additional experience points or game currency, and the task merely required the investigation of the truth without any demands for extermination or elimination of spirits. Was it more inclined towards deduction and unraveling mysteries? Liang watched as a middle-aged woman pushed her father away and turned to Wang Songshan, asking, Have you had lunch yet? Wang Songshan, slightly dazed, replied, Not yet. I invite you to try the spicy and sour noodles with pig intestines, Liang suggested. That restaurant has been a renowned establishment for over a decade. The pig intestines are both tender and rich in flavor, truly a delicacy of Yin City. Wang Soushan looked uncertain. Having known Liang for many years, she recalled that the last time he treated her to a meal was back in elementary school, when he offered her a dark red, translucent plum. After wiping it slightly, she savored it and inquired about its origin, marveling at its sweetness. Liang responded with pride that the plum tree grew alongside the path he took home from school, nourished daily by his urine as fertilizer, thus yielding its delightful flavor. That unpleasant memory made Wang Songshan cautious. Where's that noodle shop? It's right at the corner south of the Yin City Eastern Gastroenterology Hospital, Liang explained. Do you know? The essence of the pig intestine noodles lies in the end of the pig's intestines, where the casing is thicker, containing more fat, providing a chewier texture. Reminiscent of the affliction suffered by a chronic hemorrhoid patient. Last time I ate there, I could almost taste the lingering sin of old Zhang. A long-term hemorrhoid patient from room 4, bed 7, on the 3rd floor of the Eastern Gastroenterology Hospital's inpatient ward. Wang Songshan's face turned slightly green. I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. You go ahead. Ah, Liang said regretfully. Then I'll take my leave, bidding farewell to his childhood companion. Liang hailed a taxi and headed straight for Dishing Road, Zushi Tianxia. This was a somewhat dilapidated and aging apartment building. Its exterior walls adorned with rustic red square tiles, the crevices stained black from the erosion of rainwater. The aged green glass windows were opaque, and the buzzing air conditioning units were thick with dust, standing in stark contrast to the modern, pristine skyscrapers just a few streets away. Zushi Tianxia comprised 12 floors, divided into 2 sections. The left side, Building 1, was exclusively for residents, while the right side, Building 2, served both as residential quarters and rental space for a rehabilitation center and beauty salons. The 2 buildings were connected, separated only by a wall, with a door for emergency exits allowing passage between them. Liang raised his gaze and examined the building for a moment before tearing down a missing person notice from a nearby utility pole. Bao Fangtian, female, 51 years old. 1. 61 meters tall, long hair, weighing 140 Jin, went missing on June 17th at 1:30 p.m. in the Dishing Road area. She was last seen wearing a black short-sleeved knitted shirt, yellow shorts, and brown sandals. A local from the southern suburbs of Yin City. She speaks with a local accent and has a slight mental illness. Anyone with information is urged to contact her family. A reward will be given. Next to the notice was a photo of the elderly woman and a contact number for her family. Liang glanced at it a couple of times, folded the notice, and entered the security room at the entrance of Zushi Tianxia. Inside the security room sat 2 individuals. An older man listening to the radio and a younger one scrolling through Douyin. Excuse me, Liang said, knocking on the door of the security room. He waved the missing person notice and asked, I am a relative of Bao Fangtian. I would like to check the surveillance footage from the past few days. Why are you back again? The younger security guard said with slight impatience, putting down his phone and frowning. Did we not tell you before? There are no cameras installed in our building's corridors. Furthermore, with so many people coming and going, we can't remember where that elderly woman went after leaving the rehabilitation center. Feigning to be a concerned relative seeking legitimate access to the surveillance records. Liang frowned slightly upon learning that there were no cameras in the building's corridors and exited the security room. Guess I'll have to investigate floor by floor. He sighed. According to the middle-aged woman, her sister resided on the 7th floor of Building 1. Liang proceeded directly into Building 1, peering through the peephole and searching each floor for any signs of a spirit's presence. After several minutes, he found nothing. As his mental energy began to wane and he felt a slight dizziness, Liang removed his eye from the peephole, passed through the emergency exit door, and entered Building 2 to continue his search. Floors 12 through 8 of Building 2 were occupied by residents, while the 7th floor housed a beauty salon called Xiangyuan, and the 5th floor was home to a rehabilitation center named Xinxin Kung Fu. The lower floors were rented out to various businesses. Originally, each building had its own elevator, but the businesses on the 2nd floor had constructed a dedicated elevator on the right side of Building 2 for easier access, which only went to the 7th floor and below. The 6th floor, nestled between the 5th and 7th floors, was owned by a resident who was often away, to prevent homeless individuals or squatters from taking advantage of the situation. The owner had sealed off the emergency exit leading to the 6th floor with a rolling shutter door and installed an iron gate at the elevator entrance, covered by a black opaque plastic curtain. Liang quickly inspected all the floors of Building 2, even using lock-picking tools to pry open the shutter door blocking the 6th floor to investigate further. On the 6th floor, Besides the iron gate covered by the black curtain at the elevator entrance, there was nothing else. The entire floor was devoid of life, with tightly shut windows and dust covering the floor, leaving no footprints. No one had visited the 6th floor of Building 2. Still without any discoveries, Liang descended to the base of Zushi Tianxia, gazing up at the dilapidated and aging building, deep in thought. The two buildings, connected by a single door, housed a healthy daughter on the 7th floor of Building 1, a mentally unstable elderly woman who had gone missing, and a rehabilitation center located on the 5th floor of Building 2, sealed off by an iron gate on the 6th floor. All the clues converged, weaving together the truth. So it was like this. Liang smiled broadly, adjusted his glasses, and entered the elevator on the left side of Building 2. He pressed the button for the 6th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, and with a soft ding, the doors began to open. Upon the doors parting, his gaze was immediately met with the iron gate that the 6th floor resident had built, covered with a black plastic curtain, cold and unyielding. And in the narrow gap between the iron gate and the elevator doors stood a figure, facing Liang directly. A middle-aged woman, clad in a black short-sleeved knitted shirt, yellow shorts, and brown sandals. With long hair, she was none other than the missing Bao Fatian. She had been deceased for several days, her body darkened. Her once substantial waist now withered from desiccation, her face contorted in agony, a horrific visage, staring blankly with her hollow, lifeless eyes fixed upon Liang. Bao Fatian slowly leaned forward from the narrow crevice and, with a thud, knelt before Liang inside the elevator. One living person and one corpse remained in silence, as the doors gradually closed, descending into the depths. Chapter 15. The masked Liang coldly scrutinized the lifeless female figure kneeling before him. Disregarding the nauseating stench of decay that clung to the air, he spoke with an air of indifference. On June 17th, around 1 p.m., a 51-year-old woman named Bao Fangtian arrived at the Zushi Tianxia. Bao Fangtian suffered from mild mental illness, and she had come to Zushi Tianxia to seek treatment at the 5th floor sanatorium known as Xinxing Rehabilitation Home, to facilitate customer access. The merchants in Building 2 had constructed a dedicated elevator on the right side, which serviced only the 7th floor and below. Having visited Zushi Tianxia several times before, Bao Fatian entered the specialized elevator. Although her destination was the 5th floor, she inexplicably pressed the button for the 6th. When the elevator doors opened, instead of the corridor leading to the rehabilitation center, she was confronted by a closed iron gate. The resident of the 6th floor had installed this gate outside the elevator to deter theft. Unaware of this, Bao Fangtian instinctively believed it to be a newly installed door of the rehabilitation center, and she approached to see if it could be opened, knocking on the iron gate to summon the staff. Just as she leaned forward to investigate, the elevator doors closed automatically behind her. In a moment of panic, she attempted to stop the doors from shutting, but her portly frame hindered her reaction time, and before she could turn around, the doors sealed shut, trapping her between the iron gate and the elevator door. The narrow gap rendered her immobile. She could neither crouch nor sit, standing helplessly pressed against the cold steel. She cried out for help, but the 6th floor remained perpetually deserted, and the thick concrete floors above and below muffled her pleas. In desperation, Bao Fangtian attempted to reach through the iron gate to press the elevator button outside, but the gap was too tight for her short, stout arms to reach the button. The only chance for the elevator to pass through the 6th floor would be if someone rode it to the 7th floor, where the Xiang Yuan beauty salon was located. However, the beauty salon was struggling with poor business, and even when the staff occasionally passed by, they ignored the faint sounds of knocking from the aging elevator. To make matters worse, the 6th floor resident had blocked off the fire escape to prevent homeless individuals from entering, rendering the 6th floor effectively non-existent. Soon, Bao Fangtian's family, realizing she was missing, hurried to the Zushi Tianxia's rehabilitation center to inquire, only to be informed that she had never arrived for treatment that day. There were no surveillance cameras in the building, and the sanatorium had no reason to deceive them. After a brief investigation, Bao Fangtian's family instinctively concluded that she had suffered a sudden mental episode and wandered off into the streets. In their frantic search for her, they printed missing person notices. Unaware that Bao Fatian was trapped above the rehabilitation center, days passed without food or water, and Bao Fatian, oblivious to the passage of time, succumbed to despair, ultimately dying on the 5th day from organ failure due to dehydration. The tale did not conclude there. Days after Bao Fangtian's demise, an elderly man named Chen, whom I had previously seen in the hospital, entered the elevator. Chen had come to Zushi Tianxia to visit his daughter. But he likely misremembered the address and mistakenly arrived at Building 2. By a twist of fate, instead of pressing the button for the 7th floor, he inadvertently selected the 6th. Eager to see his daughter, the unsuspecting Chun could never have anticipated that upon the elevator doors opening, he would be greeted by the sight of a standing, pitch-black corpse. As the elevator doors opened, Bao Fengtian's lifeless body, deprived of support, collapsed forward, her hollow eyes fixating on Qin with a terrifying stare. Struck by fear, Qin felt his spirit leave him. His legs trembled as he shrank into the corner of the elevator, paralyzed with terror. The doors attempted to close, but Bao Fengtian's body obstructed their path, causing the elevator to repeatedly clank as it futilely tried to shut. For an extended moment, the two remained locked in a standoff at the 6th-floor elevator entrance. Finally, unable to bear the horror any longer, Qin mustered his courage to lift Bao Fengtian's corpse, forcing it back into the gap of the iron gate before returning to the elevator and pressing the downward button. The doors finally closed, and in a state of panic, Qin, now devoid of thought, fled from Zushi Tianxia, neglecting to inform the staff that a body remained trapped on the 6th floor. Upon returning home, Qin found himself in a daze, unable to move or speak. He was not possessed by a ghost. Rather, the residual psychic energy left behind by Bao Fengtian's spirit manifested as lingering emotions of despair and fear in the elevator. Before the doctors could devise a solution, authorities from the Republic would likely intervene to address Qin's mental state, caused by the remnants of this energy. Truth Discovery Progress 100. Routine task between the gaps completed. Reward settlement in progress. One random item of ordinary quality has been issued to the player's inventory. Please check. Liang exhaled a breath of relief and stepped out of the elevator, which had descended to the 1st floor, leaving the tragedy behind him. After a while, the first unfortunate soul to open the elevator door screamed, shattering the tranquility of Zushi Tianxia as they beheld the lifeless body lying within. As Liang merged into the bustling crowd on the street, he moved forward until reaching the corner of the street south of the Inshur Eastern Hospital. He had not lied to Wang Tsongshan. He truly craved a bowl of spicy and sour pig intestines from the eatery beside the hospital. In a large bowl, the translucent sweet potato noodles glistened, complemented by the vibrant hues of vegetable oil and red chili, with flecks of pickled mustard greens floating atop the crimson oil, while the pig intestines were piled high in the center. As Liang savored the dish, he observed the bustling street, lost in contemplation. Firstly, the tasks issued by the system might not solely involve combat. They could also revolve around pure deduction and reasoning. It was possible that future tasks could intertwine both elements of mystery solving and combat. Secondly, the presence of psychic energy did not guarantee the emergence of a spirit, as some spirits might fade away with the passage of time. Lastly, if every instance of unnatural death could potentially trigger a task, then the latent number of tasks within the metropolis of Inshur, home to over 20 million people, exceeded his imagination. Liang drained the spicy soup and opened his inventory to examine the task reward. Name, face-changing mask, type, armor, quality, ordinary, defense, weak, special effect 1, when worn. A random mask pattern is engraved. Special effect 2, when worn, the wearer may choose to enhance or diminish their presence in the eyes of others. Equipment condition 1, the wearer must possess a physiologically recognizable face. Equipment condition 2, intelligence must be greater than or equal to 5. Perception must be greater than or equal to 6. Remark, crafted from the skin of a bear, adorned with fur golden eyes, dressed in dark robes, wielding a spear and shield, commanding 100 spirits to ward off pestilence. Chapter 16. Armed Leon furrowed his brow as he examined the newly acquired mask in his inventory. This mask, oval in shape, boasted a flawlessly smooth surface, with circular notches on either side presumably designed for threading. Crafted from wood and coated in a jet black paint, it could conceal his entire face, including his chin and forehead. After paying and leaving the noodle shop, he returned home to test the mask. Unlike the cat-eye equipment, this mask did not deplete mental energy upon wearing. Once the interior of the mask made contact with his skin, the outer black hue swiftly faded, revealing an array of bizarre patterns: tigers, masked superheroes, bunny-eared maidens, the Monkey King's son Wukong, a golden toilet seat, and pink fluffy slippers. After several minutes of play, Leon concluded that aside from being entertaining for cosplay, the mask's first special effect was utterly useless, although he did enjoy cosplay. As for the second special effect, Leon made a special trip to a comic convention in Yin City that afternoon for testing. The results were quite promising, when he chose to diminish his presence. By merely standing still, people around him would naturally overlook him. Even when he moved about casually, others found it exceedingly difficult to register his existence, even with the exceptionally conspicuous mask. Conversely, when he opted to enhance his presence, whatever he did, even standing still, would rapidly draw attention, leading to impressions of him as a peculiar masked figure, with whispers of contacting the police. Leon quickly devised numerous applications for the mask, including assassination, stealth, infiltration, eavesdropping, and brazenly spying. He surmised that the effectiveness of the mask likely correlated with the observer's perceptual attributes. The higher the perception, the more resistant one would be to the mask's deceptive effects. In any case, acquiring useful equipment was always a positive outcome. Leon stowed the mask in his backpack and continued his quest for tasks around Ean City. The following days proceeded with an air of monotony, save for the arrival of a strikingly beautiful new female homeroom teacher at school. In this tranquil wait, Leon received a notification about a package from an online store. The delivery had arrived at New East Road in Ean City, and the courier Zhang was en route to deliver it. For a novice, procuring affordable and effective equipment was undoubtedly the swiftest means to enhance one's capabilities. With the right connections, one could arm oneself thoroughly for under 10,000 yuan. Previously, Leon had purchased laboratory equipment, chemical fertilizers, seamless steel pipes, bulletproof vests, and camping hatchets from the online store. Individually, these items raised no red flags. But when traced back to a single buyer, they could easily attract the attention of the authorities' data monitoring systems. Therefore, Leon employed different accounts, IP addresses, personal information, and phone numbers to ensure anonymity, directing all items to various addresses within Ean City. Although retrieving the packages required renting a tricycle for multiple trips, every effort was worth it. In his living room, Leon swiftly unwrapped all the parcels and set to work on his small projects. As an unaccredited wild genius, he prided himself on his exceptional knowledge, initiative, execution, and creativity. While his peers were still engrossed in childish antics, he had already mastered infantry skills, including shooting, firearm maintenance, assassination techniques, mine laying, positional determination, distance measurement, and the handling of flammable and explosive materials, all through studying Soviet militia manuals. While his contemporaries were captivated by cartoons, Leon diligently explored Soviet war epic resources, becoming proficient in artillery maintenance, troop deployment, coordinated maneuvers, tactical command, and firepower organization. By the age of 15, while others began to experience the stirrings of young love, Leon immersed himself in the complete series of U.S. Army publications and CIA training manuals, ready for any situation. From jungle guerrilla warfare to urban CQB, the Internet, humanity's most advanced invention, encapsulates the vast majority of human wisdom throughout history, akin to the legendary One Piece, precious and rare. Philosophy, economics, law, education, literature, art, history, mathematics, physics, chemistry, engineering, agriculture, medicine, all human knowledge resides within this intangible web. Remarkably, it is open source, accessible to anyone, regardless of lineage, ethnicity, or culture. Knowledge acquisition has never been easier, with willpower and action. Anyone can leverage the Internet's vast resources to become an elite in their field, yet most choose not to. Leon inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic scent of steel, and muttered to himself about the need for practice. In a village near the Baba sheep border, a family workshop produced over 20 Kalashnikovs monthly while balancing farm work, using equipment far inferior to what he possessed. After crafting the Kalashnikovs, Leon toiled further, utilizing steel needles, steel balls, light bulbs, pig intestines, soda cans, and chemical fertilizers to create several incendiary and explosive devices. Each roughly the size of a soda can, these dangerous items were wrapped in layers of transparent tape, with menacing steel nails protruding, exuding an unsettling aura of instability. Leon donned his gear, reassuring himself that despite their crude appearance, their effectiveness was undeniable. Clad in a steel helmet, face mask, cat-eye goggles, CUB tactical vest, and tactical pants, with rubber combat boots and a sharp folding knife concealed within, he was fully equipped. His camouflage backpack brimmed with incendiary devices, a powerful flashlight, and camping hatchet hung from his waist. At that moment, Leon was a force to be reckoned with. His overall combat prowess equivalent to that of 10 similarly equipped Mexican gang members or 20 African child soldiers. As he admired his peculiar attire in the mirror, a system notification chimed in his ear. Conditions met. Total player hours 240. Script task module activated. Task type, scripted task, task name, extreme hunger, task objective, eliminate the zombie in Hidden Mountain Village 01. Task time limit, 3 hours, task reward 1. Additional experience points beyond task objective, task reward 2, 200 game currency, task reward 3, rare quality random skill scroll 1. Chapter 17. The game upon reopening his eyes. Leon found himself seated cross-legged on the floor of a rustic hall, a deck of playing cards in his hand, while 3 plainly dressed villagers sat before him. Concurrently, fragments of mission-related information coursed through his mind. According to the system's description, the script task would transport players into a distinct temporal and spatial dimension, necessitating the assumption of a particular role to fulfill the tasks issued by the system. During this process, players could don equipment, utilize items, and unleash extraordinary powers, with most peculiar behaviors eliciting little confusion among the indigenous inhabitants, though excessive actions might still provoke trouble. In this task, Leon was cast as a young villager named Feng Tiechue. Hidden in the depths of the mountains, Inshur village was characterized by its remoteness, poverty, backwardness, isolation, and ignorance. While the outside world surged forward with rapid advancements in technology, the secluded Inshur village remained steeped in tranquil oblivion until the road leading beyond the mountains was paved, allowing the flood of information from the vibrant outside world to breach their barriers, bringing a glimmer of vitality to the village. The mission briefing concluded, and Leon leisurely surveyed the rustic hall before him. The interior space was quite expansive, with a triangular wooden roof constructed from logs, rising 2 stories high. The ground was covered in uneven concrete tiles, while the gray walls bore cracks, and handmade wooden chairs, speckled with peeling paint, were stacked on either side of the hall. It was evident that this hall had stood for at least 4 to 5 decades, with a platform in the center, rising to the height of a person, upon which rested a dark gray wooden coffin. It was nighttime, and the hall's door stood ajar, revealing a star-studded night sky. A chill breeze swept in from outside, swaying the incandescent light hanging from the hall's dome, casting flickering shadows that illuminated the gray coffin. The 4 villagers, including Leon, sat in a cruciform arrangement on the floor near the entrance, their posteriors cushioned by several old newspapers, atop which lay a pile of playing cards, 2 tens, 2 jacks, and 2 kings. The game unfolded amidst a heavy atmosphere, not for amusement, but to endure the long, arduous night spent in the company of the lonely coffin. Feng Tiejia, seated directly opposite Leon, remarked casually, "That rascal Feng Tegan. While his mother lies here, he has off to the county with his wife." To Leon's left, Feng Tie replied, "Let us not be too harsh. He is merely attending to the matter of the death certificate." Attending to what? His mother was practically killed by him, and he has the audacity to show his face. Feng Tiejia sneered. Feng Tie and Feng Taibing exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions stiffening as they cast a furtive look towards the coffin at the hall's rear, whispering, "Don't say such things." "What is wrong with what I said?" Feng Tiejia retorted indifferently. When he was a child, his mother raised him with her own hands, ensuring he never went hungry, even when the rest of the village was reduced to gnawing on tree bark. Yet now, since marrying that woman, he builds a small house but refuses to spend a dime on his mother's medical care. At this point, Feng Tiejia trembled with rage. While Feng Tie and Feng Taibing remained silent, their faces darkened. Feng Tegan's actions would undoubtedly be condemned, forever subjecting him to the scorn of Inshur village's inhabitants. Yet for a scoundrel, reputation is often inconsequential. With his back to the coffin, Leon pondered, according to the mission description, the zombie to be eliminated was likely the old woman who had perished from starvation at the hands of her own son. However, the task specified that it was a zombie that needed to be vanquished, not merely a corpse, implying that the corpse must first be reanimated to fulfill the mission's criteria. Premature action could risk triggering a zombie uprising or other dire consequences. In the eyes of the 3 villagers, Leon, dressed in humble attire, appeared to be an ordinary villager. Yet in reality, he was fully equipped and ready for solitary combat. The earlier dispute intensified the already oppressive silence of the hall, as the 4 appointed to keep vigil continued their game in cycles. Suddenly, a barely audible crack echoed within the hall, merging with the night wind rustling through the leaves outside. Feng Tiejia, seated opposite Leon, was about to play his cards when his expression abruptly shifted. The cards trembled in his grasp, panic evident in his eyes. Before him, the coffin's lid was slowly creaking open, revealing a skeletal arm, covered in long, pale hair, emerging from beneath the wooden planks, gripping the coffin lid. The wooden coffin was notably heavy, Yet it appeared as light as a feather in the grip of the white-haired arm. With a slow, rigid grace, the arm set the coffin lid aside without a sound. The silence hanging ominously in the air. A chill coursed down Feng Tiejia's spine as he emitted a series of incoherent gasps, his gaze wide with terror. The once blackened corpse of the old woman began to rise within the coffin, her body covered in a layer of white hair. Her hollow eyes fixated lifelessly upon the four villagers engrossed in their game. Feng Tiejia, as if struck by lightning, dropped his cards in a frenzy, exclaiming, I need to go outside for a moment. Would you care to join me? Why go outside? It's freezing. Just find a bucket and relieve yourself here. Feng Tie replied, perplexed. Seated in their cruciform arrangement, he was unable to see the changes occurring with the corpse. I'm afraid of the dark. You all come with me. Feng Tiejia hissed urgently. Feng Taibing scoffed, not going. If you want to go, then go alone. Grinding his teeth. Feng Tiejia turned and bolted from the hall, racing towards the flickering lights of the village. Chapter 18. The White Zombie in the absence of one participant. The only option left was to play cards. Liang's card skills and sleight of hand were formidable. Years ago, he had turned 20 yuan into 37 million. And transforming 200,000 happy beans into 5 million was child's play for him. After several rounds, the other two players found themselves utterly defeated. Murmuring to themselves whether Feng Tiechue had perhaps encountered some ill fortune today, while a wave of depression and impatience began to rise within them. Feng Tai slapped his cards down, glaring at Liang. Can you defeat me with 17 cards? If you can, I shall devour this deck of cards on the spot. With an air of calm, Liang tossed all his cards onto the newspaper in the center, bombs, planes. In a swift execution, he eliminated his opponent with 17 cards. Feng Tai stared at the cards spread out on the newspaper, ready to unleash his fury when he heard a faint crackling sound. Instinctively, he turned to the distant platform of the auditorium. There, the white-haired corpse, seated in its coffin, was slowly rising to its feet with an eerie, deliberate motion. It stepped out of the low coffin and, with a gentle leap, descended from the platform, silently approaching the trio engrossed in their game. Zombies. Born from the resentment and foulness of the world, draw strength from vengeance and feed on blood. According to collections of strange tales like Zibuyu, Su Zibuyu, and Yue Chaotang by Ji, zombies can be categorized into various types: purple zombies, white zombies, black zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, wandering corpses, and even more legendary entities like the drought demon and hounds. Purple zombies are the corpses of ordinary people, while white and black zombies are covered in hair, able to rise and move freely. Green and hairy zombies are agile, leaping with ease, impervious to fire and sunlight alike. The more advanced flying zombies can perform spells and soar through the air, traversing vast distances by night. As for the undecayed bones and the more advanced drought demons, they have become the stuff of legend, leaving desolation in their wake. The white zombie before them, though of a lower grade, was not something mere mortals could contend with. When faced with such supernatural beings, it is only natural for ordinary people to freeze in terror. As the white zombie jumped down from the platform, it approached slowly, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Just as Feng Tai was about to scream, he suddenly recalled the hasty departure of his companion, his expression shifting drastically. According to strange sayings passed down in the village, when encountering a reanimated corpse, the living should remain silent, ideally holding their breath. Otherwise, the corpse, sensing the presence of the living, would lunge at them and squeeze the life out of them. Sitting opposite to Feng Tai, Feng Taibing noticed his companion's pallor and instinctively turned to look, also spotting the risen zombie. The two, who shared a good relationship, were now gripped by fear. Too frightened to alert Liang, who had his back turned to the zombie, they discarded their cards and stumbled towards the exit, perhaps secretly wishing that Liang, oblivious to the danger behind him, could serve as a temporary shield against the undead. Liang, seated at the innermost position, watched as all his companions fled the auditorium. Unhurriedly, he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and turned to face the zombie. This unfortunate woman, who had been starved to death by her own son, still found no peace in death. Her entire body was covered in long white hair, dense and fluffy fungal threads spilling from the seams of her burial garments, swaying gently with the air. The skin beneath the white hair had taken on a bluish hue, wrinkled and taut like snake skin. The only part of her face not obscured by the white hair was hollow-eyed, bearing a grotesque expression with a gaping mouth devoid of teeth, revealing only pale gums. Sensing the presence of the living, the white-haired zombie extended its arms, approaching Liang with a slow yet deliberate pace. With a soft sigh, Liang raised his Kalashnikov assault rifle, pressing the stock firmly against his shoulder, tilting his neck slightly to the right, aligning his right eye with the sight. Stepping forward with his left foot, bending his left knee, and shifting his weight onto his right leg, a perfectly executed standing firing position. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet spiraled out at a velocity of 850 ms. The 7.62mm round, carrying 1980 J of muzzle energy, would bore a small hole upon entry into a human body, then carve a gaping wound upon exit. The frailty of flesh and blood far exceeded common imagination. Even a mammoth or a T-Rex could not withstand a shot from such close range unscathed. With a series of sharp cracks, flames erupted from the muzzle. In 6 seconds, Liang unleashed all 29 rounds from the magazine upon the white zombie's head, torso, and limbs. As he prepared to reload, he held the rifle in his right hand and retrieved a fresh magazine from his waist with his left, deftly disconnecting the empty magazine, allowing it to drop while inserting the new one. This single-handed magazine change took merely 2 to 3 seconds, saving considerable time compared to traditional methods, even eliminating the need to chamber a round, significantly enhancing sustained firepower. The 7.62mm bullets continuously streamed into the white zombie, the thunderous echoes reverberating throughout the expansive rural auditorium, harmonizing with the metallic clinking of shell casings hitting the ground, weaving a symphony of iron and blood. The immense kinetic energy propelled the white zombie backward, its gray-white hair, along with a large patch of scalp, sheared away by the bullets, exposing its pale skull to the air. However, on the sections of its body covered in white hair, the 7.62mm rounds were impeded. The seemingly soft and fluffy white hair clung tightly to the copper-jacketed bullets, preventing them from penetrating further. Moreover, tufts of white hair extended from the zombie's throat, blocking any bullets attempting to pass through its mouth. Completing the task was not as simple as it appeared. Liang, mentally prepared, stowed the AK-47 back into his backpack, drew out a double-barreled shotgun fashioned from motorcycle parts, and retrieved a makeshift grenade crafted from a soda can. Boom. The double-barreled shotgun unleashed a barrage of steel pellets, shattering the lifeless eyes of the white zombie. The sudden onslaught rattled the zombie's body, and the next moment, a piercing, desperate shriek echoed through the mountains. The zombie lunged forward, its disheveled hair billowing in the sudden acceleration, resembling a ghostly apparition. How swift a thought raced through Liang's mind as he instinctively pushed off the ground, darting away like an arrow, narrowly evading the zombie's claw that sliced through the air. In a split second, he clearly saw the zombie's long, sharp black fingernails. A mere scratch could cleave him in two. Retreating, Liang rolled on the ground, regained his balance, and continued to pull the trigger on the shotgun, while simultaneously yanking the pin from the soda can grenade and hurling it towards the zombie, seeking refuge behind a pile of chairs at the side of the auditorium. The tightly bound soda can soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing before the zombie. The white zombie reached out, crushing the can with a fierce grip. Boom. Flames erupted skyward, and a visible shockwave swept through the auditorium, obliterating tables and chairs in the corners into splinters. Inside the can, a multitude of steel pellets, nails, and iron shards burst forth like a deadly bloom, accompanied by the whistling sound of projectiles embedding themselves into every corner of the hall. Leaning cautiously behind the furniture, Liang peered out, only to behold a solitary figure standing amidst the swirling dust. A low, guttural growl reverberated through the center of the hall as the zombie emerged from the haze, its hands stripped of flesh, leaving only bare bone. Yet, tufts of hair, seemingly imbued with life, crawled along the creature's arms, adhering to the wounds on its palms, mending the injuries. Moreover, the white hairs adorning its body transformed at an astonishing pace, darkening to black, with hints of vibrant green sprouting at the roots. It was evolving, transitioning from a white zombie to a black one, and now to a green zombie. Chapter 19. The Shadow of the Black Zombie, with its ebony mane, glared at Liang with its single remaining eye filled with malice. It leaped forth as if propelled by springs, darting out of the grand hall and racing along the Tulane country road, swiftly vanishing into the night. Even a grenade could not bring it down. Emerging cautiously from behind a stack of tables and chairs, Liang exhaled a heavy breath, brushing off the dust and wood shavings from his clothes as he stepped outside. At that moment, the three villagers who had been playing cards earlier had returned with the local strongmen, riding motorcycles, tricycles, and bicycles as they hurried to the entrance of the grand hall. Encountering the formidable black zombie would essentially be akin to delivering oneself as a meal. "Where's the hammer?" asked a burly man, dismounting from his motorcycle and waving his hand toward Liang. Liang glanced at the villagers, whose combat prowess was questionable, and shook his head, his expression unchanging as he inquired, "Which way does the left road lead?" Under Liang's calm gaze, the man instinctively replied, "To the provincial city." Liang nodded, stepping forward to mount the burly man's motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, he sped off in pursuit of the zombie's trail. Meanwhile, Feng Tigan drove a silver-gray wooling van, its headlights piercing through the winding mountain road. The night was deep, and the dense branches hanging from the low cliffs resembled a tightly woven fishing net, obscuring the lonely moonlight. Feng Tigan was en route to the county town to obtain a death certificate for his mother. Beside him sat his wife, Zhang Cuifeng, whose gaunt face, high cheekbones, and dyed brown hair were accentuated by heavy makeup as she leaned against the window, scrolling through short videos. The bizarre laughter and cacophony of music from her phone echoed within the cramped vehicle, aggravating Feng Tigan. Taking a deep breath, he said to his wife, "Could you keep it down?" As if she had not heard him, Zhang Cuifeng shifted her posture and continued to flick through her screen with laughter, even increasing the volume. Anger surged within Feng Tigan, and he turned to shout, "Turn the sound down. Can't you hear it?" Zhang Cuifeng paused for a moment, scrutinizing her typically timid husband with disbelief. "You dare to shout at me? What's wrong with shouting at you?" Feng Tigan gritted his teeth, raging, "If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have died." "What did you say?" Zhang Cuifeng glared, her eyes wide with incredulity. "Feng Tigan, how shameless can you be? Who was it that said the medical expenses were too high? Who claimed taking care of your mother was too exhausting? Who was it that dumped her in the cow shed? You went out to gamble and got drunk, then blamed others for not bringing food to your mother?" Feng Tigan's grip tightened on the steering wheel, the veins on his fingers bulging as if he were about to crush it. "Oh, what? Are you going to hit me?" Zhang Cuifeng glanced at her husband, nonchalantly putting her phone down and reclining in her seat, sneering, "Feng Tigan, I'm baffled. How did I end up marrying such a useless coward like you?" Her scornful remarks, filled with biting sarcasm, rained down upon him like a barrage of gunfire. Suddenly, the mocking storm subsided as Feng Tigan instinctively turned back, only to see Zhang Cuifeng staring intently at the rearview mirror, her heavily made-up face now pale as a ghost. Thud, 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 thud. A rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the back of the van. In the rearview mirror, Feng Tigan caught sight of a slender figure clad in a brown burial suit, sprinting along the mountain road. Though its pace was not particularly swift, the stride was remarkably long, covering 7 to 8 meters with each leap, almost gliding through the air. Its gray-white hair streamed behind like a straight line, the hem of the brown burial suit fluttering violently as it kept pace with the van. In mere moments, the figure closed the distance to the vehicle. As they drew nearer, Feng Tigan finally recognized the face of the figure. It was his mother. Gasping in horror, Feng Tigan was unable to contain himself. Zhang Cuifeng, equally terrified, pushed her husband forcefully, shouting, "Drive faster." Awakening from his stupor, Feng Tigan, disregarding the pounding of his heart, slammed on the accelerator, leaving the zombie behind. The winding mountain road was treacherous. On one side lay a rugged cliff, and on the other, a steep ravine. Under normal circumstances, even during daylight, one would navigate carefully, as a moment's inattention could send both vehicle and occupants plummeting into the abyss. Yet Feng Tigan was too frantic to heed caution, his sweaty palms gripping the steering wheel tightly, switching between the accelerator and brake in a frantic dance. The sound of footsteps gradually faded, eventually disappearing altogether. Feng Tigan exhaled in relief and turned to his wife, asking, "Did we lose it?" No response came. Turning to the passenger seat, he was met with the sight of the zombie, its disheveled face contorted with rage, vaulting up the rocky cliff with the agility of a monkey, seizing the protruding branches. Within moments, it had leaped ahead of the van. Before Feng Tigan could react, the zombie sprang down from the treetops, its emaciated form crashing down onto the van's window with a force that shattered the glass. The vehicle veered uncontrollably, colliding with the stone barriers at the cliff's edge. The van's steel frame twisted and crumpled with a deafening roar, and Feng Tigan, unbuckled, was ejected from the driver's seat, tumbling into unconsciousness. After a long while, Feng Tigan regained consciousness, blood trickling from his forehead, the skin on his face and palms ground away, and every inch of his body aflame with pain. Chaotic memories began to coalesce in his mind as he struggled to rise. The van's headlights still flickered weakly, and in their dim glow, he beheld his wife lying lifeless before the vehicle, alongside his mother. The woman known as Zhang Cuifeng was already deceased, her unblinking gaze fixed on the inky darkness, while the black-haired zombie crouched beside her, the acrid scent of blood overwhelming Feng Tigan, nearly inducing him to vomit. Yet the fierce instinct to survive compelled him to stifle his nausea and turn away. He needed to escape. His left ankle felt broken. Each step sent shockwaves of agony through his spine, causing involuntary spasms. He staggered onward into the inky night. At some unknown point, the sound ceased, and the black zombie rose, its lifeless eyes reflecting the silhouette of its son. Chapter 20, Vendetta. The sound of footsteps echoed behind Fong Tegan. A relentless thud reverberating in the stillness of the night. The black zombie, its feet smeared with viscous blood, scraped against the gravelly surface of the concrete path, producing an excruciatingly discordant noise. Fong Tegan dared not glance back. He merely forced his fractured ankle to move, stumbling forward with each agonizing step. The searing pain that pierced his very marrow yielded to the primal instinct of fear and the will to survive. Crack. The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing rang out clearly as Fong Tegan faltered and collapsed onto the ground. Struggling, he turned to face the gaunt figure of the zombie. Tears streaming down his face, mingling with snot and dust. The black zombie, its back hunched, approached Fong Tegan with a slow, deliberate gait. Viscous. Crimson organs tumbled from its toothless maw, while its soul glimmered with a murky, lifeless haze. It stooped low, elongated, razor-like nails swaying in the breeze, mindlessly raking the earth. Accompanied by a cacophony of unsettling sounds, the concrete surface was marred with deep, gaping scars carved by its claws. Mother. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The black zombie remains indifferent, consumed by a maelstrom of hatred, injustice, sorrow, fury, and despair. These extreme emotions, which resurrect the dead, completely dominate its consciousness, leaving no room for anything but vengeance in its decayed mind. Fong Tegan, confronted by the black zombie, collapses onto the ground, retreating with all his might, exclaiming, "I am Tegan, Tegan." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. My father passed away early, and it was you who raised me with great care and effort. That year, a natural disaster struck our village, leaving every household without food. Your unwavering integrity compelled you to resort to stealing grain, surreptitiously extracting it from the communal windmill. When the commune noticed the dwindling supply, they intensified their searches to prevent such theft. With no other options, you would sneak into the windmill before work, swallowing the coarse, dry grain in the dim light. While my grandmother and I languished at home, dizzy from hunger, you returned with a flushed face, bending over a wooden basin to retch. Peas mixed with saliva and blood splattered into the basin. You lifted your head, smiled at me, and hoarsely declared, "Son, we have hope now, day by day." My grandmother and I finally escaped the grip of starvation, yet you grew thinner, resembling a reed. Our family survived the famine. Fong Tegan's eyes were red as he knelt before his mother's lifeless form, crying out, "Mother, I am sorry. I am not human." The black zombie paused, standing before her son, an unusual expression flashing across its gaunt, withered face. It trembled, bent down, and embraced Fong Tegan, just as joy flickered across his face. The black zombie's arms tightened around him. Its grip was like iron, causing Fong Tegan's face to flush and his veins to bulge. "Mother." Fong Tegan's eyes widened as he gasped a single word from his throat. A sickening crack echoed as his bones shattered and organs ruptured. Fong Tegan succumbed, collapsing like a pile of mud from the embrace of the black zombie. The creature stood still, staring vacantly at the body at its feet. After a long pause, it crouched down. As the blood and flesh filled its stomach, the zombie's skin, as dry as tree bark, gradually became nourished, its hair shimmering with vitality. If its body had not decayed, if its intellect had not faded, it would have surely laughed and wept in an ecstasy of emotion. Alas, that dark face bore neither tears nor smiles. Suddenly, the black zombie caught the scent of the living. It abruptly lifted its gaze toward the grove above the winding mountain road. Liang emerged from the dappled shadows of the trees, leaping down the stone wall to stand on the road. Utilizing the mask's ability to diminish his presence, he had been stealthily observing the black zombie exacting its revenge for several minutes. "Revenge has its rightful place. Grievances must be settled," Liang calmly stated, indifferent to whether the zombie understood. Zombies are born from the wrath of heaven and earth, fueled by resentment and sustained by flesh and blood. I shall not hinder your vengeance, but since the grievance has been settled, it is time to move on. The black zombie responded with silence, its eyes now entirely suffused with a crimson hue, reflecting only two pure emotions, hunger and predation. Has communication become impossible? Liang sighed. standing in a tense standoff with the black zombie beneath the cloak of night. The small truck, having collided with a stone post and now emanating wisps of smoke, seemed to falter, its headlights flickering and dimming. In that moment, the black zombie sprang to action. Its form was ghostly, covering the distance between them in a single stride, and it lunged at Liang with a clawed hand. The elongated nails sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Prepared, Liang anchored his feet to the ground, his upper body rigid, leaning back to evade the claw strike. Without waiting to rise, he seized the short-barreled shotgun loaded with steel pellets and fired at the black zombie's chest. The gunshot reverberated, and the pellets erupted forth, pushing the zombie back several steps. Despite its thick coat of black hair, taking advantage of the moment, Liang swiftly reloaded and fired another shot without glancing back at the black zombie. The steel pellets tore through the zombie's shroud but were obstructed by the disarray of long black hair, unable to penetrate further. Liang quickly changed ammunition, simultaneously retreating into the forest, disappearing from view. The black zombie stomped the ground, its simple funeral shoes creating deep imprints in the concrete, its form darting into the trees. Within the dense foliage, the leaves rustled, branches intertwined, shrouding the area in darkness and silence. The zombie treaded on the soft carpet of fallen leaves, sniffing the air intently. Suddenly, it lifted its head and saw a shadow descending from above, Liang, who had been lying in wait atop a tree. Thanks to the mask's ability to obscure his presence, he evaded the zombie's sharp senses. At the moment the creature looked up, Liang launched himself, descending freely under the pull of gravity, axe in one hand and gun in the other, aiming a powerful blow at the black zombie's crown. In a flash, the black zombie managed to raise its left arm in defense. The high-quality 420 steel camping axe, resilient and sharp, ruthlessly tore through the outer layer of black hair, embedding itself in the zombie's withered arm, leaving a deep gash on the radius. Before the black zombie could react, Liang had already regained his footing on the soft leaves, positioning the shotgun against the zombie's left arm just below the ulna. He pulled the trigger, a dull thud resonating as the dense steel pellets embedded themselves into the black hair. While the unknown material of the hair could withstand the impact to some extent, at such close range, the shotgun still shattered the bones of the zombie's arm, causing it to droop like a piece of rubber. The long black hair on the arm swayed in the wind, attempting to grasp the axe blade, but the stainless steel, coated for corrosion resistance, easily slipped free from the hair's grasp. Liang withdrew the axe and delivered another diagonal strike, harnessing the force of the wind as it severed through the black zombie's neck. Chapter 21. Decapitation. Snap! The axe blade struck firmly against the neck of the dark zombie, the sound of splintering bone resonating clearly in the stillness of the forest. Yet, the creature seemed devoid of pain, tilting its head as it clamped the axe blade tightly with its shoulder and half of its face, refusing to allow the weapon to be withdrawn. Rather than struggle to extract it, Liang relinquished his grip on the axe handle and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's chest. The creature, which could withstand a shotgun blast with only a stagger back, appeared as resilient as iron, absorbing Liang's kick and merely taking a half-step back. That half-step was sufficient. Utilizing the recoil of his kick, Liang fell backward, his right hand retrieving a glass Coca-Cola bottle from his backpack. However, this bottle did not contain soda. It was filled with a high-concentration gasoline mixture, its opening sealed with rubber, while two glass tubes containing concentrated sulfuric acid were affixed to the side of the bottle. As the Coca-Cola bottle spun through the air, it glided gracefully before colliding with the zombie's dark forehead, shattering with a resounding explosion. Unlike typical Molotov cocktails, which require a cloth-soaked inflammable liquid to ignite, Liang's Soviet-style incendiary device relied on the chemical heat produced by the collision of the glass tubes, making it safer and eliminating the need for a lighter. Glass shards flew in all directions, and the mixture of sulfuric acid and gasoline was evenly distributed across the dark zombie, releasing a pungent odor potent enough to mask the stench of decay. In an instant, the intense chemical energy ignited the gasoline mixture, sparks igniting into a fierce blaze that engulfed the zombie, transforming it into a fiery human-shaped torch in the blink of an eye. Flames soared skyward, illuminating the dense forest as oblivious insects were drawn to the light, fluttering around the blazing figure. The funeral garments adorning the zombie were quickly reduced to ash, and even the dense black hair, which could stop bullets, curled and withered under the searing flames. The black zombie opened its mouth wide, resembling a venomous serpent, unleashing a chilling roar, causing the axe upon its neck to clatter to the ground. Bang! Liang pulled the trigger of the shotgun, and the black zombie, struck by the steel pellets, convulsed as if electrocuted, twitching momentarily in place. Bang, 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 bang. The shotgun fired incessantly, forcing the black zombie to retreat step by step. Flammable liquid dripped from its body, creating a series of burning footprints on the pile of fallen leaves. The layer of black fur was nearly incinerated, leaving only a segment the length of a finger. Leon loaded the last 2 rounds into the shotgun and retrieved an electric nail gun from his backpack. This industrial-grade nail gun boasted a maximum power of 2,500 watts, capable of firing 45 steel nails per minute, penetrating 1,020 millimeters of concrete or steel beams. Flesh and bone were as defenseless against this nail gun as frozen tofu. The sharp sound of the nail gun echoed through the dense forest. As the black fur weakened, nails struck the zombie's forehead, eye sockets, nose bridge, lips, teeth, and throat, piercing the skin and embedding into its flesh. Moments later, the zombie's face was covered in a multitude of nail heads, a horrifying sight that would send those with a fear of clusters into a faint. Nails lodged into its brain, turning the decaying mass into a mush, yet it still stood firm, amidst the swaying shadows of the trees. The black zombie's remaining fur seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly twisting and intertwining, forming layers of a hollow, chainmail-like defense across its surface. As this mesh defense was established, the faintly green hairs began to extract the remaining bodily fluids from the zombie, secreting them onto the inner and outer surfaces of the mesh, filling the gaps. Once the mesh holes were sealed, the flames within, deprived of oxygen, quickly extinguished, while the external flames were smothered by the damp fur, gradually diminishing and fading away. This entire process transpired in mere seconds, and as the bodily fluids were drained, the already emaciated muscles of the black zombie withered further, making it appear like a small, weak, upright black monkey, devoid of threat. The diminutive, gaunt zombie stood hunched like a statue, while Leon observed quietly, slowly retreating while continuously reloading the nail gun. Suddenly, Leon's vision blurred, and the zombie's speed increased, covering several meters in an instant, appearing directly before him. The zombie's claws slashed downwards. Leon hastily retreated, but was still grazed by the sharp tips of its claws against his CQB tactical bulletproof vest. The outer layer of the CQB vest, crafted from high-strength polyethylene fibers, boasted a strength surpassing that of the renowned Kevlar by 40. However, this soft stab-resistant layer, designed to withstand thousands of knife stabs from an adult male, succumbed in less than half a second to the zombie's claws, tearing apart like fragile fabric scattered in the air. The claws continued their descent. The inner layer of the CQB vest adhered to the NIJ standard, equipped with sappy ballistic plates and an OTV vest. This NIJ ballistic plate weighed 1.8 kilograms and could withstand direct hits from 7.62 millimeters rounds. As the claws descended, the steel plate emitted a grating sound against the zombie's nails, modern industrial steel being carved into curled wire, the plate sliced cleanly in two. Fortunately, the claws were momentarily halted by the vest, preventing a fatal laceration. In this perilous struggle, Leon barely had a moment to breathe before witnessing the black zombie's claws rising again. The piercing sound of the claws slicing through the air reached his ears. Leon remained calm, his expression unyielding, and instead of retreating, he charged directly into the zombie's embrace. There was no retreat. Every step back would lead to inevitable destruction by the zombie's relentless assaults. The size disparity between the two made this collision akin to a silverback gorilla embracing a red-nosed baboon, effectively immobilizing the zombie's shoulders. In this awkward, intimate position, Leon could distinctly smell the overpowering stench of decay and blood emanating from the creature, reminiscent of a giant corpse marinated in a sauna for days. How nostalgic, Leon thought. With the sound of the nail gun being loaded, he wrapped his arms tightly around the zombie, positioning the weapon against the back of its neck. The sharp sounds of nails firing rang out. A myriad of nails were driven into the gaps of the black zombie's vertebrae, including the pivot joint and the third cervical vertebra, tearing through the nuchal ligament, piercing the dura mater, and shattering the black zombie's cervical spine. For an ordinary individual, such an injury would be instantly fatal, or at the very least, result in complete paralysis. However, the black zombie merely lost the support of its neck, its head tilting at an unnatural angle upon its shoulder, yet its remaining arm, still flailing in the air, possessed enough strength to strike at Leon. Now is the moment. Liang's cat-like eyes, which gleamed brightly in the darkness, suddenly burst forth with resplendent brilliance. Illusion, activate. Within the dark recesses of a tormented mind, a scene unfolds. A ragged, emaciated little boy, with tears and snot streaming down his face, clutches a wooden basin, crying out, "Mother, I am hungry," a seemingly ordinary phrase. Yet it possessed an enchanting power that drained every ounce of strength from the dark, lifeless figure. The claws, once poised to strike, trembled in the air, unable to descend any further. Those chaotic, indistinct fragments of memory brewed and settled within the decaying mind, ultimately coalescing into tears of blood that surged forth from the eye sockets, cascading down the parched cheeks. Death extinguishes all matters. Yet from the decaying corpse arises not the former elderly woman, but a new existence, brimming with hatred, a zombie. It thrives on resentment and sustenance derived from flesh and blood. This creature ought not to harbor any sentiments from its previous life, nor should it feel sorrow for anything. However, why does the heart ache so intensely? Roaring in defiance of its past and the fleeting moment of vulnerability, the dark zombie regains its ferocity, and the last remnants of its emotional essence dissipate like snow in boiling water. With its head askew, it opens its gaping maw to bite at Leon, while its single arm transforms into a claw, descending menacingly towards Leon's spine. Seizing upon the fraction of hesitation displayed by the dark zombie, Leon sharply lifts his shoulder, sending the approaching head flying upwards. He then leans forward, raising his right leg high, akin to a ballet dancer, striking the zombie's descending arm with the tip of his foot, effectively thwarting the assault. The zombie's head collides forcefully against Leon's shoulder, snapping back violently, its neck contorted, barely held together by a thin layer of flesh. Born from the accumulated malice and misfortune of the world, the zombie, despite its unnatural existence, relies on its spine for power. With its spine injured, its single arm drops limply, resembling a marionette severed from its strings, and its disheveled black fur offers no protection. Leon, silent yet resolute, embraces the dark zombie, propelling them forward until they collide with a tree trunk, thick enough for two to embrace. The impact reverberates, branches quiver, leaves scatter, and fragmented moonlight filters through the foliage, illuminating the forest. In the moonlight, Leon steps back, deftly retrieving the dagger embedded in his boot, plunging it into the zombie's mouth, pinning it like a nail against the tree. With his other hand, clad in tactical gloves, he skillfully retrieves the camping axe that had fallen from the zombie's neck. The zombie, now affixed to the tree by the dagger, is left with nothing but pure hatred for the living, devoid of any semblance of consciousness. A pitiable sight, indeed. The axe, gleaming with a cold light beneath the moon, is swung by Leon's arm in a graceful arc, severing the zombie's head from its body. The trunk shudders once more. The zombie is vanquished. Kill Hidden Mountain Village, Zombie 1-1. Script task hunger limit completed. Reward calculation in progress. Chapter 22. Renal gland. The system notification echoed in his ears, confirming that the black zombie was indeed lifeless. Leon exhaled deeply, extracting the axe that was embedded deeply into the tree trunk. Task Reward 1. In addition to eliminating the designated target, an extra reward of 50 experience points is granted. Player Overall Performance. S. The earned game currency and experience points increased to 160. Nodding in acknowledgement, Leon noted that his original level was LV2, with an experience gauge of 2200. The indestructible black zombie had yielded 70 experience points, and with the additional 50 points from the task reward, multiplied by the 160 performance coefficient, he had amassed a total of 192 experience points, sufficient to upgrade to LV3. Task Reward 2, 200 game currency points. Thanks to the S rating, the 200 game currency transformed into 320 points. Coupled with the 160 game currency from the Possession Ghost task, Leon now possessed a total of 480 game currency points. Although insufficient to purchase anything from the store shelves, it was at least a glimpse of hope. Task Reward 3. One random rare skill scroll has been issued to the player's backpack. Please check. According to the System S notes, skill scrolls can be categorized into two types: consumable scrolls and learning scrolls. As the name implies, consumable scrolls are one-time use items. Players may tear, enchant, or sacrifice them, irrevocably destroying the scroll to unleash the skill contained within. In contrast, learning scrolls allow players to learn the skills inscribed on them, a process that also irreversibly consumes the scroll. Generally, the potency of skills from consumable scrolls far exceeds that of learning scrolls of the same level. The concept of skills is rather broad. Based on usage, they can be classified as active or passive, and by category, they can be divided into combat, psychic, mechanical, lifestyle, and universal. Techniques such as the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, the shadowless kick of Foshan, the 10,000 Buddha's salutation, and the Big Dipper fist fall under combat. Spells like Lightning Arrow, Summon Undead, Ice Spike, Fireball, and Force Throttle belong to the psychic category, which encompasses the widest range, further subdivided into force, techniques, spells, illusions, etc. Skills such as excavator operation, maintenance of modern gunpowder weapons, and tank modification are classified under mechanical. Cooking, fishing, emergency medical response, singing, dancing, and basketball fall into lifestyle. While identification of items, alchemy, scroll crafting, and precision shooting are categorized as universal. All skills are organized into these 5 major categories, and certain skills require the consumption of stamina, mental energy, or even sanity, the specifics of which are noted in the skill descriptions. Learning skills necessitates meeting specific criteria. For instance, mastering the 18 palms of the dragon subduing requires a strength attribute exceeding 10, agility and constitution exceeding 9, and intelligence exceeding 4, among other hidden prerequisites. For example, a person with no legs cannot learn or utilize Foshan's Shadowless Kick, or Lingbo Weibo, and one without hands cannot acquire Piluant Palm, or Stone Shattering Fist. Thus concludes the summary of task rewards. The system notification continued. Script task completed. 5 minutes remain until teleportation. Do you wish to teleport immediately? Teleporting back? Leon furrowed his brow, instantly realizing that this 5-minute interval was reserved for players to clear the scene, organize their weapons, and collect their spoils. As for the spoils, Leon glanced at the dismembered zombie and could not fathom the utility of zombie flesh. Surely he would not return with it to brew soup? He was no monster with a penchant for consuming Tang Seng's flesh. Moreover, the old lady was rather pitiable. He resolved to extract her non-human parts, allowing her to retain a semblance of humanity for burial. With this thought, Leon drew his dagger, swiftly severing the indestructible black hairs and excessively long nails from the zombie's body, placing them into his backpack. After tidying up the scene and ensuring nothing was overlooked, he chose to teleport back. Casting one last glance at the dismembered black zombie, he was transported back to his living room in the next moment. The teleportation was smooth and swift, devoid of any towering light beams or earth-shattering tremors, and even the dazzling sound and light effects were absent. Upon returning to the living room, Leon's first action was to glance at the clock hung on the wall. It was 5:47 a.m., the exact time he had received the task and been teleported away. Yet he distinctly remembered spending nearly 2 hours in Hidden Mountain Village. Was time suspended? This was indeed a blessing, as it alleviated concerns about abruptly disappearing during public script tasks. Furrowing his brow, Leon removed his tattered bulletproof vest and approached his bedroom desk to search for information regarding Hidden Mountain Village. In a local newspaper featuring the village chief leading road construction and agricultural products out of the mountains, the name Hidden Mountain Village was printed clearly, accompanied by a photo of the People's Commune Assembly Hall. It truly existed in the real world. Leon nodded, realizing that the bizarre tales circulating were indeed rooted in players' experiences. Fortunately, one of Leon's extracurricular interests was the obliteration of evidence. He had thoroughly cleared the scene, ensuring that even if the police or official player organizations investigated, they would find no trace of him. It was precisely due to suspicions regarding Hidden Mountain Village's existence in reality that Leon had refrained from pursuing an alternative method of completing the task. When he first encountered the indestructible white zombie in the assembly hall, he had wondered if this script task was overly challenging. If an ordinary player were to enter the script with nothing but a butcher's knife or a crossbow, they would stand no chance against the white zombie. Eliminating the white zombie was entirely unrealistic. However, the system's task was to eliminate zombies in Hidden Mountain Village 01, without stipulating that it had to be the old woman zombie or the black or white zombies. This meant that even a newly minted player could accomplish the task through alternative means. For instance, during a card game, one could suddenly erupt in violence, swiftly incapacitating Feng Tiejia's limbs and dragging him to the coffin, while the white zombie was still dormant. They could use its teeth and nails to pierce Feng Tiejia's skin, then take him to the woods, break his limbs, shatter his spine, and securely bind him to a tree with hemp rope. Subsequently, once the white zombie awakened following the standard procedure, its wrath would shift to Feng Tiejia, leading to a chase along the winding mountain road. Free from the threat of the white zombie, the player could leisurely await the moment when Feng Tiejia, now utterly incapacitated, transformed into the most basic, defenseless zombie, subsequently eliminating him to fulfill the task of eliminating zombies in Hidden Mountain Village 01. Alternatively, after the white zombie ascended the mountain road, players might deceive the villagers of Hidden Mountain Village into pursuing it. Although these villagers would be no match for the white zombie, their sheer numbers might prevent the white zombie from slaying them all. The surviving villagers, having witnessed the horror of the white zombie, would flee in terror, allowing players to select those who had been scratched or bitten by the white zombie, waiting for them to undergo transformation to complete the task. What required Herculean effort from a wild genius like Leon could be easily achieved by an ordinary person willing to forsake their conscience and moral boundaries, though the latter would receive a significantly lower task evaluation, likely hovering around C to B, from the perspective of an ordinary player. Self-preservation was far more paramount than lucrative rewards. When comparing the difficulty of two methods of overcoming challenges, it becomes evident that the system subtly tempts players to tread a path of chaos and malevolence. Leon had long contemplated such a dubious approach to progress, yet he refrained from pursuing it for two reasons. Firstly, he possessed a moral compass, unwilling to sacrifice innocence to fulfill his objectives. Secondly, Leon harbored doubts that this nefarious method would yield dire consequences in the future. Slaying villagers while sparing the white zombies would result only in a rating of B or lower, yielding minimal experience points and in-game currency. This relentless evasion might ensure short-term safety, but as the brutal game advanced, players who merely completed C tasks would find their levels and skills woefully inadequate, ultimately succumbing to increasingly challenging scripted missions. Indeed, this arena of slaughter is profoundly disturbing. After a moment of contemplation, Leon accessed his inventory and clicked on the Azure scroll that lay quietly within. Skill scroll name: Adrenal gland stimulation method. Attributes: learnable. Type: universal. Level: rare. Effect: stimulates the sympathetic nervous system, prompting the adrenal medulla to secrete adrenaline. No cooldown period. Consumption: 50 of stamina. Learning conditions: physical attribute must be greater than or equal to 7 points. Remark: a healthy adrenal gland is truly beneficial to Leon. This skill appeared remarkably practical. As a prescription medication, adrenaline could alleviate weakened heartbeats, low blood pressure, and serve as an emergency remedy for allergic shocks, bronchial asthma, and cardiac arrest. Furthermore, adrenaline is an excellent stimulant that athletes have historically employed to enhance physical performance, boost strength, and increase running speed. As a naturally secreted hormone, its side effects are comparatively minor when juxtaposed with other stimulants. The stipulation of consuming 50 of stamina dictates that this skill must be deployed at critical junctures, rendering the absence of a cooldown period less significant. Moreover, the skill's name, Adrenal Gland Stimulation Method, subtly indicates the existence of an entire series of abilities capable of controlling various human glands, such as the pineal gland, pituitary gland, adrenal gland, thyroid, and thymus. Mastery over these glands could lead to perfect control over the human form, pushing the limits of what the body can achieve. Leon navigated to the player interface, opted to upgrade to LV3, with his experience bar reaching 4,300, and allocated the bonus attribute point received from leveling up into his physical attribute, meeting the skill's requirements. The player page now read: Lee reaching LV3. Experience bar 12,300, strength 6, level of a seasoned fitness enthusiast. Agility, 6, level of a seasoned parkour enthusiast. Intelligence, 7, genius. Physical, 7, level of a professional athlete. Perception, 7, perception level of a professional hunter. Charisma, 4, unremarkable appearance. Somewhat eccentric demeanor. Equipment, quirky eyeball. Inventory, AK-47, CQB bulletproof vest, camping hatchet, dagger, flashlight, grenade, Molotov cocktail, black zombie fur. Black zombie nails, skill bar, adrenaline activation method. In-game currency, 480, Chapter 23, The Monk in the following days. Leon diligently experimented with the specific intensity of the adrenal gland stimulation technique. His physiological capabilities were comparable to those of a professional athlete, but after the injection of adrenaline, his performance soared to that of a national-level athlete, even rivaling the champions of world-class competitions. In essence, by utilizing this skill, Leon could ascend to the pinnacle of human physiological potential. However, the side effects were profoundly severe. Tremors coursed through his body, breathing became labored, and his eyes were bloodshot, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of cold sweat, a racing heartbeat that bordered on arrhythmia, a fierce urge to vomit, and a headache akin to having one's head trapped in a grinding machine. Fortunately, these side effects remained within Leon's threshold of tolerance. He had previously studied various interrogation techniques from intelligence agencies, including the CIA's QBAR Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, and had experimented with many of these techniques on himself. Compared to the horrific tortures he had encountered, the side effects of adrenaline felt like a gentle breeze. Moreover, after his recent encounter with the Black Zombie, Leon realized that modern light weaponry, such as assault rifles, did not necessarily inflict effective damage on the myriad monsters within the battleground games. He would require anti-material sniper rifles, anti-tank rocket launchers, military flamethrowers, mortars, howitzers, and even mustard gas. Although Leon had a penchant for crafting, it was impossible for him to fabricate heavy weaponry in the confines of his living room without attracting the scrutiny of official surveillance systems. He mused, "If only I were in sub-Saharan Africa, I could craft not only military flamethrowers but even an M388 rocket launcher." The M388 rocket launcher, developed by NATO after World War II to counter the Soviet tank onslaught, was designed to fire not armor-piercing or explosive shells, but a lightweight nuclear warhead with a yield of up to 250 tons of TNT, boasting a maximum range of 4 kilometers. The most astonishing aspect was that the radiation radius of the M388's nuclear warhead exceeded its firing range, meaning the user had to be prepared for instant death alongside their enemies upon firing. "I'd be killing myself," he thought. The notion that he could fabricate a nuclear warhead was no mere boast. The craftsmanship of improvised nuclear weapons was surprisingly straightforward. Were it not for the stringent customs regulations, Leon would have long ago ordered 2 local specialties, yellow cakes, from sub-Saharan Africa. Damn it. I suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower in any case. With no current avenues to procure or create heavy weaponry, Leon turned his attention to the artifacts of folklore. Jing'an Temple, also known as Jing'an Ancient Temple, is located in the heart of Yin City, with a history tracing back to the Three Kingdoms period. Initially named Chongshan Temple, it was renamed Jing'an Temple during the Song dynasty, making it one of the oldest temples in the nation. As time has passed, this ancient shrine has transformed into a tourist attraction. On a summer weekend, crowds of tourists flocked to the temple, lining up both inside and out to capture photographs. Amidst the queue outside the temple, Wang Shoshan donned a straw hat, dressed in a pink shirt and blue shorts, holding an ice cream. Her long, slender legs swayed before Leon, who remarked, "Hey, didn't you always express disdain for various religions? Why did you invite me to stroll through Jing'an Temple today?" "I'm not Hey, I'm Chuyuxian," she replied. Leon, making a reference to a joke from the previous century, casually remarked, "I do despise religion and have always believed that bald monks are of no good." "Then why come?" she retorted. "It's too dull on the weekend. I thought a stroll would be nice." Leon casually tossed the stick of his ice cream to the roadside, saying, "I originally intended to take you to the zoo. But the Yin City Zoo is quite inhumane. None of the animals have price tags. How are we supposed to bid on them?" "Who bids?" Wang Zongshan rolled her eyes, pointing at the ice cream stick Leon had discarded. "Throwing trash around. How uncivilized. There are foreign visitors here, you know." Leon paused for a moment, realizing the inappropriateness of his actions, picked up the stick, and playfully slapped himself, exclaiming in a Kansai dialect, "Some Mason." The crowd turned to look, and Wang Shoshan, accustomed to Leon's antics, merely twitched her lips in a feigned ignorance. After a long wait, Wang Zongshan and Leon finally entered the temple. She took out her phone to snap various photos, while he discreetly observed the temple's architecture, scrutinizing potential artifacts that might possess extraordinary powers. Being one of the oldest temples in the nation, if any ancient supernatural items were to be found, this would be the most probable hiding place. His previous encounter with a possessed spirit, which he defeated using a willow branch, was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision after reading several folklore books. The effectiveness of the willow branch against spirits was purely coincidental. If he encountered a vengeful ghost of greater malice, what would he do with a mere branch? Even though the temple had likely been searched by official agencies multiple times, it wouldn't hurt to secretly explore the folklore items and perhaps catch a glimpse of monks who might possess extraordinary legacies. The pair visited the Dharma Hall, Mountain Gate, Heavenly King Hall, Bell Tower, Guanyin Hall, and Mani Hall, taking numerous photographs of the architecture along the way. They encountered many Buddhist artifacts such as altars, prayer mats, vases, incense burners, wooden fish, and prayer beads. Leon even took the risk of donning sunglasses to activate his spiritual vision, but found no traces of extraordinary power. The monks in the temple appeared to be ordinary mortals devoid of any spiritual response. Leon had hoped to purchase some consecrated artifacts for himself and Wang Zongshan. Just as they exited the Mahavira Hall, they noticed a group of individuals clad in firefighter uniforms rushing into Jing'an Temple, sealing off the entrances and evacuating the visitors within. There has been a gas leak in the underground pipeline. Please evacuate in an orderly manner under the guidance of our staff. A firefighter announced through a loudspeaker from atop a fire truck that had entered the temple. Tourists from all corners of the world expressed their dissatisfaction. But the safety of their lives took precedence, and they could only evacuate in an orderly fashion under the staff's guidance. Sensing something amiss, Leon deliberately lagged behind and noticed 7 or 8 monks dressed in gray robes, their heads adorned with shaved patches, hurrying in with a stretcher surrounded by firefighters. A white cloth covered the stretcher, concealing its contents, yet the hurried gait of the monks indicated that whatever lay beneath was exceedingly heavy. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the stretcher collapsed, striking one of the monks beneath. The monk, crushed by the weight, turned a deep shade of purple, limbs convulsing. Unable to utter a word. Before the surrounding firefighters could come to his aid, another monk grasped the stretcher with both hands. This young monk, delicate as a maiden, with a face as smooth as jade and refined features, bore a hint of allure enhanced by a tear mole at the corner of his eye. With a gentle yet commanding voice, the alluring monk grasped the stretcher, and in an instant, his frail body swelled, muscles rippling beneath his robes, transforming him into a formidable figure akin to a WWE wrestler. With gritted teeth, he hoisted the stretcher with the strength of a weightlifter, allowing others to drag the pinned monk away. The stretcher thudded heavily onto the ground, cracking the marble tiles beneath. A gentle breeze swept through, as the muscular youth, panting heavily, straightened his posture and adjusted his monk's robe. He exchanged a fleeting glance with Leon, who was watching from a distance. The strikingly handsome monk, whose physique was a testament to his strength, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He slightly inclined his chin, his face blooming like a peach blossom. Merely gazing upon his visage, one could deem him irresistibly charming. A shiver coursed through Leon, not only due to the presence of the monk, but also because of the stretcher that the wind had stirred, atop which lay a peculiar, glistening half-decayed corpse. Chapter 24. The team lying on the stretcher was a half-decayed corpse, its 2 legs longer than those of an average person. The hair was a deep, dusky hue, while the skin and muscles had shriveled, clinging to the skeletal structure. The skeletal framework of the corpse bore some resemblance to that of a human. Yet the iliac bones were considerably more pronounced, and the pubis and ischium were more prominent. The femur of the upper leg was exceptionally long and robust, curving outward, with an enlarged patella and a wider gap between the tibia and fibula. Notably, the first metatarsal, which corresponds to the big toe, was distinctly separated from the second metatarsal. With only a fleeting glance, Leon memorized the general structure of the half-corpse and compared it mentally with various modern and ancient biological skeletons. It was not a known species. Leon subtly shook his head, cautious not to attract attention, and lowered his gaze, grasping Wang Tsongshan's hand as they blended into the crowd of tourists evacuating the scene. Those disguised as firefighters and the bald men, were they officials dealing with supernatural phenomena? He pondered the purpose behind bringing the corpse. In front of the grand hall, a firefighter glanced at the dazed muscular monk and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Master Huibing, is something the matter?" The monk, with a face that radiated charm, snapped back to reality, offering a gentle smile. "Nothing, just a moment of distraction." The firefighter nodded, urging urgency. "We need your assistance, Master Huibing." "Understood." The monk gestured for everyone to step back, while the firefighters promptly secured the entrance to the courtyard and communicated via radio to ensure the complete lockdown of Jing'an Temple. Once the area was cleared, Huibing stood before the corpse, holding his breath, his entire body seemingly pulsing with life. The gray monk's robe stretched taut. "Ha!" Huibing bellowed, his veins bulging, arms taut, gritting his teeth as he wrapped his arms around the half-corpse. The tiles beneath his feet cracked like spider webs as he lifted the heavy body with the effort of a colossal weight. Slowly moving to the center of the courtyard in front of the newly erected Fuhui cauldron. The Fuhui cauldron, crafted from white bronze, weighed over 15 tons and stood 23 meters tall, majestically perched atop a base carved from ancient stone, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Huibing cradled the corpse and, following the contour of the cauldron's edge, gently placed it inside. The contact between the corpse and the cauldron's wall resonated with a deep, echoing thud, followed by a piercing wail emanating from within, as thick, murky black smoke wafted from the decorative openings of the cauldron. Despite the immense weight, the cauldron began to tremble, swaying perilously on its stone base, causing alarm among the gathered firefighters and monks, who watched with apprehension, fearing an unforeseen calamity. After a prolonged moment, the cauldron stabilized. The chilling wails subsided, and the smoke ceased to flow. The monk, with a few swift steps, ascended the stone base to peer into the cauldron's interior. Upon seeing a mass of black debris, he finally exhaled in relief, his muscles relaxing as he returned to a more human form. Turning to the firefighters, he announced, "The malevolent spirit has been purified by the cauldron." The firefighters breathed a collective sigh of relief, one of them seizing the radio to communicate with their colleagues outside. "Mission accomplished, lift the lockdown. Also, please notify the Cyber Regulatory Department to monitor and delete any online content related to today's events at Jing'an Temple." "Copy that." The voice on the other end replied. "By the way, the Chinese Society of Esoteric Studies just sent in an analysis report. They believe this corpse, hurled from the depths of Qianhua Road to the surface, is a legendary beast that became extinct during the Song Dynasty, known as the Mountain Demon." Although the attempt to investigate Buddhist artifacts at Jing'an Temple had not succeeded, encountering personnel from what appeared to be an official organization made the trip worthwhile. After parting ways with Wang Soushan, Leon returned to his living room, continuing to gather urban legends and crafting small projects, leading a mundane existence. According to the system's guidelines, the interval between every 2 tasks in the slaughter game, regardless of whether they were regular, mandatory, or scripted, was a minimum of 15 days. Unless a player actively triggered a reduction in the time frame, the maximum interval between tasks was 20 days. This meant that even if a player did nothing but stay at home after completing a task, the system would inevitably assign a new task after 20 days. With the task from Yinshan Village surpassing 15 days, the system could dispatch a new task at any moment. To avoid any unexpected developments, Leon applied for 5 days of sick leave from school, retreating home to await the impending task, while he was busy refining a freshly crafted AK-47 steel magazine. The familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears. Task type, scripted task, team, task name, the Cold Temple on Isolated Mountain, task objective, survive within the Cold Temple for 7 days, task time limit, 7 days, task reward 1, additional experience points 200. Task reward 2, game currency 400, task reward 3, rare quality random item 1, task reward 4, rare quality random scroll 1, 5 minutes until teleportation. Would you like to teleport immediately? Leon involuntarily inhaled sharply. This task, like the one in Yinshan Village, was also scripted, yet the rewards appeared exceedingly generous. A rare quality item, a rare quality scroll, along with experience points and game currency, altogether surpassing the rewards of the Yinshan Village task by more than double. Anomalies often herald danger. If task rewards equated to task difficulty, what terrors awaited him this time that could rival the Black Zombie? Leon felt a twinge of dread. Had he been in lawless regions such as Black Africa or Mexico, he would have undoubtedly acquired various military-grade weaponry through illicit means, rather than struggling with an assault rifle. More critically, this scripted task was to be conducted as a team. So far, aside from the muscular monk from Jing'an Temple, he had yet to encounter any other extraordinary beings with unique abilities. Who would he meet in this task? Would it be individual players like himself, lying low? Officials backed by state machinery? Extraordinary beings affiliated with foreign armed forces? Or perhaps modern practitioners inheriting the legacies of ancient players? Questions surged within him. Yet Leon maintained an expression as tranquil as still water, meticulously organizing all his gear in the living room. As the 5-minute countdown neared its end, he stood at the center of the room, awaiting the teleportation. Chapter 25, Special Affairs. The transmission was as smooth as silk, and Leon, with his eyes wide open, found himself standing in a desolate wilderness. Beneath his feet lay a narrow dirt road, flanked by dense, chaotic forests. The trees within the woods were tall yet unrefined, their branches sprawling and twisted, resembling grotesque giants peering at the 5 figures standing in the center of the path. It was dusk, and the dim sun hung low over the distant mountains, casting slanted rays across the land, yet failing to impart any warmth to the narrow forest trail. The 5 figures stood in a pentagram formation, each silent, as an oppressive atmosphere brewed around them. Each individual scrutinized the others. The first was a tall, robust man with a square face, his expression stern and resolute, exuding an aura of calm authority. Even clad in casual attire of a shirt and shorts, he could not conceal his iron-like strength. Was he a soldier or a police officer? The second was a man in his early 30s with a mature demeanor. He had a broad forehead, arched eyebrows, small eyes, and sported a pair of mustaches. Wearing sunglasses, a white shirt, and yellow beach shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet, he emanated an air of greasy middle-aged lewdness. He bore a striking resemblance to the character Tian Bo Guang portrayed by Sun Haiying. The third figure was a tall, young woman with long hair, dressed in black attire suited for the night. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her face bore no expression. radiating an icy detachment that kept others at bay. An ice queen, indeed, a quintessential trope from light novels. The fourth figure was a young monk donned in gray robes. With a delicate and naturally charming visage, he was the muscular monk Liang had seen at the Jing'an Temple days prior. However, amidst the chaos of the game, the monk's features displayed a barely noticeable shift. Without Liang's brain's facial recognition system, he might not have recognized him at all. Hey! The man resembling Tian Bo Guang glanced at Liang, exasperated. Why have you been narrating since earlier? Must we introduce ourselves repeatedly? And where do I resemble Tian Bo Guang? Speak carelessly, and I might send you a lawyer's letter. Among the five, Liang, clad in a steel helmet, long boots, a bulletproof vest, and a comical Sun Wukong mask, appeared the most peculiar. To suggest he had escaped from a mental institution would be absurd, given the authentic assault rifle he held. To claim he was a professional mercenary would be equally ludicrous considering the ridiculous mask he wore. With a smile, Liang replied, I simply found the atmosphere too oppressive and thought to lighten it up a bit. With this diversion, the previously brewing silence dissipated. The square-faced man surveyed the group and spoke. Everyone, we are currently undertaking a team mission, and judging by the substantial rewards, the task's difficulty is not trivial. The man, presumably military in nature, continued with a confident tone. Unlike video games in the real world, team missions in this game do not feature a friendly fire protection. Players can attack one another, albeit with significantly reduced effects. Moreover, any act of aggression towards teammates will incur severe penalties from the system, such as the forfeiture of all game currency, destruction of all items in the inventory, or immediately facing a mandatory task of high difficulty with an 80% mortality rate post-mission. Thus, in our team task, we can ensure our backs are covered. From this moment on, it is prudent to lower our guards and cooperate. Otherwise, we risk total annihilation in this challenging endeavor. Having said that, the square-faced man voluntarily revealed his player information. Majestic Heights, Xing Hecho, LV6. Xing Hecho was not the man's original name. He was born Xing Qiu and awakened as a player 2 months prior. His decision to step forward and ease the tension stemmed from 3 reasons. First, as mentioned, the task's difficulty was likely considerable, necessitating unity and collaboration. Second, through observation, he believed himself to be the most experienced player amongst the group, thus feeling compelled to take charge. Third, in the real world, he had served as a military officer with the rank of at least captain. After becoming a player, Xing Hecho reported to his superiors, and following organizational deliberation, he was assigned to work at the Special Affairs Management Bureau. The Special Affairs Management Bureau, abbreviated as the Special Affairs Bureau, was an emergency department established 7 months ago under the Ministry of Security. Although low in hierarchy, it wielded significant authority. 7 months prior, the Intelligence Department received information regarding the killing game and, after thorough confirmation, promptly reported it. Numerous think tanks and officials convened in several halls for days of high-level meetings. Comprising experts and industry leaders, the think tank quickly produced a comprehensive report assessing and predicting outcomes. Based on this, the meeting concluded that analyzing, deciphering, and utilizing the killing game was among the most crucial tasks at hand. Military, political, economic, cultural. In the ensuing long term, subtle changes would permeate society, affecting the daily lives of the populace. The establishment of the Special Affairs Bureau was merely a small step within this grand transformation. As a member of this bureau, Xing Hecho had thoroughly studied the operational guidelines compiled by the think tank, adhering to the behavioral directives outlined therein. His clear logic, articulate speech, and persuasive demeanor were partly due to his military charisma and partly attributable to the psychological analyses provided by the think tank's numerous analysts, making his actions predictable. Indeed, after Xing Hecho concluded his statement, the remaining 4 individuals were swayed and revealed their player information one by one. The man resembling Tian Bo Guang, Sentimental Swordsman Wanli Feng Dao, LV5, the Ice Queen, Indifference, LV4, the Gray-Robed Monk, Wisdom Endowed, LV4, and the Monkey-Masked Mercenary, Li Rixing, LV3. Chapter 26. The Arm Among this group. It seems my status is the lowest, Leon thought to himself. If players indeed cannot harm each other during collaborative missions, encountering seasoned players would be a fortunate event, as it would provide access to a wealth of intelligence. Xing Hecho observed that everyone had opened their personal information. Feeling relieved inside, he smiled and said, "Very well, mutual trust among team members is an excellent starting point for completing the mission. Let me introduce myself first. I have undertaken 4 routine tasks and 2 scripted missions, specializing in close combat and emergency medical care. You may call me Old Xing. With this exemplary leader, Wanli Fengdao introduced himself, stating, I wield a longsword, possess some martial skills, and excel in assassination. You may refer to me as Brother Xiaodao. Brother Xiaodao. Leon glanced at Wanli Fengdao's greasy middle-aged face adorned with a scruffy beard and said nothing. Seemingly noticing Leon's unusual gaze, Wanli Fengdao's lips twitched as he glared. What are you looking at? What's wrong with calling me brother? I'm also a post-90s generation. What? Xing Hecho couldn't help but scrutinize Wanli Fengdao. While the young monk widened his eyes in disbelief, even the typically silent, cold-faced woman turned her gaze toward him. I truly am a post-90s, Wanli Fengdao exclaimed. Flustered and indignant. I just look a bit mature for my age. A bit mature? It seems you've aged at least 20 years. Some would believe you are in your early 40s. Ignoring Wanli Fengdao's predicament regarding his appearance, the young monk clasped his hands together and said, I am Hui Bin. Possessing a modicum of strength. Hui Bin? I'm still soaking bread. Wanli Fengdao internally scoffed, gazing at the delicate and rosa-lipped Hui Bin, his heart racing. He coughed and said, So you truly are a monk? Indeed, Hui Bin smiled, his perfectly timed grin and slightly raised eyes sending a chill down Wanli Fengdao's spine, prompting him to instinctively turn away. This monk is dangerous. The cold-faced woman dressed in dark attire introduced herself, Lu Wudai, archer. Her voice was melodious, her tone steady, concise, and devoid of emotion. When it was Leon's turn, he pushed the mask he wore on his face and said, I, Leon, can speak endlessly. Xing Hecho quickly interrupted, embarrassed, Brother Leon, you don't need to say so much. Just introduce your specialties. Although no one would share their true information completely, it was the first time he had encountered someone so brazenly boasting. What the heck is this Monkey King? Oh, I have a particularly long pinky. With that, Leon extended his hand, curling 4 fingers into a fist, revealing his pinky. Xing Hecho's eyelid twitched. Not that. My left foot's 4th toe is particularly long. Leon was about to remove his boot to prove it. Are you messing with me? Xing Hecho took a deep breath, stopping Leon from removing his boot. Feeling his blood pressure rising. That's not it either. Oh, my beep is particularly long. Please refrain from being lewd. Also, why do you add a sound effect for yourself? If it weren't for the Bureau's requirement for field personnel to recruit civilian players, Xing Hecho would have likely resorted to force against this seemingly deranged companion. Leon feigned madness not only due to his personal quirks, but also because he suspected that Xing Hecho, whose demeanor resembled that of a military man and who possessed the capabilities of a seasoned player with an official background, was using this as a chance to analyze his behavior and gather intelligence. I can activate spiritual perception and discern spiritual entities. Does that count as a specialty? Oh, Xing Hecho's eyes brightened. The ability to activate spiritual vision is exceedingly valuable in both the real world and scripted missions. With such a capability, Xing Hecho smiled. We can foresee supernatural elements in advance, greatly mitigating risks. As a professional soldier and field agent for the Bureau, Xing Hecho felt it was his duty to recruit civilian players encountered during collaborative missions. Initially, he thought Leon was merely a level 3 novice without much utility. It seemed he would need to adjust his strategy. Main mission updated. Proceed to Gahan Temple within 10 minutes. The system's notification echoed in everyone's ears, and Xing Hecho's expression shifted slightly. 10 minutes? Does anyone here excel in reconnaissance? I do. Wanli Fengdao ambled over to a nearby tree, glanced up at the treetop, took a deep breath, and with a light step on the dirt path, leaped into the air. His 10 fingers plunged into the trunk like sharp climbing ice picks. Wood shavings flew as Wanli Fengdao ascended the tree with the agility of a nimble monkey. After surveying the surroundings, he swiftly descended and dusted off the mud from his hands, saying calmly, if you head west along this path for about 700 meters, there's a dilapidated temple at the foot of the mountain. That should be our mission location. Smoke is rising from behind the low mountains to the east. There might be an ancient village. A village? Xing Hecho nodded and retrieved a small black briefcase from his backpack, about the size of a document case. He placed it on the ground, turned the combination lock, and opened it to reveal a silver-gray drone, a large capacity battery, spare propellers, and a tablet-like remote control. Xing Hecho took out the silver-gray drone, calibrated its balance, and picked up the tablet-shaped remote, launching the drone until it disappeared into the clouds, out of sight. The highest-level player operated the drone without avoiding the gazes of others watching the screen, generously sharing the visuals with everyone. From a bird's-eye view, The screen displayed an ancient village nestled in a vast plain, with low earthen houses of green bricks and tiles emitting wisps of smoke. A ribbon-like stream ran through the village, dividing it into two. Fields radiated outward from the village, with vast farmlands reflecting golden light in the sunset. An old man clad in a straw coat, a yellow cow trotting along a narrow path, children in tattered linen running about with snotty noses, and farmers dressed in coarse garments carrying hoes. All these elements wove together a vivid tapestry of ancient rural life in Huagua. To the north, a substantial ancient city could be faintly discerned. The drone gradually returned, following the path westward to the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's base lay an open and flat expanse, where a crumbling temple stood amidst overgrown weeds, hinting at traces of past cultivation. The temple was modest in size, with peeling paint on its red brick walls, green vines climbing up along the base, and the roof's blue tiles in disrepair, covered with fallen leaves. The path leading to the temple was paved with square blue stones, flanked by 2 rows of stone lamp posts, which had accumulated dust from years of neglect. The vermilion door displayed the 3 characters Gahan Temple on a wooden plaque. The drone flew low, circling above Gahan Temple, offering a commanding view. In the courtyard stood a white bronze stupa, flanked by bell and drum towers, with the Heavenly King's Hall in front, and the Great Hero Hall and Scripture Repository behind. The monks' quarters and dining hall were positioned on either side of the central path, while the innermost area housed the printing room, storerooms, and a warehouse labeled Chang Shenkyu. Though small as a sparrow, it contained all the essentials. Constrained by the limits of investigation, Xing Hecho silently maneuvered the drone back and stowed it away in the case. At that moment, Wanli Fengdao finally realized, hesitatingly remarking, "Well, old Xing, don't you have a drone? Why did you make me climb that tree to observe the surroundings just now?" Xing Hecho's reluctance to trust Wanli Fengdao was not the issue. He employed the drone primarily to ascertain the surrounding terrain and to establish a specific timeline. The burly man with a square face chuckled. "It's not that I don't wish to use the drone. If the script's backdrop is set in modern times, that's manageable. However, if it were in ancient times or an alternate world, we might encounter the supernatural fiends and otherworldly practitioners commonly found in classical tales. Recklessly deploying a drone could easily attract the attention of these supernatural entities, potentially steering the plot in unforeseen directions." As a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, Xing Hecho had perused numerous records left by other players undertaking missions. One Na'vi novice player, while engaged in a collaborative task set in the Tang Dynasty, foolishly presented a laptop containing electronic copies of the comprehensive mirror to aid in government, the Cambridge history of the Sui and Tang dynasties, and a history of world industry and agriculture to Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. The result was chaos. That player was branded as a demon and met a tragic end, inadvertently revealing hidden supernatural practitioners of the Tang Empire, who unleashed a flurry of flying swords, pursuing the player's companions over vast distances in a single night. Currently, the extraordinary powers of the Republic in the real world were insufficient to interact with the scripted world, serving as a backdrop for their missions. This form of interaction was deemed perilous by think tanks, as nobody wished to witness a rapidly industrializing Tang Empire sending forth countless steampunk-style mechanical sword immortals to engage with the Republic of the present day. Thus, the field agents of the Special Affairs Bureau prioritized self-preservation above all, with exploration and interaction relegated to a secondary concern. In narrative tasks set in ancient times, one could encounter malevolent spirits and supernatural beings at any moment, necessitating a cautious approach to modern technology, and if utilized, it should be done sparingly. No one dared to test the 10-minute limitation imposed by the system. Xing Hecho quickly secured the drone and led the group along a narrow path westward, soon arriving at the desolate Gahan Temple at the mountain's base. Although the drone had already conducted reconnaissance, it was only upon nearing the temple that they could truly grasp its dilapidated and forlorn state, steeped in silence. This eerie place would suffice as a filming location for a Chinese ghost story, Wanli Fengdao remarked, standing on the stone path, lightly brushing away the dust from a stone lantern, and coldly inquired, "Who will go first?" Xing Hecho glanced at the remaining members. The Ice Queen named Lu Wudai had remained silent since their arrival, while the timid young monk, Hui Bing, appeared frightened and apprehensive. The youth wearing the Monkey King mask seemed far too inexperienced and unreliable. With a smirk, Xing Hecho turned to Liang. "Can you discern any issues within?" Liang activated his spiritual senses, scanning the surroundings a couple of times before shaking his head, indicating he found nothing amiss, yet he could not ascertain the absence of danger. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Hecho led the group as they stepped onto the verdant stone slabs. advancing towards the temple's front steps, when Liang suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." His urgent and hushed tone startled Wanli Fengdao into drawing his sword. While Luodai readied her compound bow, Xing Hecho swiftly leaped back to his companions, gripping his spear tightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Hui Bing. The group, weapons raised and standing back to back, surveyed their surroundings, wary of any lurking adversaries. They recalled that Liang possessed spiritual awareness, serving as the team's first line of defense against supernatural phenomena. "Everyone, please remain calm," Liang said, scratching his head sheepishly. "I merely noticed old Xing's shoelace had come undone and wanted to give a heads up. Couldn't you say that any quieter?" The group, relieved yet slightly embarrassed, sheathed their weapons, abandoning their previous cautious approach, and followed old Xing directly to the temple's entrance. In truth, Liang had distinctly observed a pale, bloodless arm slowly extending from the plaque of Gahan Temple as Xing Hecho approached, seemingly poised to grasp his hair and lift him. The others, however, remained oblivious to this unsettling phenomenon. Following Liang's warning, that spectral arm retracted back into the plaque, vanishing entirely, leaving no trace even to Liang's heightened perception. As the group reached the plaque, just as Xing Hecho prepared to push open the crimson doors and enter the temple, a piercing, mournful cry of a woman emanated from within. The haunting wail was sharp and clear, echoing as if it bore the grievances of June snow, resonating with the anguish of an unbalanced world, chilling listeners to the bone. The trees in the forest rustled, and an ominous wind swept through, scattering the fallen leaves on the jade-stone path outside the temple. The rusted hinges of the door creaked with a disconcerting groan, and without anyone's touch, the crimson doors began to open slowly. The doors swung wide, yet the five beneath the plaque remained motionless. The temple, long neglected and in disrepair, was enveloped in a heavy silence where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The absence of any human presence rendered the source of the earlier cries entirely elusive. Within the realm of Asian supernatural lore, incorporeal vengeful spirits were infinitely more terrifying than their corporeal counterparts. Zombies, no matter how formidable, could be dealt with through sheer force, but malevolent spirits like Sadako from Ring, Kayako from The Grudge, or the likes of Chu Renmei from the corpse of the mountain village, could conjure illusions, phase through walls, bend time and space, and employ a myriad of unpredictable attacks, making them exceedingly difficult to counter, let alone eradicate. "Should we use the drone to search again?" Hui Bing the monk whispered. "The 10-minute limit is approaching. The system specified proceed into Gahan Temple." Liang shook his head, chuckling softly, and pushed the door open. The others did not sheath their weapons, cautiously trailing behind him. Main mission updated. Survive within Gahan Temple for 7 days, without leaving the premises more than 500 meters. Chapter 27. The Monk's Field. Another quest prompt arrived. In the Bell Tower, Drum Tower, Heavenly King's Hall, and the Scripture Hall, Liang led the group in a cursory survey of the solitary Han Temple. No traces of spiritual energy were detected in any corner. After closing the peephole and restoring his mental strength, he returned to the central courtyard at the main entrance and calmly informed the others. "We have not located the source of the weeping. However, it is highly unlikely that this weeping is a mere ruse by ordinary people. This temple has a significant probability of having been abandoned for special reasons. We must be prepared to confront any specters." Wanli Fengdao furrowed his brow, questioning. "How can you be so sure?" Xing Yiqiu remained silent, sharing the same curiosity, observing meticulously, daring to speculate, and exercising cautious reasoning. Liang spoke in a rather irritatingly nonchalant tone. From the size of the monk quarters, the number of beds, the utensils in the dining hall, and the quantity of straw mats and quilts, it can be inferred that before its decline, the solitary Han Temple was a large monastery housing at least 200 monks. In ancient times, monks dedicated themselves to studying Buddhist scriptures. They could not spend their days laboring like the rural populace. Their economic sustenance stemmed primarily from 4 sources. First, royal grants of land for self-cultivation. Second, the reclamation of wasteland, printing, and papermaking for self-sufficiency. Third, donations from devout laypeople and wealthy merchants. Fourth, relying on agricultural income and offerings from believers to engage in financial lending activities. Indeed, lending. Given that the solitary Han Temple is situated in a remote area, with only a medium-sized city nearby and poor road conditions, it seems improbable that it would attract royal favor. Although there was wasteland cultivated on both sides of the temple, its size was quite small, and the agricultural yield could not possibly sustain a temple housing over 100 monks. Similarly, the output from printing Buddhist texts would be negligible compared to the temple's needs. The village we observed earlier to the east consisted of mud brick houses, and the impoverished farmers were dressed in tatters, yet there were numerous plow oxen in the fields, far more sophisticated equipment than that of their contemporaries. Thus, we can conclude that the former economic support of the solitary Han temple primarily came from the donations of devout laypeople and wealthy merchants. A well-managed solitary Han temple even established a longevity repository specifically for storing wealth and engaging in financial lending. Coupled with the somewhat luxurious plow oxen in that village, one might even speculate that the vast fertile fields observed by the drone were once the result of land annexation by this temple. During the recent teleportation, Liang refrained from offering any constructive suggestions, opting instead to observe the actions of seasoned individuals with possible official backgrounds. While appreciating Xing Hicho's adeptness in easing tensions and forming a temporary team, which allowed Liang to enjoy the moment. Now, upon hearing the nameless cries without locating their source, Liang felt an impending threat and began to analyze the information proactively, lest his companions lead him astray. Wanli Fengdao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He did not consider himself foolish, but he certainly could not deduce the situation's essence from merely 2 or 3 pieces of information. Frowning, he asked, "What does the previous prosperity of the solitary Han temple have to do with our survival here for 7 days?" Liang chuckled. "Of course, it is relevant. Imagine a magnificent temple with 200 monks and countless devout lay people, situated on vast fertile lands. How could it be abandoned in a mere 3 years? By the way, this 3 years of abandonment was deduced from the growth conditions of the climbing plants on the red brick walls." Wanli Fengdao loathed these tests of intellect. Glancing sideways at Liang, he urged, "Can you please refrain from being cryptic and just state your conclusions?" Liang, unperturbed by Wanli Fengdao's impatience, cheerfully replied, "There could be numerous possible reasons. Did a calamity force these monks to flee? Unlikely, for the nearby village appears peaceful and devoid of any signs of conflict. Was the court dissatisfied with the non-productive Buddhist community, leading to a royal decree against Buddhism? Also improbable, as the monks would have surely relocated their sacred relics, properties, and scriptures before fleeing. Even if they did not, the authorities would have ensured their removal. Did local tyrants conspire to wipe out the temple overnight? Setting aside the absence of signs of fire or violence, even in such a scenario, the local farmers would have seized the opportunity over the past 3 years to stealthily ascend the mountain and pilfer all valuable items from the temple. After ruling out all impossibilities, only one potential truth remained. Liang's gaze turned icy as he stated solemnly, 3 years ago, a grievous incident occurred within the solitary Han temple, one that not only deterred local devotees from visiting but also dissuaded monks from other regions from attempting repairs. Consequently, the impoverished farmers and local authorities have steered clear of the temple, to the extent that they did not dare to steal its belongings for sustenance. The system would not impose a fatal task upon us, since it has established that we cannot stray more than 500 meters from the solitary Han temple. It implies that the key to unraveling this mystery lies within its confines. Understanding precisely what transpired here 3 years ago is crucial to uncovering the source of those mournful cries, which is central to our 7-day survival mission." With Liang's analysis concluded, Wanli Fengdao appeared bewildered. The wise monk looked at Liang with admiration, while Xing Hicho regarded him thoughtfully. And Lu Wudai maintained her characteristic impassive demeanor. In truth, Liang had yet to reveal another layer of speculation. The disembodied arm extending from the plaque and the mournful cries heard earlier were likely intertwined with the truth of the incident. Unfortunately, he was the only one present with spiritual awareness, and after the entity concealed itself, he could not trace its presence. It remained uncertain whether any spirit harbored hostile intentions. Liang's thoughts raced, yet his expression remained calm. Xing Hicho hesitated before speaking brotherly. "Just call me Shaoli," Liang interjected, glancing at Xing Hicho's square face, feeling a slight twitch at his eye. "Very well, Shaoli. May I inquire what your profession is in the real world?" Although Xing Hicho posed it as a question, he was confident that Liang would respond with something akin to private detective or historian. "Actually, I am a chef," Liang sighed, replying earnestly. "They refer to me as the youngest master chef in history." Wanli Fengdao, self-identifying as a 90s kid, nearly choked on his own saliva. "Are you the legendary chef Lu Angxin, known for seeking legendary cooking utensils to combat the dark culinary world?" Liang responded with surprise. "Oh? I didn't expect you to have heard of the legends I left behind in the culinary world." "Legends, my foot," Wanli Fengdao exclaimed, his eye twitching. "If you don't want to disclose personal information from the real world, can you at least provide a more convincing reason?" "Hey, was that not a good enough ruse?" Liang expressed disappointment. Only a fool would fall for that. Wan Li Feng Dao retorted, while Xing Yichou, the broad-shouldered man, suppressed the urge to wipe his brow. Realizing that this middle-aged brother had never watched Chinese cuisine, nearly jotting down search for young master chefs in the public database. Liang nodded. Actually, I am a robot. A bipedal walking Chinese great canon. Wan Li Feng Dao's eyes twitched violently. The leap from human to non-human was quite significant. Moreover, who would remember a reference from 2001 about the Chinese great canon? An unsettling aura lingered. Oh, you're quite adept at banter. Liang widened his eyes. Gazing at Wan Li Feng Dao, surprised that he could catch on to his jokes, I never expected you to genuinely be a 90s kid. Wan Li Feng Dao spoke with his eyes slightly closed. As I mentioned, I merely appear a tad more mature. Liang pondered once more on what plausible backstory to concoct. Glancing at my mask, in truth, I am the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Indeed, like the great Chinese canon, he is entirely non-human. Wan Li Feng Dao continued to jest. Must one be human? Liang nodded, argument. That creature hardly possesses a human form. Wan Li Feng Dao retorted vehemently. Moreover, Tai Chi, who possesses agumen, is Japanese, right? Not the Japanese Tai Chi, but rather Dong Huang Tai Chi from Wagwa. Changing nationality does not alter the fact of being non-human. Wan Li Feng Dao's expression conveyed a mix of frustration and exasperation. It was evident that this rather astute yet distinctly unconventional LV3 novice player left him feeling quite powerless. Witnessing the playful banter between the two, Master Huibing had never encountered such an amusing scene. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her delicate fingers, stifling a laugh. The subtle allure of her red lips and pearly teeth sent a shiver down Wan Li Feng Dao's spine. It's all right, Shaoli, if you prefer not to answer. You needn't feel obliged, Xing Hichou interjected to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. It was merely a casual inquiry. Our primary concern remains the completion of our task. Having an intelligent individual capable of information analysis within the team was undoubtedly advantageous. However, Xing Hichou, with his background in the Special Affairs Bureau, had no intention of relinquishing command of the team. After all, he was the highest-ranked member, a LV6, equipped with a detailed action guide compiled by an advisory group, which instilled him with a degree of confidence in managing crises. I propose we kindle a fire in the courtyard tonight, with everyone gathered around it, taking turns to keep watch until morning. We can then search the temple, Xing Hichou suggested. What do you think, Shaoli? I find it acceptable, Liang nodded. Casting a glance at the distant sunset, there remained ample time before nightfall, and he anticipated further developments would unfold as darkness descended. Before it gets dark, we should gather some supplies if possible. If you don't mind, old Xing, I recommend you, being the highest level, and Master Huibing. Search the sutra repository for any Buddhist scriptures on the cabinets. If Master Huibing is sufficiently knowledgeable, she should be able to ascertain the era of this narrative task by examining the dates of the scriptures. Should she fail to recognize any, it would still indicate that the backdrop of our narrative task is not ancient Huagua, but rather a fantastical world. By the way, once you have collected the scriptures, remember to bring them back to this courtyard. Those texts may also possess extraordinary qualities. Master Huibing nodded. I have grown up in a temple and am well-versed in the scriptures. Discerning the dates should not pose a challenge. That is preferable, Liang remarked, turning his gaze toward Wan Li Feng Dao and Lu Wudai. The entire temple is devoid of inhabitants. The most likely lead lies within the abbot's meditation room. I intend to search for his personal belongings, ideally uncovering records of the temple's financial transactions. However, my level is relatively low, and venturing alone could prove perilous. Would either of you accompany me? I shall, Lu Wudai replied expressionlessly. Wan Li Feng Dao was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in haste. Hey, then what shall I do? Liang grimaced, gathering firewood to ignite a blaze in the courtyard. Am I not also a LV5? You expect me to tend the fire? Wan Li Feng Dao retorted, clearly aggrieved by the notion of being assigned the task. Besides, in horror films, splitting up usually results in being picked off one by one. Liang chuckled. Our mission is to survive for 7 consecutive days. Typically, the danger escalates as time progresses, with the initial days being relatively safe. You are, after all, a LV5 player, and your self-preservation skills rank among the best in our team, so sending you alone poses minimal risk. I have faith in your abilities. With that, Liang disregarded the bewildered Wan Li Feng Dao and proceeded toward the abbot's meditation room, closely followed by Lu Wudai, clad in night gear and carrying a dark composite bow. Xing Hichou patted Wan Li Feng Dao's shoulder, guiding Master Huibing toward the repository. Once all 4 teammates had departed, Wanli Fengdao regained his composure, surveying the eerily silent courtyard. With a resigned sigh, he grasped his long sword in one hand and dutifully began picking up fallen branches from the ground, muttering to himself, "Just a mere LV3." Chapter 28. The ledger. With all 4 companions departed, Wanli Fengdao found himself alone in the vast courtyard. As night fell, the moon shone faintly amidst the sparse stars, and the cold wind swept through, causing the shadows of the trees to dance as if something lurked within the dark thicket, observing him. He gathered dry branches and piled them up, holding his sword firmly. From his backpack, he retrieved high-concentration alcohol, carelessly splashing it onto the kindling, and then produced a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, igniting the pile with the flint attached to the knife. Each player's backpack could accommodate a maximum of 20 items, with the inventory and equipment sections not overlapping, necessitating careful management of space. The high-concentration alcohol, capable of igniting a great fire and obliterating evidence, rightly occupied a spot in his backpack, while the multifunctional Swiss Army knife was kept close, not taking up inventory space. As the flames roared to life, casting warmth that dispelled the chill, the flickering light reflected in Wanli Fengdao's eyes, softening the rigidity of his expression. The crackling of the fire drowned out the sounds of the wind and the faint groans that emanated from beyond the temple courtyard. The groans were unmistakably those of a woman, yet devoid of any sensuality. Rather, they resembled the desperate, hoarse sounds made when one's throat is torn open. Blood gushing from the trachea, a sound reminiscent of Kayako's whimpers in The Grudge. Having completed numerous missions, Wanli Fengdao had reached level 5. To better detect danger and ensure his own safety, he had specifically allocated points to agility and perception, bringing them to 7. Despite the cacophony of wind and crackling wood, he immediately discerned the eerie moans from outside the temple. He positioned his sword before him, ready to call for his teammates, when the moans escalated from faint to loud. Approaching rapidly. Suddenly, the blue stone tiles at the base of the wall split apart, a crack extending outward like waves rippling across the surface of water, surging toward him. Before he could shout, a pale, flawless arm erupted from the earth beneath him, violently pushing aside the stone slab. The arm, nearly 2 meters long, was slender and elongated, defying human form, with 5 delicate fingers adorned with nails painted in a deep red hue, resembling the petals of a touch-me-not flower. Even as a hand model, it would have sufficed. Wanli Fengdao was not one to be intimidated easily, yet witnessing such a serpent-like, alabaster arm suddenly manifest before him would unnerve anyone. Gripping his sword, a murderous intent surged within him, and he swung down with tremendous force, but the snowy arm twisted and evaded the blow as if it were boneless, almost sentient. Just as he prepared to strike again, the frail arm shot forward, ensnaring his waist, throat, and limbs like a constrictor squeezing its prey, tightening its grip with alarming strength. The cold, smooth palm covered his face, brushing against his beard and blocking his mouth and nose, instilling nothing but terror within him. In an instant, he felt his ribs threatening to fracture, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, and his lungs felt as if they would explode. Struggling to breathe, he let out a muffled groan, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to release his sword. As the blade fell, it was deftly flicked up by the tip of his shoe, and he caught it in his hand once more. With his sword reversed, he plunged it into the earth from whence the arm had emerged. The tip struck something, and crimson blood gushed forth from the ground, accompanied by a piercing scream as the serpentine arm quickly withdrew back into the soil. Crack! The blue stone slabs within the temple again displayed cracks, this time retreating outward toward the forest beyond. The buried arm sought to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" came a thunderous shout from the front of the main hall. Xing Hecho, clutching various scriptures, discarded the Buddhist texts and drew forth a bronze spear. Leaping down the steps of the hall, the spear ignited with flames, tracing a fiery arc through the air before crashing onto the stone tiles. Debris scattered, dust billowed, and another anguished cry reverberated from below. Following closely behind, the monk Hui Bing, previously silent, sprang forward with a leap, his delicate frame expanding into that of a muscle-bound warrior, his physique reminiscent of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Boom! Hui Bing's fist hammered down like a pile driver, sending visible ripples through the ground, the aftershock striking the buried arm. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing resonated as Hui Bing prepared to strike again, only to find that the arm had already burrowed away from the courtyard into the dense forest beyond. Cough, cough, cough. Wanli Fengdao stood hunched over, coughing uncontrollably from the suffocating pain. The fresh air never felt so precious. "Are you all right?" Xing Hecho asked, worry etched across his brow as he patted Wanli Fengdao's back. The monk Hui Bing returned, his muscles returning to their normal state. I'm fine. Wanli Fingdo's complexion shifted from red to pale. Realizing he had nearly met his demise at the hands of that elongated arm capable of tunneling through the earth, struggling to straighten himself. He tugged at his collar to ease his breathing, venting his frustration. Who said it was safe for me to gather firewood alone? Where is that guy Li? Where is he? Why did he leave me here? From the west side of the courtyard, Li Ong strolled over, casually carrying a wooden box, followed closely by Lu Wudai, who also bore a similar box. With his sword in hand, Wanli Fingdao's expression darkened. I told you it was a mistake to split up. Do you have any idea how close I came to dying? But you didn't die, did you? Liang shrugged, setting down his box. If that ghost couldn't take you down, now that we're all here, it stands no chance against us. Besides, now that we understand its attack patterns, we can better prepare for future encounters. Wanli Fengdao's expression wavered, inwardly suspecting whether this seemingly madcap companion had intentionally left him vulnerable to gather intelligence on their foe. Liang ignored his glare, placing the wooden box down before bounding up the steps to the main hall to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures discarded by Xing Hecho and the others, returning to the fire. The scriptures, Lankavatara Sutra, Lotus Sutra, Heart Sutra, Diamond Sutra, Lank, Bayu Collection, Fengshan Collection, Shan and Miscellany, were identical to those the young monk had previously perused. Seeing Liang casually flipping through the texts, Hui Bing clasped his hands together, stating, "This is not a fictional world. It should represent the ancient history of our reality. And it likely dates back to the Ming Dynasty." The Ming Dynasty, during the Jiajing period, Liang interjected, specifically, the 15th year of Jiajing, which corresponds to the year 1536 in the Gregorian calendar. How do you know? Xing Hecho inquired. By examining the ledger, Liang pointed to the box beneath his feet. This chest contains the financial records maintained by the Abbot Daoji of Gahan Temple. The last entry details the rental payments for the Buddhist fields in the eastern village. Dated in 1533, during the third month of the Jiawu year. Subtracting 3 years brings us to 1536. During the Ming Dynasty, Jiajing both Xing Hecho and Wanli Fengyao appeared bewildered. Despite having received compulsory education, and the latter being a bona fide 90s university student, their grasp of history was severely lacking. The Ming Dynasty's Jiajing era does not enjoy the same notoriety as the Han Dynasty's Jiang Wen or the Tang Dynasty's Xinguan. Nor does it possess the plethora of television dramas that characterized the Qing Dynasty. This segment of history is truly beyond their comprehension. Merely mentioning figures such as Wang Shoren, Qi Jiguan, and Hai Rui is a commendable feat, let alone delving into events like the Renin Palace incident or the Gingxi Rebellion. Observing the perplexed expressions of Xing Hecho and Wanli Fengdao, Liang revealed a subtle smile. Seated on the ground, he placed various books before him and, seemingly unperturbed by the firelight, lifted a ledger and began to read. "What are you doing?" Wanli Fengdao exclaimed, astonished. "Shouldn't we be gathered together, guarding against ghostly assaults?" "Guard if you wish," Liang replied nonchalantly, "but I shall first examine the past accounts of Gahan Temple. The specters have already attacked once and sustained considerable damage. It is unlikely they will strike again in the near future." With that, Liang began to skim through the ledger with remarkable speed, effortlessly picking up a Buddhist scripture and tossing it to Hui Bing. "Here, Master Hui Bing, you might want to take a look at this. It is an ancient text from the Buddhist canon, preserved in museums for over 5 centuries. Hui Bing accepted the scripture with a wry smile and joined him on the ground. Liang continued to read the ledger aloud. In the year of Rinchen, taxes and royal tributes were paid, water fees, vehicle fees, food allowances, warehouse inspection fees, basket fees, bamboo basket fees. In the third month of the year of Gaisai, rental accounts were settled, received 25 shi and 5 do of rent, collected 11 shi and 3 do of interest grains, received 2 shi and 5 do of principal, and interest borrowed 20 taels from the bookseller Gong Shursan, with Qinzheng as guarantor, at an annual interest rate of 2%. Liang's recitation of the ledger was like an enchanting melody to the ears, leaving Xing Hecho feeling utterly befuddled. He would rather engage in a fierce battle with ghosts than endure the confusion of these incomprehensible figures. "Could you please stop reading?" Wanli Fengyao implored. "Flowers wither, grass decays, people lie, and clues fade, yet the numbers in the ledger remain unerring, regardless of the accountant's skill or embellishments. The true issues will inevitably be revealed through the simplicity of numerical games. The sooner I finish reviewing these accounts, the quicker I can uncover the anomalies at Gahan Temple and discern the reasons for the haunting." Liang shook the ledger lightly and remarked, The accounting method employed by Gahan Temple utilizes the original Longmen accounting technique, categorizing all accounts into four main sections: income, various revenues; expenditure, various expenses; assets, various assets; and liabilities, various debts, employing a balanced approach to account for them. This method is also known as the combined Longmen method. He glanced at his companions, noting that while it sounded complex, the calculations were rather straightforward. Do any of you have a background in business management? Care to assist me in reconciling the accounts? Business management, my foot. Xing Heqiu and Wanli Fengdao exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a sense of exasperation. The training provided by the Special Affairs Bureau for field personnel primarily focused on confronting supernatural beings. It did not delve into academic subjects like this. Lu Wudai settled beside Liang, picking up a ledger and slowly flipping through it, as if she could comprehend the archaic language and the intricate layout of the accounts. Moreover, she was not merely reading the text verbatim. She translated the classical prose on-site, reorganizing the accounts using modern accounting methods. The lending rates of Gahan Temple to tenants, landlords, and merchants, including principal and interest, total amounts, compound interest, annualized rates, and interest on interest. Liang raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Lu Wudai. You understand this? With an impassive expression, Lu Wudai responded, MSc, MBA. Ah, a Master of Science and a Master of Business Administration. Such high-caliber talent, Liang acknowledged, beginning to verbally reconcile the accounts with her. Their exchange resembled a comedic dialogue, each taking turns, which left Xing Heqiu and Wanli Fengdao feeling both amused and exasperated. Eventually, the synchronized duo began to relay a series of seemingly nonsensical terms and figures to one another, including Gahan Temple's past years of cash flow, deposits, inventory, management expenses, fixed asset details, and intangible asset details, as well as liability details. Before long, nearly an hour had passed, and Liang and Lu Wudai had finally perused the entirety of the accounts from Gahan Temple spanning the last decade. He. Liang tapped the ledger cover with his knuckles, laughing in a cryptic manner, while Lu Wudai furrowed her brow, a layer of displeasure cloaking her otherwise striking features. Xing Heqiu, who had never felt an hour to be so interminable, took a deep breath and asked Liang, Have you discovered anything? Blind spots. Liang replied with a hint of melancholy. I believe I have discerned the identity of that ghostly woman from earlier. Chapter 29. Lotus, speak up, won't you? Wanli Fengdao felt an overwhelming urge to seize Liang by the throat and shake him. Utterly irritated by the genius who concealed everything and took pleasure in looking down on others from his intellectual high ground. With a disdainful chuckle, Liang casually tossed aside the ledger and made his way towards the Great Hall of Buddha, with others hastily trailing behind him. Upon entering the hall, Liang surveyed the various Buddhist statues, the Shakyamuni Buddha seated in the center, the medicine Buddha holding a bowl in his left hand and a pill in his right, and the Amitabha Buddha with his hands folded atop his feet, a lotus platform cradled in his palms, representing the three Buddha of the past, present, and future. Flanking the hall were the 18 arhats, and behind the main statues stood the figures of Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Curiously, a separate island had been constructed at the back of the Great Hall, featuring a statue of Guanyin facing north. This statue was exquisitely carved, adorned with gold leaf and accompanied by the figures of the wealthy boy on the left and the dragon girl on the right, exuding an elegance that overshadowed even that of the Shakyamuni Buddha in the main hall. As expected, Liang sneered and returned to the hall, methodically tapping the bases of each statue. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden base beneath the dragon-subduing arhat produced a particularly hollow sound. Liang pried open the wooden panel, revealing a dark, shadowy passage. Equipped with a flashlight, he crawled into the passage, encountering spiders and insects along the way. The others, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind him. After a brief descent through the tunnel, they emerged from a wooden door at the other end, set into the hidden wall of a monk's cell. Liang surveyed the monk's quarters in silence before retracing his steps back to the great hall, brushing dust off the pillars within. As he examined the red-painted columns, he discovered a barely perceptible dent on the pillar to the left of the Guanyin statue. The dent appeared to have been coated with fresh red paint, and upon peeling it away, Liang found the old paint beneath it to be mottled and cracked like a spider's web, suggesting it had been struck. Inside the dent, remnants of blackened blood were embedded in the wood shavings. The mission target, which had survived for 7 days, the peculiar Dragon Gate account, the imposing Guanyin statue, and the damaged pillar beside it, Alongside the apparition of a female ghost in the monk's temple, all these elements swirled in Liang's mind, ultimately weaving a vast network of interconnected threads. The truth, it seemed, was laid bare. Liang exhaled a deep breath, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile, one that seemed to invite a beating. "Ah, little Li," remarked Xing Hecho, his typically dignified face betraying a look akin to extreme constipation. "Could you enlighten us about your revelations? The true secret behind the desolation of Guhan Temple?" Liang replied with a grin. "Do you truly wish to know?" The others, save for Lu Wudai, instinctively nodded. "It is quite simple. The tale begins 13 years ago at Guhan Temple. At that time, the abbot was not Master Daoji, but rather Master Mingqing, and there were merely a score of monks residing in the temple. Emperor Jiajing, an ardent follower of Taoism, promoted the faith during his reign, favoring Taoist practices. In stark contrast to the flourishing Taoist sects, the Buddhist community, especially in a remote area like Guhan Temple, faced significant challenges. During Master Mingqing's tenure, the few monks relied on the donations of faithful followers, cultivating land for grain and weaving garments to sell, barely managing to sustain themselves with simple fare, devoid of any luxury. It was not until 5 years ago, when Master Mingqing stepped down, either due to death or retirement, that Master Daoji from another temple took over as abbot. Under Master Daoji's leadership, the temple experienced an unexpected surge in donations from local gentry and devotees, who generously contributed land and resources, transforming Guhan Temple from a place of scarcity to one of wealth. The number of monks swelled from 20 to over 200. With newfound financial strength, the temple constructed a Longsheng repository for storing money and valuables, even extending loans to farmers, landlords, and merchants at a modest interest rate of 3% per month. Such lending practices have ancient roots. During the Tang Dynasty, the maximum legal interest rate was 6%, later decreasing to 4% by its end. The Song Dynasty maintained similar regulations, and the Ming Code stipulated that private loans should not exceed 3% monthly. Violators faced severe penalties. Thus, a monthly interest rate of 3% translates to an annual rate of 36%, which, if exceeded, constitutes usury, an unfortunate reality that persists today. Guhan Temple's Longsheng repository typically lent at an annual rate of 36%, and for larger or more desperate borrowers, they would even charge up to 48%. The previous abbot, Master Mingqing, had no fear of defaults, for the Buddhist domain was considered a sanctum, an excellent haven for laundering money. Guhan Temple acted as a front for local officials, lending money on their behalf, and since they paid protection fees, they had little concern about repayment. Moreover, the temple financed local gentry, enabling them to purchase official positions. Once in power, they would demand repayments from debtors. Was this not a form of extracting from the populace? This is the collusion between the Buddhist community and the government. With their partnership, the taxes paid by the temple diminished, allowing for rapid growth. With capital at their disposal, the temple sought further profits, investing heavily in local gambling houses, brothels, dye shops, printing houses, and makeup stores, amassing wealth at an alarming rate. Having already acquired a substantial amount of land donated by local gentry, the temple, now flush with riches, embarked on a path of land consolidation. For years prior, the region suffered from drought and floods, devastating crops. Local tenant farmers, burdened by the loss, had no choice but to mortgage or sell their land to Guhan Temple. Smallholders, with nearly zero resilience against unexpected calamities, faced bankruptcy during weddings or funerals, compelling them to surrender their land as well. In just 6 months, Guhan Temple amassed thousands of acres of fertile land, rendering local tenants devoid of any rights to cultivate their own fields, relegating them to the status of serfs under the temple's dominion. Serving as serfs for the Buddhist establishment is still servitude. And the plight of these serfs is far more tragic than depicted in films or dramas. With their bountiful harvests, the temple maintained a thriving financial state, yet how did it fall into ruin 3 years ago? This question leads us back to the temple's initial rise to prominence. Liang pointed to the opulently adorned Guanyin statue and remarked, just 3 months after Master Daoji assumed leadership, donations from both devotees and local gentry surged dramatically, all marked as children's offerings. It turned out, after earnest prayers before the Guanyin statue for offspring, many women miraculously became pregnant. And the temple's reputation for miraculous blessings spread like wildfire. Local villagers offered their agricultural produce, and the gentry, eager to display their piety and expand their families, generously donated to the temple. However, seeking children is no simple task. Women desiring to conceive must kneel in fervent prayer before the Guanyin statue in the Great Hall for an entire night, undisturbed, lest their wishes remain unfulfilled. The legend of the Guhan Temple's Guanyin statue's miraculous efficacy in granting offspring has spread widely, leading to an ever-increasing number of devotees seeking blessings. However, 3 years ago, an unforeseen incident transpired. Liang pointed to a specific indentation on the red pillar beside the Guanyin statue and recounted the tale of a devoted woman who fervently knelt on a cushion to pray. In the dead of night, a group of monks emerged from a concealed wooden door beneath the seat of the dragon subduing Arhat, their faces adorned with lewd smiles. It was revealed that behind the statue's supposed divine powers lay the sinister truth. A cadre of monks had stealthily infiltrated the Mahavira Hall to violate the lone female devotee. During the Ming dynasty, strict moral codes prevailed, and the dishonored woman dared not disclose her plight to her family or husband, returning home instead. It was only months later that she discovered she was with child. This band of depraved monks believed they could once again assert their dominance that night in upholding the statue's reputation, but the woman proved to be remarkably resolute, ultimately choosing death over submission, tragically colliding with the very pillar that marked her sorrow. With a life lost, the monks, in a state of panic, could only fabricate a tale of the woman's mysterious disappearance, a narrative that her family indignantly rejected, leading to a commotion at the local authorities. Presumably, the woman's family possessed considerable influence, compelling a thorough investigation that extracted the temple's darkest secrets from the monks. As the scandal broke, the local populace was thrown into uproar. The wealthy gentry who had once donated generously could not swallow this affront. They conspired with the authorities to execute all the monks and seize the temple's land and assets. Alas, while the corrupt monks met their demise, the indomitable spirit of the honorable female devotee remained trapped in that place. Liang sighed deeply, conjecturing that the female ghost they encountered in the Guhan temple was indeed her. Having finally concluded his lengthy narrative, Xing Heqiu and Wanli Fengdao were left utterly speechless, unable to fathom that the unfolding of their quest could encompass such profound revelations beyond mere violence. Before Xing Heqiu could voice any thoughts, Liang stepped out of the Mahavira Hall and exited the Guhan temple, arriving at the edge of a dense forest. This marked the boundary of the task's designated 500-meter radius. Amidst the shifting shadows of the trees, spectral forms seemed to stir, yet Liang remained undaunted, brandishing his axe as he began to dig into the ground. "What are you doing?" Soon after, Wan Li and the others caught up and inquired. Liang provided a succinct command to excavate the area within a 500-meter radius of Guhan Temple from the outside in. The teammates exchanged glances, hesitating as they contemplated the pitch-black night and the foreboding, shadowy forest. As Liang continued to dig, he paused and said with resignation, "Since that female ghost is bound to this place, her remains are likely not far away. If we unearth her bones and incinerate them, all potential calamities will be eradicated." Xinghe and the others were at a loss for words. The system had issued a task to survive for 7 days, intending for them to endure the torment of the ghost's assaults, watching their comrades perish one by one in a ceaseless cycle of terror, trembling in fear, hoping to survive through sheer luck. Yet, here Liang was, transforming the situation into one of swift resolution, taking proactive measures, and even preemptively eliminating hazards to accomplish the mission. "Brother, why do you not adhere to the established norms?" The atmosphere was as tumultuous as 1,000 llamas racing through the Shiha River, with Xi Heqiu and others exchanging glances, encircling Liang, each employing their own silent strategies to excavate the earth. Hands, feet, heads, and arms worked tirelessly for hours, unearthing fragments of white bones from the ground beneath an expanse of 500 meters. Ultimately, these pieces were reassembled into a human form. Judging by the bone age, the individual had perished 3 years prior. Anatomically, it was a female with a commendable physique, likely possessing considerable beauty. The sight of the skeletal arms evoked thoughts of white skeletal thighs, which in turn conjured images of rib cages and chests, leading Liang's imagination to leap only to such superficial depths. He gazed at the female skeleton laid before him and lamented, "Every grievance has its origin. Every debt its owner. Grievances demand redress, and enmity seek vengeance. Dear lady, may you rest in peace." With that, he retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his backpack, preparing to incinerate the remains, while Xi Heqiu, Wan Li, Feng Dao, and Lu Wu Dai drew their weapons, surrounding Liang. As the bones were on the verge of being consumed by flames, if the spirit were to strike, this would be the opportune moment. Just as the burning bottle plummeted, poised to shatter upon the bones, a delicate hand emerged from the depths of the earth. The ever-ready Xi Heqiu and the others were about to unleash their formidable skills to crush that arm to dust when Liang raised his hand to intervene. Wait, what are we hesitating for? Just eliminate it. Wanli Fengdao exclaimed urgently. Had he just entered the narrative quest, he would have disregarded Liang, a mere level 3 novice. However, the unfolding events had all been orchestrated by Liang, which left Wanli Fengdao utterly exasperated. Liang apathetically shook his head, his expression impassive as he observed a hand clutching a Molotov cocktail emerge from the ground. An arm, a shoulder, a torso gradually. A young woman clad in a canary yellow gown rose from the earth, resembling a flower emerging from the mud. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Adorned in a gown of soft yellow, her skin as pale as snow. Despite a smattering of dirt upon her exquisite features, her elongated brows resembled delicate brush strokes. And her eyes bore a hint of sorrow, with tightly pressed lips that evoked a sense of compassion. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman. The kind who would undoubtedly attract countless admirers in contemporary society as a social media sensation. Alas, she was deceased, her form now skeletal, and thus, the moment was lost. Liang stepped forward, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "Greetings, may I ask if you identify as GG or MM? It seems there was a misunderstanding. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate into elegant English." The female ghost, clutching a Molotov cocktail, tilted her head in confusion. Her eerie and chilling appearance, juxtaposed with an unexpectedly adorable charm, stirred a sense of intrigue within Leon. Meanwhile, the ever-vigilant Xing Hecho and his companions remained oblivious to Leon's imaginative musings about potential encounters with the spectral figure. They remained on high alert, brandishing an array of weapons aimed at the apparition, ready to unleash a thunderous assault should she display any unusual behavior. Liang adjusted his CUB tactical attire, cleared his throat, and addressed the female apparition. "I am Li Rixing. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss?" Meow, meow, meow. Is it the moment for flirtation? Chapter 30. The Demon Thus. What is the current situation? Field Officer Xing Hecho of the Special Affairs Bureau stood in a daze, gripping his long spear, alongside the equally stupefied Wanli Fengdao, as they observed Liang engaged in lively conversation with a female ghost, seemingly devoid of any intention to fight. The female ghost, known as Chai Tsueqiao, hailed from a prestigious family. Her grandfather had once served as the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, while her father currently held a position as an official in the Ministry of War. The Chai family, prominent in Nanjing, was regarded as one of the city's influential clans. Unfortunately, Chai Tsueqiao's mother was a renowned courtesan from the Qinhuai River, who, after being redeemed and brought back to the Chai household while pregnant, was forced to live in subservience, enduring oppression from the primary wife, along with disdain from the loyal servants who sided with her. For over a decade, Chai Tsueqiao and her mother tasted the bitterness of human relationships, witnessing the sordidness of high society. Although Chai Tsueqiao yearned to escape this gilded cage, she found herself powerless to do so. When the time for marriage arrived, the Chai family, adhering to a utilitarian philosophy, arranged for Chai Tsueqiao, a concubine's daughter, to wed the second son of a wealthy salt merchant in Nanjing in exchange for a substantial dowry. Chai Tsueqiao, resigned to her fate, thought she would simply follow her husband's lead, and if she could not live a poetic life akin to those found in novels, she would dutifully support him as a wealthy wife. However, to her dismay, the second son of the salt merchant, having indulged excessively before their marriage, was left with a debilitating condition that rendered him incapable of consummating their union, preferring to sleep in his study on their wedding night. 3 months elapsed, during which Chai Tsueqiao watched helplessly as her nominal husband either frolicked outside or remained silent in the inner chambers, avoiding her entirely. The Chen family, who had taken her in, sought to align with the Chai family for mutual benefit, but a child was necessary to solidify their alliance. Pressured by her family, Chai Tsueqiao's mother repeatedly urged her to seek a child. In a moment of desperation, Chai Tsueqiao visited the Gahan's temple with her maid to pray for a child, having heard rumors of its efficacy. To petition for a child at Gahan's temple, female devotees were required to kneel before the statue of Guanyin throughout the night. While Chai Tsueqiao was engrossed in her prayers, a hidden panel beneath the Arhat seat opened, revealing a group of lecherous monks. Having been sheltered in the confines of her family, Chai Tsueqiao, influenced by the romantic tale she had read, resisted fiercely, tragically colliding with a pillar, leading to her demise. In a state of panic upon witnessing the bloodshed, the monks, in a frenzy, dismembered her body in front of the statue of the Buddha and buried her remains in the mountains behind the temple, deceitfully claiming she had never visited. When her family reported her disappearance to the authorities, the monks were apprehended and faced severe punishment. Unable to withstand the torment during interrogation, They revealed the temple's dark secrets, leading to widespread scandal. As word spread, husbands divorced their wives who had visited the temple, and newborns were tragically discarded. Prominent families that had previously sought blessings from the temple could not bear the shame and utilized their connections to imprison all the monks, condemning them to death and confiscating the temple's assets in order to protect their family's reputation. Both the Chai and Jia families insisted that Chai Tsueqiao had never been to the temple, claiming she had simply vanished in the forest, neglecting to recover her remains out of fear of disturbing their ancestors. Overwhelmed by grief, Chai Tsueqiao's mother passed away, leaving her daughter's spirit filled with resentment and anger, eventually transforming into a vengeful ghost that haunted the Gohan's temple. Local ruffians, intent on looting the temple, met their demise at the hands of Chai Tsueqiao, their bodies scattered in the nearby woods. Officials dispatched to investigate were similarly frightened away by the malevolent spirit. As the rumors of the haunted temple spread, the fear of the ghost kept both locals and travelers at bay. For half a year, Liang and his companions were the only visitors to dare enter. Liang clasped his hands and spoke earnestly, "Though we are but bandits from Jianjing Mountain, we are familiar with the core values of socialism and the principles of honor and shame. The tale of Miss Chai's unwavering courage deeply moves us, and we hold immense admiration for her. Should you have any unfinished wishes, do not hesitate to express them." Wanli Fengdao's expression shifted as he recalled nearly meeting his end at the ghost's hands. However, hearing Liang's tone, it seemed he intended to negotiate a peaceful resolution. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xing Hechou, subtly gesturing towards the ominous bones at their feet, clearly indicating that if they gathered the ghost's remains, they could eliminate the threat and gain experience points. Xing Hechou silently shook his head, pondering the complexity of the situation. The system had tasked them with surviving for 7 days, initially believing their team lacked the strength to confront the vengeful spirit. Although Wanli Fengdao had wounded Chai Tsueqiao earlier, her injuries had miraculously healed, indicating that she was concealing her true powers and was compelled to cooperate due to her remains being uncovered. If negotiations faltered, direct confrontation might yield victory. But how many would survive remained uncertain. Resolute in his decision, Xing Hechou signaled for Wanli Fengdao to remain calm and observe Liang's approach. Chai Tsueqiao regarded the group with a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, particularly scrutinizing the grim-faced Wanli Fengdao before she gracefully bowed to Liang, softly stating, "Humans and ghosts are worlds apart. I do not dare to make requests. Humans are aware of the terror of ghosts, and ghosts understand the malice of humans. The underworld is empty, while spirits roam the earth." Liang, with a grand flourish, disregarded the barriers of gender and the divide between life and death, boldly grasping Chai Tsueqiao's icy hand. "In my eyes, Miss Chai is a true heroine, far more genuine than those hypocrites who preach morality while lacking sincerity." "Then, shall I speak?" he continued without hesitation. Chai Tsueqiao, bowing deeply, spoke with profound sorrow, "Though the lecherous monks of Gahan's temple have been punished, the principal culprit remains at large. The abominable Master Daoji has transformed into a demon, feigning death to escape justice. He now masquerades as a monk, living freely under the guise of a crown. In 7 days, he will host a banquet for mountain demons at Gahan's temple. I beseech you to uphold justice for me." Chapter 31. Burden. The abbot of the Gahan temple, Master Daoji, appeared outwardly benevolent and cultured, yet behind this facade lay a veritable villain. He indulged the monks within the temple to indulge in debauchery, deceive the faithful, and amass wealth for his own gain. Upon the exposure of these misdeeds, he was executed publicly at the marketplace. When Master Daoji's head fell, the townsfolk rejoiced, cheering loudly, wishing they could restore the bald monk's head just to behead him again. However, according to the ghost Chai Tsueqiao, Master Daoji was not human, but rather a creature of the mountain demon variety known as a shanjiao. On the day of his execution, he used a combination of bone-shrinking techniques and illusions to feign his own death, deceiving the executioner and the onlookers, thus escaping. Every July, he would return to Gahan Temple to unearth the vintage wine buried in the cellar and host feasts for various demons. Although Chai Tsueqiao had transformed into a vengeful spirit, their powers seemed equal. Yet, the towering Shanjiao, with its human face and long arms, exuded a heavy aura of malice that would dissolve ordinary spirits like snow under the spring sun, making vengeance seem a distant hope. In previous years, when Master Daoji returned to Gahan Temple, Chai Tsueqiao could only hide in the temple's depths, suppressing her seething resentment, her soul nearly eroded by fury. Thus, upon discovering the exceptional abilities of Liang and his companions, Chai Tsueqiao resolved to employ any means necessary to enlist their aid in slaying the Shanjiao. Whether through coercion or temptation, she was determined. The Shanjiao possessed several magical artifacts. One was a purple gold cassock, impervious to water and fire. Another was a purple gold bowl, capable of absorbing moonlight and refining it into spiritual droplets. And a third was a vajra pestle, easily shattering stone and repelling water. Chai Tsueqiao spoke gravely. Among these, the purple gold bowl is the most precious. Ordinary cultivators toil for months in the mountains to accumulate mere traces of spiritual energy, but with the purple gold bowl, the speed of cultivation accelerates manifold. Were it not for the rarity of great demons and the Shanjiao's considerable strength, it would have long been robbed for its treasures. If you all are willing to assist me in eliminating this fiend, I would require not a single artifact for myself, and I could bestow upon you a grand gift afterward. The nature of this gift remained unspoken, yet a mysterious smile graced her lips. Liang chuckled. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Given the gravity of the situation, he felt it prudent not to make a unilateral decision. If Miss Chai does not mind, I would like to confer with my friends first. Chai Tsueqiao nodded with a smile, holding a burning bottle. Liang pulled Xing Hecho and others beneath the temple's sign, whispering in discussion. Liang frowned and asked, Yuan Feng, what are your thoughts? Not much to say. Wan Lifeng replied, his voice solemn. I have always believed that the paths of humans and ghosts diverge. Those consumed by tigers find their spirits bound to the beast, aiding in the deception of the living. We are trapped within Gahan Temple, unable to gather evidence from the outside to verify her claims. What if she is merely a servant of that Shanjiao, deceiving us into sparing her, only to wait for the Shanjiao to come and slay us? Once an idealistic soul, Wan Lifeng had become jaded through numerous experiences of being exploited in his kindness. Unable to discern the truth of others' suffering, he had hardened his heart to become cold and indifferent. From a purely self-serving standpoint, I leaned towards eliminating her directly. He glanced at his silent companions and continued. She was just contemplating our demise. Now that we have unearthed her bones and seized her lifeline, shall we heed her one-sided narrative? Xing Hecho appeared hesitant, while Lu Wudai remained silent. Wan Lifeng took a deep breath and turned to the young monk Huibing, attempting to find an ally. Master Huibing, you heard her, she perished due to the monk's misdeeds. What if she develops PTSD from her death amongst the monks? What if she devises a plan to kill you within these 7 days? Huibing's face turned somber, murmuring the name of Amit Ba. Uncertain whether it was the fear of his own mortality or the disgrace cast upon the Buddhist order that troubled him. Miss Lu, Brother Xing, if we linger in indecision, we may not escape unforeseen changes. The night is long, and dreams may multiply, Wan Lifeng urged. Xing Hecho's gaze sharpened, as if resolved. Let us feign cooperation with her to weather these next few days. On the 7th day, whether the Shanjiao arrives or not, we will be prepared for any eventuality. Comrade Shaoli, what do you think? Liang chuckled softly, licking his lips. I align with Brother Xing's thoughts. Hypothetical situation 1. We find no ledger. Uncover no secrets of the depravity within Gahan Temple, and discover not Chai Tsueqiao's remains. In such a case, we may spiral into a bitter conflict. Unable to communicate with her at all, our primary task would merely be to survive her relentless pursuit. Situation 2. We uncover the ledger, reveal the temple's mysteries, and discover Chai Tsueqiao's remains, but refuse to cooperate. Thus, a battle ensues, and while we may have the upper hand to eliminate her, it would still come at a cost. Situation 3. We engage in a charade with Chai Tsueqiao, gaining a temporary reprieve of 6 or 7 days. In that time, we could devise strategies to uncover more clues within Gahan Temple, preparing for the Shanjiao's potential arrival. Should the Shanjiao truly appear on the 7th day, we can adjust our tactics based on its strength, either betraying Chai Tsueqiao or joining forces against the Shanjiao. As Liang smiled and waved to Chai Tsueqiao from a distance, he weighed the pros and cons in a calm, detached manner, advising his companions, considering the majority opinion. I still advocate for a temporary partnership with Chai Tsueqiao, though her remains should remain within our grasp. With the principle of majority prevailing, the group returned to negotiate with Chai Tsueqiao, agreeing to collaborate on the condition that the remains were safeguarded by the task force. Surprisingly, the ghost did not express strong dissatisfaction over the ownership of the bones, but proposed an additional condition. On the 7th day, when the Shanjiao would host a feast for demons, various lesser spirits would gather at Gahan Temple. The extraordinary beings would need only to feign acceptance of the invitation to blend in. However, among the guests would be those capable of perceiving my ghostly essence. Chai Tsueqiao blushed, lowering her head, and said to Liang, To avoid detection, I wish to conceal myself within your body. This request not only aimed to obscure her identity, but also to exert control over the task force, as Liang was the weakest among them. Xing Hucho furrowed his brow, about to refuse, when he heard Liang chuckle mischievously, stepping forward and squatting down in a pose reminiscent of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Almost as he squatted, a brilliant light erupted from his cat-like eyes in a hidden corner, freezing Chai Tsuiqiao in place. Her gaze became vacant, her expression heavy and dazed, as if pondering how to ascend into Liang's form. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Maintaining his crouched position, Liang silently adjusted the output power of his cat-like eyes. After the encounter with the black zombie, his mastery of illusions had significantly improved, allowing him confidence in immobilizing even a formidable spirit like Chai Tsuiqiao. Possession is permissible, yet it necessitates a means of counteraction. Liang quietly dispelled the illusion, unaware that the female ghost, who had been completely entranced for 3 seconds, nodded. Her feet remained firmly planted on the ground, while her upper body elongated continuously, resembling melted Play-Doh, slowly enveloping Liang's back. Ultimately, that pallid and ghastly face merged with his own. The two visages intertwined and interfered with one another. Ears sprouted from Liang's eyes, fingers emerged from his nostrils, and tufts of hair erupted from his clenched jaw, while a cat's white leg protruded from his abdomen. The scene was grotesque, the situation harrowing, causing Xing Hicho and the others to shudder involuntarily. After a prolonged moment, the fusion of man and ghost was accomplished, and those bizarre appendages began to gradually recede. How do you feel? Xing Hicho inquired with concern. Is there any discomfort? Liang remained silent for a while, pressing down the protruding, angular nose on his cheek, then grinning widely and giving a thumbs up. This sensation was refreshing and exhilarating. Chapter 32. The Cellar. After thoroughly confirming that Liang was in good physical and mental condition, the task force returned to the temple courtyard, taking turns to keep watch. They spent the night on the freshly cleaned bluestone floor, and only at dawn did they begin their exploration of the temple. Is this the place? Liang mused, gazing up at the pagoda. A beautiful woman's head emerged from his neck, replying, Indeed, the cellar beneath the pagoda is a spiritual nexus of the surrounding mountains and rivers. The mountain demon recognized this and impersonated Dao Ji to become the abbot. He inscribed a series of energy-gathering formations on the cellar walls and placed a multitude of fine wines at the center of the formation. These wines are imbued with spiritual energy. Even the most resilient drinkers would find themselves intoxicated at a mere taste. Demons, too, would feel euphoric after imbibing them. Every year at this time, the mountain demon descends into the cellar to entertain the other demons, making this an ideal ambush location should we wish to strike. Liang nodded in agreement and proceeded into the temple. Following Chai Tsuiqiao's guidance, he employed a multifunctional infantry shovel purchased from an online store to pry open a pile of floor tiles, clearing the dust to reveal a hidden hinged wooden trapdoor beneath. After lifting the trapdoor and allowing 20 minutes for ventilation, he descended into the cellar holding a candle, followed closely by his teammates. The interior of the cellar was surprisingly spacious and far less chaotic than anticipated. There were no cobwebs or tiny insects in sight. Liang illuminated the oil lamps on the red brick walls with his candle, revealing some clutter in the corners, while in the center lay a collection of green ceramic wine jars, each sealed with red paper. The team entered one after another, examining the cellar. And Chai Tsuiqiao quietly cautioned, Be careful not to leave footprints. The mountain demon is extremely vigilant. If he notices any disturbed dust, he will certainly be alerted. It's all right, Liang replied confidently. I have a portable motor. I can modify it into a reverse vacuum to pump dust into the cellar and obscure our footprints. Xing Hucho's eyes twitched. With limited inventory space, who would carry a motor during a mission? Moreover, was it not a bit excessive to be able to craft a vacuum on the fly? Liang strode boldly to the center of the cellar, moving aside the wine jars to reveal beneath them a strange collection of ink markings resembling a multitude of runes. The others gathered around to observe, and Xing Hucho silently produced a rather professional-looking Sony digital camera, activating the flash to capture the runes on the floor. The ink was ordinary soot ink, and the brush used to draw the formations was likely nothing more than a standard wolf hair brush. The strokes were loose and lacked any grandeur, resembling mere scribbles rather than the geometric beauty found in Western alchemical diagrams. Yet, this crude and simplistic energy-gathering formation stirred profound waves of excitement within the task force. As if through these chaotic symbols, they could glimpse a systematic, coherent, and scientifically analyzable cultivation framework. Liang carefully avoided the ink as he stepped into the center of the formation, holding his breath and focusing intently. Aside from a barely perceptible rise in body temperature of about 1/4 of a degree, he felt nothing. No wonder the mountain demon only returned once a year for the wine. The energy accumulated by this formation was akin to a faucet barely cracked open, emphasizing a slow and steady flow that offered little real benefit to cultivation. Disappointed, Liang exited the formation, allowing others to experience it before returning the wine jars to their original positions. By the way, he turned to his teammates. Does anyone have landmines? Be it anti-personnel, anti-tank, fragmentation, steel ball, bouncing, directional, pressure, or cluster mines, it all works. While Liang addressed the entire team, he only expected Xing Hecho to respond. This middle-aged man with a square face exhibited a decisive demeanor, hinting at a military background that likely provided him access to modern weaponry. After a moment of silence, Xing Hecho replied, M18A1, 10 pieces. Wow, you actually have landmines? The others looked on in astonishment, while Liang smirked. The M18A1, also known as the Claymore mine, is an anti-personnel mine developed by the United States during the Vietnam War in the 1960s. It features a curved, convex square casing that detonates via tripwire or cable control, utilizing shrapnel and steel balls to inflict harm, with an optimal kill radius of 50 meters and a 60-degree arc, and a maximum range of 250 meters. The lethality of modern weaponry far surpasses the limits of human endurance, and the anti-personnel mines from the Vietnam era share no qualitative difference in destructive capacity with contemporary models. Additionally, given that a certain white-haired, red-eyed rabbit delights in imitating the American bald eagle, using American military equipment in a context where revealing one's identity is inconvenient poses no psychological burden whatsoever. Can you deploy them? I can. Then let us get started. Liang retrieved his infantry shovel and began to excavate the floor tiles in the cellar, collaborating with Xing Hecho to set the landmines. While they worked, Xing Hecho noted with keen observation that Liang displayed remarkable skill in burying the mines. He knew precisely where to cover the tiles and how to position the tripwires for maximum lethality. Attending to every detail meticulously, it was evident he had buried mines before. Sensing Xing Hecho's scrutiny, Liang turned and chuckled. Please don't look at me like I'm a dangerous individual. I assure you, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Sure, I believe you, Xing Hecho replied, his expression stiffening as he resolved to investigate Liang's background in the citizen data system after their return, searching for records of individuals with professional militia training. Back when I was a mercenary in West Africa, I once worked with a teammate nicknamed Shirye on a mission, as we buried mines on a dirt road. He inexplicably decided to stomp on the ground twice to compact the surface, and the mine detonated immediately. Dust and debris flew everywhere as I cradled Shirye. He complained that his backside hurt. I told him, Shirye, your backside is in the tree. It shouldn't hurt anymore. I hope these mines will ensure that when the mountain demon enters the cellar, he ends up with his backside in a tree as well. Damn it. Shirye's backside in a tree? Do you think we haven't seen let the bullets fly? Chapter 33. The fox. Everyone had begun to acclimatize to Liang's intermittent jesting. Despite their inner grumblings, their faces betrayed little emotion. After laying the necessary traps, the task force emerged from the cellar, observing as Liang retrieved an electric motor, a welding machine, and a plethora of assorted steel scraps. In a matter of moments, he assembled a vacuum cleaner that extracted dust from the floor and expelled it back into the cellar to conceal their tracks. Subsequently, the group ventured to other locations within the lonely cold temple, setting various concealed landmines, with the day of the banquet for the demons drawing near. The temple was soon to be teeming with supernatural beings. Hence, these traps were designed for remote detonation to prevent accidental explosions. The task force then formulated a plan for ambushing the mountain demons, incorporating intelligence from Chai Tsui Chiao and the temple's geographical layout, as well as strategies for dealing with the demons that had attended in previous years. Time passed, and 5 days elapsed without incident, everything remaining seemingly mundane. On the 6th night, the well-prepared task force returned to their assigned guest rooms to rest. In the dead of night, Liang lay in bed conversing with Chai Tsui Chiao about the world as seen through the eyes of ghosts. Liang inquired, when a person dies and transforms into a ghost, do not the emissaries of the underworld, such as the black and white impermanents, come to escort the spirit away? Chai Tsui Chiao responded, generally, that is indeed the case. However, similar to the law enforcement officers in the mortal realm, there are areas that the black and white impermanents cannot oversee. Some souls that meet untimely ends remain unclaimed for long periods, nurtured by resentment and negative energy, evolving into malevolent spirits that terrorize the living. Either they become formidable ghosts or ghost kings, or they are preemptively exorcised by passing monks or Taoists. Chai Tsueqiao paused, seemingly concerned that Leon might misinterpret her words, and clarified, of course, there are also ordinary spirits whose grievances are not as severe, merely lingering because their remains are interred in a location permeated by yin energy. These spirits coexist harmoniously with the living, and under special circumstances, they may even assist the living. Leon nodded, recalling a tale from the notes from the grass hut, where a man from Guangdong County collected and buried unclaimed remains at the village's edge, erecting a communal grave. Following this act of goodwill, a plague erupted in the surrounding area. The man dreamed of 100 figures standing at his doorstep, one of whom implored him to burn paper flags and wooden swords wrapped in tin foil to aid them in battling the plague spirits, as a way to repay the village's kindness. True to his charitable nature, he complied, and soon after, the villagers heard the sounds of clamor and combat outside, which ceased by dawn. Remarkably, none in the village contracted the disease. Such heartwarming tales of harmonious coexistence between humans and spirits abound in collections like Notes from the Grass Hut, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, and Miscellaneous Notes from Yuyang. Chai Tsueqiao provided additional insights into the afterlife, elucidating that humans and spirits are not necessarily adversaries. As Leon listened intently to these ghostly narratives, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of recited poetry and a heated debate outside the temple, followed by shouts and curses, culminating in the sounds of a scuffle. Ghosts? Leon raised an eyebrow as a spirit outside bellowed. This fellow's critique of my poetry has enraged me. I gave him a good thrashing for it. Now, esteemed scholar, please listen to my verses and offer your critique. With that, the spirit began to recite its self-composed poetry, applauding itself as it read. The verses were lengthy, and another spirit groaned in pain while mocking the quality of the work. Leon listened from the window, acknowledging that the poetry was rather mediocre, reminiscent of an uneducated landlord struggling to string together grandiose phrases. What do you think of this composition? Leon mused, smacking his lips and chuckling. I fear my constitution cannot endure your vigorous critique. No sooner had he spoken than the beaten spirit erupted in laughter, while the poet was left speechless, fuming as he departed, muttering about the absurdity of the situation. With the spirits gone, the temple returned to silence, and Leon exchanged a glance with Chai Tsueqiao. The following night marked the 7th day, the final day stipulated by the system's task, as the demons invited to the banquet would soon arrive. The next morning, as the group prepared breakfast, they noted the severe dark circles under Wanli Fengdao's eyes. Xing Heqiu inquired, Did you not sleep well last night? You have no idea. Wanli Fengdao replied, I had a dream in which a graceful figure in palace attire was tidying up my room. I instinctively rose from bed, hoping to catch a glimpse of her face, wishing to transform this dream into something more intimate. However, when she turned to face me, her figure was stunning. Yet her visage was that of a burly, bearded man, reminiscent of Zhang Fei or Li Kuei. I was utterly terrified and couldn't sleep a wink thereafter. Xing Heqiu and the monk Hui Bing exchanged amused glances, while Leon appeared contemplative, nodding in understanding. Not merely a dream, perhaps. What? Wanli Fengdao exclaimed. Not out of fear of the supernatural, but rather the implication that the male-bodied, female-appearing demon might be aware of his intentions. Picking up soap. A shiver ran down his spine as he was about to inquire further when he saw Leon dash into his room. Inside, everything appeared normal, save for a faint, elusive fragrance wafting through the air. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to carry an odd, pungent undertone. Leon furrowed his brow, stepped onto the floor, and nimbly ascended to the beam overhead. To his surprise, he discovered he was not the only one perched there. A male fox, with dark gray fur and an impressively long beard, lounged atop the beam. Hello, Leon greeted. The fox paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding in a gravelly voice, Greetings. Leon raised an eyebrow, asking, Are you a fox from Hubei? Eh? The black fox exclaimed, How do you know I'm a fox from Hubei? Because your accent is rather unrefined, Leon replied with a smirk. Chapter 34. The Gathering of Monsters. Leon chuckled softly and inquired, Why did you tease my companion last night? I found him quite handsome and thought to play a little prank, replied the black fox. At that moment, the other members of the task force hurried over, astonished to see a fox that could speak in Fujian dialect. Since we are all here to partake in the banquet, we should coexist harmoniously, Leon said with a smile, producing a glass marble and waving it before the fox. I offer you this gem in exchange for a display of your enchanting skills. Last night, He had learned from Chai Tzu that the majority of monsters transformed into human form out of a yearning for earthly wealth, desiring to indulge in life's pleasures. Thus, it was evident that luxuries such as gold and jewels held value even among these creatures. The black fox's eyes sparkled at the sight of the flawless marble, which concealed golden leaves within. Nodding eagerly, it leaped gracefully from the beam, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. With a resounding pop, a lady adorned in palace garb appeared, though her darkened face was marred by excess flesh and a coarse beard, eliciting disappointment from the onlookers. The crowd murmured in disbelief, while Wan Li Fengdao's face turned pale and Xing Heqiu scratched his head in confusion, muttering, "Aren't fox transformations supposed to yield beautiful women?" The public fox, feeling the weight of scrutiny, awkwardly defended itself. "I have yet to reach the pinnacle of transformation. This is merely a rudimentary illusion." With that, it reverted to its fox form, howling twice, prompting a multitude of foxes to rush in from outside. This gathering of foxes, varied in size and hue, included both males and females. The largest among them, a white fox, cleared its throat and spoke in an elderly voice, "My apologies, esteemed guests. This rascal is naturally mischievous, and his illusions are lacking, which has led to your amusement." "Oh, not at all." Xing Heqiu hesitated, glancing at the black fox before continuing. "This gentleman's illusions are truly remarkable. They broadened our horizons." The group of foxes erupted in laughter, and the embarrassed black fox hastily displayed the glass marble before the elder fox, saying, "Look, they gifted me this gem." "Oh?" The elder fox grinned widely upon seeing the golden leaves within the marble, displaying a remarkably anthropomorphic expression. "Since this is a gift from esteemed guests, you should keep it. By the way, are you all here for the banquet? I don't recall seeing you before." Unfazed, Liang, prepared for this moment, calmly fabricated a tale. "We hail from the distant Ayatubi Islands, under the tutelage of Master Daunting. Our mentor sent us to the Central Plains for training, and upon hearing of this unrestricted banquet, we came uninvited." "I see," the elder fox nodded, choosing not to delve further. A cacophony of chatter erupted among the young foxes, filled with trivial gossip about their daily lives. One female fox had recently tried to seduce a down-and-out scholar, but ended up being chased by an angry wife, while another male fox had sought amusement in a human brothel but found himself penniless and imprisoned in a cellar. In the strange tales of the Ming and Qing dynasties, fox spirits were not solely preoccupied with seduction. Rather, they existed as both male and female, cohabiting in families, and often living in peace with humans. One story in the notes from the Weeds recounts how a small second-floor pawn shop was occupied by a group of foxes whose nightly conversations caused no harm, leading to years of peaceful coexistence. However, one night, loud sounds of whipping and scolding echoed from above. Curious, the crowd gathered to listen, only to hear a male voice calling out in pain, "Are there not sensible people below? Is it common for a wife to beat her husband?" Amidst the crowd stood a man bearing scratches on his face, prompting uproarious laughter as they replied, "Oh yes, indeed. Not surprising at all." The foxes above joined in the laughter, and the sounds of punishment ceased. Perhaps it was true that female foxes possessed greater magical prowess than their male counterparts, as many tales depict female foxes abusing their male counterparts. In one such tale, a peasant named Shoujia, unable to endure his wife's beatings, fled to a dilapidated temple under the cover of night, hoping to find help by morning. When his wife discovered his absence, she followed the trail to the temple, where she listed Zhou's transgressions before the deity, demanding he lay down for punishment. A group of foxes residing in the temple, hearing the cries for mercy, burst forth and exclaimed, "How can such injustice exist in the world? This is intolerable." The male foxes surged forward, seizing the whip from Zhou's wife, stripping her of her clothing, and beating her until she bled. Suddenly, a horde of female foxes appeared, clamoring, "You male foxes only support the wretched man. This man has been unfaithful. Should he not be punished?" Thus, a chaotic tug-of-war ensued, with the male foxes and female foxes quarreling over Zhou and his wife until the commotion attracted the village guards, forcing the scene to disperse. Zhou, exhausted, managed to carry his wife back to their village, all the while enduring her incessant scolding. Just as humans exhibit a diverse array of personalities, so too do demons and spirits possess emotions and desires: greed, anger, ignorance, resentment, hate, love, and separation. Among them exist both malevolent and virtuous beings, some driven by self-preservation, while others stand for justice and righteousness. The foxes gathered for the banquet were accompanied by their families, males, females, elders, and youths engaged in idle chatter reminiscent of modern-day family tours abroad. As the foxes settled in, a commotion erupted outside the temple, heralding the arrival of various spirits and monsters. There were upright walking tigers clad in Taoist robes, wielding whisks, towering giants over 4 meters tall, brandishing massive wooden clubs. Shifty-eyed old men accompanied by a horde of brown rats, and disease-ridden specters in white garments with black hats, their purple tongues hanging low. An eclectic array of demons and spirits gathered in the temple courtyard, forming small circles, exchanging boisterous greetings, exuding a sense of camaraderie as if they had not seen each other in ages. Setting aside their bizarre appearances, these creatures interacted harmoniously, resembling rural entrepreneurs at a networking event, quaint and rustic in appearance. Wan Li Fengdao felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the multitude of demons, his body stiffening and palms sweating, while secretly contemplating the bountiful rewards that lay in wait. Xing Hicho, however, sighed in relief, realizing that as Liang had predicted, had the task force not uncovered the truth of the solitary cold temple and instead engaged in conflict with Chai Xiao, they would have been ill-prepared to face the oncoming horde, potentially leading to their demise. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Xing Hicho wiped the cold sweat from his brow, maintaining a stoic expression as he silently assessed the combat prowess of these demons. Chapter 35. The transaction. Liang softly inquired, "What is the origin of that cat-eyed white-tipped tiger?" The spirit concealed within him, Chai Xiao, responded, "He was once a ferocious man-eating beast from Jingyang Ridge. After a fall from a cliff, he fortuitously landed in the cave of a Tang dynasty recluse, acquiring some inheritance, and thereafter ceased his predatory ways, renaming himself Taijizi. What a curious moniker, my friend. Have you stumbled into the wrong set of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? And what of the Cyclopean giant?" Liang pressed. "He is a hybrid. His mother is a descendant of the ancient Feng giants, while his father was a frail scholar." Liang paused, attempting to gauge the giant's stature. "Is he truly a hybrid?" "Not as you might imagine," Chai Xiao clarified. "His father, during his youth, traveled to the capital for the imperial examination. Caught in a torrential downpour, he sought refuge in a cave." The silence lingered as Chai Xiao awkwardly continued. It turned out his father possessed remarkable physical prowess. Seizing the moment, he took out his sketchbook, and once the rain ceased, he emerged from the cave to continue his journey. Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying?" "Indeed," Chai Xiao confessed with embarrassment. "You would do well not to mention this to the giant. At the last banquet, he crushed a multitude of demons with a wooden club. Well, in this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. Such an astonishing birth story is reminiscent of the myth of Huashu conceiving Fuxi," Liang mused, his eyes twitching as he continued to probe into the origins, personalities, and powers of other apparitions. Chai Xiao, who had a penchant for reading novels during her lifetime, possessed a remarkable ability to gather and deduce information. Having eavesdropped on the banquet a few times, she had already pieced together much intelligence regarding the various spirits. As Chai Xiao had previously remarked, the demons and spirits attending the banquet did not express skepticism about the humanity of Liang and his companions. They merely cast curious glances before turning back to converse amongst themselves. After all, the ability to face so many demons without succumbing to their overwhelming aura demonstrated that the task force was indeed composed of extraordinary beings, akin to their kind. "Have we all assembled? Where's the mountain goblin?" rasped the plague demon, whose body was riddled with toxic sores. "What's the rush?" The tiger Taoist remarked with a wave of his whisk, a broad grin on his face. "He always arrives last at this time of year. We might as well wait until the sun has fully set. In that case, let us tidy up the great hall," suggested the elderly rat demon, whose beady eyes sparkled mischievously. With a flick of his robe, a torrent of plump, brown rats cascaded from his voluminous sleeves, resembling a waterfall. The rat demon gestured with a claw-like hand, and the horde of rats surged into the great hall. Countless stout rats scurried beneath the statue of the Shakyamuni Buddha, working together to hoist the statue, while others inexplicably procured a stack of wooden planks, arranging them beneath the statue's base. In a remarkable display of teamwork, they slid the statue out of the great hall and into the open courtyard. The swarm of rats continued their task with astounding efficiency, removing every single statue from within the great hall, even employing dustpans and brooms to meticulously sweep away the accumulated dust. Within mere minutes, the great hall shone as if brand new. This efficiency surpassed that of modern housekeeping services. The myriad demons clambered up the steps and entered the great hall, taking their cushions and leaping onto the pedestals, sitting upright on their cushions as if they were cultured patrons attending a banquet in the human realm. Xing Hucho and the others exchanged glances, finding a secluded spot to sit as they observed the rats expertly carrying out candles from the temple's storeroom, lighting them to illuminate the great hall as brightly as day. The rats also retrieved boxes of bone china wine cups from the storeroom, washing them in the stream behind the temple before placing them in front of each guest's cushion. Before the banquet had even commenced, the multitude of demons began to shout and gamble, throwing dice or shooting arrows at narrow-necked bottles and playful games. In this era, human entertainment was rather mundane. With little innovation, the banquet consisted mostly of drinking, flattery, poetry, and the occasional dance, while the demons had only drinking, gambling, and games as their forms of amusement, omitting the dance segment altogether. After all, they belonged to different species and held different aesthetic values. What the rat demon viewed as an unparalleled beauty might be perceived as merely a scruffy rat by others. Similarly, a stunning beauty in the eyes of one demon might appear as nothing more than a mere skeleton to another. The lack of diverse entertainment options rendered these grotesque, rowdy demons akin to a group of unsophisticated country bumpkins in the eyes of the task force. One might wish to introduce these demons to a modern nightclub to enlighten them on the true essence of entertainment and joy. As Wanli Fengdao pondered silently, Liang spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you be interested in acquiring some extraordinary items?" "What?" Xing Hecho exclaimed, startled. "Li, this is hardly the time for distractions." According to classified intelligence from the Special Affairs Bureau, the various organs of demons and spirits possessed extraordinary attributes akin to rare herbs and treasures found in the wild. In the hands of sorcerers from the Chinese occult society, they could be refined into magical artifacts of varying grades. Even if not transformed into artifacts, these organs could be sold to the system's marketplace in exchange for game currency. "Fear not, I am confident in my approach." Liang grinned as he stood upright from his cushion, audibly clapping his hands together. The clamor gradually subsided, and the gazes of the multitude of demons converged upon Liang. Maintaining his composure, he smiled nonchalantly and addressed the assembly. "Good evening, esteemed guests. We are disciples of Taoist Daunting from the overseas AI-2B Islands. This is our first visit to your esteemed domain, and we seek your understanding should we err in our words." "What are you doing?" Xing Hecho whispered urgently, seeing the nearby demons turn their heads. He discreetly tugged at Liang's pant leg, though his face remained placid. "We have come to the Central Plains not only for training, but also to engage in trade for some local specialties." "Specialties?" Several demons displayed disdain, reminiscent of how humans might boast about the abundance of resources and wealth in the Central Plains. Similarly, the demons of the Central Plains regarded the overseas territories with contempt. What value could possibly come from such a desolate place? The demons fell silent, yet Liang remained unfazed. He reached into his backpack and produced a bulging snakeskin pouch. From within, he retrieved an ornate wooden box, revealing a rough, green orb inside. The orb was spherical and coarse, seemingly composed of some amalgam of plant fragments, emanating an inexplicable aroma. This was a potent concentrated catnip orb, priced at 80 yuan on Taobao, rich in information pheromones that could drive any feline creature into a frenzy. Even the coldest and proudest of cats would find themselves yielding to its scent, willingly shedding their aloofness. Chapter 36. The crown. Numerous demons peered curiously, observing that the azure orb exhibited no extraordinary traits. It was merely an ordinary fruit of flora. "Is this it?" The demons felt a sense of disappointment. As they scoffed, they noticed a tiger demon clad in a robe shuddering violently, his eyes glazed, and his scarlet tongue incessantly licking his lips, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Hey, brother tiger, are you all right?" an acquaintance hesitantly inquired. The tiger demon paid no heed, staggering towards Liang, swallowing hard as he asked, "How much for this fruit?" Liang closed the wooden box, stating that any precious treasure could suffice. The tiger demon rummaged through his robe sleeves, producing a transparent long cord resembling a skipping rope. "Browning deer sinew," an informed demon exclaimed, unable to contain himself. This sinew was resilient and elastic, impervious to blades and flames, making it an excellent material for crafting crossbows, historically used by wandering practitioners as belts. Liang nodded, accepting the sinew and handing the wooden box to the tiger demon. The tiger demon opened the box, flaring his nostrils to inhale the scent of catnip, swallowing greedily, reluctantly closing the box. He sensed that this fruit could enhance his meditation, greatly benefiting his cultivation. Witnessing Liang exchange catnip for extraordinary items left Wan Jiefeng Dao in disbelief. His jaw nearly unhinged as he quietly asked Liang, "Isn't the item slot limited to 20? Why would you waste a slot on such a common item as catnip?" Indeed, the item slot could only contain 20 items. But what I purchased from Taobao was a lucky bag valued at 500 yuan, filled with assorted daily necessities such as combs, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, snacks, razors, lighters, and catnip. Liang softly explained. This lucky bag is voluminous, containing bizarre items that might prove useful in various quests. And the entire bag is recognized by the system as a single item, thus justifying its inclusion in the item slot. Is there such a tactic? Wan Jiefeng Dao stared at Liang in astonishment, unaware that Liang had meticulously devised an experimental protocol to test the system's limits, dedicating significant effort to planning scientific testing forms. The lucky bag from Taobao counts as one item, while placing numerous items within the bag is not recognized by the system as a single item. This somewhat perplexing system judgment is indeed a hallmark of the Killing Field game. Following the successful transaction with the Tiger Demon, the atmosphere became considerably lively. Liang then exchanged a water pipe valued at 400 yuan with a rat demon for a fire rat fur coat that self-regulates temperature, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. He traded a 24 yuan acne ointment from a plague demon for a piece of skin afflicted with a deadly disease, and a 56 yuan fatigue relief eye drop from an overworked cyclops for a 2-meter-long bone spine. The other members of the task force watched in awe as Liang amassed an array of peculiar items from the demons, the air seemingly filled with the sounds of various shopkeepers' promotional announcements. The largest water pipe factory in Wenzhou has shut down. The owner, Huang He, ran off with 3.5 billion in debts. We have no choice but to sell water pipes at low wages, originally priced over 300, now only 20. You can't go wrong for just 9.99. Clearance sale, last day, massive discounts. Transactions flew by rapidly. For Liang, the inexpensive Taobao products could be exchanged for special items to sell in the system's marketplace for precious game currency. For the demons, their utterly worthless items that could not be refined into magical treasures could be exchanged for overseas specialties like the water pipe, serving a unique purpose in their cultivation. Both parties were content, and happiness prevailed. As the bartering drew to a close, Liang gazed at his bulging backpack filled with various trinkets, reflecting on the profitability of reselling. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, causing the candle flames in the great hall to flicker, casting distorted shadows of demons upon the walls. With a light and rapid cadence, footsteps approached, and 4 ghostly figures bore a palanquin, gliding gracefully from the distant shadows of trees. The palanquin was grand, its golden canopy resembling a sloped roof, surrounded by a circle of black and red drapery, exuding elegance and majesty. The bearers, however, were less impressive, clad in blood-red tunics, with green faces, sharp teeth, long ears, and ruddy noses, each displaying a grotesque appearance. Leading the procession was a figure dressed in immaculate white robes, whose complexion appeared even paler than his garments. Liang's pupils dilated, in his spiritual perception. Both the bearers and the figure ahead were spirits, heavy with resentment and ominous energy, far more formidable than the possessing spirit encountered in the school parking lot. If such formidable malevolent spirits served as bearers, what of the one inside the palanquin? A living being. The white-robed spirit called out, and with a step, he effortlessly ascended, landing just outside the great hall's entrance. The 2 bearers at the front did not float, but ascended the steps, while the rear bearers extended their arms, lifting the palanquin high above their shoulders to maintain its balance. The palanquin came to a gradual stop at the great hall's entrance, and all the demons turned their gazes towards the drapery. A commonplace cloth shoe emerged from behind the curtain, followed by a leg, and then an elderly Taoist priest, radiating an air of ethereal grace, with kind eyes and a youthful visage. It is he. It is he. Chai Chuiqiao screamed within Liang, he is Daoji Master. With a flourish, most demons rose in unison, bowing and greeting the old priest with exaggerated compliments. Master Daoji, it has been a while. Your magical prowess has advanced further, leaving us feeling inadequate. To meet you today is a lifelong joy. Master Daoji, may your magic be boundless, your blessings eternal, and your lifespan equal to that of the heavens. The demons, lacking in cultural refinement, delivered their flattery in a rather crude and direct manner. After all, they were all demons with thick skins. A few compliments could lead to drinks. Why not indulge? Amidst the adulation, Master Daoji smiled, stroking his beard and shaking his robe. Please, do not call me Daoji anymore. My name now is Wang Guan. Wang Guan, The Taoist priest, may your magical prowess be boundless, your blessings eternal, and your lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Wang Guan, the Taoist priest, exudes an aura of majesty, compelling our utmost respect. Chapter 37. Appetizer He. The wrinkled face of Taoist Wang Guan blossomed into a cheerful smile as he glanced over at Liang and the others in the corner. These individuals are. Liang rose to his feet, skillfully spinning a fabricated tale about their origins, while stepping forward to present a wooden box with a respectful bow. Inside the box lay exquisite Marlboro cigarettes. What is this? Wang Guan frowned. A wolf demon who had just purchased a pack of cigarettes approached, lighting one as he explained. These are a special overseas delicacy brought back by Taoist Li from the Ayatubi Islands, known as cigarettes, which must be ignited and inhaled. The wolf demon took a deep drag, exhaling clouds of smoke while coughing. This is nothing like the cursed afurung, which poisons the mind and ravages the body. Instead, these cigarettes are refreshing and invigorating, aiding in meditation and enhancing cultivation. Look, it even states smoking is beneficial to health on the pack. Unbeknownst to the wolf demon, Liang had infused the tobacco with potent substances, making it far more potent than ordinary cigarettes. The pack gifted to Wang Guan contained even greater quantities of narcotics, significantly increasing addiction potential while also intensifying physical harm. Even an elephant would collapse after a single puff. Then I shall express my gratitude to Taoist Li. Wang Guan accepted the wooden box containing the cigarettes but did not retrieve one for himself. Instead, he carelessly handed the box to the white-clad specter standing behind him. Now that everyone is present, I shall proceed to the cellar to fetch the wine. With a courteous farewell to the assembled demons, Wang Guan strode toward the pagoda. The task force seated within the Great Hero Hall instantly tensed. According to the original plan, once Wang Guan entered the wine cellar, he would trigger the concealed landmine traps, resulting in his obliteration. While Li Feng Dao clenched his fists, his knuckles pale with tension, while Xing Yichou maintained a calm demeanor, though his hidden fist trembled slightly beneath his robe. 1 second, 2 seconds passed since Wang Guan entered the pagoda, time slipping away relentlessly. Liang leaned back slightly, squeezing out a single word between his teeth. Explode. Xing Yichou's pupils constricted sharply as he pressed the remote control hidden in his palm. Boom. The earth shook. Stones flew, and the towering stone pagoda collapsed with a resounding crash, a thick plume of smoke rising into the air. Was he dead? No. The system notification had yet to sound. The members of the task force were in shock as a robust, fur-covered arm emerged from the rubble, pointing skyward. The arm was muscular, threatening to burst from its own strain, veins snaking like dragons across its surface, black fur floating as if in a breeze. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy darkened the skies, and the ominous shadows of trees seemed to freeze in place, stilled by the malevolent force. Silence enveloped the world, leaving only the outstretched arm amid the debris. A sigh echoed from the depths below as another formidable arm emerged from the ground. The mountain demon had clawed its way out. Its face bore a vaguely human outline, with a scarlet nose turned outward, bony protrusions flanking it, adorned with vertically aligned blue spines separated by shallow green grooves, resembling a ghastly apparition. With every breath, the patterns around the demon's nose shimmered, releasing wisps of black smoke from its nostrils. The mountain demon's two naturally drooping arms were excessively stout, creating a stark imbalance with its relatively short and thick legs, whose knees bent forward like those of a dinosaur or kangaroo. A long, whip-like tail dangled freely from its tailbone. Inhale, exhale. The towering mountain demon breathed deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke that enveloped its massive form. The small scars on its body healed at a visible rate, steel shards and pellets being violently expelled from its wounds, clattering against the stones with a metallic ring. As if feeling an itch, the mountain demon extended its claws, scratching its chest with dagger-like nails, leaving bloody trails across its skin, exposing the ghastly white bone beneath. Taoist Wang, the array of demons, stood frozen, stammering, Are you all right? No serious harm. The mountain demon replied with a sly smile, licking the blood and flesh from its claws, then opened its other hand to reveal a collection of intact wine jars. Despite the explosion in the cellar, not only had he survived unscathed, but he had also effortlessly preserved all the ceramic jars. The task force exchanged glances, a profound chill seeping into their bones. The mountain demon's strength exceeded all expectations. This is impossible, the concealed Chai Tsui Qiao within Liang murmured in disbelief. Last year at this time, the mountain demon was strong, but never to this extent. Now it dawns on me. Too late. Xing He Cho's tongue felt bitter as he swiftly crossed the mountain demon off his list of targets, casting a subtle glance at Liang. The system task only required survival for 7 days, while the plan to collaborate in slaying the mountain demon had originated with Chai Tsueqiao. We must remain cautious of this female ghost suddenly turning on us, exposing our presence as the task force's thoughts whirled. They heard the mountain demon snarl. It was merely the wine cellar's long-neglected state that caused the collapse. White ghost, fetch me some clothing and elixirs. Of course, my lord. The white-clad specter bowed deeply, returning to the palanquin to retrieve a pristine Taoist robe and an antique bronze box. The mountain demon accepted the robe, gradually shrinking in size, and after changing behind the rubble, emerged looking like an ethereal sage, benevolent and wise. The demons understood that the recent collapse of the wine cellar was no mere coincidence. Any ordinary demon entering would likely have perished in the explosion. Who aimed to harm Wang Guan? What had caused that explosion? Was it a triggered talisman inscribed with the Palm Thunder spell? Or a magical artifact capable of unleashing thunder? Why hadn't Wang Guan fled when attacked? The demons sensed that tonight's banquet was anything but ordinary. They attempted to slip away from the temple, only to find the 4 fearsome ghosts carrying the palanquin guarding all exits. It was just a minor mishap. Wang Guan smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The banquet will commence shortly. The demons reined in their expressions, silently returning to their seats, their faces rigid as if carved from stone. The joyful atmosphere of bartering had been replaced by an oppressive silence as Wang Guan took his place at the head of the hall, instructing the ghostly bearers to pour the spirit-infused wine into the cups of the attendees. Chapter 38. Strange Tales. The wine was indeed exquisite, rich and fragrant, its aroma intoxicating. Wang Guan raised his glass, surveying the silent and imposing great hall, and declared with a hearty voice, I once heard a jest in Nanjing City regarding a landowner's son who was illiterate. Others advised the wealthy man to hire a tutor for him. The teacher began with the basics. 1 character had 1 stroke, 2 characters had 2 strokes, and 3 characters had 3 strokes. Proudly, the foolish son of the landlord tossed aside his brush, proclaiming that he had grasped the meaning of the characters and no longer required a teacher. Delighted, the wealthy man dismissed the tutor. One day, he wished to invite a friend with the surname Wan for a drink and asked his son to write an invitation in the morning. Yet, by noon, the boy had made no progress. Upon inquiry, he complained, there are so many surnames in the world. Why must this guest be named Wan? I've only managed to write over 500 strokes since morning. Upon hearing this tedious tale, the assembled demons exchanged glances, speechless for a few moments before erupting in unison into laughter. The awkward yet polite laughter filled the grand hall. The Taoist Wang Guan, elated, raised his cup and addressed the guests. Let us drink together. Together. The demons grinned and lifted their cups, draining them in one gulp. The members of the task force, observing the demons indulging in the potent liquor, pretended to drink as well. The enchanted wine was indeed remarkable. Each demon, after finishing a cup, flushed with excitement. Their senses clouded. They began sharing old jokes, causing the other spirits to roar with laughter. Those who had no jokes to share recounted recent tales of cannibalism, detailing when, where, and whom they had devoured. I recently robbed a group of merchants in the mountains, and the most delectable among them was a plump fellow. His liver was particularly rich and smooth. Nay, the best parts of a fat man are his brain and intestines. After all, he is full of fat and flesh. I find the leaner ones more appetizing. They are tender and chewy. Ah! How I long for another 2 young boys or girls. The intoxicated demons shed their harmless FAAs, openly discussing their culinary experiences. In a secluded corner, the members of the task force wore troubled expressions. To the demons, they appeared as sinister foreign cultivators returned to the Central Plains. And should they dare to show even a hint of righteous indignation, they would be swiftly besieged and slain. They endured in silence. The foremost mountain spirit surveyed the great hall and chuckled. This feast is splendid, and the wine is delightful. How could we not have fine meat? With a grand gesture, a ghost in white floated back to the palanquin and emerged carrying a stunning woman in a flowing red gown, her belly swollen. Unconscious until now, she awoke amidst the oppressive aura of the demons and, upon seeing the grotesque figures surrounding her, shrieked in terror, nearly fainting. The demons erupted into raucous laughter at her fright, their cacophony threatening to shatter the great hall. Fear not, my beloved, come to your husband. Wang Guan, seated at the head, waved his hand, speaking kindly to the woman. Husband, save me, she cried, recognizing Wang Guan as her lifeline and rushed to hide behind him, exclaiming, Where's this? This is the lonely cold temple. This is the den of demons. Wang Guan gently stroked her hair with his bony, withered hand and said softly, Hong Yang, how long have you been with me? 3 years, she stammered, trembling. It has been 3 years since you rescued me from the Qin Towers. 3 years indeed, Wang Guan mused, caressing her pronounced belly. At last, you're with child. Realizing something, the woman covered her belly, her face turning pale. Husband? People say that sour means a son and spicy means a daughter. Hong Yang, do you prefer sour or spicy lately? Sour, then it must be a son. Wang Guan clapped his hands and declared to the gathered demons, having a son is wonderful. A son brings more meat than a daughter. The demons paused, then burst into uproarious laughter. Indeed, the Taoist Wang Guan speaks truth. A male infant yields more flesh than a female. The flattery struck Hong Yang like whispers from hell, causing her to tremble, rendered motionless. Hong Yang, have you ever wondered? As her fear deepened, Wang Guan's voice grew ever softer. My family is not distinguished. My business ventures are failing, and I have little interest in acquiring farmland. Tell me, how is it that I have amassed a fortune in just a few years? Husband, you can refine elixirs. Correct, but what elixirs do I concoct? I don't know. No, you do know. Wang Guan smiled, caressing her belly. You have been gathering evidence against me, intending to report me to the authorities and rescue your sisters from the palace. Haven to you? Hong Yang turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. In the great hall, the demons whispered among themselves. To them, the matters of the Ministry of Justice and the names Wang Quan and Wang Xiyuan were trivialities of the mortal realm, irrelevant to the feast at hand. So it is. Liang sighed softly, turning to his companions and whispering, in the 13th year of the Jiajing era, at the lonely cold temple, Wang Guan. In the capital city of Nanjing, I comprehend too late. Liang, what have you realized? Xing Huqiu urgently inquired, lowering his voice. The system has been subtly hinting at everything behind this task from the outset. All the clues lay before us, yet we failed to notice. Liang chuckled bitterly, tapping his forehead with his knuckles. Have any of you read a book compiled during the Mid-Ming dynasty by the Hanlin Academy S. Jiao Hong, titled Records of Notable Figures of the National Dynasty? What is that? Can it be eaten? The Records of Notable Figures of the National Dynasty gathers records from the Han Wu to the 12th year of Jiajing, including edicts, local gazetteers, unofficial histories, and stele inscriptions. Categorized by royal family, nobility, cabinet, filial piety, and righteousness with extensive and detailed content. Liang explained at a rapid pace. Yet within this relatively credible historical account lies a shocking and sensational strange tale. Chapter 39. The demon Pili cast a glance at the crown atop the seat of the grand hall and softly murmured, in the 13th year of the Jiajing reign. Wang Quan, the deputy minister of justice, returned to Nanjing after mourning his mother for 3 years. Upon his return, he heard of a wealthy merchant named Wang Guan in the city. The Wang family was immensely wealthy, with splendid crimson doors and golden decorations, a multitude of wives and concubines, and thousands of servants. Furthermore, he maintained close relationships with high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Rumor had it that Wang Guan, under the guise of marrying concubines, kept dozens of young maidens as his concubines and hosted nightly banquets at his residence, allowing these concubines to entertain guests overnight. Once a concubine became pregnant, Wang Guan would force her to take abortifacients, disposing of the yet-to-be-formed stillborn in a secret chamber within his mansion. Liang pushed up his glasses and said solemnly, that chamber is an alchemical room. Alchemy? Xing Huqiu felt a chill run down his spine and growled, You mean? Indeed, Liang replied, it is recorded in the National Chronicle of Examinations that Wang Guan, under the guidance of a sorcerer known as Red Belly, transformed the stillborns into elixirs for prolonging life, which he then sold. Liang continued. Not only did he utilize the fetuses of his concubines, but Wang Guan also commissioned others to procure deceased infants from the streets and bribed midwives involved in abortions to acquire stillborns. After collecting sufficient evidence, the outraged deputy minister Wang Quan bypassed the local government and apprehended Wang Guan, intending to execute him. However, just as Wang Guan's guilt was established and the citizens rejoiced, the powerful elite of Nanjing flocked to Wang Quan's residence to plead for Wang Guan's mercy. It was one thing for these dignitaries to maintain close ties with Wang Guan, but in light of the irrefutable evidence, their audacity to advocate for him suggested that they had long been purchasing longevity potions made from deceased infants from him. Wang Quan, known for his integrity and supported by public sentiment, resolutely resisted the pressure and ordered the execution of the malevolent Wang Guan, who had incited the people's grievances. The citizens rejoiced. But was this the end of the matter? No. The commendable deputy minister Wang Quan, risking his life, sought to unearth the powerful patrons shielding Wang Guan. Naturally, the resistance he faced was unprecedented, stemming not only from the extensive network of influential connections, but also from higher powers. That power being none other than the 11th emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Jiajing, Zhu Hozong. Emperor Jiajing, known as the Taoist emperor, was infatuated with the pursuit of immortality, inviting numerous alchemists and Taoists into the palace to concoct elixirs for him. In his quest for the ethereal, Zhu Hozong commanded female attendants to gather dew from banana leaves in the imperial garden at dawn, leading many to collapse and even perish from exhaustion. Furthermore, he believed the deceitful claims of alchemists, collecting the menstrual blood of palace maidens to mix with medicinal powders, to ensure the maidens' menstrual cycles were more vigorous. Zhu Hozong coerced them into taking drugs that induced heavy bleeding, which could result in severe bodily harm or even death. In the 21st year of Jiajing, the maidens, unable to endure the emperor's atrocities, united to strangle him with a yellow silk cloth while he slept, using hairpins to stab at him. An event known as the Ren-Yin Palace Incident. This failed uprising occurred in the 21st year of Jiajing, while we find ourselves in the 13th year. Just before Deputy Minister Wang Quan ordered the execution of Wang Guan and dismantled the production line of longevity potions crafted from infants. Why did this mere mountain demon, Wang Guan, wield the power to control a spirit-gathering formation exclusive to the Taoist tradition? Why could the nefarious Master Daoji effortlessly evade capture in the execution grounds of Nanjing, where Taoist masters were concealed? How could Master Daoji, under the guise of Wang Guan, easily stage a comeback? Because this mountain demon had powerful backing. His elixirs made from infants not only benefited the dignitaries but also found favor with Emperor Jiajing, Zhu Hozong. It was precisely due to Zhu Hozong's protection and covert support that Wang Guan could operate with impunity, even learning the orthodox traditions of the Taoist sect. As the heavy fog obscuring the truth began to lift, Liang sighed. Alas, I have come to understand this too late. No sooner had he spoken than a woman named Hong Yang in the grand hall let out a terrified scream, struggling to escape Wang Guan's embrace. Do not go. Wang Guan smiled, extending his hand. An unseen demonic wind swept through the hall, lifting the curtain of a sedan chair outside the temple. A beautifully crafted bronze cauldron soared from within, landing in the center of the grand hall. Hong Yang was also caught in the gust, suspended above the cauldron. Help! Help! She cried, her long skirt fluttering, while the demons in the hall laughed with reckless abandon. Only a few fox spirits and a couple of minor demons turned away, unable to bear the sight. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Guan rose and proclaimed, I have obtained a new recipe from the Taoist elders. By using unborn infants, untouched by the filth of the world, along with the blood of 100 various demons rich in spiritual energy, we can create a wondrous elixir known as the 100-demon pill. Consuming it will grant ordinary mortals 100 years of power, and even shape-shifting demons will greatly enhance their cultivation. Indeed, I was attacked in the pagoda, and the assailant is likely hiding among you. However, I am willing to set aside past grievances and share the 100-demon pill with all of you. With that, he opened a wooden box, releasing a visible, fragrant mist that intoxicated the surrounding demons, making them feel their own demonic power surging within, on the verge of breaking through their cultivation barriers. The 100-demon pill lives up to its name. With a snap, Wang Guan closed the box, grinning. As long as you are willing to donate a drop of blood annually, I can continuously produce the elixir for our mutual benefit. What do you all think? The demons exchanged glances before collectively shouting, we will follow Wang Guan's arrangements. Good. Wang Guan laughed heartily, turning to Hong Yang with gentle words. My dear, when I rescued you from that den of demons in the Qin Tower, you promised to do anything for me. Now, the time has come for your sacrifice. With a wave of his hand, a powerful wind surged toward Hong Yang, intent on opening her abdomen and allowing the infant to fall into the cauldron. Clang! A bronze spear shot forth from the corner, swift as lightning, dispersing the fierce wind with a single strike. The spear embedded itself deep into the crimson beam of the grand hall, and the demons turned to see the source. Xing Hechou stood firm, still in the pose of having thrown the spear. Captain, Wanli Fengdao tapped his head, exasperated. You were just telling us to remain calm. Ha! Xing Hechou chuckled, straightening up and clapping his hands. I couldn't hold back. This robust man with a square face turned to the others with sincere regret. I apologize, everyone, for dragging you into this. No need to worry, Hui Bing, the monk, joined his palms and smiled. If I do not enter hell, who will? Lu Wudai silently drew his composite longbow, calmly stating, "Let us begin." Hey, hey. Liang sighed helplessly, removing his glasses and donning a mask. Your lines are so cool, it's making things difficult for me. Thus, the crown ascended gracefully, the robe billowing fiercely. He gazed at the task force. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes were filled with indifference. Are you, perhaps, intent on opposing me? The design on Leon's mask continuously morphed, ultimately solidifying into the visage of Ultraman Tiga. He tilted his head slightly, his feline-like pupils reflecting the crown's youthful countenance, benevolent and kind. He softly intoned, "While the monk may be a foolish simpleton worthy of reformation, the demon, a cunning specter, inevitably brings calamity." Chapter 40. Demon Flames. The monk can be trained. Yet the demon, a specter of calamity, must surely bring disaster. Wang Guan furrowed his brow, contemplating this fragment of poetry. Suddenly, he lifted his head, straightened his spine, and his robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. His meticulously groomed beard and hair writhed as if animated. From his emaciated frame emanated a dense, inky aura of malevolence. This malevolent energy, like a gossamer veil, enveloped the grand hall, appearing ethereal yet palpably oppressive, rendering breaths laborious and inducing near fainting. The mountain demon held many identities: monk, Taoist, mortal, and fiend. In the guise of a monk, he was the kind-eyed abbot of the lonely cold temple. As a Taoist, he seduced the powerful elite with promises of longevity. As a mortal, he was Wang Guan, a benevolent and prosperous merchant from southern Chile. Yet, in his true form as a demon, he needed no disguise. He was a creature of darkness, a savage beast that feasted on flesh and blood. Ha ha! Wang Guan laughed maniacally, waving his robe. You say I am a demon? He stepped lightly into the air, and the stone floor of the grand hall collapsed beneath him, leaving a massive footprint. You say I am a fiend? He stepped again, and lesser demons on either side were crushed, collapsing in horror, trembling violently as blood gushed from their orifices. You say I am a disaster? With a third step, his pale, long beard danced without wind, and his withered hands swept forth a dark, malevolent wind. This wind initially curved like a crescent moon, narrow as a willow leaf, but as it advanced, it transformed into a line of fearsome skeletal soldiers, their expressions twisted in terror. Kill. The skeletal soldiers, composed of this dark wind, surged forth, wreathed in a ghastly blue flame, howling as they charged towards the task force. Those lesser demons caught unawares found their bodies rapidly decaying at the slightest brush of the soldiers' weapons, reducing them to pools of foul ichor before they could even scream for help. Demons recoiled, spirits fled, as the guests, still capable of movement, withdrew from the grand hall like retreating tides. None dared to engage in this conflict. They were too terrified, too unwilling, and too powerless. They merely feared the reckoning that might follow. Some contemplated launching distant attacks from outside, shouting praises for Wang Guan's might. But none would risk entering the hall. Those who did were the shameless, self-preserving lesser demons, for the truly foolish had long since been eradicated by the righteous. Even as they retreated to the courtyard, the demons could still feel the overwhelming aura emanating from within the grand hall, filling them with dread and confusion. They pondered whether the 100-demon pill truly possessed such miraculous power to elevate the mountain demon's strength in just 1 year. Inside the hall, facing the onslaught of skeletal soldiers, Wanli Feng Dao grunted coldly and drew a sword named Dragon Slayer. From a distance, the blade gleamed like a sliver of moonlight, chilling and radiant, illuminating even the aged face of Wanli Feng Dao, making him appear majestic. 3 feet of water in the elder's box once severed the dragon in Wu's pond. He silently recalled the past unknown to others, charging into the ranks of skeletons. With a flurry of cuts and thrusts, he wove through the clash of weapons, slicing through the ranks and emerging in silence, sheathing his sword. Behind him, the skeletal soldiers, still raising their weapons, crumbled to the ground in a cacophony of collapse. Fencing? Wang Guan sneered, suspended in the air, arms raised. 1 foot poised like a golden rooster standing on 1 leg, then he stepped down. The gossamer dark energy in the hall swirled, coalescing like a vast, oppressive cloud, pressing down upon all. Wanli Feng Dao's expression changed, his hand hovering over the sword sheath. Every person felt their skin prickle, their hair stand on end, as the atmosphere thickened, rendering even the simple act of breathing a monumental effort. Scatter! Xing Hucho bellowed, golden light flashing around him as an ancient iron armor materialized upon his robust form, composed of over 1,500 pieces of fish-scale armor and 600 strips of plates. It gleamed with polished metallic surfaces, complete with helmet, neck guard, ear protection, and a full array of leg armor. Name, Radiant Armor. Type, Armor. Quality, Rare. Defense, Moderate. Effect 1. Indomitable, passive increase of 20 to user's stamina limit. Effect 2. Resilience, passive enhancement of user's resilience, reducing the duration and intensity of effects such as dizziness, slowing, and fear. Remark, in the presence of sunlight, the world shines bright. Clad in golden armor, Xing Hecho bent his knees, the clanking of his knee guards echoing as the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web under pressure. In the next moment, he leaped high, his iron fists launching like cannonballs toward the malevolent clouds. Black clouds pressed the city, armor gleaming in the sun. For long, the task force had prepared for this day, and as Xing Hecho's command to scatter rang out, the others instinctively dispersed. The agile Wan Li Feng Dao maneuvered deftly between the pillars, seizing the moment to enhance his speed. Darting past the cauldron at the hall's front to embrace the woman named Hong Nyang, landing gracefully. Stay still, Wan Li Feng Dao urged hastily. Turning to see the armored Xing Hecho crash into the dark clouds, his ironclad fist striking the mountain demoness feet. The clash of metal resonated throughout the grand hall, sending visible shockwaves that dispersed the dark clouds outward. Wang Guan, suspended in midair, staggered back, struggling to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Xing Hecho crashed to the ground, his palms torn and bleeding beneath the iron guards, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, standing silently to face Wang Guan, his eyes ablaze with unyielding determination. Humph, Wang Guan scoffed, his robe billowing as he clasped his hands behind his back. With a fierce flourish, the dark aura around him coalesced into a thick cloud once more. Fire borrows strength from the wind. The wind empowers the fire. His gaze, devoid of emotion, surveyed the ants below as he spoke calmly. The dark cloud behind him ignited like oil meeting a match, sparking a blaze that swiftly engulfed the entirety of the black mass. The inferno blazed with an eerie blue flame, cold and devoid of warmth, twisting and rising like a malignant spirit, searing the grand hall's golden roof, melting everything in its path. In an instant, bricks and tiles dissolved, beams collapsed, walls crumbled. And amidst the swirling smoke, the grand hall, with half its roof consumed, lay exposed to the moonlight. What a fearsome blaze of demonic flame! Liang slightly clicked his tongue, his expression grave. This demonic fire could inflict injury upon contact and lead to certain death. It was far more terrifying than white phosphorus munitions. He had no desire whatsoever to test whether a mortal shell could withstand the searing flames of the demon. Chapter 41. The spider. Suddenly, the fiery clouds began to unleash a torrential rain of flames. Ethereal blue fire droplets cascaded from the clouds like a deluge, densely packed with not a single gap to be found. As the fiery raindrops struck the ground, they swiftly melted into bull-sized depressions on the bluestone pavement, while the persistent blue flames seeped into the earth, forging a tunnel that relentlessly extended downward, as if seeking to burrow into the underworld. Xing Hecho, caught unawares by the fiery deluge, braced himself for the impending onslaught, when a figure cloaked in golden light surged into the rain, racing towards him. The once delicate and charming Hui Bing, now transformed into a muscular titan, filled his gray monk's robe to bursting. His arms stretched wide, gathering above his head, palms facing upward, with his middle fingers aligned. A brilliant golden light emanated from his palms, expanding outward like an immense bronze bell enveloping him. Skill name, Golden Bell Shield 3. Type, Combat. Effect, actively blocks external physical and energy attacks. Cost, 20 of stamina. Learning requirements, Strength attribute of 8 or higher, Intelligence attribute of 6 or higher, Perception attribute of 7 or higher. Note, indestructible, refined through will, with the Golden Bell Shield protecting him. Hui Bing kicked a bronze spear embedded in the rubble towards Xing Hecho. Receiving the spear, Xing Hecho raised it above his head, spinning it with great speed to deflect the fiery rain. Just as Hui Bing reached his side, the two of them now sheltered beneath the Golden Bell Shield. The fire rained down upon the bronze bell, making a pattering sound, but could scarcely penetrate, merely sliding down the sides with a whisper. The crown's countenance darkened ominously. Die. He thrust his palm forward, a talisman hovering above it, with thunderous energy brewing within, ready to unleash a cataclysm of lightning within the grand hall. Palm thunder. In an instant, a deadly arrow was toward the crown's brow. With no time to ponder, he raised the gathering palm thunder to shield his face. Boom. An arrow struck the crown's palm, detonating the half-formed talisman, creating a deafening thunderclap that illuminated the hall as bright as day. The crown's hand was obliterated, a gaping hole allowing him to see through to the other side. Clutching his wrist. The crown's expression twisted into one of monstrous fury as he looked into the distance. There, clad in dark attire, Lu Wudai resembled a lithe black cat, stealthily crouched behind the rubble, drawing his bow beneath the piercing moonlight. The bow was a Hoyt hunting compound bow, with a pull of 85 pounds and an IBO speed of 332 feet per second. The arrows were heavy aluminum carbon composites with a 300 spine and 850 grain weight. In modern industry, compound bows could easily reach 90, 100, or even more than 100 pounds of draw weight. Yet, such power was unnecessary, as an 80-pound bow could effortlessly rip through the flesh and bones of any creature, including bears, lions, and even elephants, the apex predators of the terrestrial food chain. So, what purpose would higher draw weight serve? Lu Wudai's answer was simple: demons. Drawing the bowstring, the compound wheel smoothly rotated, and with a sharp twang, the hunting arrow was released, aimed once more at the crown. The arrow spun and trembled, a thin thread of lightning wrapping around it, propelling it to break the sound barrier. In an instant, a cold and unfamiliar sense of danger pierced the crown's heart, a fear he had not felt in a long time, since the moment the executioner's blade was about to fall at the execution ground on the outskirts of South Gili. Without hesitation, the crown relinquished his human form, transforming into a towering black-faced ape clad in a purple-gold cassock, one hand holding a Buddha bowl and the other wielding a demon-slaying staff, embodying both demon and Buddha. The staff, as thick as a pillar, intercepted the arrow, but at the cost of a significant portion being shattered, and his palm was severely injured. With 2 mangled hands and 4 formidable foes, the mountain demon, undeterred by his wounds, grinned savagely, his beastly visage exuding bloodthirsty malice. "You are formidable. Wait, for formidable foes?" A voice interrupted the mountain demon's contemplation. Liang raised his arm like a student eager to ask a question. "Hey, don't forget about me." "You?" The mountain demon faltered, recollecting the young man adorned with a peculiar mask, who seemed to represent this group as strategist. Yet, in the mountain demon's perception, he appeared to be the weakest among them, a mere insignificant worm, of no concern. The mountain demon dismissed him, wielding the demon-slaying staff to strike directly at Xing Hecho. While outside the hall, four vengeful ghost bearers and a white-clad specter surged towards Liang as if guided by some unseen command. Sighing deeply, Liang produced his battle axe and dagger. Compared to his companions, his weapons, purchased from a bargain, seemed rather meager. Fortunately, he possessed an auxiliary piece of equipment. As he observed the 5 vengeful spirits charging forth, he languidly remarked, "Miss Chai, it's time to get to work." A barely perceptible female voice resonated within him. 1, 2, 3, a total of 8 arms extended from his lumbar spine, slender and elongated like a stick insect, propping Liang into the air. From a distance, he resembled an octopod spider crawling upon the ground. The 5 specters, startled by this bizarre and macabre sight, were momentarily taken aback. This creature seemed even more ghostly than they. Dumbfounded, the vengeful spirits hesitated, their pace faltering. Before they could halt, they beheld Liang, resembling a spider, wielding his 8 long arms with a grotesque fervor, racing toward them. With a swift motion, a long arm pierced through the skull of a green-faced demon, rendering it speechless, convulsing before falling still. A beautiful head emerged from Liang's chest, Chai Tsue Chiao's neck elongated like a snake, her cherry lips gently inhaling toward the green-faced demon. Slurp. The demon was consumed like a baby's milkshake, the outline of its form still discernible upon her serpentine neck. Delicious. Chai Tsue Chiao licked her lips playfully, winking innocently. The remaining 4 vengeful spirits nearly lost control of their bladders, their courage evaporating as they turned to flee. The demons lingering in the temple courtyard were equally terrified, hastily retreating. Especially the foxes, who had received a glass marble from Liang, dropped it in haste as they scurried away from the lonely cold temple. Upon reaching the woods, they turned back only to find that some demons were still spinning in place, having learned from Chai Tsue Chiao's extensive experience. The cat-eye effect unleashed an illusion that could deceive not only humans and ghosts but also demons and monsters. The fusion of Liang and Chai Tsue Chiao could merge their spiritual energies, utilizing the cat-eye to conjure a wall of spirits that enveloped the entire courtyard, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Why run? Liang mused, swiftly darting forth with spider-like agility, precisely targeting those demons who boasted of consuming humans at the feast, dispatching them one by one with his elongated arms. Eventually, his stick-like limbs were adorned with the demons. Reminiscent of wild strawberries on slender stems, an awe-inspiring spectacle. I haven't eaten this well in ages, Chai Tsueqiao murmured to herself, lifting her arm high as she swallowed the demon whole, like a greedy child devouring a morsel. The extraordinary scene of one person and one ghost voraciously consuming monsters had a profound psychological impact on the family of foxes outside the temple. Many of the young foxes trembled uncontrollably, fearing they would never again dare to gaze upon a common spider in their lifetime. Chapter 42. Anesthesia Liang, in his 8-armed form combined with Chai Tsueqiao, was exceptionally suited for clearing the battlefield. With the deployment of the cat-eye illusion, he deftly pierced the limbs of unfortunate spirits with his ghostly arms, reducing them to mere skewers in an instant. The temple courtyard fell silent, and as Liang turned back, he discovered the battlefield situation was far from optimistic. The mountain demon's physical strength rivaled that of the Dutch Woltman PDS 3000 super heavy pile driver. Its massive form appeared cumbersome, yet its movements were astonishingly agile and swift. Armed with an indestructible Vajra pestle, comparable in size to the temple's supporting columns, each strike unleashed a destructive force akin to a mountain's explosion. The powerful attacks from Xing Hucho and Hui Bing were met with desperation as they struggled to find opportunities to retaliate. Compounding their troubles, the mountain demon donned an impervious purple-gold robe that significantly mitigated ranged assaults. Upon realizing the lethality of Lu Wudai's arrows, it unceremoniously shed its robe, wrapping it messily around its head and left chest, leaving only its relatively tough limbs exposed. In terms of shamelessness and self-preservation, among the myriad of demons in the mountains, the crown would recognize none but this demon as its superior. Die, die, die. You shall perish. The mountain demon, its mouth muffled by the robe, growled indistinctly, raising the Vajra pestle as if to strike at the members of the task force, smashing it down repeatedly onto the ground with no finesse. Each heavy blow caused the earth to tremble, shattering stones the size of millstones into powder, causing the entire floor of the Mahavira Hall to sag. Xing Hucho and Hui Bing managed to escape from the hall, luring the mountain demon towards various concealed landmine locations within the temple. However, the demon, with its tough hide and enhanced demonic power, remained unfazed by the mere anti-infantry mines. Each step pressed deep into the ground, and even as the mines detonated with thunderous roars, they only slightly grazed the flesh beneath its feet. With each breath, the black demonic energy surged from the demon's nostrils, briefly enveloping its feet, and the wounds from the mines healed instantly, leaving no trace of damage. 1 mine, 2 mines, 3 mines. As Xing Hucho continued to flee, the relentless pursuit of the Vajra pestle filled his path with peril, while he mentally counted the detonated mines. The giant ape triggered another mine, and amidst the explosive roar, blood gushed forth, charring its flesh. You cannot injure me. The mountain demon lifted its foot, watching as the iron fragments were slowly expelled from its mangled flesh. Although its grotesque visage was obscured by the robe, its eyes brimmed with a brutal malice that threatened to engulf all. Die sooner, and be reborn. Xing Hucho rolled away from the descending Vajra pestle and called out to Hui Bing in the distance, do not panic. Its demonic power is dwindling, otherwise it would have already healed itself with its energy. We must continue to buy time. The mountain demon bared its teeth, its expression darkening. Indeed, its demonic energy was nearly depleted. Under normal circumstances, it could draw upon the moonlight to restore its strength using the Buddhist bowl. Yet, it was evident that these enemies would not afford it the luxury of recuperation. Curse it, if only the bare-bellied Taoist were here. The giant ape momentarily hesitated, and in that instant, Wanli Fengdao seized the opportunity. Grasping his 3-foot-long Chosue sword, he charged forward and leaped between the demon's legs, launching a furious onslaught against its groin. The movement resembled a chef slicing ham at a roadside barbecue stall. The demon's long, dark fur fell away like strands of hair, blood sprayed and flesh splattered. Despite the mountain demon's tough exterior, it could not suppress its expression of exhaustion and let out a cry. Roar! Xing Hucho and Hui Bing seized the rare opportunity, hammering down on the demon's toes as if they were cobblers, while Lu Wudai aimed for the demon's large, egg-like head, drawing back his bow to unleash a powerful shot. This group showed no regard for the rules of the martial world, their strikes merciless and dark. Wanli Fengdao, wildly slashing with his sword, turned to Liang and shouted, "Are you done watching? Will you come help or not?" "I'm coming." Adrenaline activation technique. Adrenaline activated instantly, and Liang felt his blood pressure surge, his vision tinted crimson, and his heart pounding as if it would explode. His internal blood vessels contracted and expanded erratically. Time slowed. Only the sound of his own breath remained audible, despite having experimented with the adrenaline activation technique countless times. The intense discomfort from his body and the constant turmoil in his mind still induced a physiological urge to vomit. Fortunately, once the adrenaline coursed through his veins, his seemingly exhausted body recharged, and his spiritual energy began to flow anew. Even Chai-Suichio, who dwelled within Liang, felt a surge of energy and swiftly propelled herself towards the mountain demon. From a distance, Liang raised his homemade AK-47 assault rifle, aiming precisely at the demon's lower back. In the aftermath of the adrenaline activation, the world appeared to move in slow motion, and his normally steady hands now moved with mechanical precision. A single 7.62mm bullet would hardly penetrate the demon's fur, bolstered by its demonic power. Yet the continuous firing of bullets struck true, piercing through the outer layer of fur and into flesh. Having discovered that conventional 7.62mm rounds were ineffective against non-human monsters, Liang had specially prepared a batch of dum-dum bullets at home, cutting the bullet heads into cross shapes to expose part of the lead core. Upon impact, the bullets would split, expanding their lethality. Moreover, he had fused some mineral toxins onto the bullet surfaces to maximize their destructive efficiency. "Oh, you all shall die." The beleaguered mountain demon's eyes widened with rage as its brawny arms gripped the Vajra pestle tightly, delivering a crushing blow that forced Xing Hucho and Hui Bing to retreat. Its long tail lashed out like a whip, striking Wan Li Feng Dao in the abdomen and sending him reeling backward, crashing into a pile of rubble. "Die!" The mountain demon snarled, hurling the Vajra pestle like a javelin toward Lu Wudai. The throw was as swift as lightning. Lu Wudai barely dodged, leaping aside only to be struck by the debris kicked up by the pestle, stumbling and falling to the ground. "Ha ha!" The mountain demon's fierce laughter echoed as it sought a massive wooden beam from the Mahavira Hall, turning to sweep it toward Liang as if it had eyes on its back. "Retreat!" The wind howled as Liang remained unfazed, directing the 8 spider legs to drop suddenly, bending like a tightly coiled spring to avoid the sweeping beam. "Ascend!" Liang commanded, and the 8 spider legs propelled him skyward. Bathed in moonlight, the humanoid spider glided gracefully above the mountain demon's head, and as he landed, his legs gently descended, dissipating the impact. Once more positioned on the back of the mountain demon, Liang held his weapon and continued to fire, while his other hand retrieved a homemade tranquilizer gun and several syringes from his backpack. Chapter 43. The syringe. Each syringe is filled with various animal anesthetics, ethyl carbamate, etorphine combined with methoxyphenidine, a compound of ketamine, and dihydroetorphine. Some of these anesthetics were procured by Leon under the guise of a small pet clinic, while others were concocted by him using his knowledge of chemistry. Each vial is potent enough to immobilize even an elephant or a blue whale within mere moments. The drowsy mandrill, Little 5, that is you. Leon's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. The enraged mandrill suddenly found itself surrounded by hundreds of oddly clothed chickens. These fowl encircled the mandrill, performing a disjointed dance that was neither graceful nor particularly pleasing to the eye. Yet, there was an odd enchantment that held the mandrill's gaze captive. 1 second, 2 seconds, the illusion of the chickens vanished abruptly, and the mandrill's eyes cleared in an instant. Realizing it had been duped, the mandrill turned with a mix of shock and fury, only to meet the pale, snow-white face of Leon, who regarded it with a provocatively smug smile, holding an empty anesthetic gun. Having exhausted most of his spiritual energy, Leon could only enchant the mandrill for a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds. However, that brief interval was sufficient for him to inject all the anesthetic into the gaping wounds created by the AK-47. Just as the infuriated mandrill prepared to unleash a powerful punch, it was met with a terrifying realization. Its back was numb, followed by its shoulders, abdomen, legs, and arms. The anesthetics contained a considerable amount of neuromuscular blockers, known as N2-choline receptor antagonists, as long as it remained a flesh and blood creature. As long as it was a life form based on cells and motor neurons, it could not escape the clutches of muscle relaxants. The mandrill felt its muscles tremble and weaken, blood pressure plummeting, heart rate slowing and becoming erratic. It staggered forward, nearly collapsing. Its massive jaws hung open, the crimson tongue lolling out, viscous saliva dripping in strings from its sharp teeth, while its once fierce, deep brown eyes grew increasingly clouded. The mandrill, wide-eyed, knelt to the ground, The task force members exchanged glances, and Wanli Feng Dao, who had barely crawled out from the rubble, wiped the blood from his lips and mumbled, "Is it resolved?" Leon shook his head. "Not yet. It's merely anesthetized." "Then what are we waiting for?" Wanli Feng Dao exclaimed, straining to free himself from the debris, brandishing his sword and shouting, "Let us finish it." "Hold on. There may be a change." "It's best to probe from a distance," Xing Yichou interjected, grabbing Wanli Feng Dao, his expression dark and uncertain. "Miss Lu, can you still shoot?" With a stoic demeanor, Lu Wu Dai released her grip on her injured shoulder, revealing a nearly torn tendon. "Let me handle it." Leon exhaled deeply, raising his assault rifle. His mental energy had been depleted by 90%, leaving his mind echoing like a jackhammer, his temples throbbing painfully. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he aimed at the mandrel's gaping maw and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The bullets mercilessly pierced the mandrel's soft tongue, blood gushing forth. He slightly elevated the gun to target the uncovered eyelid, continuing his assault. The bullets met slight resistance, merely indenting the eyeball, yet the mandrel remained motionless. "Is it truly anesthetized?" Leon murmured, furrowing his brow as he examined it for a moment before stowing away the assault rifle and retrieving a landmine he had clandestinely appropriated days prior. The landmine soared through the air in a graceful arc before landing in the mandrel's mouth. Boom! The explosion erupted instantaneously, shrapnel scattering, the mandrel's mouth reshaped beyond recognition, its lips swollen like sausages. Xing Yichou, Hui Bing Monk, and Wanli Feng Dao gasped in unison, their eyes widening as they distinctly observed the mandrel's eyelid twitch following the detonation. It was nearly drained of strength, its body paralyzed, yet it had not been completely subdued. It feigned unconsciousness, waiting for someone to approach, ready to strike with its last ounce of strength, determined to take one down with it, even in death. Just as Xing Yichou was about to warn the others, he noticed Leon stroking his chin, squinting with feigned incredulity as he muttered, "Is the anesthetic truly so effective?" While speaking, Leon retrieved a rustic, gray-blue steel barrel from his backpack. The barrel was hollow, with a base but no lid, containing a flat, dull package at the bottom. "We should test from a distance once more," Leon suggested, leisurely digging a medium-sized pit while the others exchanged anxious glances. As a former soldier, Xing Yichou recognized the barrel's purpose. It was a makeshift artillery piece, or rather, a no-conscience cannon. Essentially, it was an explosive launching barrel. After filling it with propellant and inserting a disc-shaped explosive charge, igniting the propellant would launch the charge up to 150 to 200 meters. This rudimentary weapon, a last resort born from a lack of equipment, was nonetheless potent enough to challenge flesh and bone, armored vehicles, and sturdy fortifications alike. Even if it did not kill, the shockwaves from the explosion could be lethal. The size of the barrel dictated its caliber, and Leon's barrel, disturbingly, measured a staggering 400 millimeters, filled with powerful, handcrafted explosives. Xing Yichou watched Leon deftly excavating the cannon pit and installing the barrel, his expression stiffening, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Deep down, he resolved that once this mission concluded, he would ensure the Special Affairs Bureau notified the police to scrutinize the residents' records. This fellow is far too dangerous, capable of crafting a no-conscience cannon. The mandrel, still pretending to be unconscious, could not resist slightly opening its eyes to glimpse the last sight it would ever see, a disc-shaped explosive charge hurtling directly towards it. Boom! The explosive erupted, enveloping the mandrel's head, its supposedly indestructible golden robe shattering into tatters. The visible shockwave radiated outward from the mandrel's forehead. As the full moon ascended the sky, the mandrel collapsed with a thunderous crash. 7 days spent in the solitary cold temple. Script task Lonely Mountain Cold Temple completed. Teleportation in 5 minutes. Immediate teleportation available. Rewards being calculated. Chapter 44. The distribution of spoils. The mission has been completed. Upon hearing the system's notification, a wave of relief washed over the group, and they exchanged glances, unable to suppress genuine smiles. Even Lu Wudai, who usually bore a stoic expression, slightly curved his lips. This was a 5-person difficulty script task, and merely managing to complete it was commendable, let alone ensuring that everyone survived. They had truly salvaged their lives from the clutches of the system. Xing Yichou offered a bittersweet smile, expressing, "I owe my gratitude to each of you." Wanli Feng Yao shook his head and replied, "Brother Xing, you are too modest. If it weren't for your decisive action during the banquet, I might have made a grave mistake." What Wanli Feng Dao referred to as Xing Yichou's timely throw of a bronze spear to save Hong Yang. The system task only required them to survive for 7 days. There was no demand for the team to slay the mountain demon. Had Xing Hucho not acted to save a life, Wanli Fengdao might have hesitated out of self-preservation, watching helplessly as an innocent perished. After 10 years of grinding, the Frostblade has yet to be tested. Today, I present it. Who has grievances? It was a rare opportunity to be chosen by the battle arena game, to escape the shackles of a dreary reality and embrace a second life. If they continued to hesitate and cower, what kind of swordsman would they be? What talk of chivalry could they utter? In truth, I didn't think much of it at the time. It was merely a matter of professional instinct. Xing Hecho, observing the sincere gratitude in Wanli Fengdao's eyes, fell silent for a moment before candidly saying, as you all surmised, I am affiliated with the Special Affairs Management Bureau of the Security Department. I am indeed an official. Since the battle arena game resumed 7 months ago, the authorities have invested vast resources into analyzing, deciphering, and utilizing the battle arena game, recognizing it as one of the most crucial strategic directions for the nation's machinery in the foreseeable future. The Special Affairs Bureau, as the frontline department responding to the battle arena game, bears a heavy responsibility. Our work not only safeguards the lives of the people in the real world, but also contributes to the rise and fall of the nation, the competition for global hegemony, and even the survival of the human species. As a fellow player, I comprehend the joy and fear that accompany extraordinary abilities, the joy of transforming a mundane life, and the fear of an uncertain future. However, I hope each of you can place a bit more trust in our official department. After this, Xing Hecho sent friend requests to the others and produced a few small metallic business cards, handing them out. The cards bore no information except for a phone number and a web address. This is the Special Affairs Bureau's contact information, whether you wish to join us, inquire about the battle arena game, or learn about certain catastrophic events, you may reach out to us at any time. Xing Hecho earnestly stated, please believe that our powerful nation will always be our strongest backing. Wanli Fengdao silently pocketed the metal card, and, suddenly aware of his surroundings, furrowed his brow and asked, Hey, where's Shelley? I'm right here. Liang emerged from the sedan chair of the Crown Taoist, looking somewhat disappointed as he said, Did the Crown not obtain alchemical methods and true teachings from a sorcerer named Chidabu? I thought I could search for the original text, but unfortunately, I found nothing. Although disappointed, it was understandable. The Crown was not the type to carry Taoist scriptures around, and the system wouldn't provide many loopholes. High rewards come with high risks. Frustrated at not finding any rewards, Liang rushed to the corpse of the mountain demon, brandishing his battle axe, and exclaimed, Time waits for no one. We should quickly dismember the mountain demon. The remains of extraordinary life can be sold for money. With a rigorous scientific background, Liang had long devised ways to test the battle arena game shopping system. The remains of extraordinary beings must first be placed in the inventory before they can be sold to the mall system for game currency. However, if the body is too large, it cannot be treated as a whole for storage. It must be divided into parts, like the Dark Mage, before it can be stored in the inventory. To the others, Liang, drenched in blood and fervently dismembering with a spider claw, resembled a deranged serial killer from a film. Xing Hecho cleared his throat, brotherly, truly generous. If you don't mind, allow me to assist. I can work faster. Sure, Liang nodded, stepping back as he watched Xing Hecho pull out a balloon-like object from his inventory. After inflating it with a few breaths, he tossed it onto the mountain demon's massive corpse. Bang! The balloon exploded, and a purplish-red membrane tightly enveloped the demon's remains, continuously shrinking until it compressed the towering mountain demon to the size of a small van. Regrettably, the relatively slender legs of the mountain demon had been obliterated in the earlier explosion, rendering them worthless. Thus, Xing Hecho did not retrieve them with the purplish membrane. The leg bones were merely placed in a corner of the courtyard. The body parts of extraordinary beings could only fetch a meager price at the system mall. If you trust me, I will, after the task concludes, equate the value assessment given by the Academy of Sciences for the mountain demon's body into game currency or real currency and distribute it evenly among you. Xing Hecho glanced at the group, smiling as he continued, As per usual practice, a corpse of such a beast, when divided among 5, would yield 300 points of game currency or 3 million renminbi per share. Game currency can be transferred directly through Game Friends, while cash payments are slightly more complicated. The staff of the Special Affairs Bureau will place cash parcels at designated locations for you to collect. I guarantee there will be no surveillance during the entire process, as the Special Affairs Bureau has always adopted a policy of leniency towards orderly and good-natured players. How much? Liang, accustomed to poverty, gasped in disbelief, having completely missed what Xing Hecho said next. although he had long suspected the immense value of extraordinary beings to the authorities. Given that cash can be printed at any time while extraordinary specimens are rare, hearing the cash amount in millions still left him exhilarated. 3 million. 3 million. How many tutoring sessions would he have to conduct for the neighbor's child to earn that back? With such a fortune, he could buy 2 bowls of cold noodles for a meal, one to eat and one to waste. Suddenly struck by a thunderous realization about his newfound wealth, Liang's heart raced as he recalled the numerous demons in the courtyard that had been devoured by the vengeful spirit, Chai Tsui Qiao. So many corpses, how much could they sell for? Never mind, don't think too much. His heart ached, fighting back tears as he watched Xing Hechou and the others discussing how to divide the purplish-golden Buddha bowl and the slightly damaged Vajra demon-subduing pestle left by the mountain demon. Among these 2 pieces of equipment, the purplish-golden Buddha bowl, which undoubtedly could gather spiritual energy and enhance cultivation, was valued higher. After deliberation, Xing Hechou, representing the Special Affairs Bureau, purchased the Buddha bowl for 400 points of mall currency per person and the Vajra pestle for 200 points of mall currency per person. Chapter 45. The Unending Banquet of Farewells. In the cold, desolate moonlight, amidst the dilapidated remnants of a temple, the ground lay strewn with blood and flesh. It was hardly an appropriate setting for a farewell song. Holding her own bones, Chai Tsui Qiao softly inquired, "Are you truly departing, my lord?" "Indeed," Liang nodded solemnly. "As we part today, I wonder when I shall hear news of you again. Mountains and rivers may bring us together once more. As long as one lives long enough, a reunion is inevitable," Liang sighed. "What are your plans for the future?" Chai Tsui Qiao's eyes dimmed. Her biological mother had long since passed, and her father regarded her merely as a pawn in family dealings. The so-called husband, devoid of substance, had already arranged to remarry. In this vast world, where could a wandering soul find solace and purpose? Having avenged my great grievance, I find myself devoid of further desires. Chai Tsui Qiao managed a faint smile. As a vengeful spirit born of resentment and anger, once my vengeance is fulfilled, I am easily dissipated. The only way forward is to seek a lair rich in yin energy to conceal myself. Do you not wish to be reincarnated? Liang gently suggested. The esteemed monk Huibin possesses considerable skill. While time permits, one should seek him to recite the scriptures for the departed. Chai Tsui Qiao offered a bittersweet smile. The realm of the dead has long been silent. The ghostly officials, who once sought out wandering souls for reincarnation, have vanished without a trace. The cycle of reincarnation has halted. The 6 paths are at a standstill. Upon death, souls either become wandering spirits or drift towards the extreme north, never to be seen again. Even a saint with celestial powers cannot guide the departed to the underworld. The realm of the dead is without news? The cycle of reincarnation has entirely ceased? A sense of impending revelation stirred within Liang, but the moment was not ripe for inquiry. After a brief pause, he asked, "Can you find a lair rich in yin energy by yourself?" "It is difficult." Chai Tsui Qiao shook her head. Ancient battlefields and tombs, places dense with yin energy, are already occupied by ancient specters. Allowing others to rest near them is not tolerated. The only way to find peace is to marry one of those ghastly old spirits. But for someone like me, marrying a decrepit old man is akin to death. I do have a method that could spare you from dissipating. Chai Tsui Qiao's eyes widened. What method? This. Liang revealed one of the rewards just bestowed by the system. An exquisite white flag, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, with a bamboo frame. The left side read, "Golden Boy leads the way to the east," and the right side, "Jade Girl sends you to Penglai for a carefree journey," while the center proclaimed, "Soul Guiding Banner." Name, Soul Guiding Banner. Type, Weapon, Quality, Rare. Attack Power, Low. Effect 1, absorbs and stores yin energy. Current storage 0-1000. Effect 2, absorbs and stores spirits. The yin energy stored in the banner can provide healing and cultivation for spirits. The spirit's level cannot exceed that of the player, and the spirit is not bound by the player. Current spirit limit 0-3. Note, demons and spirits, come forth. "This is my talisman," Liang explained. "The place I am headed is not necessarily more favorable than here, and accompanying me may not guarantee greater safety." This was indeed the truth. The real world of Earth was embroiled in a deadly game, where players faced life and death trials akin to ordinary mortals. The only advantage might be that the Soul Guiding Banner could protect spirits from the threat of dissolution, providing a stable space for them. Regardless, they had all endured arduous battles together. Chai Tsui Qiao had indeed faced a streak of misfortune in her life. If he could lend a hand, he would. and whether to abduct her as a long-term auxiliary was of secondary concern. Chai Tsuechi regarded the soul-guiding banner and contemplated before asking, "Is there any card game in the place you are going?" "Card games?" Liang pondered. "Have you heard of Happy Landlord? Is there any cricket fighting?" "Yes." "Have you heard of Pokemon Go? Are there any poetry recitals or flowing water drinking games?" "Not exactly, but we have concerts at all times." "And what of storybooks?" Chai Tsuechiao shyly inquired, preferably of the romantic variety. Liang considered modern novels and nodded. "There are all sorts. From domineering CEOs and cold military officers to loyal servants and sunny idols, school heartthrobs, age-gap teachers, harem and anti-harem stories, everything imaginable." Chai Tsuechiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously. Yet she maintained her dignified demeanor. "Then I shall leave it to your arrangements." Liang waved the soul-guiding banner, drawing Chai Tsuechiao within it. He turned to see Xing Hechou and others discussing how to handle the matchmaker properly. This woman, having been wed to Wang Guan, was now pregnant. Initially, she intended to stay close to Wang Guan to assist the criminal division's Wang Guan in gathering evidence against cannibalism. Now that Wang Guan was deceased, it was necessary to return the frightened matchmaker to Nanjing, help others to the end, escort the Buddha to the west. After discussions with his teammates, Liang secured 2 gold bars from Lu Wudai and, accompanied by the matchmaker, pursued the fox family at the edge of the dense forest. Liang offered 1 gold bar as a price, using illusions to deceive and intimidate, requesting the foxes to escort the matchmaker back to Nanjing, ensuring her safety throughout the cannibal incident involving Wang Guan. The other gold bar was entrusted to the matchmaker for safekeeping, trusting that with numerous foxes providing covert protection, and with assistance from the criminal division's Wang Guan, the unfortunate women in Wang Guan's household would find proper refuge. Once all matters were settled, and the transmission time drew near its end, everyone prepared to depart. 3 days later, at night, at the solitary cold temple, a small, frail figure in a Taoist robe limped out from the dense woods, making his way into the temple courtyard. The air buzzed with the sound of flies drawn by the scent of blood as they feasted on the dark red soil, greedily licking the blood and filth strewn across the ground. The limping Taoist surveyed the scene. With a wave of his robe, he conjured a gust of wind, gathering the swarming flies into a mass before erupting in a cacophony of destruction. As the dust of insect corpses settled, the Taoist slowly crouched, caressing the bloodied ground, murmuring, "Wang Guan, are you here?" The blood and flesh buried deep within the earth, as if stirred by some unseen force, surged forth, forming elongated tendrils that swayed like seaweed in the wind. Well then, the Taoist extended his hand, gently brushing against the tendrils. "After your demise." The criminal division's minister trembled. "The dignitaries of the city refused to speak on our behalf. Not even Emperor Jiajing fully trusted me, forcing me to flee the capital." Sigh. "No matter, I have received your teachings, and as a disciple, how could we of the Kuei-Yang sect die without a trace?" The tendrils writhed more violently in response. "Do you wish for me to save you?" The Taoist inquired with a chuckle. "Consider this carefully. Should I save you now, your 3 souls and 7 spirits will be eternally bound, with no chance for redemption." Upon hearing this, the tendrils momentarily stilled, only to begin thrashing wildly once more. My dear disciple, since you are willing to forsake the cycle of reincarnation for the sake of vengeance, how could I, as your master, refrain from offering my assistance?" The Taoist laughed heartily, striking the ground with his palm. From the soil, a multitude of fleshy tendrils emerged, intertwining and attaching themselves to the skeletal remains of the mountain demon's legs, which had been abandoned in the corner of the courtyard 3 days prior. The legs, torso, arms, and head coalesced into the form of a diminutive mountain demon, yet its limbs and visage were entirely composed of writhing, pinkish tendrils. It was grotesque, repulsive, and terrifying. The flesh-bound mountain demon seemed to suffer greatly, weeping inconsolably, while the limping Taoist wore a smile. Only when the creature had calmed did he gently inquire, "Have you had your fill of lamentation? We have important matters to attend to. Let us proceed to Songjiang Prefecture." Silently, the flesh-bound mountain demon knelt and bore the Taoist upon its back as they made their way towards the east. Songjiang Prefecture, known in ancient times as Yin City. Chapter 46. Summary. As the transmission concluded, Leon opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar sight of his living room. A desk with a green glass surface pressing against photographs, a higher refrigerator adorned with 2 Panty Boy stickers, and a cuckoo clock hanging on the wall. The black and white television, draped in a silk dust cover, completed the nostalgic scene. At last, he had returned home. It had not been an easy journey. As he absent-mindedly scraped away the dried blood caked on his face, a wave of sentiment washed over him. The scripted task had spanned 7 days, yet in the realm of reality, a mere second had passed. Had he failed to complete the mission, that fleeting second would have culminated in a decayed, sour corpse, oozing green fluids. The landlady would surely be furious. Shaking his head, Leon refocused his thoughts and began to assess the rewards derived from the Cold Temple on Lonely Mountain mission. Mission Reward 1. Additional experience points, 200. Player overall performance, S. Game currency and experience points increased to 160. Collaborating with his team to slay the mountain demon granted him 150 experience points. While teaming up with Chai Tsueqiao to defeat a group of minor demons in the courtyard provided an additional 75 points. The gaming system intelligently analyzed each player's overall contribution during monster slaying, distributing experience points equitably to prevent disputes over kills. In total, the experience accrued from vanquishing monsters amounted to 225 points, supplemented by the 200-point bonus from the mission, all multiplied by the 160 S-grade evaluation coefficient, culminating in a grand total of 680 points. This single task had yielded more experience than all of Leon's prior missions combined. Before undertaking the task, Leon's experience stood at LV3, with an experience bar of 12,300. Upon leveling up to LV4, his experience bar surged to 392,400, leaving him but a step away from LV5. Did I truly attain an S rating? Leon adjusted his glasses, finding this outcome aligned with his expectations. The overall performance rating for players was largely determined by the quantity and quality of monsters slain, as well as the unraveling of the world's mysteries. Deciphering the secrets of the Cold Temple, analyzing Chai Tsueqiao's identity, and confronting the mountain demon to claim its life were the trifecta required for an S rating. Typically, a conventional player would not engage in unraveling secrets, instead enduring a harrowing chase by Chai Tsueqiao within the temple, relying on mere luck to survive until the banquet, only to witness the matchmaker's demise and beseech the mountain demon to eliminate Chai Tsueqiao. Such a strategy would yield at most a C rating. Along with the forfeiture of experience points from slaying the mountain demon and its minions, had Leon settled for a C rating, he would likely still be stuck at LV3, let alone contemplating LV5. According to Xing Hechou and Wanli Fengdao, upon reaching LV5, players unlock the title and trait systems. The title system, as the name suggests, provides unique evaluations based on each player's specific performance in missions beyond LV5. Each player's display of skill varies, resulting in diverse titles. And while a player can accumulate multiple titles, only one can be equipped at a time every 48 hours. Each title bestows a unique ability, whether actively triggered or passively activated, without occupying any of the player's 10 skill slots. For instance, Xing Hechou's title, Unyielding Wall, passively enhances his resistance to damage while in a defensive stance, while Wanli Fengdao's title, Romantic Swordsman, enhances his attributes when protecting female beings, with a cooldown of half an hour and a consumption of 10 of total energy. Conversely, the trait system influences a player's attribute values. Players below LV5 possess merely a simple numerical representation of their attributes, whereas upon unlocking the title system, current attributes are updated in real time and influenced by a series of traits. For example, diarrhea, 1 constitution, fracture, 1 strength, rabies, 1 intelligence, 1 constitution, complacency, 1 charisma, gluttony, 1 constitution, man-eater, 1 strength, 2 charisma. Negative traits temporarily diminish player attributes, while positive traits enhance them, such as genius, 2 intelligence, debauched rogue, 2 charisma, reckless warrior, 2 strength, 1 intelligence, zealous faith, 1 strength, 1 constitution, austere monk, 1 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 constitution, vow of Valhalla, 2 strength, 2 agility, possession by a demon, 3 strength, 3 constitution, 3 charisma, Augustus, 1 strength, 1 agility. For charisma, players can assess their current physical condition more precisely based on real-time trait updates and consciously seek to acquire advantageous traits, aiming to optimize their attributes. Both the title and trait systems require a player to reach LV5 to unlock, and Leon's gaze now shifted to the second mission reward. Mission Reward 2. Game Currency, 400. Multiplying the 400 game currency by 160 yields 640. Adding this to his previously accumulated 480 points, Leon now possessed 1120 game currency. Furthermore, considering the 900 points promised by crossing Hechou in trade, Leon's total game currency exceeded 2,000 points. Mission Reward 3. Rare Quality Random Item 1. The random item turned out to be the Soul Guiding Banner, an equipment capable of absorbing negative energy and storing spiritual entities. In a world rife with supernatural urban legends, the utility of the Soul Guiding Banner likely surpassed even that of a cat's eye. Mission Reward 4. Rare Quality Random Scroll 1. Opening the deep blue scroll in his inventory, he discovered Skill Scroll Name, Ripple Breathing Technique. Attribute, Learning Type, Universal. Usage, Passive, Level, Rare, Special Effect, through a unique breathing method. It gradually and slowly enhances cellular vitality, fortifying the body and slightly resisting aging. It can also create shockwave damage against living entities, including spiritual beings, by externally projecting ripples. Consumption, none. Learning conditions. Constitution attribute must be greater than or equal to 7 points. Intelligence attribute must be greater than or equal to 7 points. Note: JoJo. This is my final ripple. Leon scratched his head, recalling that this ripple breathing technique, originating from the manga JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, required the user to continuously adjust their breathing frequency to slowly and persistently enhance cellular vitality, generating a unique energy similar to ripples on water. Based on the performances depicted in the first and second parts of the manga, the ripple or inner force could significantly amplify the user's strength in a short span, even enabling the precise control of external ripples to achieve various special effects, including inflicting harm on spiritual beings and heating objects. Logically, the ripple breathing technique, with its vast potential for development, should surpass the adrenaline activation technique, another rare skill scroll, in power. However, as the ripple technique only provided relevant information, the actual cultivation required player effort to gradually build up ripple energy, and the pace and success of cultivation depended entirely on the player's comprehension. Thus, those lacking aptitude might find themselves struggling for half a year without any progress. Consequently, the ripple breathing technique was rated merely as rare, as a naturally gifted talent. Leon chose to learn the skill without hesitation, quickly adapting to the slow breathing frequency and soon mastering it. Under normal circumstances, my resting heart rate hovers between 70 and 80 beats per minute, yet during the practice of wave breathing, it descends to a mere 40 beats per minute. With further potential for reduction, Leon attentively observes the transformations within his body, noting the absence of any immediate sensations such as a rush of warmth. For the time being, he continues with this breathing technique, as it poses no inconvenience. After allocating a point to enhance his strength, Leon's player panel reveals Lee reaching LV4. Experience bar, 392-400, strength, 7, equivalent to a professional weightlifter. Agility, 6, level of an experienced parkour enthusiast. Intelligence, 7, a prodigy. Constitution, 7, comparable to a professional marathon runner. Perception, 7, on par with a professional hunter. Charisma, 4, unremarkable appearance, slightly eccentric demeanor. Equipment, peculiar eyeball, mask of transformation, soul guiding banner. Inventory, AK-47, CQB bulletproof vest, camping hatchet, dagger, flashlight, grenade, Molotov cocktail, black zombie hair, black zombie nails, fire rat fur, plague demon skin, skeletal spine. Skills, adrenaline activation technique, wave breathing technique. Game currency, 1120. Chapter 47, the forum 3 days later. Leon sat solemnly at his computer desk, browsing the web as the lenses of his glasses reflected a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. Mako's first online reading venue is now open, a melodious, overly sweet voice proclaimed, as images of various scantily clad young women flashed across the screen. However, Leon was not perusing some frivolous website. Rather, he was navigating a clandestine forum established by certain players of a Battlefield game, cleverly disguised as a colorful site for ease of communication. This forum resided in the deep web, inaccessible via standard search engines, requiring users to directly input the URL after several redirects. Furthermore, the forum site would automatically add a Tor browser package for visitors, aiding them in evading traffic filtering and automated data scraping, thus ensuring anonymous connections and concealed services. In essence, even players entirely unversed in IT could safely visit the forum from home, free from surveillance. On the night he completed the Cold Temple on the Lonely Mountain mission, Xing Hucho transferred 900 game currency points to Li Ong via their gaming friendship, sincerely inviting him to join the Special Affairs Bureau. After a moment's contemplation, Liang politely declined but promised to maintain a cordial relationship and share intelligence with the Bureau. Xing Heqiu, in turn, generously divulged some pertinent information about the battlefield game, including the forum's URL. Maintaining such a deep web forum necessitated substantial human, material, and financial resources, leading Liang to speculate that the establishment of the player forum was likely propelled by the Special Affairs Bureau. It was conceivable that lurking within the forum were personnel from the Bureau or foreign intelligence agencies, diligently gathering information shared by players. The forum featured a vast array of sections, including strategy guides, black market exchanges, and even casual discussions. Currently known spirit types and their special abilities analysis. Methods to achieve an S-grade completion rating. Contains valuable insights. New ideas for attribute point allocation for players below level 5. High prices offered for combat skills. No quality or level restrictions. Payment in Bitcoin or game currency. Above official buyback prices. Offering high-quality werewolf fangs. Grown from my own body. Carrying rabies virus. Please refrain from purchasing if you mind. Limited quantity. First come first serve. Supports Bitcoin, game currency, and cash transactions. Am I the only one who consistently receives B or C ratings on missions? Newbie seeking guidance. My sister-in-law seems to have become a newbie player. As a level 4, what should I do? A plethora of posts emerged rapidly, with an impressively high refresh rate. Moreover, there were countless lurkers who merely observed without actively posting. The player count was indeed substantial. Liang briefly skimmed through the content before closing the webpage. Player transactions on the forum typically settled in game currency or Bitcoin, with game currency directly exchangeable for equipment in the marketplace, while Bitcoin, possessing discrete attributes, could naturally be exchanged for cash in the real world. The official website of the Special Affairs Bureau masqueraded as a quaint, unrefined small fertilizer company, offering a rate of 10,000 cash for 1 point of game currency, while the black market on the forum commanded a premium of 10 to 20 over the official price. Given that the battlefield game had been active for 7 months, it was evident that consortiums with more information resources than the average populace, along with foreign intelligence agencies, had already entered the fray. Money held no significance for them. Rather, game currency represented a crucial resource within the battlefield game, bringing them closer to extraordinary power and increasing their chances of maintaining a position in the upper echelons amidst the forthcoming tides of change. Liang believed that were it not for the fear of a financial market collapse, those consortiums with only money left would likely offer exorbitant sums, perhaps 200,000 to 500,000 for a mere point of game currency. Just think, a protective amulet capable of shielding ordinary individuals from a fatal attack could easily fetch 10 to 18 million. The rare small healing potion capable of curing most diseases, including cancer, could command several hundred million. Even the ripple breathing technique in Liang's skill set, which could delay aging, would surely be valued at a minimum of 10 billion at a Sotheby's auction. Before death, all are equal. Having indulged in life to the fullest, how could one not seek immortality? For the elite and affluent, their ability to marshal resources beyond the imagination of ordinary people becomes futile in the face of the inevitable Grim Reaper. In their quest for longevity, luxury, and perpetual existence, these magnates are willing to sacrifice everything: money, conscience, and even humanity. Sighing, Liang reflected on how he might have overlooked countless minor objectives. Contemplating the potential value of the ripple-breathing technique, he exhaled deeply. Yet, in a world rife with supernatural phenomena, a technique capable of inflicting real harm on spirits would forever remain priceless. Having consoled himself for a time, Liang emerged from his bedroom to find Chai Xiao lounging on the sofa in a light shirt, casually scrolling through Douyin on his smartphone. Her laughter echoing in the air. Doo-doo, doo-doo, hello, 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 she chanted. Wudong King, I pay my respects to the Grandmaster. Sexy lady. The corners of Liang's eyes twitched. Just 3 days prior, after completing the mission, he had worried that Chai Xiao might struggle to adapt to modern society. Thus, he had retrieved a document from his storage box, a detailed revision titled an in-depth explanation of various aspects of modern society after the arrival of otherworldly beautiful girls. Penned during his middle school days. Back then, he had become so bored that he entered a phase of youthful exuberance, crafting the paper in anticipation of encountering otherworldly beauties, aiming to assist them in acclimating to Earth. To his astonishment, Chai Xiao adapted to modern society with remarkable swiftness. Could you not learn something more constructive? Liang lamented. Every day, glued to your phone, either scrolling through Douyin or playing mobile games. Where's the grace befitting a young lady from a prominent family? Oh. Chai Tzu-Xiao obediently closed Douyin and opened an audio broadcasting app instead. Met Zhao Yun, riding his white horse and wielding his silver spear, fought valiantly against numerous generals, exhibiting immense courage as he fought his way through the ranks at Chang'an Slope, causing the enemy to abandon their weapons and flee in disarray. The clear, gentle voice of a female narrator echoed from the audio app. Are you listening to Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Liang nodded, finding it acceptable. The broadcast continued, but that Chang'an Slope was no easy feat. She was the head courtesan of the Yihong courtyard. After calming her mind, she entangled Zhao Yun several times, forcing him into retreat. What on earth are you listening to? Liang scowled, disregarding Chai Tzu-Xiao's desperate pleas for her phone back. He snatched it from her hands and declared, I'm stepping out. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Chapter 48. Takeout. As an enterprising young man striving for independence, Liang spent his leisure hours working as a tutor to supplement his household income. With commendable academic performance, the fees he charged were sufficient for him to live comfortably in Yinshi. Moreover, Liang possessed a unique talent for disciplining unruly children. With a blend of persuasive rhetoric and disciplined exercises, even the most rebellious youngsters could be transformed into exemplary citizens, earning him widespread acclaim among parents in Yinshi. Many parents, lacking the ability to manage their children, contemplated hiring Liang for weekly tutoring sessions, including affluent families with annual incomes exceeding $1 million or even $10 million. The situation bore a striking resemblance to the American television series Dog Whisperer. After assisting several children with their homework, Liang was about to return home to prepare dinner when he received a message on QQ from Wang Soushan. Are you there? Liang raised an eyebrow and replied, Yes, what's up, kindest kingly princess? What does that mean? She responded, It means I praise you as a benevolent and noble princess. I believe that. Wang Songshan replied with a slightly disappointed emoji, typing, My parents went out to a class reunion, so they're not home. What is going on? Liang, glancing around nervously, replied, I wouldn't dare to sneak a kiss with you. What are you thinking? My computer is broken. Can you come over to help me fix it? I'll treat you to dinner later. Come quickly. I'll wait 15 minutes. Upon hearing the promise of a meal, Liang felt invigorated. He hopped on his old Phoenix bicycle, braving the light rain, and hurried to Wang Soushan's home, quickly repairing her desktop computer in her bedroom. It was merely a case of poor contact with the memory stick. Liang placed the computer case back under the desk and casually remarked, It's all good now. You can use a hairdryer to blow out the dust from the power supply fan, spray some electronic cleaning solution on the motherboard, and gently brush it with a small brush. As for the memory stick's gold contacts, a gentle rub with an eraser will suffice. Wang Soushan feigned agony, exclaiming, Master, please stop. Wukong realizes his mistakes. Where's your magical Rui Jingu bang? Liang smirked, just as a knock echoed from the front door. Takeout. A muffled male voice called from outside. Did you order takeout? Liang glanced at Wang Soushan. No, I was planning to order a box meal for you later. She replied, confused. I'll go check. Liang approached the door and opened it, revealing a large delivery man standing outside. He was at least 6'3", robustly built, wearing a yellow motorcycle helmet and a thick yellow and black delivery uniform, with a white mask covering his mouth. 2084? Spicy hot pot? The delivery man inquired. Liang glanced at the label on the takeout packaging, realizing it was likely for the neighbor. I'm sorry, I read it wrong, the delivery man said, glancing at the paper order. No problem, Liang replied, closing the door and signed to Wang Songshan. I thought you were having a change of heart and wanted to surprise me. You're thinking too much, she replied, pouting. There is ice cream in the fridge. Do you want some? Absolutely, Liang said. After finishing the green bean cake together, he could not resist the allure of Wang Songshan's generous invitation. They locked the door and pulled the curtains, lying on the bed as they played 10 rounds of a mobile game together. Unsurprisingly, we lost 10 times in a row. It's so frustrating. Wang Songshan's face emerged from behind her phone, glaring at Liang. Can't you do better? You can say anything about women, but never that men can't perform, Liang retorted playfully. I only pay $298 for a foot massage, so how do you think I perform? Just then, a sound of a key entering the lock echoed from the front door, followed by a woman's voice. Soushan, come out and help me with the groceries. Your dad's class reunion was canceled, so we went to the market and bought your favorite crabs. Wang Songshan gasped, looking at Liang. My parents are back. As childhood friends, Liang was aware that Wang Songshan's mother worked in the education sector and her father was a police officer in Ningxi. Her upbringing was strict, and in her parents' eyes, she was a model child, not the type to sneak boys into her home. Well, we might as well be honest, Liang nodded. I will take responsibility for this. Responsibility, my foot. Wang Songshan shot back, rolling her eyes. There's a water pipe outside the balcony. Climb down that way. Isn't your family on the 20th floor? Liang replied, feigning innocence. Cut it out. You actually remembered. Wang Songshan pouted, scratching her head in distress. You go to the study first and say you're here to deliver notes. Understood? Liang gave an okay gesture. Once Wang Songshan opened the door to explain to her parents, Liang had already tidied his hair, donned a professional smile, and held a notebook in his hands, embodying the pose of a model student as he stepped out of the study. Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm Songshan's classmate. And I'm here to use words faltered. Liang recognized Wang Songshan's father, Officer Wang Fingyan, a police officer who had been involved in the case of an elderly woman's death in their neighborhood. Is it you? Officer Wang said, narrowing his eyes. Yes, it is. Liang thought to himself how small the world was, declaring, I am the successor of socialism, a delicate flower of our nation, performing good deeds anonymously. Who asked you that? Wang Songshan and her mother were equally astonished, asking in unison, do you two know each other? Sort of. Officer Wang squinted, scrutinizing Liang. Are you Songshan's classmate? What is your name? Where is your household registered? What is your family situation? What are you doing? Wang's mother interjected, nudging her husband. It's not easy for Songshan to have a classmate over. Why are you interrogating him like a criminal? Officer Wang glared at Liang, his eyes conveying a clear message. He would not allow any unidentified individuals to get close to his precious daughter. You're Shaoli, right? Wang's mother asked after whispering with Wang Songshan. She then smiled knowingly. Why don't you stay for dinner? We just bought crabs. Liang instantly felt the piercing gaze of Officer Wang on his back, but, as a food enthusiast, nothing could deter him from indulging in crab. Thank you, Aunt. Chapter 49. Bloodstained Zhou Zhengze opened the door to find his beloved lying with another man. The moment they saw him return, their wide eyes were filled with terror. Wretched woman, how could you betray me like this? Memories of solemn vows and tender affections surged through his mind, causing his eyes to redden instantly as he raised a kitchen knife. The blade hung suspended in the air. After taking 2 deep breaths, he lowered the handle. It was not worth it. You two can remain together forever, he spat, throwing down the knife and shutting the door of the refrigerator as cold storage. Liang deftly prepared the crabs, skillfully removing the claws, discarding the shells, and extracting the crab's stomach to savor the roe. His technique was remarkably refined, using only chopsticks and a spoon, achieving an elegance akin to that of cultured scholars employing the traditional 8 utensils. His graceful demeanor and dignified manner of eating made Officer Wang Fingyan increasingly uncomfortable. Even more absurdly, while indulging in the crabs, Liang regaled everyone with jokes, seamlessly transitioning from highbrow humor to down-to-earth anecdotes, leaving Wang Songshan and her mother in fits of laughter, creating an atmosphere of warmth. Coughing lightly, Officer Wang Fingyan rummaged through his mind for a joke, deliberately clearing his throat to draw attention before gravely stating, once there was a young man who accomplished nothing in his life, and as he approached death, he longed for a single compliment. This obsession moved the heavens, and a doctor was sent to say, your condition is quite severe. The living room fell into an abrupt silence, the only sound being the whirring of the ceiling fan. Ha ha ha. Liang laughed in response, prompting Wang Songshan and her mother to join in. To break the awkwardness that followed, Wang Songshan handed him an empty bowl, saying, Dad, please fill this with soup. Reflexively, Liang accepted the bowl and served her soup, only to notice Officer Wang Fengyan's hand suspended midair, coupled with the grave expression on Wang Ma's face. The atmosphere in the living room grew even more somber, as if the very air were thickening. I almost forgot. Last time our neighbor Fong and I brought us some green rice dumplings. I'll take a few crabs over to them, Wang Ma said. Rising to fetch a large container from the kitchen, she filled it with crabs and, neglecting to close the door behind her, headed straight to the neighbor's apartment. Fong and I? Are you home? She knocked on their security door with her knuckles. Meanwhile, in the living room, Liang and Wang Songshan bowed their heads, enduring the intense scrutiny of Officer Wang. Why is no one home? Wang Ma mused, sniffing the air. What is that smell? Is it coming from their balcony? In the stillness, Liang suddenly lifted his head, along with Officer Wang, directing their gaze toward the neighbor's security door. There was a strong, unmistakable scent of blood. They exchanged a glance, instinctively rising to walk into the hallway. They might not be home, Officer Wong said with a smile to his wife. Xinwan, you and Shan go eat. I'll step outside with Shaoli for a smoke and a chat. Chat? Jiang Xinwan cast a doubtful glance at her husband, silently conveying a warning not to frighten the children, before retreating into the house. Once his wife was inside, Officer Wong closed their security door, his expression turning icy as he crouched down. The couple living opposite, Zhang Weiming and Wang Fengni, had placed a rubber mat outside their door to prevent dirt and other pollutants, and within, a cotton mat served to provide slip resistance and filter out fine dust. Quite meticulous. Officer Wong noticed a thick trail of blood extending from the threshold of the neighbor's door to beneath the rubber mat. Lifting the mat, he revealed a sticky, half-dried pool of blood. The amount of blood could have flowed from the door's interior to the exterior. Either the residents had inadvertently spilled blood while preparing pig's blood pudding at the entrance, or someone had suffered a severe arterial bleed. Calmly watching their life essence drain away, Officer Wong pounded on the door, calling out for the neighbors. When there was no response, he retrieved his phone to summon colleagues for assistance and notified the property management to send security. Just as he was about to kick the door open, Liang leisurely produced a paperclip and, after a few twists, pried open the security door. Brother Wong, could you refrain from looking at me like I'm a criminal? Liang said, putting away the paperclip and scratching his head with a grin. Lockpicking is merely a hobby of mine. I even wrote a thesis once discussing the safety hazards of 10 common types of security locks on the market. Officer Wong maintained a stern expression. Don't call me brother. Liang's face lit up, quickly adapting. All right, Dad, I promise to take good care of Shan. If the timing had been more suitable, Officer Wong would have certainly shown Liang what military boxing truly meant. With a push, Officer Wong opened the security door to find Zhang Weiming's home engulfed in darkness, as impenetrable as a void. Liang took out his phone, illuminating the somber space. Officer Wong did not step inside immediately but carefully adjusted the light switch on the wall, revealing the living room. The sight that met them took his breath away. Blood. Blood everywhere. Bloodstains coated the ceiling, lamps, walls, tables, floors, and television stands. Everywhere his gaze fell was obscured by dark crimson. Dripping, splattering, pooling, smeared, contact. An array of bizarre blood patterns filled the room, resembling an abstract painting by a deranged artist. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses, sending a shiver down his spine. In his more than 20 years of criminal investigation, he had never encountered such a bizarre and eerie scene. Even in the past 7 months, when strange occurrences had spiked, nothing compared to the spectacle before him. The total blood volume in an adult human body constitutes approximately 6 to 8% of their body weight. Thus, a 70-kilogram adult male would have between 4,200 milliliters and 5,600 milliliters of blood, roughly equivalent to 3 bottles of 1.5-liter soda. To create the gruesome tableau within this room, Officer Wong quickly deduced that it would require the blood of at least 2 individuals. Damn it. Officer Wong clenched the doorframe, cursing under his breath. Ugh. Liang, like Officer Wong, gasped in shock, remarking in a low voice, the Nordic pastoral-style decor in this house must have cost a fortune. Chapter 50. The refrigerator stay here. I will go in and take a look first, Wang Fengyan instructed Liang, his youthful voice resonating with authority as he reached for the holster at his waist, unfastening it. Generally speaking, even for seasoned officers like Wang Fengyan, who had dedicated over 20 years to the force and earned the trust of the organization, it was uncommon to carry a firearm home after duty. After all, we reside in a peaceful era with a relatively stable security environment, and the advantages of carrying a weapon pale in comparison to the troubles that could arise from losing one. However, until 6 months ago, a series of bizarre and peculiar cases had emerged, leading officers to become accustomed to wearing their firearms after hours. The 92 model? Quite impressive, remarked Leon softly, observing the firearm in Wang Fengyan's hand. At least it's superior to the 05. The 05 revolver is a legendary piece of weaponry, capable of competing for a place among the top 10 most peculiar handguns in the world. Its design is simple, compact, and innovative, ensuring safety and reliability in use. Though its power leaves much to be desired, it has earned the moniker the kind gun. The 05 accommodates 2 types of ammunition. One is a standard flat-nosed bullet with a muzzle energy of 111 joules, and the other is a round-headed rubber bullet, boasting a muzzle energy of 16 joules. Withstanding an 05 rubber bullet at a distance of 20 meters while donning a few layers of thick leather is akin to child's play. A few years ago, an incident occurred where a bull went berserk and attacked humans. The local police dispatched operatives to the suburban area, who fired over 40 rounds from the 05 without managing to take the creature down. It continued to rampage unharmed. In desperation, they resorted to the 79 micro submachine gun, which swiftly ended the bull's life with just 2 shots. After enduring such a barrage, even the most composed bull would be driven to madness. With Wang Fengnian's level of clearance, he remained unaware of the true nature of the killing games, yet as a seasoned officer, he could still sense the undercurrents of change sweeping through. Most operational models of the 05, 77, and 64 have been completely phased out, replaced by more powerful variants such as the 54 and 92. The higher-ups have also begun to actively encourage them to carry sidearms after hours, whenever peculiar cases arise. Enigmatic figures clad in black suits often appear at the crime scenes to assist in investigations. A storm is brewing. Wang Fengnian's thoughts snapped back to reality as he glanced at the blood-soaked living room, devoid of any footprints, clinging to the hope that their neighbors, the couple Chun Weiming and Wang Fengni, might still be alive, and that the perpetrator could still be inside preparing to flee. He pressed himself against the wall, cautiously maneuvering past the bloodstains to enter the premises. Following closely behind, Leon murmured, "If this is indeed a murder scene, how could he have managed to leave no trace of footprints? What brings you here? Were you not instructed to remain outside?" Officer Wang turned around and whispered sternly, "This place is perilous, not a playground." Leon, feeling helpless, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have already retreated to the sidelines to spectate and cheer. However, this murder transpired right beneath his very eyes, and Officer Wang was, after all, the father of his childhood companion. The couple residing in this house, are they already deceased? Following closely behind Wang Fengnian, Leon sighed internally, analyzing the task description. A random quality item and a random quality scroll. Judging solely from the task rewards, the difficulty of this mission was evidently considerable. The term murderer could refer to a beast, a ghost, or even a human being, and the designation of the task, the madman, provided scant clarity. The madman could refer to either the perpetrator or the victim. Furthermore, there was no limitation on the number of murderers, and the term exterminate suggested that the murderer was still alive. Given the 72-hour time constraint, it was highly likely that the murderer had already vacated the premises, thus sparing him an immediate confrontation. The absence of significant penalties for failing the task implied that regardless of whether he succeeded, he would not incur severe repercussions. It was possible that the process of tracking down the murderer could pose substantial risks, potentially exposing his identity as a player. Even leading to his demise, this risk alone was akin to a penalty for failing the task. Had this event not unfolded before Liang's very eyes, he could have easily delegated the task on the forum, offering compensation to enlist other players for assistance. However, engaging in such actions now could likely reveal his identity as a player. From the condition of the coagulated blood, it appeared the murder occurred precisely during the period when Liang and Wang Shoshan were engrossed in their game. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Liang followed Wang Fengnian, scrutinizing the layout of the living room. The residence purchased by Zheng Weiming and Wang Fengni was quite expansive, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. To the left upon entry were interconnected dining and living areas, while to the right lay the kitchen and an exterior balcony. The right side of the living room housed the master bedroom and its accompanying bathroom, whereas the left side contained 2 secondary bedrooms with their own bathroom. The Nordic pastoral decor exuded a fresh elegance, with simple yet serene furnishings that hinted at a lifestyle imbued with natural ease, devoid of ostentation. The middle-aged couple, affluent and cultured, likely belonged to the upper echelons of intellectual society. Judging by the photographs adorning the walls, they had at least one adult daughter. The familial ties appeared harmonious, yet the condition of the door handle and shoe rack of the secondary bedroom suggested their only daughter was not frequently home. Was she studying abroad? Are you still working away from home? Liang meticulously examined the clues within the room, trudging alongside Wang Fengnian through the gaps in the pool of blood. Scrutinizing every corner, including the master bedroom, the side bedroom, and the bathroom, there were no footprints or fingerprints left behind, indicating that the perpetrator had not exited through the front door. Wang Fengnian stood on the balcony, gazing at a smudge of blood along the window ledge. After peering out for a moment, he turned back and remarked, he descended along the water pipe on the side of the balcony. The pipe is situated between the 2 buildings where no one could see him. This is the 20th floor. Not to mention, even if it were the 200th floor, the target designated by the system would likely manage to descend with ease, and whether he is human remains uncertain. Liang silently scoffed at this thought. But then he heard Wang Fengyan muttering, "What about Zheng Weiming and his wife?" The murderer could hardly have scaled the pipe while carrying two individuals. In the absence of a corpse, it cannot be deemed a homicide. With keen insight, Leon and Officer Wang examined even the toilet tank. Yet there was no sign of life, nor even a dismembered body. Wait a moment, it seems there is still one location that has not been searched. After exchanging a glance, Officer Wang, with one hand gripping his firearm and the other tucked within his sleeve, leisurely opened the door to the refrigerator's chilling compartment. As the light flickered to life inside, they were met with the haunting and vacant stares of Zhang Weiming and Wang Fengyan, huddled together in a state of terror and shock. Damn it! Wang Fengyan lowered his weapon. Chapter 51. Witnessed the sound of clicking echoed in the air. In the corner of room 2084, a camera perched atop a tripod flickered with light. Technicians from the forensic department busied themselves gathering evidence. The space was nearly devoid of any room to stand, as Officer Wang Fengyan stood in the corridor, his expression grim as he discussed the case's progress with his colleagues. Surveillance footage from the elevator and hallway revealed that a man clad in a yellow and black delivery uniform arrived on the 20th floor at 1543. He first knocked on the door of room 2082, conversing with a young man for several seconds before proceeding to room 2084, under the pretense of delivering food, which prompted the victim, Zhang Weiming, to open the security door. A young officer reported. After the security door was opened, the man swiftly covered Zhang Weiming's mouth, entered the room, and closed the door behind him. Until Officer Wang opened the security door at 1924, no one had entered or exited room 2084. The forensic team's on-site assessment indicated that the suspect had likely murdered the two victims between 1600 hours and 1700 hours and then descended from the 20th floor via the balcony's water pipe around 1830, leaving the community at 1848. The delivery system showed no orders related to room 2084, and the suspect wore a fake license plate helmet and mask, making identification difficult in the surveillance footage. We have contacted the traffic management department to see if we can trace the motorcycle the suspect rode. As for the victims' families, we are reaching out to them as swiftly as possible. Officer Wang nodded, glancing at his own door number, a wave of dread washing over him. The suspect had meticulously prepared a fake motorcycle license plate and printed a counterfeit delivery order slip, executing the crime with a chilling efficiency that produced no noise and included counter-surveillance measures. This appeared to be a premeditated crime of vengeance, however. Before the suspect knocked on the security door of Wang Fengyan's room 2082, he had deliberately glanced at the delivery slip, suggesting he might have intended to harm more than one individual. It seemed he wanted to test the waters with room 2082 before carrying out the assault on Zhang Weiming and Wang Fengyan in room 2084. It was a close call. The heinous suspect nearly harmed his daughter. A young officer remarked, "The only person who has seen the suspect clearly is Officer Wang's daughter's classmate. Right now, the forensic technicians are working on a composite sketch of the suspect." Wang Fengyan nodded. "Go ahead and check on that." He opened his own security door to find his wife and daughter huddled together in the bedroom, whispering words of comfort. It was hard to accept that someone they had walked the dog with just the day before was gone. Liang sat in the living room, wearing a gray-brown hunting cap, a bottle of yogurt in his mouth, having found Wang Songshan's easel. He sketched rapidly on the board with a pencil, lost in thought. The young technician, who was supposed to be doing the criminal sketch, watched Liang with curiosity. Wang Fengyan's brow twitched. "Xiaozhang, what are you doing?" The technician jumped. "Sorry, Captain Wang. This young man can sketch too, and his skills are quite remarkable, so I let him do it himself." "You can sketch?" Wang Fengyan regarded Liang with skepticism. "A bit," Liang replied, slurping down some yogurt and smiling as he turned the easel around. Even if Wang Fengyan was not an expert in sketching, he could see that the lines of the character were clear, well-structured, and the details were perfect, resembling a work of art rather than a hasty drawing. "This artwork is in the academic style. I studied the sketches of the French engraver Bernard Romain Julien for a while," Liang explained casually. "If time permits, I could also create a colorful oil painting in the hyperrealistic style of Long Jun. Impressive," Wang Fengyan remarked, taking the sketch. The figure depicted was large, with deep wrinkles on the forehead, gloved fingers that were long and thick, and clad in muddy black boots. The helmet, clothing, gloves, pants, and boots all extended into a long line, pointing towards certain product listings on Taobao. The suspect had planned the crime meticulously, with a clean and efficient method, indicating a high level of psychological fortitude, most likely not a delivery worker. His uniform, gloves, and boots appeared brand new, likely purchased from an online shopping platform. The sales of delivery uniforms on such platforms are not particularly high. By collecting order numbers from within the last 6 months and comparing them with similar styles of gloves and boots, it would greatly narrow down the suspect's range. Liang said, if the suspect had a counter-surveillance mindset and had indeed taken up a delivery job prior, we could analyze the delivery worker activity in Ean City that day to identify all individuals who met the criteria for committing the crime. We could even check the list of delivery workers who had been dismissed over a long period to find cohabitants of those who matched the criteria. Of course, the suspect's counter-surveillance awareness is strong. It is also possible that his gloves and boots were bought from different platforms under different accounts, shipped to various addresses, complicating the investigation significantly. Wang Fengyan paused. Where did you learn all this? Hobbies, Liang replied earnestly. In elementary school, our school often held various promotional events, like inviting drowning victims to speak at drowning prevention conferences and having death row inmates preserved in formal and give talks at criminal law seminars. From that moment, I aspired to become a distinguished detective. What the hell? Inviting drowning victims and corpses for lectures? Was your school an elementary school or a Taoist temple? Wang Fengyan felt a mix of discomfort and absurdity, but began to adapt to Liang's unique thought processes, merely nodding in response. Liang sighed inwardly. Despite the slogan of solving every case, he remained pessimistic about Officer Wang Fengyan's chances of capturing the suspect. Regardless of whether the murderer was a monstrous beast, a ghost, or a player, the elusive nature of their movements and the variety of their methods were beyond Wang's capabilities. If the murderer were a player, their counter-surveillance skills would be fully developed, as there are dedicated posts on player forums teaching counter-surveillance techniques to help players conceal their identities. He could only hope that Officer Wang would utilize official resources to uncover more clues. Liang thought to himself, casting a fiery gaze at Wang Fengyan, which made the latter feel uneasy. Let's record the statement, Officer Wang instructed, signaling his subordinates to put away the sketch. After driving Liang to the police station to take his statement, Wang Fengyan drove him back home. Upon learning that Liang lived alone, he made a point to remind him to stay safe in the coming days, assuring him that officers would be discreetly protecting him to prevent the deranged suspect from targeting witnesses. Liang nodded in agreement, entering his home. Before he could turn on the lights, he noticed a head with long hair hanging down from the ceiling. Chai Tsueqiao, suspended from the ceiling, extended her hand and ethereally lamented, "You promised you would return soon. Give me that phone of yours." Liang brandished his smartphone in front of Chai Tsueqiao, stating in a low voice, "Tonight, we have to go out. There's something to be done. If we succeed, I'll buy you a new one." A new phone? Chai Tsueqiao floated down from the ceiling, blushing as she fidgeted with her skirt. "I have no experience, but I could manage, as long as you don't mind the cold." "What are you thinking about all day?" Liang replied sternly. "We're going to catch the murderer." Chapter 52. The Shantytown, Capturing the Culprit? Chai Tsueqiao, suddenly disinterested, pouted her lips, yet out of gratitude for her new mobile phone, obediently nestled into the soul-guiding banner disguised as a black umbrella. The premise for the soul-guiding banner to nourish the spirit body is the absorption of Yin energy. In recent days, Liang had frequently wandered the cemetery with the black umbrella, even purchasing several bouquets of plastic flowers to pin to his chest for camouflage. He pondered the whereabouts of the officers responsible for ensuring his safety. Murmuring to himself, Liang dragged the landline phone to the carpet by the door, affixed a sound-activated component, and set it to ring his mobile phone automatically upon detecting a sound level of 70 decibels. Preparing for any potential inquiries from the officers at his door, he then donned a hooded cloak, slipped on gloves, wore rain boots, and adorned a face mask resembling the red-faced Guan Yu. With an axe dagger at his waist and the black umbrella slung over his shoulder, he climbed out the window. To avoid any kindred spirits with awareness that might exist within Incher City, Liang refrained from summoning Chai Tsueqiao immediately. Instead, he pressed his fingers against the wall's crevice, stepping onto the air conditioning unit, scaling the building to the rooftop level by level. The wind atop the rooftop was both cold and fierce. Liang tightened his collar and took out his mobile phone. To apprehend the perpetrator, one must first gather evidence. Although much of the evidence had been thoroughly collected by the police, some remained immovable. The bicycle parking shed beneath Building 2084 and the surveillance cameras used by the supermarket at the community entrance were both outdated models of 720p water droplet cameras produced several years ago. As he scrolled through his phone, Liang mused, modern surveillance cameras generally possess networking capabilities, with shops, communities, office buildings, private residences, hotels, and thoroughfares all carrying the risk of exposure. Through publicly available IP addresses, Anyone can scan for those firmware or systems that have long been unupdated, ports left open, and lacking any protective measures, allowing direct access to surveillance data and real-time viewing. The 720p water droplet camera, marketed as hardware-free, epitomized insecurity. Each camera sold at a negligible or free price to merchants would monitor and live-stream footage through the water droplet live platform, requiring no hacking methods. One could simply log into the platform to view recorded footage. Regardless of how absurd or detrimental the intentions of the water droplet live platform were to consumer interests, it proved remarkably convenient for Liang in his quest for clues. He directly began playing the surveillance footage from the bicycle shed beneath Building 2084 at 10 times speed, quickly identifying anomalies. Since 6 days prior, whenever Zheng Weiming or Wang Fangni exited the building to dispose of black garbage bags, within 10 minutes, a stout man dressed in a yellow sanitation uniform and wearing a mask would drag away the entire garbage bin, returning the empty bin to its place just minutes later. Was he collecting trash? Liang furrowed his brow. The suspect, clearly possessing extraordinary abilities capable of easily eliminating ordinary individuals like Zheng Weiming and Wang Fangni. Why would he bother collecting household refuse? Was this an attempt to ascertain their daily routines? Was it an act of vendetta? Liang continued to fast-forward the footage. Over 6 days, this man persistently collected the household waste of the couple, occasionally pushing a muddy cart to remove the entire bin. His appearance within 10 minutes of Zhang Weiming and Wang Fangni disposing of their garbage suggested he maintained real-time surveillance. Either he was exceptionally wealthy and idle, or he lacked a legitimate job or worked night shifts. During his surveillance, the man's location was in close proximity to Building 2084, and he always exited through the iron gate on the west side of the community. The cart was caked in mud, and fresh, damp soil adorned his new boots, indicating he had traversed an unpaved path on his way to the community. A 10-minute walk along a construction site could seamlessly allow one to push a small cart in and out of a residence. Liang rapidly scanned the surrounding terrain of that community in his mind, swiftly pinpointing a specific area. To the southwest of the community, adjacent to the open parking lot, lay a construction site within an urban village. Exhaling a deep breath, Liang raced down the stairs, mounting the bicycle he had previously positioned in a gap out of sight of the surveillance cameras. The mask's effect to diminish his presence activated. Even adorned like a serial killer, he would not attract the attention of passers-by, provided he avoided the cameras along his route. Pedaling faster, Liang realized that everything he could discover, the police had no reason to overlook. The perpetrator, who executed his actions with precision and left no traces, dared to leave the surveillance footage intact. Either he was confident he could abscond before the police caught up, or he had spiraled into madness, unafraid of pursuit, even seeking confrontation. Regardless of the scenario, Liang, tasked with a mission, wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. He weaved through the shadows cast by streetlights, the whistling wind filling his ears. He arrived at the urban village shantytown. Here stood a series of low, dilapidated structures, the tallest merely 2 to 3 stories high. The buildings were old and crumbling, with disorganized pipelines, poor drainage, and rampant litter, creating a narrow and congested labyrinth akin to a cage. In stark contrast to the surrounding modern, brightly lit skyscrapers, this shantytown resembled a forgotten island. The residents living in the shantytown were, in the most literal sense, the underprivileged. Sanitation workers donned masks, departing early and returning late, retired construction workers with disabilities, delivery workers for the supermarket, elderly individuals without children to care for. Liang parked his bicycle by the roadside, gazed up at the closely clustered single-story buildings, sighed, stepped over a murky, foul-smelling puddle, sidestepped a mound of garbage-filled plastic bags, inhaling the stench of decay, and walked straight inside. Chapter 53, Teacher. Though it was late summer, the 2 columns of breath exhaled from the nostrils were distinctly visible under the dim glow of the streetlights. Do you feel it? Liang inquired softly. The black umbrella behind him swayed gently, producing a faint rustling sound. A thin, palpable chill pervaded the narrow, cluttered alley, enveloping the surroundings like a gossamer veil, obscuring vision. The black umbrella swayed comfortably, drawing in the lingering coldness suspended in the air. Liang regulated his breathing, allowing the rippling energy to flow gradually throughout his body. The warmth dispelled the chill, and he shook himself lightly, traversing the alley, twisting and turning, until he arrived at a 2-story bungalow. The bungalow appeared drab and weathered, its exterior walls adorned with vibrant green ivy, from which glimpses of worn, crumbling cement bricks could be seen. This house was likely older than Liang, with its cracked corners suggesting that it might collapse at any moment. The lights of the second-floor room flickered, and from the ground floor, the faint sounds of children reading could be heard. Liang paused momentarily, ensuring no one was around, and swiftly scaled the wall of the building. Akin to a silent black cat, crouching atop the roof of the second floor, straining to listen to the activity below. At the foot of the mountain stood a rocky cliff, with a crevice that a cold bird had claimed as its nest. Several youthful voices were reciting a text from the second-grade Chinese textbook, The Cold Bird, which conveyed the story of the approaching winter and the cold bird's refusal to build a nest, ultimately leading to its demise in the frigid night. Among the youthful voices were 5 boys and 3 girls, all quite young, seated in pairs across 4 rows of seats. Occasionally, footsteps could be heard from the front, belonging to an adult male clad in cloth shoes, weighing approximately 140 pounds. Merely by sound, Liang could surmise the interior scene. Was this a makeshift tutoring class in a slum area? Once the children completed their reading, the man at the front of the classroom began to cough violently, instructing the children to work on their math exercises. Liang patiently lay atop the roof, awaiting a shift in events. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged woman, sounding weary from physical labor, expressed her gratitude to the teacher and took her child home. As the hour approached 10, the tutoring students were dismissed by their parents. When the door finally closed, the man at the front coughed harshly before leisurely preparing himself a pot of tea. The jasmine tea, with its refreshing and delicate hue, was sweet and soothing, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying. The pale white flowers floated and swirled in the brew, providing a calming visual. The middle-aged man, known as Zhou Jingzi, gently rubbed the rim of his enamel cup before sipping the tea, gazing out the window with an air of indifference. "Are you not coming down to take a look?" After a brief moment of silence, Liang gracefully slipped through the window, the red-faced mask of Guan Yu glaring menacingly at Zhou Jingzi. "Which organization do you belong to?" Zhou Jingzi casually inquired while blowing the surface of his tea. "The Special Affairs Bureau? The Abnormal Society? Or perhaps the Whale Song?" Liang offered no response, instead taking an interest in examining Zhou Jingzi. He appeared to be around 45, of average build, with short hair, dressed in a wrinkled red short-sleeved t-shirt and black trousers. The areas of his arms not covered by the short sleeves bore large, old burn scars. The burn marks on his face were even more pronounced, with dark red scars covering the left side of his face, extending down to below his right ear. When he smiled, his slightly swollen lips seemed to stretch, raising concerns that they might split along the scar. "Did you kill Shen Weiming and Wang Fangni?" "I did," Zhou Jingzi nodded. "Why?" Liang pressed. "Was it out of revenge?" "Revenge?" Zhou Jingzi shook his head. "It was not for hatred, but rather out of love." Liang smirked. No sane person would consider murder an expression of love. Zhou Jingzi shook his head, coughed a few times, and rose from his chair, tapping the table. "What do you think of this place?" "As a tutoring class, it's quite good." Zhou Jingzi chuckled. "But it's not really a tutoring class. The people living in this area aren't wealthy. Many couples work tirelessly from dawn to dusk, lacking both time and resources to care for their children. When I was younger, I repaired bicycles, carried loads, operated a boiler, ran a small shop, acted as a barefoot doctor, and even taught for a while. Fortunately, I can still contribute by helping the residents here with their children and offering a bit of academic guidance." "A touching story," Liang remarked calmly. "You could easily be nominated for the 10 most inspiring figures of Yin City." Zhou Jingzi disregarded the sarcasm in Liang's words and sighed. "When we were young, Wang Fangni and I were the best of friends. We grew up together in the village and attended school side by side. Unfortunately, my family's circumstances were dire, and I couldn't afford to continue my education. I had to enter society early, struggling to make a living. Later, I learned that Fangni's family faced a tragedy and couldn't afford her schooling. So I worked 2 jobs in the city to send her money for her high school education. When she attended university, we lived together. I drove a taxi to support us while she attended classes during the day and cooked for me at night. Those were our happiest moments. She promised that once she graduated, we would marry." Zhou Jingzi's dark red face revealed a tender nostalgia for the past, but good times were fleeting. "During a voluntary firefighting effort, I rushed into the flames to save someone, only to have my escape mask ripped away by the person I was rescuing. By the time I was dragged out by the firefighters, I had become a mere shadow of my former self. Fangni did not abandon me. She cared for me by my hospital bedside, constantly recounting the beautiful future we had once envisioned. However, one was a promising college student while the other was a disfigured, broken shell." The whispers of those around us rendered Fangni increasingly silent. "Have you ever felt that fear? The fear of being abandoned, of being despised?" to loathe oneself, to detest oneself, and to no longer trust the one you love. Zhou Zhengzi murmured. During that time, I was terrible to her, exceptionally cruel, often resorting to violence. And she remained silent in response. I told her to leave, but she wouldn't tea, in a fit of rage. I tore off my bandages and escaped the hospital under the cover of night, fleeing from that city. During that period, I could not discern whether I hated her or myself. Chapter 54. Reincarnation. Liang spoke calmly. It is a rather glitch detail. Zhou Zhengzi chuckled. When I finally came to terms with my feelings and returned to that city, I discovered that she had entirely departed. Thus, I began to trace her footsteps, yearning to offer her an apology. However, by the time I received news of her once more, 2 decades had elapsed. Naturally, she had become a wife and a mother. Yet, I did not harbor resentment towards her. On the contrary, I felt genuine joy and wished her well. I began to collect remnants of her everyday life. Humans may lie and deceive, yet their refuse tells an unwavering truth. I observed her kitchen waste and learned that she still enjoyed porridge for breakfast, relished sweet and sour ribs, and savored stir-fried mushrooms with meat. I discovered her shopping tags and noted her preference for honey-scented sandalwood soap and peony hand cream. I learned that they visited the concert hall monthly and danced slowly in their living room to the music of a vinyl record player every Wednesday evening. Seeing her thrive brought me happiness. If that is indeed the case, Liang inquired, why then would you wish them harm? As I mentioned earlier, it was out of love. Zhou Zhengzi smiled bitterly. Are you familiar with the Society of Extraordinary Studies? Liang nodded. The Society of Extraordinary Studies, or the Phenomenology of Anomalies, can trace its origins back to the Qin and Han dynasties, forming one of the earliest extraordinary organizations established by players of the arena games in this nation. In ancient times, sorcerers, or players, naturally engaged with rulers after acquiring extraordinary powers. However, as the royal family also possessed top-tier players, the repeated attempts at usurpation by the sorcerers ultimately failed. Eventually, under the guidance of the Royal Extraordinary Beings, an organization named the Society of Extraordinary Studies was established. This organization pledged allegiance solely to the reigning sovereign. When the arena games commenced and spiritual energy revived, the society was responsible for attracting and recruiting civilian players to assist the royal family in vanquishing the demons that roamed the world. Conversely, when the arena games ceased and spiritual energy dwindled, the society took on the task of compiling texts, illustrating demonographic records, and attempting to bypass the arena games to document and transmit extraordinary powers in times of spiritual depletion. This can also be interpreted as the act of imparting wisdom. Following the Sui and Tang dynasties, the frequency and scale of the arena games diminished significantly, reflecting the exhaustion of spiritual energy and the gradual decline of extraordinary elements. The sorcerers of the society, possessing bamboo slip legacies, were not left to perish like fish trapped in a dried-up pond, yet they could hardly develop further, their presence fading into obscurity. By the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, as the country fell into turmoil, the society was reduced to a mere handful of members and a warehouse of dusty bamboo slips resting in the Forbidden City. The new rulers, having never experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy, held a dismissive and even negative attitude towards the society's efforts. Consequently, a vast number of bamboo slips were lost or destroyed. In the records of past arena game tasks, legacies of extraordinary powers and demonographic illustrations were irretrievably lost, until the spring breeze swept through a myriad of willows, and the 600 million souls of the realm flourished. The once dwindling Society of Extraordinary Studies found new vitality amidst the grand upheaval of dismantling temples, collecting the forgotten bamboo slips to replenish their records. 7 months prior, the arena games resumed on a large scale, and the society, with its commendable historical reputation, once again took the stage as an intellectual support entity aiding the Special Affairs Bureau in its endeavors. One could say that the existence of the society is a legacy of the long history, a legitimate and reasonable extension of the nation's strategic framework. After all, our ancestors were once prosperous. Even within forums gathering the majority of players, the society remains one of the most enigmatic and inscrutable ancient organizations, accompanied by an awe-inspiring retro soundtrack, its reputation soaring. Yet, what relevance does this hold for you, Zhou Zhengzi? Faced with Liang's puzzled gaze, Zhou Zhengzi sighed. Just yesterday, I entered an individual scripted task mode. After vanquishing the vengeful spirit of an ancient sorcerer, I uncovered a monumental secret regarding the society. In addition to recruiting civilian players, exterminating demons, and compiling texts, they bear a heavy responsibility to guard against death. Guard against death? Liang sensed he was beginning to grasp the broader narrative. As a player of the arena games, you too have likely faced modern vengeful spirits, correct? Have you ever wondered why those spirits inform you that the world beyond death is utterly empty, devoid of ghostly emissaries, lacking judgment from the afterlife, and absent of reincarnation? Zhou Zhengzi spoke ominously, because since the penultimate large-scale arena game concluded, the entire realm of the underworld has vanished for over 5 centuries. Since then, the cycle of reincarnation has come to a standstill. Upon death, souls can no longer be reborn. Instead, they are cast into the far reaches of the extreme north. Ground into pure soul fragments, mixed thoroughly, and reshaped into entirely new souls that do not belong to them. At this point, a look of terror crossed Zhou Zhengzi's face, and he trembled. When the cycle of reincarnation existed, regardless of how many times a soul had been reborn, consumed Mingpo's soup, or traversed the road to the underworld, death, rebirth, resurrection, memories may fade, but the essence of the soul remains unchanged. You are still you. The space between life and death harbors profound terror. Throughout the annals of human civilization, all cultures have held a fervent reverence and dread for the afterlife. From ancient times to the present. From the cannibalistic tribes of Papua New Guinea to the modern metropolis of New York, from the war-torn Middle East to the solemn sanctity of the Vatican. Across different eras, languages, cultures, races, and educational backgrounds, humanity has universally believed, trusted, and hoped for the existence of souls to alleviate the fear of death. The commencement of the arena games provided the first authentic proof of the existence of souls, yet before the informed could rejoice, the weighty reality became suffocating. Humanity possesses souls. Yet those souls are shattered upon death, devoid of hell or heaven. The notion of tranquility in death is mere folly. Death is final, once gone, one ceases to exist. Liang was rendered speechless. Despite the outward appearance suggesting little distinction between fragmented souls and whole souls reincarnating, the difference for the individual is monumental. For those fixated on the integrity of the soul, the afterlife appears hopeless. Upon death, the soul is shattered, dispersed, the world no longer holds you. Zhou Zhengzi spoke gravely. The sole means to prevent one's soul from being shattered is to become a wandering spirit, to become a ghost. One must either die with immense grievances or be informed of the operational modes of the afterlife. Chapter 55, Blessings. Liang was momentarily taken aback. The first concept was straightforward, but how could one articulate the second? Language, akin to talismans, incantations, and rituals, inherently possesses extraordinary attributes. Zhou Zhengzi elucidated. Once one becomes aware that the cycle of reincarnation has been supplanted by the soul's meat grinder, one's very essence undergoes a profound metaphysical transformation. The act of disseminating the truths of the afterlife resembles a mimetic contamination, potentially transforming individuals into restless spirits after death. Suddenly, Liang recalled the title of his first mission. It was then that he had been informed of the afterlife's truths by the possessing spirit, thus suffering from mimetic pollution. Observing the subtle shift in Liang's expression, Zhou Zhengzi chuckled. 500 years prior, the cycle of reincarnation and the entire realm of the dead vanished, prompting the to feverishly collect data for experimental research, ultimately uncovering this pattern. This pattern was not a gift of fate, but rather Pandora's box. Once the knowledge of the afterlife spreads widely, as 1 tells 10, and 10 tells 100, all living beings will become restless spirits after death, excluded from reincarnation. At that point, ghosts will roam the earth, and the cycle of rebirth will cease, leaving newborns as soulless husks. This heralds a cataclysm of extinction for all sentient beings. After intense discussions, these practitioners reached a consensus to eradicate the vast majority of existing spiritual entities and to obscure the truth of the afterlife from the populace, allowing people to continue believing in the possibility of reincarnation, thus preventing their transformation into wandering spirits. They thus became the sentinels of death's secret, vowing never to marry, to own land, to bear children, to don crowns, or to seek glory, dedicating themselves wholly to their duty until death. To this end, they did not hesitate to engage in war with Fengdu, incurring immense losses while purging most of the malevolent spirits from the world, ultimately leading to the decline of the as a whole. Thankfully, the bloodshed gradually subsided, the number of spiritual entities diminished, and the secret of death was successfully safeguarded, averting the impending cataclysm. The tragic history of the Chinese is indeed heart-wrenching, yet Zhou Zhengzi's expression gradually contorted. I loved Feng Yan'ai more than I loved myself. More than anything in this world. Upon learning the secret of death, I could not bear the thought of her becoming a mere fuel for the cycle of reincarnation. Initially, I intended to reveal the truths of the afterlife to her, to inflict mimetic pollution upon her, ensuring she would become a spirit after death. However, that was not sufficient. Restless spirits may endure for over a century, yet they will ultimately dissipate. So did you kill her? Liang inquired. Indeed, Zhou Jingzi nodded. Tearing open his shirt to reveal his gaunt chest, two faces, one male and one female, emerged from his ribcage, their expressions twisted in agony. Zhang Weiming and Wang Fangni. Skill name: Celestial Demon Technique, Yin-Yang Polarities. I. Type: Spiritual Energy. Special Effect: Absorbs the opponent's essence, blood energy, and even soul, restoring one's youth and enhancing one's power. Consumption: None. Learning Conditions: Strength Attribute 10, Intelligence Attribute 8, Constitution Attribute 10. Note: the Celestial Demon Technique is not a martial art created for humans. Those lacking sufficient talent may easily suffer deformities, mental instability, or even succumb to madness and death during cultivation. However, once successfully cultivated, one can dominate the world, becoming invincible. The Celestial Demon Technique is an extraordinary martial art featured in the Hong Kong comic legend of the Son of Heaven, created by the great celestial demon. Divided into the internal discipline of yin-yang polarities and the external discipline of celestial demon divine power. While the internal discipline does not possess the immense destructive capabilities of the external discipline, it allows practitioners to evolve from humanity into something beyond, enhancing themselves through the consumption of others. Restless spirits cannot survive alone in this world, but as a player chosen by the system. If I am allowed to consume her soul, she can remain with me safely, enduring this deadly game until the cycle of reincarnation reopens. At that time, I will enable Fong and I to return to the cycle, preserving her essence and sparing her from the fate of being scattered. Zhou Jing's arrest, however. When I opened their door, I discovered that her husband, Zhang Weiming, was the very person who had snatched away my firefighting mask during the blaze. Time had passed so long that I initially did not realize it was him. The enmity of a stolen wife and the hatred that ruined my life drove me to lose my reason, and I acted somewhat rashly. I contemplated for a long time by the refrigerator door, ultimately choosing to forgive them, still opting to consume their souls, granting them the blessing of maintaining their spiritual essence. Liang could not help but scoff. You call it a blessing after devouring them completely? Just a moment ago, I didn't believe you were a pure lunatic. But now I have my doubts. I knew you would never understand me, yet I require no one's comprehension. Zhou Jingzi aside. Have you seen this slum? It is rife with poverty, numbness, struggle, and despair. Worse still, even in death, they escape not the tragic fate of disintegration, never to glimpse a happier afterlife. Liang contemplated the shadowy alley filled with malevolent energy, a wave of unease washing over him. What do you intend to do? In the next life? I wish to grant them a peaceful and happy existence. Zhou Jingzi's face radiated with bliss, his arms outstretched as if to embrace the world. I love them. I have witnessed their painful struggles and their desolate futures. Thus, I shall merge with them, preserving their spiritual essence, awaiting the reopening of the cycle of reincarnation to welcome the blessings of the next life. I seek not this life, but the next. Zhou Jingzi's arms trembled violently, unleashing a tempest of malevolent energy that swept through the entire shantytown, roaring into the cramped quarters. The curtains billowed violently, furniture crashed against the walls, shattering into pieces. Dust filled the air, and the pervasive malevolence transformed the village into an icy abyss. Lights flickered to life in the dilapidated buildings, and many residents peeked out, only to behold a swirling vortex of black clouds above the building where Zhou Jingzi resided. The virtuous will be rewarded, while the wicked will bear the consequences, Zhou Jingzi declared, propelling himself upwards, breaking through the ceiling to stand beneath the swirling black clouds, laughing maniacally. Poverty and struggle, numbness and pain, are unable to summon blessings in the next life, nor can they cultivate the merits of past lives. Abandoned by the divine, I love humanity. Love your grandmother's leg. Leon shouted, hurling a battle axe while retrieving a disposable backup phone, the SIM card not registered under his name, to be stowed away immediately after use to prevent signal tracking, dialing the Special Affairs Bureau's number. Emergency. I am a professional. Chapter 56, Paradise. The call to the Special Affairs Bureau connected. The female customer service representative on the other end spoke in a soft, delicate voice. This is the Hongxing Organic Fertilizer Company in Yin City. For fertilizer purchases, choose Hongxing. How may I assist you today? Leon shouted. North City, Hufeng Road, Shantytown, hurry. The tone of the customer service representative instantly turned serious. Please provide a detailed description of the situation so we can dispatch the appropriate personnel. At least level 7 or above. Check the satellite map yourself. Liang interrupted and hung up the call, armed with the dialectical materialism of his thoughts. He refrained from dwelling on Zhou Zheng's words, as he possessed too little information to draw any objective conclusions. The validity of Zhou Zheng's reincarnation theory, whether it was true or false, objective or extreme, held little significance in that moment and place. Above the shantytown, dark clouds loomed, swirling like a vortex, stirring up howling winds that lifted the sewage, sand, debris, and even entire concrete walls into the black cloud's embrace. Some children who peered out the window were swept up by the fierce winds, but thankfully, their parents managed to grasp their wrists and ankles, pulling them back indoors. The sound of frantic cries filled the air. Zhou Zhengzi, standing beneath the vortex, displayed a pained expression, waving his hand to summon the rapidly moving demonic winds, shredding the battle axe thrown by Liang into fragments from several meters away. Despite having lived there for only a few months, he had developed a deep affection for these simple people. Old Zhang, the cement worker, bedridden with pneumoconiosis, clung to his wife, Old Chen, whose arm was severed by machinery in the factory, Grandma Luo, abandoned by her children due to leukemia, surviving by scavenging, and young Lin, who, despite being blind, supported his mildly intellectually disabled parents with his massage skills. These were the faces of those residing at the bottom of society's food chain. In this society of mutual harm, the underprivileged often displayed low character and resentment, consumed by thoughts of vengeance against the world. You're poor because you're lazy. Who told you not to study hard in your youth? You deserve to remain at the bottom for life. Don't blame society for your misfortunes, proclaimed the successful individuals of the modern city, their tones laced with indifferent superiority. Zhou Zhengzi surveyed the dilapidated shantytown, recognizing familiar faces in the dim prospects of their lives. His eyes filled with compassion and kindness. How tragic, he sighed. These unfortunate souls not only have no hope of rising, but cannot preserve the essence of their souls for the next life. If even ants strive to survive, how much more so for humans? Since you have no hope in this life and are reluctant to end it yourselves, allow me to assist you. He opened his mouth and began to absorb the accumulated sorrow, despair, and negativity of the shantytown over decades. His once slender frame swelling to the point where his clothes threatened to burst. Crack, crack, crack. The bones throughout his body elongated, producing the sound of popping beans, while several spiky protrusions brutally tore through tendons, exposing flesh and blood to the air. His muscles expanded, and his bronze skin became inscribed with red and black runes, exuding a malevolent aura. Just a glance at Liang sent him into a dizzying spell, as if he could hear the blasphemous recitation of scriptures echoing in his ears. So powerful. Even the mountain spirits in the cold temple lacked such overwhelming pressure. Liang recoiled, swiftly retreating to a rooftop a few buildings away, his body trembling from instinctive fear, while the black umbrella behind him quivered in trepidation. In the center of his brow, a fleshy tumor pulsated, and as his skin tore, pus splattered forth, revealing a flaming red vertical pupil that surveyed this unknown world with a chaotic and malevolent gaze. The demonic art was an unequivocal tome of malevolence, advocating the consumption of flesh and the devouring of souls to nourish itself. As a seasoned practitioner, Zhou Zhengzi felt the burden of operating the yin-yang polar demonic path. Unable to maintain his human form, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giant covered in bone spikes, the metamorphosis was excruciating, yet his face bore only tranquility and compassion. I am Xidigarba. In this world of 5 turbidities, I embody the realms of humans, heaven, and hell, always transforming to save sentient beings, leading them away from disaster. Today, I go to that house to offer protection. Both Buddha and demon, Zhou Zhengzi held a black lotus forged from pure demonic energy, chanting, "The 3 realms are without peace," akin to a house ablaze. Suffering abounds, truly terrifying. If I do not enter hell, who will? Once more, he began to breathe deeply. In the shantytown, the bedridden coal miner, the middle-aged woman running a half-open door business to support her children, the abandoned elderly scavenger, and the abandoned infant with a cleft lip, all felt a warm, peaceful breeze gently blowing through. Their bodies felt lighter and healthier than ever, their minds more serene and joyful, as if they had ascended to a realm of bliss, sweeping away a lifetime of misfortune. Is this the paradise? The soul smiled, soaring towards the celestial Buddha demon, while the silent Zhou Zhengzi, with his skin's malevolent inscriptions flowing gently, seemed ready to welcome guests. In this grand banquet of paradise, there was no place for you. Zhou Zhengzi looked towards Liang in the distance and smiled. You may leave. I do not wish to kill you. He had long orchestrated the shantytown's energy, the demonic essence buried deep within, awaiting the moment when the time was ripe. Even without Liang's visit, He would have absorbed the souls of all the residents before the police arrived to investigate the Wang Fengni case. As for the Special Affairs Bureau's capture, he was not overly concerned. He was confident in his ability to escape using a certain artifact. Once he slipped through the encirclement, he could once again live in obscurity, seeking out the world's suffering and hopeless, bestowing upon them the compassion of redemption in the hope of a true afterlife. Indeed, redemption. Zhou Jingzhe firmly believed that his actions were righteous and moral. One must not be intimidated by the terrifying truth, for all is illusion. One must not be bound by moral laws, for all is permissible. Serving the light while tilling the dark, even if he transformed into a demon, he would remain a compassionate Buddha, bearing the weight of sentient beings and leading them from a world aflame. Liang clenched his teeth, gazing beyond the shantytown, where darkness still enveloped the night in silence. Is the Special Affairs Bureau going to move so slowly? He fumed. With a wry smile, he drew the black umbrella from his back, muttering, I can only make a frontal assault. Chai Tsuiqiao's head peeked from the black umbrella. Her watery eyes fixated on Liang. Delay a bit, be cowardly when needed, and run when necessary. You promised to buy me a phone. Buying. Is that all right? Liang sighed, rummaging through his backpack for the unreliable cannon, aiming it at Zhou Jingzhe hovering in the air. Chapter 57. The corridor. Upon the chest of Zhou Jingzhe, the visages of a man and a woman, belonging to Zhang Weiming and Wang Fengni, gradually materialized. Their eyes, vacant and glazed, oscillated between joy and sorrow, anger and resentment, as they muttered indistinctly, Come. Upon hearing their summons, the ethereal souls of the residents floating in midair appeared more serene and tranquil, as if they had received a sacred and pure gospel, irresistibly drawn towards Zhou Jingzhe. With a thunderous explosion, a bomb, bellied with explosives, was launched in a parabolic arc towards Zhou Jingzhe. Yet, before it could reach him, the package was struck by a bolt of lightning from the dark clouds above, resulting in a resounding detonation. The shockwave from the explosion tore through the swirling vortex of demonic energy, creating a breach. In the distance, atop the rooftop, Liang leaned forward, his body nearly at a 45-degree angle to the ground, sprinting like a cheetah, just kicked up beneath his boots as the wind whipped his hood, adrenaline surging through him, prompting his liver and muscles to release sugars into his bloodstream, fueling his tendons with volcanic energy. His body, aflame with heat, felt as if it were burning. Liang planted one foot on the edge of the rooftop, akin to a solitary sail amidst tumultuous waves, propelled by the fierce winds into the air. Cloaked in the pale moonlight, he deftly drew his rifle and unleashed a barrage upon the demon. The gunfire erupted like firecrackers, illuminating the night as bullets, marked with cross-shaped notches, spiraled towards the soul opening in the vortex of demonic energy. The searing projectile struck the demon's massive form, tearing through flesh, shaking muscle, and splattering blood like a torrential downpour ravaging a pond, sending ripples cascading outward. As half a magazine was expended, Liang descended from the air, landing heavily on another rooftop terrace. This was a charge that could not falter. He sprinted forward, his fingers still firmly on the trigger, his shoulder absorbing the recoil of the firearm, yet he remained steadfast. Zhou Jingzhe's body was embedded with metallic fragments, glinting ominously in the moonlight, although his wounds appeared horrific. They merely elicited a sense of mild annoyance. With a sigh, the hulking demon furrowed his brow, seemingly pitying Liang's audacity. The flesh around his wounds writhed as if fermenting dough, expelling the fragments with a clattering drop to the ground. Zhou Jingzhe guided the resident souls gently towards him while bending down, using his crimson palm, large as a fan, to press against the rooftop floor. His fingertips pierced the surface without resistance, and with a muffled thud, he effortlessly lifted a massive chunk of reinforced concrete, hurling it towards Liang as if it were a discus. The concrete block, spinning slowly yet rapidly, approached Liang, who, still maintaining his charge, reloaded his empty rifle and accelerated his pace, arching backward to let his back slide against the ground. The rough stones scraped his spine. Yet Liang remained impassive until he thrust his feet against the stone railing at the edge of the terrace, propelling himself into the air like a pole vaulter. His body spun, his vision blurred, the sensation of weightlessness invigorating his vestibular system as his feet landed perfectly upon the thrown concrete block, with the block as a springboard. Liang harnessed the immense recoil to redirect himself, tracing a Z-shaped trajectory through the air, hurtling straight towards Zhou Jingzhe like a meteor descending to earth. What a display of foolishness! The demon bellowed in laughter, his grotesque face etched with savagery. He raised his fist, his arm bristling with bony protrusions, bracing to meet the descending Liang. As Liang faced imminent impalement upon the jagged spikes, he remained unfazed, retrieving a shotgun from his pack. pressing the stock against his chest and pulling the trigger skyward. The tremendous recoil shifted his descent, narrowly avoiding the bone spikes as he landed. Before he could regain his footing, Zhou Zheng's heavy fist descended. The impact was akin to a mountain collapsing, a tsunami crashing down. With no time to evade, Liang hunched low, delivering a punch to the rooftop's concrete surface. The area, already compromised by Zhou Zheng's, stood precariously on the brink of collapse. With Liang's punch infused with wave-like energy, the cracks in the rooftop floor erupted, resulting in a thunderous collapse. Zhou Zheng's felt his footing suddenly give way, sliding down the rooftop's collapsing trajectory and falling into the corridor below. His powerful strike, intended to pulverize Liang, veered off course, smashing a hole into the corridor's stone wall. Dust filled the air, obscuring vision, as Liang, clutching a dagger, stealthily approached, plunging it towards Zhou Zheng's chest. Clang! The dagger met the center of Zhou Zheng's palm, producing a sharp metallic sound, sending a tremor through Liang's hand, causing his arm to tingle. The red and black runes on Zhou Zheng's body writhed like tadpoles, his already towering form soaring even higher, his skin shimmering with a molten red sheen. Having failed to penetrate his defenses, Liang's attack was rendered inconsequential against the formidable body bestowed by the duality of the demon's path. Utterly feeble, the demon remarked indifferently, his form flickering as he effortlessly raised a thigh as robust as an African elephant's and delivered a knee strike to Liang's chest. The armored plates of his tactical vest shattered like glass, scattering into the narrow corridor and embedding deeply into the concrete walls. Despite the protective energy surrounding him, Liang felt his chest go numb, losing all sensation as he was propelled backward, crashing against the corner wall of the corridor. Boom! The ceramic tiles on the wall shattered like a spider's web, forming a human-shaped indentation. From the outside of the building, one could see the wall bulging outward. The system's provision of a 72-hour task deadline subtly hinted that he could follow the police's lead, collaborating with the authorities, utilizing the might of the state to pursue Zhou Zheng's relentlessly within 3 days, rather than charging headlong into confrontation. With flesh to contend with and an output to deliver, he could not withstand the onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The massive form of the demon began a savage charge down the narrow corridor, causing the ground to tremble. Any obstruction in his path, be it debris, furniture, or walls, was obliterated. Liang struggled to rise, observing the two faces upon Zhou Zheng's chest still muttering indistinctly. As the demon quickened his pace, the eyes of the faces grew clearer, their expressions more vengeful, their voices resonating louder. Come, come, come. The faces, their eyes wide open, roared with malice, seemingly beckoning Liang to surrender, to embrace his fate, and willingly merge with Zhou Zheng's. Chapter 58. Disarmament. The black umbrella that fell beside Liang trembled inexplicably. The rushing demon abruptly halted, a thin line of blood emerging mysteriously along its short neck. Blood gushed from Zhou Zheng's neck like a torrent, staining the walls on either side of vivid crimson. The demon paused, reaching up to grasp its neck, tearing away a half-strand of hair, a long, dark, sharp strand belonging to a woman. This hair had encountered Zhou Zheng's neck as he charged forward. Had the demon's physique not been so formidable, or had the hair's resilience been just a fraction greater, Zhou Zheng's might have found his head severed by the very momentum of his advance. But alas, there are no what-ifs. Suddenly, as if a mechanism had been triggered, countless strands of black hair emerged from the walls flanking the corridor. These slender filaments intertwined like creeping vines, twisting into thick ropes and forming expansive nets that surged towards Zhou Zheng's. A disdainful scoff escaped the demon's lips, its potent magical aura radiating outward like invisible ripples sweeping through the corridor. Below the floorboards, Chai Tsueqiao turned pale, as a vengeful spirit. She dreaded the sight of such a robust and bloodthirsty fiend. Nowhere to flee. Just as Zhou Zheng's prepared to confront the malevolent spirit, he witnessed Liang forcefully propelling himself from the wall, taking a deep breath. The ripple-breathing technique reached its zenith, blood coursing through his veins with fervor, muscles quivering as waves of molten heat enveloped him. When the ripple energy peaked, it manifested as ripple sprint. His adrenal glands activated once more, the intense pain granting an unparalleled sense of reality. Never before had Liang been so acutely aware of each tendon, bone, vessel, and organ within him. Zhou Zheng's suddenly sensed a perilous threat, instinctively raising his arms like a colossal shield before him. Through the narrow gap between his arms, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Liang's foot pressing against the wall behind him. In the next moment, Liang stood directly before Zhou Zheng's, the formidable ripple energy converging at the tip of his dagger, creating a dazzling, star-like silver gleam. The force known as silver ripple sprint surged forward from the blade's tip, allowing the entire dagger to pierce through Zhou Zheng's skin and into flesh without resistance. in comparison to Zhou Zheng's towering 3-meter frame. The wound inflicted by the dagger seemed trivial, yet the ripple, capable of countering all malevolence, spread wildly along the injury, eroding Zhou Zheng's body. In an instant, the hand of the three-eyed giant began to rot and dissolve, flesh dripping to the ground like melting wax, revealing the chaotic bone spurs within. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, Zhou Zhengzi could no longer maintain his previous composure. His expression contorted in agony, his face twisted, as the red and black runes on his skin writhed like tadpoles, taking on forms even more terrifying than the tyrant from Resident Evil. The swirling black clouds above hesitated, and the myriad souls suspended in midair suddenly lost the gentle warmth of the breeze, their faces displaying a look of confusion and bewilderment. Chai Tsueqiao, her complexion ashen, soared from the building, rushing towards the bewildered souls. She seized the wrists of two spirits, dragging them downward as if tucking them back into their own bodies like a blanket. Seeking death. Through the crumbling wall, one could see the figure of Zhou Zhengzi, his three eyes glowing crimson with deep-seated indignation, as he bellowed at Liang, Zun Hailvike. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise and translate. The resonating sound waves surged forth, causing an involuntary spasm in Liang's hand, leading him to release the dagger. Skill name, Dragon Shout, Disarm. Type, Psionic. Effect, disarms enemies of lower level, with the duration determined by the enemy's constitution and intelligence. Consumption, 10 of total psionic energy. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Learning condition, strength attribute equal to or greater than 10. Note, the Dragon Shout defies steel. Wresting weapons from the grasp of foes. Originating from the Dragon Shouts of the Elder Scrolls video game series, these shouts are essentially the language of dragons, imbued with the power of verbal manipulation, where the stacking of characters enhances their effects. Although Zhou Zhengzi had never ventured into the world of Elder Scrolls and possessed no knowledge of the dragon tongue, this did not hinder him from employing a roar to forcefully make Liang relinquish his weapon. The instant the dagger left Liang's grasp, it lost its shimmering aura, reverting to a mundane piece of metal. Under the corrosive influence of Zhou Zhengzi's flesh, saturated with negative energy, the blade rapidly corroded and softened, clattering to the ground. Without a moment to spare, Liang leaned backward, executing a steel bridge maneuver, evading Zhou Zhengzi's sweeping fist, a fist the size of a punching bag, adorned with jagged bone spurs, presenting a gruesome sight. Having narrowly avoided Zhou Zhengzi's sweeping punch, Liang straightened up, using his foot to push off the ground, closing the distance. Drawing his arm back, using his body as a bow, his elbow as the string, and his fist as the arrow, he delivered a heavy punch, brimming with ripple energy, squarely into the center of Zhou Zhengzi's sternum. The energy output efficiency of ripple energy paled in comparison to blood energy, magic energy, or arcane energy of similar levels. However, in terms of endurance, the ripple, derived from the breath of living beings, was gentle, peaceful, slow, and sustained, far surpassing other energies of its kind, rivaling even the internal energy of the East. Indeed, the differences between the two were minimal. More notably, ripple energy possessed a righteous and grand nature, akin to the blazing sun, exhibiting a natural lethality against yin and dark energies. With a single blow, the skin and flesh on the giant's chest rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a pond, and the entire chest cavity caved in, with the sound of bones fracturing echoing incessantly. The inhuman level of recovery and self-healing brought about by the yin-yang dualistic demonic path prevented such severe injuries as a shattered sternum from being fatal. Nevertheless, the sudden, grievous blow caused Zhou Zhengzi's immense body to lose balance involuntarily. The 3-meter-tall figure tilted and swayed, like a collapsing building, falling backward. Seeing that he was about to fall, the demon propped himself up with one hand, his massive body displaying an incongruous degree of agility, performing a light backflip, and regaining his footing while Liang retreated. Heart like gunpowder, fist like a cannon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 59. Incandescence. As breath ceased, Zhou Zhengzi instinctively grasped his neck with his left hand and, in a state of panic, threw a right hook towards Liang's head. Liang swiftly pivoted to the left, evading the punch, while simultaneously pushing off the wall with his feet to deliver a powerful right jab to the demon's abdomen. The rippling energy surged forth, permeating from the external obliques inward through the rectus abdominis, transverse abdominis, greater omentum, ilium, and jejunum, reaching the lumbar vertebrae at the back. Zhou Zhengzi felt a numbing sensation in his abdomen, his spine devoid of any feeling. Straining to muster his strength, he aimed a left kick towards Liang's chest. But Liang shifted back, blocking the kick with his left arm while advancing with his left foot, continuing to hammer the demon's abdomen and chest, causing his torso to cave in entirely. Thud, thud, thud. Liang struck the demon's head with relentless precision, his expression impassive, as if he were a pile driver, pushing the demon's entire head into the concavity of his chest. Ah, it hurts. Zhou Zhengze, with his head buried in his chest cavity, muttered incoherently, really? It hurts so much. Visible tendrils of black demonic energy spread across his body. Liang felt a chill run down his spine. As the surging waves of energy shattered the demon's limbs and joints, simultaneously activating his cat's eye to unleash an illusion, retreating swiftly. It hurts. The grotesque mass of flesh, utterly unaffected by the illusion, rose in an unnatural posture. The place where its head should have been replaced by a grotesque amalgamation of blood plasma, muscle, and bone, writhing grotesquely. Above the shantytown, Chai Tsueqiao, who was guiding the souls back to their rightful places, suddenly noticed that the swirling black clouds binding the surrounding souls had quietly dissipated, liberating her movements. This was no good omen, for all the malevolent demonic energies in the sky coalesced into a sinuous dragon, rushing down through the massive opening of the rooftop, pouring entirely into Zhou Zhengze's head. This indicated that Zhou Zhengze had completely abandoned his plan to devour the souls of the shantytown residents. And it also meant that Liang was now confronting a demon in its complete form, unencumbered by any concerns, unimpeded by the swirling black clouds. Chai Tsueqiao bit her lip and, with remarkable speed, kicked each wandering soul back into their own bodies, her long skirt swirling as she soared towards the building where Liang was located. Why are you running? The demon, with its grotesque mass of flesh serving as a head, staggered down the corridor, resembling a toddler taking its first steps. The red-black runes on its skin flickered erratically, like corrupted code on a malfunctioning computer, twitching and convulsing. The bone spurs covering its body would grow, retract, erode into hollow cavities, and spout red and white marrow, occasionally sprouting pink, tentacle-like appendages that hung limply. Such a creature could no longer be termed human, yet in the system interface, it was still marked as a player who had cultivated the heavenly demon technique. The legend of the Son of Heaven is an unequivocal high martial arts world, and the heavenly demon technique ranks among the most elite of martial arts even within this realm. Although Zhou Zhengze was a seasoned player, his martial will and cultivation were still insufficient to fully master this technique. He maintained an independent and complete personal will solely through another skill, Ice Heart Formula, which counteracted the negative effects of heavenly demon technique, Yin-Yang extremes. Skill name, Ice Heart Formula. Type, universal. Special effect, passive tranquility of the mind, maintaining mental composure. Countering illusions and phantoms. Consumption, none. Learning conditions, intelligence attribute greater than or equal to 10. Remarks, a heart as clear as ice, unperturbed by the heavens, amidst myriad changes. The spirit remains tranquil. The Ice Heart Formula was inherently less formidable than the heavenly demon technique, and now, with the overwhelming demonic energy flooding in, this balance was lost. The Ice Heart Formula could no longer hold its ground, succumbing to the pure malice brought forth by the Yin-Yang extremes, which invaded Zhou Zhengze's consciousness. It could even be said that Zhou Zhengze was no longer himself, transformed into a being driven by primal instincts and cunning nature. Liang silently stepped back, blood from Zhou Zhengze trickling down his gloves, tracing a crimson line across the dust-laden corridor floor. Suddenly, as if a nuclear reaction had reached its critical threshold, the demon's form swelled again, its thick right arm seemingly moving at an impossible speed, enveloped in bone armor, forming a bone blade comparable to a door. The demon swung the blade at an angle, and the surging demonic energy trailing it solidified, extending forward. The entire corridor and the second floor were cleaved in two, the seemingly indestructible reinforced concrete crumbling like tofu. The building tilted to one side, clouds of dust obscuring the sky, yet Liang pressed forward, darting through the shadow of the slanted corridor, his index and middle fingers aligned to form a blade, a unique energy known as Silver Ripple Swift gathered at his fingertips, radiating a dazzling silver light. Silver Ripple Swift. The demon, devoid of any rationality, did not evade or retreat, standing amidst the inclined corridor, instinctively raising the bone blade to block Liang. Boom. His fingertips pierced through the bone blade without resistance, the sharp shards of bone shattering and scattering. Yet this was not enough. Liang closed in, gripping the demon's thick neck, slowly but steadily pushing the finger blade inch by inch, collapsing the bone blade as he aimed for the demon's head, while the demon exerted all its might to push the bone blade forward. The two figures seemed to freeze, locked in this primal struggle of sheer might. Finally, unable to withstand the growing sense of danger, The demon's left arm swung upward in a powerful uppercut aimed at Liang's waist. Crack. Fine, dark strands of hair erupted from the floor, ensnaring the demon's attacking left arm. Each moment, strands were scorched and severed by the dense blood energy, yet the next instant, even more hair filled the gaps. Chai Xiao. Her complexion is pale as snow, crouched like a cat against the wall behind the demon, exerting all her strength to drain the dark energy from her body, generating an unending stream of black hair that ensnared the demon's arm and torso, pulling back with all her might. The stalemate in their contest of strength finally tipped. The shimmering silver ripple energy of the finger blade pierced into the demon's head. The tip of his right hand released a warm, majestic wave of energy, which for the demon was akin to the most potent poison, eroding its flesh, melting a cavity into the demon's head. Liang's right hand plunged into the cavity, reaching what was likely the mouth, and descended further, prying open the throat. Now, my friend, it's time for your medicine. Liang gently cradled the demon's head, retrieving a white phosphorus incendiary device from his backpack and slowly pressing it into the demon's throat through the cavity. The motion resembled that of plunging a toilet plunger with great determination. The remarkably resilient demon was still alive, thrashing violently. But the binding strands of Chai Xiao completely hindered Liang's actions. The incendiary device lodged in the esophagus, penetrating directly into the stomach, removing the safety. Liang slowly withdrew his bloodied arm, reaching out to hold the struggling demon down alongside Chai Xiao. The white phosphorus incendiary device ignited spontaneously. Dense smoke billowing from the demon's head cavity, reminiscent of an early steam engine, ridiculously comical. Devoid of a mouth structure, the demon could utter no words. Yet its frantic thrashing mirrored the agony of being consumed from within. The most distinctive feature of white phosphorus lies in its ability to combust thoroughly in confined spaces or areas with low air density, achieving temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Should an individual come into contact with even a minute amount, it would penetrate flesh and reach the very marrow. And not even the application of water or earth could halt the spread of its flames, which would only extinguish once the white phosphorus was entirely consumed. Moreover, this incendiary device was a specially crafted version by Liang, containing an exceptionally large amount of explosive material. The creature's struggles grew increasingly feeble, as the searing yellow flames broke through its skin, emerging from within, until this inhuman form finally ceased all movement. Eliminated the perpetrator who killed Zhang Weiming and Wang Fengni 11. Routine task of the deranged individual completed. Reward settlement in progress. The yellow flames continued to burn, emitting thick smoke. Liang released his grip on the creature's arms, rising to his feet and waving his hand before his nose to disperse the acrid fumes of white phosphorus, along with the faint aroma of roasted meat. In the days to come, it seemed Liang might not have an appetite for barbecue. Chapter 60. The steel rod. Liang stowed away the lifeless body of Zhou Jingzi alongside the black umbrella containing Chai Xiao into his inventory. After surveying the scene and confirming that no traceable clues remained, he dashed out of the shanty town. With remarkable speed, he shed his night gear to reveal a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts beneath, donned his helmet, lowered the brim, secured his backpack, and mounted his bicycle. He affixed reflective stickers to the left side of the handlebars and leisurely emerged from the shadows at the rear of the shanty town. After traversing an area devoid of surveillance, Liang rode on the road like an ordinary cycling enthusiast. Numerous vehicles lined the roadside, and many private car owners had exited, capturing images of the ominous black clouds and the intermittent sounds of collapsing structures with their phones, drawing considerable attention. Mimicking their behavior, Liang paused his bicycle, curiously gazing towards the shanty town while discreetly scanning his surroundings. In the air, a triangular paper airplane, crafted from ordinary A4 paper and folded haphazardly, soared unnoticed by the crowd. Out of the corner of his eye, Liang observed the airplane gliding smoothly, defying aerodynamic principles. As it sped towards the shanty town at a velocity of at least 70 miles per hour, Liang shifted his gaze, and moments later, a fleet of jet-black police armored vehicles surged through the night, their robust off-road tires crushing the puddles along the roadside, sending moonlight splattering across the ground. These armored vehicles stood 3 meters tall, equipped with bomb-proof launchers, video surveillance systems, and powerful lighting systems, effectively shielding against conventional firearms. Multiple firing ports adorned their bodies, allowing occupants to retaliate if necessary. Flanking the armored convoy were 2 motorcycle squads, while overhead, 3 armed helicopters, each bearing large searchlights, hovered ominously. Such a display of militarized force was rare in Yin City, prompting whispers of astonishment and fear among the onlookers, who hastily stowed their phones and drove away from the shantytown. Blending into the flow of traffic, Leon noticed a police checkpoint ahead, established to scrutinize passing vehicles, verify occupants' identities, and confiscate phones for video inspection. Acting swiftly, he pulled down his hat brim and silently steered his bicycle towards a slope along the riverside road. Concealing himself in the underbrush, he stowed his bicycle in his backpack, removed his helmet, donned headphones, and transformed into a nocturnal jogger, running along the gravel path by the riverbank. After evading the police checkpoint, Leon navigated through the surveillance blind spots, eventually returning to his residential complex. He secured his bicycle and ascended to the rooftop, climbing through a window into his home. After ensuring that his door had not been knocked or turned, and that no windows had been opened, he finally exhaled in relief. He tidied up the phone left by the door, changed into his pajamas, and reclined back onto his bed. Minutes later, a knock sounded at the security door. Upon opening it, 2 young police officers stood outside. "Officers, is there something you need?" Dressed in a cerulean pajama, Leon, his eyes still heavy with sleep, yawned and inquired, "What is it?" The officers replied, "Nothing. You may continue your slumber." As the security door closed, Leon returned to his bed, his mind still entangled in contemplation. In truth, the response speed of the Special Affairs Bureau was not lacking. Within 5 minutes of the call being connected, they had already dispatched armored vehicles, helicopters, and the official background players symbolized by that paper airplane, adhering to their emergency protocols. It is likely that the Bureau has established special response teams in various districts to ensure prompt action. However, in the face of highly mobile and destructive extraordinary beings, such a response still appeared somewhat sluggish. Official background players are ultimately few in number. Once dispersed across major cities, their overall presence would quickly diminish. This is one of the reasons the Bureau has persistently promoted recruitment in player forums. Leon closed his eyes, feigning sleep, while mentally tallying the rewards from this mission. Mission Reward 1. Additional experience points 200 player overall performance. Game currency and experience points increased to 160. The defeat of Zhou Zhengzi yielded 200 experience points, combined with an additional 200 points, multiplied by the 160 evaluation coefficient, resulting in a total of 640 experience points. Leon's previous experience points stood at LV4 with 392,400. Upon completing this task, he ascended directly to LV6 with an experience bar of 132,600. Although the system did not disclose Zhou Zhengzi's precise level, it could be surmised that he was likely stronger than Xing Heqiu encountered during the Gushan Hengxi mission, roughly on par with the Mountain Demon. The defeat of the Mountain Demon required the combined efforts of several players, whereas Zhou Zhengzi was vanquished solely by Leon and Chai Xiao. With the specialized ripple breathing technique that counters foul and dark energies playing a significant role in a conventional approach, one would typically watch as the residents of the slum district were consumed by Zhou Zhengzi, awaiting the arrival of the Bureau's official players to assist, thereby reaping the rewards of an assist for mission completion. However, such an approach would inevitably diminish the evaluation level, and the experience points would be substantially reduced due to the official players claiming a share of the military merit. Was the system encouraging players to engage in mutual slaughter? Leon scratched his head, confirming his upgrade, but refraining from hastily allocating points. Mission Reward 2. Game Currency 400. After multiplying the 400 game currency by the 160 task evaluation coefficient, it amounted to 640. Prior to this, Leon had already amassed 2020 game currency. With the addition of this 640, he could finally contemplate the lowest tier of items available on the marketplace. There were dedicated threads on the player forum for black market exchanges, primarily for purchasing equipment and items with game currency, as well as barter transactions. Some affluent players even spent millions of soft currency to acquire suitable skills. Without investing money, how could one possibly grow stronger? First, let us acquire a Heartful membership. While the black market within the forum thrives exuberantly, items of rare quality and above generally possess a value without a market. Some of the more coveted and potent equipment remains exclusively available on the shelves of the marketplace. After all, we are presently amidst the burgeoning phase of this combat-oriented game, where various organizations are fervently scouring for valuable artifacts. Whenever players unveil powerful items for sale, they are promptly purchased by affluent organizations willing to spend lavishly, leading to a market saturated with inferior products. Leon even harbors suspicions that many of those magnates on the forum, brandishing loudspeakers and incessantly proclaiming their high prices for purchasing equipment, items, and skill cards, are, in fact, sellers masquerading to invigorate the market and attract unwitting buyers, while others might be aliases of official organizations such as the Special Affairs Bureau. Task Reward 3. Random Quality Random Item 1. Unlike previous tasks, this time the reward has been altered to a random item of random quality, as long as one does not obtain an item of damaged or common quality. It is a guaranteed profit. The system has shown a rare benevolence, and now it is time to open the box, to discern whether one is blessed with the fortune of the Euro monarch or cursed with the misfortune of the commoner. Leon took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Let us begin." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this an imitation of the piano? Moreover, this iron rod, belonging to a certain pastry chef with yellow hair, a scarred face, and a penchant for bearing his torso, is evidently nothing more than a rolling pin. Is it truly wise to employ kitchen utensils as instruments tainted with blood? While I jest, it must be acknowledged that this steel rod, with a thickness akin to that of a bull's rim, is rather commendable. Although its material is merely ordinary, it is remarkably sturdy as indicated by the system's specifications, and it is unlikely to be inferior to the commonplace steel available on the market. Coupled with its silver wave-like embellishments, this substantial rolling pin can indeed be regarded as a formidable weapon, perhaps. Chapter 61. Transformation Putting Away the Rolling Pin. Leon turned his attention to the next task reward. Task Reward 4. Random Quality Scroll 1. With the steel rod as a precursor, Leon held little hope for his fortune today. Upon clicking the scroll, a flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings. Skill scroll name, Shatter Scatter. Type, Learning, Attribute, Psychic. Level, Ordinary. Special effect, designated direction to create a multi-directional repulsive force, causing some unfixed small objects to scatter in all directions, forming an explosive radius of 10 meters. Consumption, 50 psychic points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Learning condition, intelligence attribute must exceed 7 points. Remark, get lost, you damn bugs. Judging by the effect, it is roughly equivalent to an ultimate version of the godly summon for beggars. Leon assessed, the destructive power is not particularly high, likely inferior to the shockwave generated by a grenade explosion, but its applicability is quite decent. If it can affect the human body, it could silently rupture the organs of an ordinary person from a distance, making it extremely covert for assassination purposes. As for players, they would either possess psychic protective gear to block ranged skills, or have robust vitality, inherently resistant to psychic spells, making immediate assassination unlikely. Without hesitation, Leon learned the skill and allocated the 2 free attribute points gained from leveling up from LV4 to LV6 into strength and agility, thus meeting the requirements to wield the steel rod. As mentioned by Xing Hecho and on the player forum, upon reaching LV6, the system panel underwent yet another transformation, and after a brief delay, new lettering appeared before the player's nickname. Title, Frenzied Ripper. Release method, active. Special effect, gain additional attack power when attacking the enemy's thoracic or abdominal cavity. Consumption, 5 of total vitality. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Remark, here comes the butcher, Pagey. Upon focusing his awareness on the title, the system kindly projected an image of Leon ruthlessly striking the demon's chest and abdomen with his fists. Leon mused, the effect of this title seems satisfactory. Yet, why such a name? It casts me as a frenzied serial killer. The only regret is that this task did not trigger any traits that could enhance attributes. Upon summarizing, Leon's current player panel presented as follows. Frenzied Ripperly reaching LV6. Experience points, 132,600. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 7. Constitution, 7. Perception, 7. Charisma, 4. Equipment, Peculiar Eyeball, Face-Changing Mask, Soul Guiding Banner, Steel Rod, Backpack, AK-47, Grenade, Molotov Cocktail, Fire Rat Fur, Peculiar Corpse, Plague Demon Skin, Bony Spine, Skill Bar, Adrenaline Activation Technique, Ripple Breathing Technique, Shatter Scatter, Game Currency, 2,660, on paper, Leon's power, even among players of the same level, positioned him as quite formidable. With passive skills, active skills, functional equipment, and offensive weapons all at his disposal, one might wonder, why does his strength surpass his intelligence? Is he destined to develop into a melee mage, brandishing a hefty staff like Gandalf? Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Leon rolled over and fell asleep. In the following days, the incident triggered by Zhou Zhengzi gradually subsided. The authorities attributed the collapse of the Shantytown building to an underground gas pipeline explosion, while the collective amnesia of the Shantytown residents was dismissed as a mass hysteria caused by gas leakage. Similarly, the police tracing the clues of the murders of Zhang Weiming and Wang Fengni after receiving internal intelligence from the Special Affairs Bureau, archived the case and withdrew the police protection for Leon. As spring waters warmed, subtle shifts in the international landscape could still be gleaned from the news. Several major banks in America merged into one. Giant pharmaceutical companies invested heavily in the research of new drugs. News outlets like Fox and CNN shifted their approach, inviting social scientists to produce a program on LGBT issues, presenting the content quite objectively. Prominent entrepreneurs held charity galas, energetically campaigning for the upcoming presidential elections, raising substantial campaign funds. The American military-industrial complex undertook significant internal reforms, defying the greed of capitalists by cutting outdated projects. Various dubious new initiatives, such as global aerospace strategic bombers and light-ray tanks, were launched, sparking debates among American netizens about yet another planetary war ruse aimed at the other side of the sea. Many similar international reports surfaced, such as the resignation of the British Prime Minister, replaced by a traditional Protestant who, upon assuming office, sought to oust the obstinate incumbent London mayor and revised refugee policies to firmly reject new refugees, prompting protests from many dark-skinned British citizens claiming this was a violation of human rights. Germany and France condemned Britain's disregard for human rights while discreetly extending an olive branch, engaging in clandestine negotiations to revive the European Union to win over John Bull, the Gallic Rooster, and Hans Cat, even willing to intervene personally to eliminate those worthless allies who merely extended their hands for money. The Northern Bear continued to face turmoil, with the son of an oil oligarch fleeing to Switzerland, claiming his father had been placed under house arrest and calling for assistance from America and other free nations to defend human rights. Regrettably, no one paid heed to his pleas. America merely issued a verbal condemnation. In South Asia, an elder sage proclaimed on a news program that the white elephant should independently develop new weapons and build a strong army to adapt to the new international ecology, urging the public to prepare for the impending tax hikes. Meanwhile, the monstrous inhabitants of East Asia stirred restlessly, engaging in minor provocations, like the fishing regulatory ships from the White Rabbit family being built en masse, successful test launches of new ballistic missiles, and the South Korean chaebols investing in private security firms, while the Foot Basin Chicken formed a coalition of religious figures. Aside from the 5 great rascals of Blue Star and a few lucky mascots taking action, other regions remained blissfully ignorant, stagnant, yet content. These seemingly disconnected threads gradually wove together a panoramic depiction of an impending global upheaval. As the carnage of the game advanced, these transformative waves would ultimately engulf humanity, revealing the hidden organizations lurking behind the curtains of history and modern society. Chapter 62. Hide and seek on the bustling commercial pedestrian street, where throngs of people meandered. Elon and Wang Soshan found solace in a roadside beverage shop, savoring the icy, refreshing milk tea as a delightful weekend indulgence. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will transform into a beautiful realm. Elon mused, his gaze drawn to the graceful, alabaster legs swaying in short skirts, braving the brisk autumn breeze. Wang Soshan, however, was oblivious to Elon's contemplations. Her fingers danced across the screen, tapping rhythmically, her expression tinged with irritation as she seemed preoccupied with the keyboard. Elon, enjoying a pearl from his milk tea, inquired, "What are you looking at?" In the family WeChat group, Wang Songshan lamented, "My uncle wishes to have a second child, but my parents advise him to wait a few more years. Theoretically, such matters ought not to be subject to persuasion. However, as you are aware, an array of bizarre occurrences has recently transpired. The regulation of information regarding these anomalous events, along with the segregation of news, is not as formidable as one might imagine. Certain occurrences, no matter how diligently concealed, cannot entirely obliterate their impact. A village in a certain region has been shrouded in thick fog, rendering it utterly silent. At a local zoo, all animals inexplicably sprouted additional limbs overnight. On an overseas small cruise ship, passengers collectively smiled and leapt into the sea during a live stream. And at an amusement park, a clown shockingly removed his own eyeball to chew on it during a performance. As for the peculiar and macabre murder cases, frequent underground explosions, and inexplicable building collapses, bystanders have become desensitized, viewing these events as commonplace. On the surface, modern society appears to flourish, with everyone living in contentment. Engrossed in movies and television, and indulging in social media. Yet, anxiety and tension spread insidiously, akin to a contagion. The more effectively information is suppressed, the more persistent the circulation of rumors becomes. Undoubtedly, there may also be subtle guidance from the Special Affairs Bureau, gradually acclimating the populace to these transformations. Wang Soushan, who had encountered murder cases firsthand, set down his phone, his expression darkening. It is likely that his father's counsel to his uncle to delay having another child was motivated by considerations of the current climate. The ordinary individual's resilience to unusual events is virtually non-existent. Apart from evasion and self-deception, there are few alternatives, regardless of the fear of an uncertain future. One ultimately returns to the mundane concerns of daily life. Wang Soushan sighed. I hope the world does not become so strange. Look at it this way. Liang replied with a smile. Perhaps the vast majority of humanity, including you and me, will perish from the global nuclear fallout before being consumed by all these peculiar phenomena. However, I personally wish for my demise to be more heroic and tragic. Wang Soushan cast a sidelong glance, suggesting, for instance, stuffing firecrackers into a cavity and then igniting the fuse. Not only is it profoundly heroic and poignant, but it also carries a sense of auspiciousness. Such eloquence. Has your little mouth been smeared with honey? Liang slurped the last remnants of milk tea. Shall we go? Don't you still have some shopping to do? Indeed, Wang Soushan replied, her spirit invigorated. My mother's birthday is approaching. I need to select a couple of outfits for her. Purchase a new watch for my father, then we can browse some jewelry stores, and finally, enjoy a meal together. Liang ventured out for shopping, not only to unwind but also to see if he could trigger any system tasks. According to the discussions on the forum, aside from anomalous event nodes like Qianhua Road, the distribution of urban legends was rather erratic. Aimless wandering was purportedly the best method to activate quests. However, there were also timid forum users who, after becoming players, chose to remain indoors, avoiding the activation of tasks. Such individuals often vanished after their initial posts, either severing all ties with the outside world or succumbing to the increasingly challenging mandatory scripted tasks due to their failure to trigger regular quests and level up. Escaping does not resolve any issues. Whether ordinary citizens or players, in this increasingly frenzied and pathological world, everyone resides in a constant state of peril. Liang accompanied Wang Soushan as they meandered through the commercial district, purchasing a few garments and selecting a modestly priced watch. Their day concluded with a meal of grilled fish on the 5th floor of Longhing Mall, courtesy of Wang Soushan. As a gesture of gratitude for Liang's assistance in repairing her computer, just as the two emerged from the mall, pleasantly satiated, Liang was suddenly greeted by the familiar sound of a system notification. Task trigger conditions met. Task type, scripted task, team cooperation. Task name, hide and seek. Task objective, arrive at the main hall of Longhing Mall by midnight tonight and await further task instructions. Task reward, to be disclosed upon receiving the next task prompt. Failure penalty, erasure. Liang's gait remained unchanged as he exited the doors. Yet his eyes instantly turned icy. This marked his first encounter with a team cooperation scripted task in the real world. The task name was self-explanatory. Most people had played hide and seek in their childhood. One person acts as the seeker, counting down from 100 with their eyes closed, while a group of players hides within a designated area. The first person found faces a penalty, becoming the seeker in the next round. This ancient game, traceable back to the Tang dynasty, has endured due to its unique charm and competitiveness. However, within the context of a lethal game, the seeker might very well be a literal ghost seeking the players. As for the task objective, the game thoughtfully provided approximately 4 hours for preparation. And since Longhing Mall closes at 10:30 in the evening, by midnight, the mall would be devoid of anyone but security personnel, allowing players ample freedom to maneuver. Although the task reward was not explicitly stated, given that it necessitated the collaboration of an entire team of players, one could reasonably expect the reward to be substantial. As for the erasure penalty for failure, it seemed that as players' levels increased, so too did the difficulty of the tasks they faced. Liang's mind raced. Yet he maintained a calm facade as he turned to Wang Soushan and inquired, "Are your parents home? What is the matter?" Wang Soushan said with a faint expression, "Don't tell me you still wish to come to my home for a meal. What are you thinking? We have only just eaten." Liang replied, "I will take a taxi to escort you back." Eh? Wang Soushan's eyes widened, gazing at Liang with incredulity. Ordinarily, he was known for his extreme frugality, tending towards emulating Harpagon himself. His usual mode of transportation consisted of buses, subways, bicycles, and his own 2 feet. What could have prompted this sudden change of heart? Opting for a taxi? Could it be that the young man had finally seen the light? The two individuals boarded a ride-hailing vehicle. After escorting Wang Sokshan back to her residence, Liang instructed the driver to proceed towards Wanhe community. Chapter 63. The Broker Upon Returning Home. Liang opened the door to his study and flicked on the light. The windows were tightly shut, and heavy curtains blocked the view of the outside world. Illuminated by the lamp, a massive glass fish tank, measuring the height of a person, lay horizontally in front of the bookshelf. This fish tank, purchased online, had cost Liang a considerable sum. A glass panel was placed upside down on top of the open tank, with glue sealing the joint to ensure an airtight enclosure. Naturally, such an airtight fish tank could not harbor fish. Instead, it contained a corpse. The body of Zhou, immersed in formalin, lay within, originally towering and imposing. The physique had diminished significantly due to cremation. The head was completely shattered, limbs festooned with bony protrusions, and large patches of red-black skin were missing, exhibiting severe burn marks. The chest and abdominal cavities were splayed open, revealing heavily charred internal organs through the gaping wounds. This grotesque and distorted corpse had been displayed in the study for several days, not out of Liang's morbid aesthetic or mere depravity, but for a specific purpose. The soul guiding banner, capable of nourishing spiritual entities due to its unique ability to absorb negative energy, required a sufficient supply of such energy. On that fateful day, Chai Tsui Chiao had expended considerable amounts, prompting Liang to prepare Zhou's body as a specimen to provide the necessary negative energy. Above the fish tank, the soul guiding banner, disguised as a large black umbrella, positioned itself, while Chai Tsui Chiao floated above it, her legs crossed. Engrossed in a romance novel on her newly acquired smartphone, immersed in the narrative, she bit her nails, furrowing her brow in resentment, muttering, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a young girl's poverty. When I one day take control of the palace, I shall ensure that those vile women who oppress my mother find no resting place in death. Clearing his throat, Liang coughed. Startled from her literary reverie, Chai Tsui Chiao quickly tucked her phone under her arm, turned to face Liang, and, as if nothing had transpired, said earnestly, "Ah, you're back." Liang nodded. "How is your recovery progressing?" "Almost back to normal," she replied, glancing at the glass fish tank with a smirk. "The negative energy from this corpse is quite potent. If I absorb it all, not only will I heal, but my cultivation will advance to another level." In truth, immersing herself within the soul guiding banner would facilitate self-healing more effectively, but the emptiness within the banner rendered it a mere sleeping chamber, far less gratifying than engaging with her smartphone in the real world. "All right," Liang said. "There has been another development tonight. Prepare yourself." "Another situation?" Chai Tsui Chiao's expression turned serious as she adjusted the font size of her reading app to the smallest setting, flipping through pages with remarkable speed. This was her method of preparation, finishing the current plot before the impending task. Regardless of her descent into a lethargic existence, Liang retreated to his bedroom, powered up his computer, and logged into the player forum, seeking a particular user whose avatar featured a girl with brown donkey ears, known by the ID Mule. This mule, in the real world, was an information broker, engaging in activities including, but not limited to, selling intelligence, arranging counterfeit documents, connecting clients with companies offering specialized services, such as assassination or arms smuggling, and selling less illicit specialized items, like military-grade scopes and thermal imaging devices, for the right price. Mule even provided companionship and gaming services, earning a stellar reputation on the forum. Using an anonymous mode, Liang messaged Mule, typing, 1. Please procure the construction and renovation blueprints for the Longheng Mall in Yin City. 2. Gather all special incidents related to Longheng Plaza, including but not limited to homicides, suicides, and accidental deaths, and compile the relevant personal information of all involved parties. 3. I recall you possess software capable of infiltrating civilian surveillance systems. Assist me in breaching the back-end security of Longheng Mall's monitoring system, ensuring compatibility with mobile screens. Is this feasible? The price is negotiable. Within half a minute, Mule replied, yes. The construction blueprints are available at the Urban Construction Archive and can be accessed freely. I suspect you're in a hurry and lack the time to visit. This will cost you 10 game coins. The vast majority of places have seen death, and malls are no exception. Since its opening over a decade ago, Longheng Plaza has had 5 or 6 recorded fatalities. For thoroughness, I will compile as detailed and reliable information as possible, which will take 2 to 3 hours, as some documents are physical records not available online and require special access. This will cost you 20 game coins. As for the surveillance software compatible with mobile screens, it's quite cheap, only 10 game coins. In total, that amounts to 40 game coins, roughly equating to 600,000 in cash, based on the prevailing forum exchange rate. Earning 600,000 in 2 to 3 hours as an information broker is indeed swifter than robbery. Please send me the construction blueprints and the back-end surveillance software, Liang instructed. Through the gaming platform, he added Mule as a friend, transferred 20 game coins, and received a file package from Mule within 10 minutes. As Liang perused the architectural blueprints for Longheng Plaza, he simultaneously adjusted the surveillance software, spying on the current patrons of the mall through his phone screen. 2 hours later, Mule sent over the documentation related to 5 fatalities associated with Longheng Plaza, prompting Liang to transfer the final payment and type in the forum chat. May I inquire if anyone else has approached you with similar transaction requests today? I am willing to pay for this information. After a moment of silence, Mule replied, within half an hour of your message, 2 individuals contacted me with requests similar to yours. However, due to professional ethics and self-preservation, I cannot disclose their specific player IDs. That is a fundamental principle. By the way, the earlier response requires no payment. As an information broker, safeguarding client privacy was both a career consideration and a matter of personal safety. Sitting at his computer desk, Liang contemplated for a moment, thanked Mule, and closed the chat window. He had received the task at 8 p.m. and the execution was set for midnight, coinciding with the time he had contacted Mule. Moreover, 2 other players had also reached out. If his suspicions were correct, the players triggering the hide-and-seek task within Longheng Plaza had certainly visited the location today. This implied that the participants in this team collaboration task were, in reality, residents of Yin City or its neighboring areas. Fellow townsfolk meeting fellow townsfolk often leads to an emotional reunion. Checking the time, Liang noted it was already 10 p.m. He called for Chai Tsuichiao, packed away the large black umbrella, and rode his bicycle towards Longheng Plaza. In a dimly lit basement, Mule, hunched over his computer desk, slowly straightened his back. He picked up paper and pen from the cluttered surface and inscribed the name of the manic killer, Li Rixing, in a pristine document, drawing a line beside it that pointed towards Longheng Plaza. In city players, he murmured to himself, rising to his feet and walking towards the filing cabinet, where he stored the document in an already overflowing drawer. Chapter 64. The Hall in City Longheng Plaza, a magnificent amalgamation of retail establishments and 2 office towers, was completed in 2001 and is situated on the northern side of Jinan West Road. The 2 office towers, exquisitely designed and resplendent, rise 70 stories above ground and extend 3 levels underground, reaching a height of 320 meters, with a total construction area exceeding 160,000 square meters. Numerous multinational corporations, information technology firms, and fashion enterprises have established their presence here. The Longheng Shopping Center, comprising 5 above-ground levels and 1 basement level for a total of 6 floors, is formed by 3 interconnected buildings, presenting an elongated shape with an overall area of 55,000 square meters. It houses flagship stores of a plethora of world-renowned fashion brands, including but not limited to Hugo Boss, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, and Escada. The ambience is characterized by sophistication, luxury, and elegance, with consumer standards and service levels that rank among the finest globally. These are the hallmarks of Longheng Plaza. As midnight approached, Liang, dressed in the attire of a corporate professional, sat in a fast food restaurant across the street from Longheng Plaza, scrolling through his mobile device. Utilizing an app sent to him by a contact, he swiftly reviewed the surveillance footage from the plaza at an accelerated rate. Unfortunately, the sheer number of cameras and videos made it impossible for him to finish by 11:20 p.m. With a sigh, he adjusted his sunglasses, picked up his handbag, exited the fast food establishment, and casually crossed the street into the underground parking lot beneath the office towers of Longheng Plaza. He made his way to the far left of the parking area, feigning the act of unlocking a car door. In a swift motion, he turned and concealed himself behind a support column, where he removed his formal shoes and stowed them in his briefcase. He then donned a similar yellow and white striped janitorial uniform, completing his disguise with white gloves and a mask. Calmly emerging from behind the column, he lowered the brim of his hat and entered the employee access door at the rear of the parking lot. Within 3 seconds, he used a lock-picking tool to breach the designated lock, climbed the stairs to the first basement level, and traversed an L-shaped corridor leading into the basement of the Longheng Shopping Center. At this hour, the mall had already closed, and the opulent hall lay in silence. With all stores shuttered, the warm, inviting lights that illuminated the space during the day had been supplanted by the cold, dim glow of nighttime illumination. Looking up, Liang beheld the fully transparent glass dome above the shopping center, through which a pale, round moon hung high in the sky. The sound of his boots echoed crisply against the beige limestone floor as his gloved hand glided over the gilded brass handrails, their texture smooth as silk. The shopping center consists of 3 interconnected buildings labeled A, B, and C, with Building A at the center, Building B on the left, and Building C on the right. Departing from Building C, Liang donned a mask resembling a large orange cat and arrived at the main hall of Building A at precisely 11:40 p.m., where he discovered 4 figures already waiting, as countless players had shared in forums. The foremost rule in executing tasks in the real world is to conceal one's true identity. Should one's personal information be revealed, not only would they be at risk, but their family might also become targets. Rumors had circulated about a certain notorious organization in Mexico, known for the abduction of players' family members, coercing them into laborious tasks while demanding all game currency be surrendered to the group. Lower-tier players are ill-equipped to contend with modern weaponry, and even those endowed with exceptional abilities find themselves at a loss when their loved ones are hidden away. Thus, the prevailing consensus among players is that, upon having their true identity exposed, the best course of action is to immediately surrender to the Special Affairs Bureau, seeking protection for themselves and their families. Compared to the ruthless tycoons and vibrant organizations, the credibility of the Special Affairs Bureau is undoubtedly far superior. However, surrendering entails that one's family will be kept under heavy protection, severed from normal society. This measure is not solely to restrain players, but also to prevent organizations from leveraging the families of players. Weighing the options, maintaining one's anonymity proves to be the most pragmatic choice. For the time being, supernatural occurrences have not escalated to the point where players feel compelled to place their families under the aegis of the Special Affairs Bureau to safeguard their personal information. The 4 figures in the main hall of Building A were all as thoroughly disguised as Liang. The first figure, of medium build, wore a fully enclosed black motorcycle helmet, a brown leather jacket, and trousers, with knee-high boots, standing against the wall with arms crossed. The second figure, tall and robust, sported a buzz cut and a full-cover pig-nose gas mask, dressed in a black tactical jacket, gloves, and boots, standing at the entrance and gazing outside. The third figure, slender and wrapped in a black scarf, wore a supermarket employee uniform and was fiddling with a faux flower at the door. The fourth individual, clad in black night attire with a ponytail, carried a composite bow and had a quiver of arrows slung at their waist. All 4 stood in a visual blind spot outside the door, avoiding detection from the occasional passers-by. Upon hearing footsteps, they turned their gazes towards Liang. Undeterred by their scrutiny, Liang, adorned with the cat mask, boldly met their stares, scratching his armpit and chuckling, "You're all staring at me so intently I might just blush." The 4, who had been waiting patiently, exchanged glances of exasperation. Liang sauntered over, quickly opening his player's friend list in his mind and sending a private message to Lu Wudai. "Is that you?" "It is I, Lu Wudai," who had also recognized Liang's distinctive mask, replied in the chat. The 2 disguised individuals exchanged subtle glances, tacitly agreeing to keep their prior acquaintance under wraps. Teamwork in a mission does not guarantee that team members will unite and collaborate effectively. When faced with danger, so-called allies may abandon one another without hesitation. Compared to the completely unacquainted teammates present, Lu Wudai and Liang had shared past missions, allowing for a certain degree of trust. Pretending not to recognize Lu Wudai, Liang discreetly activated the perception ability of his cat's eye, intending to scan the group, but was met with a sharp reprimand from the slender figure. "What do you think you're doing, using your perception to probe your teammates? Is there no sense of decorum?" The player in the supermarket uniform clearly possessed similar perception tools or skills. Having detected Liang's activation of the cat's eye and preemptively intervened. The breach of information is intolerable among players, and scrutinizing teammates is indeed frowned upon. Had this been a more volatile individual, they might have resorted to physical confrontation by now. Liang, realizing his intentions had been uncovered, paid little heed and merely retracted the ability with a smile, saying, "My apologies, I'm a novice and not very knowledgeable." "Humph." The individual scoffed, saying nothing further, simply crossing their arms over their chest and continuing to glare at Liang. "Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Focusing on improved language and removing extraneous elements. Chapter 65. Patrol. These teammates are proving less than amicable, pondered Liang. He glanced at his phone. It was 11:40 p.m., a mere 20 minutes shy of midnight. Clearing his throat, he was about to speak when the system notification chimed in his ears. All players are present. The next task directive is now being issued. At precisely 12 o'clock a.m., players will assume the roles of security personnel within the Longheng Mall. Your objective is to scour the premises and locate 6 distinct paper talismans scattered throughout. Upon commencement of the game, each player will be furnished with a vermilion ink brush. This brush is a plot device, irremovable from your person, and cannot be taken beyond the confines of this game. Players are required to utilize the vermilion ink brushes to replicate the patterns on the talismans, transcribing them onto the flooring of each level of the mall. Throughout the duration of the game, spectral entities will be patrolling the mall. Any auditory or luminous emissions will immediately draw their attention, resulting in relentless pursuit. Players must maintain a safe distance from one another. Proximity will incite the specters, leading to a chase. Players must remain in constant motion. Protracted loitering will invite unwanted attention from the spectral entities, precipitating a pursuit. The specters are incapable of detecting or damaging the talismans. Successful completion of the task requires the replication of all 6 talismans. Failure to complete the replication of all 6 talismans by 3 o'clock a.m. will result in mission failure. Mission Reward 1, 300 bonus experience points. Mission Reward 2, 500 game currency. Mission Reward 3, 1 random item of random quality. Mission Reward 4, 1 free attribute point. Failure penalty, annihilation. Liang inhaled sharply. Hitherto, his assignments had been strikingly straightforward. Slay the possessing spirit, eliminate the zombies, ascertain the truth, and so forth. Even when deduction and puzzle solving were involved, they were left to the player's discretion and were not essential for mission completion. This iteration of hide and seek, however, was markedly different. The prerequisites for task completion, along with the mission directives, were conspicuously intricate. This served not only as a benevolent advisory but also as a malevolent intimation of the task's inherent difficulty and peril. A single misstep could spell collective doom. Greetings, everyone. The figure clad in motorcycle gear clapped his hands, drawing attention. It's currently 11:42 p.m., leaving us a scant 18 minutes before the mission commences. The intricacy of this task is considerable, and the time allotted by the system is ostensibly for us to exchange intelligence, familiarize ourselves with our teammates, and formulate a preliminary plan of action. Only through unified collaboration can we hope to emerge unscathed. I propose we begin by disclosing our player IDs. With that, he openly revealed his ID, Panacea Prodigy, Plague Doctor, LV6, Panacea Prodigy. Highly probable that his expertise lies in medical aid, Liang mused. Tutorial threads detailing pre-battle mobilization were ubiquitous on player forums. Given that the players present were far from novice, they promptly divulged their IDs and levels following the Plague Doctor's gesture of goodwill. A burly man, armored bulwark, A.O. Yong. LV6, a supermarket employee uniform. Aloof skateboarder, Lost Zeppelin. LV5, Lu Wu Dai. Thunderous Bao, Wu Dai. LV5, Liang. Frenzied Ripper, Li Rixing. LV6. The 5 players regarded each other's player information. A shared sense of apprehension settling in. The team missions issued by the murder game were tailored to the collective strength of all participants. Everyone present was above LV5, with minimal disparity in levels, implying that their individual capabilities would not significantly exceed the average, leaving no one with a decisive advantage. The Plague Doctor exhaled audibly and proclaimed, "Time is of the essence, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. As per the system's directives, we are to impersonate security personnel." Upon entering the mall, I observed that the actual security guards were conspicuously absent. A.O. Young interjected, "That would be my doing. I was the first to arrive. To preempt any exposure of our identities, I preemptively subdued all the guards, bundling them together and depositing them unconscious in the flower beds outside the mall. They will remain incapacitated until at least 3 o'clock a.m. I see." The Plague Doctor nodded, approaching the glass doors and rapping on their surface. He discovered that the glass was as though welded shut, impervious to any impact. Passers-by outside seemed oblivious to the oddly garbed figures within. As a seasoned player, the Plague Doctor recognized this as the system's automatic activation of a barrier, shielding the interior from external interference once the game had commenced. "I triggered this mission this morning," A.O. Young recalled, and subsequently, I gathered relevant information about Longheng Plaza through various channels. Given that you are all veterans, I trust you have also prepared accordingly. The Plague Doctor nodded silently, while Lost Zeppelin grinned, remaining taciturn. The advantage of collaborating with experienced players lay in the reduced need for laborious explanations of strategies. Excellent. Ao Young nodded. Longheng has been the site of 5 fatalities over the past decade. The first involved an engineer who fell from a 3-meter scaffolding during the mall's construction phase. The second was a vagrant who suffered a fatal cardiac arrest while being escorted out of the mall by security. The third was a 4-year-old girl who fell from the 4th floor to the ground floor lobby. The fourth was the girl's mother, despite receiving substantial compensation from the mall. The mother's mental state deteriorated significantly. She was often seen weeping alone on the ground floor. After repeated dissuasion by security, the woman ceased visiting the mall. 3 months later, she jumped from the same spot where her daughter had fallen. The fifth incident involved construction fencing that was toppled by strong winds, resulting in a sign crushing a male pedestrian. Based on the task description, the spectral entities relentlessly pursuing us are likely to be the spirits of those who met unnatural ends. Liang had also obtained this information through the informant mule. He glanced at the other players, noting their lack of surprise, indicating that they had all done their homework. It's not necessarily a single specter, the plague doctor cautioned. If we prepare for the worst, there could be as many as 5 specters patrolling the mall. Ao Young frowned. That is indeed plausible. Lost Zeppelin scoffed. 5 phantoms for 5 players. The system has also advised us to mask sound and light, implying that it anticipates that we cannot rely on immediate cohesion to overpower and eliminate all the specters. We are left with stealth. A direct confrontation would be fatal. This is hardly encouraging. Ao Young inhaled deeply. In any case, our task is to search the mall, locate the talismans, and transcribe them onto the floors of each level. He scanned his teammates, withdrawing 5 small tablets from his pack and distributing them. These tablets have software installed that can infiltrate the mall surveillance system. It's on the desktop. Furthermore, we can maintain real-time contact via WeChat groups to pinpoint each other's locations, preventing inadvertent proximity that could trigger a specter pursuit. Given that specters are drawn to sound and light, I suggest we only use the tablets in silent mode when our safety is assured. All communication should be text-based. Well, aren't you prepared? Liang, somewhat taken aback, received the tablet from Ao Young. After a brief inspection and finding no issues, he added a few of the others as friends on WeChat and created a group chat. However, he had no intention of actually using the tablet provided by Ao Young. After all, one can never truly gauge the intentions of others, especially when meeting players for the first time. Once they parted ways, he would revert to his own phone. Unfortunately, during the execution of their mission, players were unable to utilize the private chat feature of the Killing Field game system, which rendered the process rather cumbersome. In the ensuing minutes, the 5 players acclimated themselves to the monitoring software on the tablet until the clock struck midnight. At that moment, Liang felt a fleeting sensation. And upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself clad in a blue security uniform, wielding a flashlight, and with a rubber baton hanging from his waist, standing in a dimly lit corridor that was eerily silent. 5 spirits, 5 players, 6 floors, and 6 talismans. How intriguing. Liang switched off the flashlight, crouched low, and pressed himself against the wall. Chapter 66. Assembly. As soon as Liang crouched down, he discovered a brush tucked inside the waistband of his trousers. He pulled it out and examined it closely. The brush's body was made of fine bamboo, and its tip was composed of wolf hair, with a length that was neither too short nor too long, firm and pointed, and coated with a vivid red vermilion pigment. After subtly activating his cat-eye spiritual perception for inspection, Liang still could not discern any peculiarities about this seemingly ordinary prop, which appeared to be a cheap brush worth merely 20 yuan from a stationery store. This item could easily break with a slight bend. Liang gently tested the strength of the brush handle, pondering that it could not be stored in his backpack. It had to remain in his possession, as it was prone to damage or the loss of its vermilion paint. Whether the brush could still serve its purpose after such damage was a question only the system could answer. This implied that, aside from the mission requirements revealed by the system, there might also exist an unspoken condition to protect the brush, although every player possessed one. Given that all were being pursued by vengeful spirits, resulting in potential team casualties, each brush was indeed a vital strategic resource. Contemplating this, Liang retrieved his large black umbrella from his backpack and gestured for Chai Tsueqia to remain silent. Once she entered his body, he elaborated on the current situation. Liang silently mused that the situation was quite complex. The ghosts we were to face were particularly sensitive to sound and light, and if detected, we could not engage them in combat, as it would create noise and attract further assaults from additional malevolent spirits. This suggested that our strength was assumed to be inferior to theirs, did it not? Chai Tsui-Chiao pondered for a moment, uncertain, and remarked that this was indeed peculiar. As the power of ghosts stemmed from the resentment they harbored in life and the accumulation of negative energy after death. The spirits in the shopping mall were primarily not victims of particularly unjust deaths, and logically, they should not possess such formidable strength. As a powerful spirit herself, Chai Tsui-Chiao held undeniable authority on this matter. In fact, Liang was equally perplexed as to how a mere group of spirits that had died less than a decade ago could surpass seasoned players generally rated above level 5 in the system's evaluation. Liang speculated that this could only be understood as the system having executed some special manipulation, or that the mall itself harbored some oddities. Should I fly out to investigate? Chai Tsui-Chiao inquired. Not for now, Liang shook his head, as the situation remained unclear. Let us devise a plan once we encounter the specific spirits. Chai Tsui-Chiao's reconnaissance capabilities could largely be substituted by surveillance cameras, and given the mall's peculiarities, sending her outside could likely provoke unforeseen consequences. With this in mind, Liang stowed the energy-absorbing black umbrella into his backpack, took out his phone, and pressed his palm against the screen, dimming the brightness to its lowest setting before opening WeChat and entering the group chat. Within the chat, the other 4 teammates had already reported their respective locations. I am now at the first floor of Building C, in front of Tiffany's. Aoyang, I'm at the 3rd floor of Building A, in front of Bayo Shalong. Luwadai, I'm at the 4th floor of Building B, in front of Wolford. Lost Airship, I'm at the basement level of Building A, in front of Pain Rai. So, all players were initially dispersed across different floors. Liang adjusted his glasses, surveyed his surroundings, and typed, I'm at the 5th floor of Building B, in front of the 9. After confirming their locations, typed, Building A has the most open space. I suggest everyone head there first. The airship can head down the left corridor of the basement. I'll take the right corridor on the 1st floor. Aoyang goes to the left corridor on the 3rd floor, and Luwadai to the right corridor on the 4th floor. Li Rixing, you should head to the left corridor on the 5th floor. The architectural style of Longheng Shopping Center is remarkably unique, with the central building A resembling a spindle shape, featuring a hall that allows visibility from the basement to the 5th floor. The dome above the hall is a square transparent glass that lets moonlight filter through, ensuring that even in the dead of night, it is not entirely dark. Additionally, the terrain of Building A is spacious, making it easy for one to leap down or climb up along the handrails, providing a distinct sense of security. The advantages of gathering in Building A were evident. They could see each other and issue timely warnings or assistance. Moreover, with EE's strategy placing everyone in different corridors, they were at least 10 to several dozen meters apart, likely circumventing the system's restrictions against players approaching one another, thus avoiding the potential disaster of losing a teammate right from the start, which could snowball into a larger disadvantage. It was indeed a clever tactic. Liang smirked, approving of the proposal. After a brief discussion, Aoyang and Lost Airship decided to proceed to the hall of Building A first, while Luodai, and Liang would make their way there gradually. Given that the corridor connecting buildings A to B and C was rather narrow and unidirectional, being blocked by spirits would force them to retreat, making that stretch of corridor the most perilous in the entire shopping hall. To avoid making noise while running, Liang slowly removed his boots, standing on his socks, and took off any metallic items that could clink, such as his security badge. After preparing himself, Liang crouched low and stealthily moved forward along the wall. Lost Airship held his breath, half crouching in the corner of the 1st floor of Building A, clutching a dagger in his hand. This venom-coated knife had saved him from perilous situations on numerous occasions, allowing him to overcome foes far stronger than himself. Cunning, deceitful, swift, and lethal, this was Lost Airship's combat style. Even against the bizarre and malevolent spirits, the strange toxin smeared on his short blade could inflict significant damage. See, strike, kill, certain death. Lost Airship silently recited the inscription on the hilt of his dagger, lifting his gaze only to witness a shadow on one side of the hall on the 1st floor, seemingly waving at him. Was it E? Lost Airship recalled E's earlier arrangements in the group chat, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the figure. However, he soon noticed that the round moon in the sky had been obscured by ominous clouds, and the surrounding emergency lights had dimmed considerably, making it impossible to discern the figure's features. Feeling uneasy, Lost Airship shrank back, pressing his palm against the screen of his phone, tagging E in the group chat. Where are you? Meanwhile, he kept a keen eye on that shadow in the hall. Like Liang, Lost Airship harbored doubts about the tablet provided by Aoyang. He preferred using his phone. After a while, The dim screen of his phone lit up again as E replied. I just exited the corridor. It was too dark there. I feared that my reply would attract ghosts due to the phone's light. A chill ran down Lost Airship's spine. He distinctly saw the figure in the hall still waving, having never used a phone. Chapter 67. The skateboard is a ghost. The Lost Airship gazed at the figure that mechanically and numbly waved its arms, a chill creeping up his spine, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. Yet, in the next moment, he suppressed his body's primal reaction, maintaining a crouched posture, utterly still. The system's description indicated that ghosts would track players by sound and light. Thus, as long as players remained motionless and silent, they would remain undetected by the specters, even if the apparitions pursued those who stood still. This interval would suffice for his teammates to reach Building A and discover his perilous predicament. The sole dilemma lay in whether to alert his comrades. The WeChat group on his phone was the only means of communication with his team, yet opening the device could trigger the faint glow of the screens, potentially awakening the phantom that incessantly waved its arms, initiating a deadly pursuit. The Lost Airship instinctively clenched his fists, silently praying that the waving ghost would remain in its stupor, hoping his teammates would not act foolishly and make noise or light. Soon, A.O. Young arrived at the third floor of the A building, quickly spotting the beckoning ghost on the right side of the first floor and the immobile Lost Airship in the basement. After a brief contemplation, A.O. Young deciphered the Lost Airship's predicament, retrieving his tablet to message EE in the WeChat group, advising him to avoid the right corridor on the first floor and instead wait in the passage between Building C and A to prevent triggering the beckoning ghost. Following A.O. Yang's explanation in the WeChat group, Lu Wu Dai and Liang, who arrived at Building A, exercised caution, approaching the outer corridor's railing slowly, peering down at the beckoning ghost. The Lost Airship was a necessity to rescue. A.O. Young furrowed his brow, typing deliberately. We cannot afford to lose a teammate right from the start. Lu Wu Dai inquired, how do we save him? A.O. Young paused momentarily, opening the surveillance software on his tablet, directing the camera towards the ghost in the right corridor of the first floor. The monitor revealed the ghost enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, its features obscured, yet its slender form and slightly hunched back were discernible. Could it be the spirit of the beggar? Unbeknownst to the Lost Airship, who remained rigid, his teammates were deliberating his fate. He noticed A.O. Young on the third floor gesturing for him to stay calm. Subsequently, A.O. Young retrieved a fluffy white toy rabbit from his backpack and tossed it from the third floor. With a soft thud, the toy rabbit struck the ground in the left corridor of the first floor, emitting a sweet, gentle child-esque voice. Kiss me, hug me, kiss me, hug me. The Lost Airship, momentarily dazed, watched as the beckoning ghost, moving with a ghostly afterimage, swiftly darted into the left corridor of the first floor. From his vantage point, the Lost Airship could not see the events transpiring above him, while A.O. Young, Lu Wu Dai, and Liang observed clearly. The old man's beckoning ghost lunged forward, diving into the toy rabbit emitting sound. Moments later, the plush toy suddenly expanded and burst apart, revealing the ghost in its true form, howling silently towards the sky in a fit of impotent rage. Players with substantial ghost data knowledge felt a surge of anxiety. The specter evidently sought to possess them. Liang pondered, reflecting on the ghosts that perished in Longhing Mall, now bound as earthbound spirits, compelled to seek living hosts to escape. This situation was troublesome. If it were a different type of ghost, negotiation and compromise might have been possible. However, this ghost, fixated solely on finding a living vessel, was obstinate and rigid in its methods. As Liang contemplated a strategy for resolution, he suddenly noticed the warm lights in the mall's corridor illuminate abruptly, flooding the entire space with brightness. What is happening? Why did the lights turn on inexplicably? Not only Liang but also EE and Lu Wu Dai felt a wave of panic. Under the warm illumination, there was nowhere to hide. The Lost Airship on the first floor, initially considering escaping during the ghost's moment of stillness, was astonished to find the surrounding warm lights suddenly activate, revealing a face slowly materializing on the ceiling above him. A pale, aged, and vacant male visage emerged, enveloped in the warm glow. The Lost Airship had no time for further contemplation and bolted. As an agile assassin-type player, his speed was remarkable. With each stride, his body executed various feints, as if intending to turn sharply. However, behind him, the old ghost disregarded these maneuvers, swooping down and relentlessly pursuing him, its rigid arm nearly grasping the Lost Airship's back on several occasions. In a life-and-death moment, the Lost Airship activated his tidal skill, bending his body, positioning his left foot forward and right foot back, assuming the form of a skateboarder. Title name: The Proud Skateboarder. Activation method: Active, special effect. Glide forward at high speed for a distance. Determined by agility attributes consumption. 10 of total stamina, cooldown time. 10 minutes. Remark. Non-board gliding is the pinnacle of skateboarding. Suddenly, the scenery whirled past him as he glided swiftly forward, the wind howling in his ears, the force propelling him causing his face to tremble. Moments later, the lost airship traversed the entire hall of Building A, reaching the far end of Building C. He skidded to a halt, glancing back to find no sign of the old ghost. Had he evaded it? The lost airship's heart raced as he came upon the entrance to the Zegna flagship store. Using a knife sharp as steel to disengage the lock and push the door open. Silently, he navigated through rows of men's clothing racks, slipping behind the counter, and activated his WeChat. With light surrounding him, the use of his phone was inconsequential. "I shook off that ghost," he typed. "Where are you? Why did the lights turn on out of nowhere?" He waited for a response, but none came. Were they also evading the spirits? Lost in contemplation amidst the opulent and elegant men's flagship store, a barely perceptible mechanical sound suddenly echoed, prompting the lost airship to instinctively look up, only to see the surveillance camera on the ceiling slowly pivoting to focus on him. What? Before he could finish his thought, a pair of frail arms extended over the counter, revealing the thin, lifeless face of the old man, now visible to the lost airship. Chapter 68. Power supply. Almost the instant the lights flickered to life, Lu Wudai reacted instinctively. She grasped the longbow slung across her back and swiftly retreated. The warm lights of Longhing Mall illuminated the morning, extinguished at dusk, and in the evening, dim, energy-efficient lights were activated for security patrols. The lighting system in the hall and corridors was under the automatic control of a master computer, rendering it impossible for the lights to illuminate without reason. A ghost lurked in the control room. Lu Wudai's expression remained serene, yet her heart raced with anxiety. A ghost capable of manipulating the mall's central control system posed a significantly greater threat. This spectral entity could not only control the lighting, but also observe each player through surveillance cameras. Like a kite caught in the wind, Lu Wudai darted down the corridor, acutely aware of a malicious presence pursuing her from behind, yet she dared not glance back. Clenching her teeth, she shook her hand gripping the red and black camouflage composite bow. Name: Chariot of Fire. Type: Weapon. Quality: Rare. Attack power: Medium. Special effect: Fiery March. Grants an arrow-piercing capabilities along with fire attribute effects, providing additional damage against protein-based bodies and undead creatures. Consumption: 5 of total energy. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Equipment requirement: Agility 8, Strength 7. Note: the finest elven archers always carry this bow when hunting. A single shot ensures the prey is seared to a perfect medium rare. This bow was a reward Lu Wudai obtained from the cold temple on Lonely Mountain. Drawing an arrow from her quiver, she activated the effect of Fiery March, propelled by an instinctive intuition, and without turning her head, released an arrow behind her. As the arrow left the bowstring, it spontaneously ignited. The vibrant orange flames danced at the tip, undeterred by its swift flight. Upon impact, it erupted with a brilliant explosion. Behind Lu Wudai, a dull thud of an explosion echoed, accompanied by a chilling, inhuman wail, and the searing sensation that had pricked at her back abruptly faded. Having temporarily evaded the vengeful spirit, Lu Wudai held her bow in her left hand while swiftly accessing her phone with her right, furiously tapping the screen. Just as Leon had speculated during their previous mission, Lu Wudai, an adept archer, was a wealthy heiress in the real world. However, the extent of her wealth was beyond what someone accustomed to poverty, like Leon, could fathom. At the age of 26, Lu Wudai hailed from a family of billionaires. Her grandfather was the founder of Longqing Maritime Company, Limited. This multinational enterprise was primarily focused on shipping, with a vast array of operations spanning container transport, oil shipping, freight, passenger transport, automotive shipping, ship agency, financial investment, and information technology, boasting a container fleet ranking among the world's top 100. Lu Wudai was indeed a true heiress. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in Yin City, her status far surpassing that of any illegitimate offspring. In a world devoid of extraordinary factors, a raw talent like Leon would take years, perhaps decades, to even approach her level. In the future, as the slaughter game unfolded, players emerging from the ranks of ordinary people would inevitably clash with traditional conglomerates that monopolized the ascent to power. Those conglomerates lacking extraordinary means of protection would either face total defeat, leading to the demise of both their existence and wealth, or adapt to the new landscape. Treating the slaughter game as a burgeoning industry ripe for monopolization, akin to cartels, syndicates, and trusts evolving into colossal enterprises capable of overriding state machinery. As one of the heirs of a financial dynasty, Lu Wudai could not help but contemplate such matters. To her knowledge, numerous conglomerates had begun secretly recruiting players to strategize for the future. Whether the Lu family engaged in such activities remained a mystery to her, as did the awareness of the Special Affairs Bureau regarding these undertakings. Despite holding dual master's degrees in MSc and MBA, and being the current head of a branch company within her family, Lu Wudai was also a sought-after young entrepreneur featured on the cover of Time magazine's Asia edition. A highly eligible diamond of her generation. As a prominent figure in Yin City, Lu Wudai effortlessly established connections with the upper echelons of Longheng Plaza that very day. Posing as an investor interested in establishing a storefront, this allowed her access to a wealth of information about Longheng Plaza, enabling her to conduct a field investigation and implant a virus into the master computer, thereby gaining control. With a swift tap on her phone screen, the lights throughout the mall extinguished instantly, yet the surveillance cameras in the corridors and shops continued to emit faint red glimmers. The virus embedded in the master computer could toggle the lights and manipulate the movement of the cameras, but it could not prevent the ghost hiding in the control room from directly observing Lu Wudai through the computer screen. Clenching her teeth, Lu Wudai made a decisive move, severing the power supply throughout the entire mall. The dim lights embedded in the ceiling flickered out, and the red glimmers from the surveillance cameras vanished, plunging the mall back into an oppressive silence and darkness. By cutting off the power, the ghost in the control room could no longer discern the players' locations. Yet the players also lost the informational support provided by the surveillance feeds. Moreover, with the lights extinguished, the glow from her phone screen became glaringly conspicuous in the enveloping darkness. Crouching in a corner, Lu Wudai cautiously pressed on her phone screen, typing, "I have cut the power to the mall. The ghost in the control room can no longer utilize the surveillance cameras to see our positions. However, it can activate the backup power through the gasoline generator in the basement." Silence reigned in the WeChat group for a while, until Ao Young finally sent a message. "The closest to the basement is the airship. Airship, are you still there? Lost airship." Time ticked away, yet there was no response. Before the lights went out, the medic had mentioned, "I saw that old man's ghost chasing in the direction he ran." The medic did not finish his thought, but the remaining 4 players understood that the lost airship, who had yet to respond, was likely dead. One comrade had fallen before even completing a talisman, and the adverse start weighed heavily on everyone's minds. If the ghost managed to activate the generator and restart the master computer, they would once again be exposed to the light and surveillance, facing the threat of pursuit. The medic typed, "I am still on the first floor. I will go destroy the backup generator. You all continue searching for talismans." Ao Young responded, "Understood. Stay in contact." Lu Wudai typed, "Acknowledged." Leon sent an image featuring a charming, fair-skinned bunny girl in a school uniform, pouting playfully with an innocent yet disturbingly alluring expression. The caption read, "Wishing all students taking the college entrance examination great success. Senior, I'll be waiting for you in college." The medic? Ao Young? Lu Wudai? Leon retracted a message. "Leon, sorry, wrong image. Here is the right one." He sent another image, this time depicting the beige limestone floor beneath the plaque of the 9-tier Crab Emperor's castle, with a bizarre and enigmatic sigil painted in vermilion at the center of the floor. Chapter 69. Playing football. Time rewound to a moment earlier, where Liang stood before the entrance of the 9-pin Crab Yellow Fortress, clutching a narrow strip of yellow paper in his hand. The paper was soft and thin, feeling as though it might tear with the slightest pressure. The front of the yellow paper was adorned with intricate and obscure ancient seal script characters painted in cinnabar, flanked by bizarre patterns that intertwined and connected with one another. These designs resembled swirling clouds and tumultuous waves, and gazing upon them for too long could induce dizziness, a ringing in the ears, and a strong urge to retch. This talisman was obtained by Liang from within the 9-pin Crab Fortress, conspicuously protruding from a paper brochure on the reception desk. After Lu Wudai extinguished the cold light, Liang swiftly located the talisman using the night vision function of a peephole and meticulously replicated it beneath the plaque of the 9-pin Crab Fortress with a cinnabar brush. The talisman, akin to a symbol, is a fusion of script and talisman, originating from ancient shamanistic practices, first appearing in the Eastern Han Dynasty. It is said to possess the ability to summon spirits, exorcise demons, and heal ailments. As Liang gazed at the talisman in his hand, he silently contemplated. The myriad forms of talismans created over centuries are countless and diverse, broadly categorized into 4 types. The first consists of compound characters formed by 2 or more small scripts. The second mimics cloud patterns or ancient seal scripts. The third is composed of intricate circles, dots, and lines, and the fourth combines divine imagery with script. The talisman found in Longhing Mall should be a traditional cloud talisman among the ancient seal characters. The only phrase he could vaguely discern was the souls of the deceased from the past, bound by the earth, ascend to the southern palace. This text originates from the Eastern Jin dynasty and is known as the foremost scripture of the Taoist canon, the supreme ultimate classic of the profound and mysterious. A scripture of boundless salvation. After learning of the existence of the heterodox society, Liang had delved into numerous Taoist texts, yet despite exhausting many scriptures, he had failed to perceive the so-called qi, a concept referring to the primordial substance that constitutes all things in the universe, distinct from mere air, let alone accessing the wondrous and tranquil state described in the Taoist canon, which purportedly grants incredible powers. This talisman resembled the haphazard drawings of charlatans found on street corners. Could it truly seal spirits? Liang folded the yellow paper and inwardly scoffed, realizing that even he could not dissect or analyze the talisman without additional samples, understanding only its existence without grasping its essence. It felt akin to a primitive person fumbling with a smartphone, curiosity nearly reaching a boiling point. He summoned Chai Tsueqiao, pointing at the talisman on the ground, and inquired, "Do you have any insights about this?" Emerging from his chest, Chai Tsueqiao appeared bewildered, staring at the spot he indicated. "What is it? Is it a talisman?" Indeed, as the system had described, spirits could not perceive the replicated talisman. This prevented a scenario where a spirit could destroy the talisman right after the player had departed. Liang's eyes lit up, without further explanation. He shoved her back into his chest amidst her vigorous protests. "I seem to have conceived an intriguing operation," he murmured, retrieving several chopsticks from the Crab Yellow Fortress restaurant. After imbuing them with wave-like energy, he returned to the corridor, using the chopsticks as darts to silently dismantle the surveillance cameras. Unmonitored by the cameras, Liang sketched an identical pattern a few meters away from the first talisman replication. Chai Tsueqiao couldn't help but peek out curious. "Why draw another one?" "A simple experiment," Liang replied. After finishing the second replica, he leisurely searched other shops on the 5th floor. Chai Tsueqiao blinked. "Haven't you already found the talisman on the 5th floor? Why continue searching? Are you a child full of questions?" Liang smirked, explaining. The system specified find 6 different paper talismans scattered around, but it never indicated that all talismans would be on different floors. Given the system's nature, it's highly probable that after searching extensively, we might discover the last talisman hidden beneath a player's shoe. Of course, this was an exaggerated notion. Since the system provided a 3-hour time limit, it wouldn't truly hide the talismans in inaccessible places like floor crevices, wall gaps, or ventilation ducts. They had to be somewhat conspicuous for players to find them all within 3 hours. Liang meticulously scoured the 5th floor and ultimately found another talisman on a windowside table in a Japanese restaurant. The second was hardly distinguishable from the first, and he still could not decipher it. Accepting his lack of proficiency in understanding talismans, he greeted Lu Wudai and others in the WeChat group, then descended to the 4th floor. Just as he was about to find a discreet spot to replicate the talisman, he noticed that all the surveillance cameras above had ceased operation and new messages appeared in the WeChat group. E.g., "I've shut down the backup power. There are indeed spirits in the control room. The moment I destroyed the gasoline engine, that spirit burst out of the control room, along with the lost airship, or rather, the lost airship possessed by the old ghost. E.g., they are now pursuing me. E.g., I've hidden in the switch room's cabinet, where there's a talisman. E.g., but they are coming in. They are knocking on the doors one by one. E.g., they are about to discover me." The monotonous text on the phone screen clearly revealed E.G.'s panic and despair, conjuring an image of him huddled in a narrow, dark cabinet, terrified as he listened to the relentless knocking. "Hold on, I'm on my way," A.O. Young urged. Just as Liang contemplated whether to leap from the 4th floor to assist, a thunderous explosion resonated from the ground floor of Longheng Mall. Flames erupted, thick smoke billowed, and dust filled the air. Liang leaned over the corridor railing, observing the lower floor engulfed in smoke, which oddly bore a peculiar fragrance. Incense ash? Made into a bomb? Liang mused in astonishment, just as 2 figures darted past the lobby on the ground floor. Moments later, E.G. typed in the group, "A.O. Young and I shook them off. We've escaped. We're now on the -1st floor, having completed the talisman, ready to split up and head upstairs." Impressive indeed. Even after skirting death, the seasoned players could maintain their composure and continue their mission. With the -1st floor, 5th floor, and fourth floor accounted for, they had now completed 3 out of the 6 talismans. Crouched on the 4th floor, Leon quietly withdrew his cinnabar brush, preparing to begin his replication. Suddenly, a small red and white rubber ball rolled across the beige limestone floor, coming to a halt at his feet. He looked up to see a little girl in a red outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail, standing before him, her hands clasped behind her back, twisting her body adorably. "Uncle, could you please help me fetch my ball?" The girl chirped in a sweet voice, her face completely obscured by her thick, dark ponytail, blood trickling from her hair. "Uncle?" Liang's expression shifted beneath his mask. He slowly rose, gently tossing the ball back to her. The girl caught it, her laughter ringing like silver bells, before throwing it back again. "Uncle, could you please help me fetch my ball?" Liang silently tossed the ball back once more, and the girl caught it again, tossing it back. "Uncle, could you please help me fetch my ball?" In the corridor of the 4th floor, a living being and a spirit played a game of catch with the ball, the little girl laughing as if she had consumed joy itself, utterly elated. Under ordinary circumstances, Leon would have the leisure to enlighten the mischievous child on the true essence of boredom. After all, he is the man capable of crafting a David-like sand sculpture in a kindergarten sandbox using nothing but urine and mud. However, given the current situation, indulging in such antics would prove to be a grave miscalculation of time. With anger surging within him and mischief brewing at the edges of his resolve, Leon feigned the act of catching the ball hurled by the little girl. The moment he made contact, his body convulsed dramatically, collapsing to the ground as though struck by a heavy object, rendering him incapable of rising. He was, after all, quite adept at the art of deception. Observing Leon sprawled on the ground, the little girl became flustered. "Uncle, what has happened to you?" she exclaimed. "I think you've inflicted internal injuries with that ball. You'd better let me go." Leon remained silent, yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed his sentiment. "Uncle, the ground is cold," she continued. "The ground is not cold. It is rather comfortable," he thought. "If you do not get up soon, I shall devour you." With a sudden burst, Leon sprang to his feet, glaring silently at her, his gaze rife with unspoken challenges and implications. Chapter 70. Footsteps. Play with me. The little girl clutched a ball and exclaimed, "Let us play ball. I utterly detest unruly children." Leon's expression darkened as he silently retrieved a steel rod, thick as a bowl, from his backpack, planting it ominously into the ground. "Wait a moment. Do not act just yet," Chai Tsuechia whispered softly within him. "Her condition is rather peculiar." Liang tightened his grip on the steel rod, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the little girl. Was she not an ordinary vengeful spirit? Hesitating, he picked up the ball with one hand and tossed it a short distance away. The ghostly form of the little girl remained motionless, yet her entire being floated backward effortlessly, gradually retrieving the ball before returning to toss it back to Liang. His eyes lit up as he hurled the ball forcefully 20 meters away, watching with delight as the girl darted after it, returning with the ball in her arms. Back and forth they went, with Liang throwing the ball further each time. Ultimately, he concentrated the energy of ripples beneath his feet, delivering a mighty kick that sent the ball soaring to the other end of the shopping mall. "Go fetch," he urged. The little girl's spirit tirelessly traversed the distance, panting heavily, her ponytail drooping wearily as she squatted down to rest, lacking the strength to persist in her pursuit of Liang. Kaitsuechia observed the scene with empathy, witnessing how this once lively spirit was rendered exhausted. It truly proved effective. Liang's eyes gleamed brighter. He stowed away the steel rod and took out a talisman, meticulously completing the inscription on the 4th floor. He then typed on his phone, "I have finished inscribing the talisman on the 4th floor and have temporarily detained a little girl's spirit. There is no immediate danger. The spirits here seem to possess significant limitations, not merely tracking sound and light. I believe that as long as we do not transgress their rules, we are likely to avoid any attacks. Ao Yong, is this idea feasible?" Liang typed, "I am not entirely certain and further verification is required. However, the next time you encounter a ghost, regardless of whether you choose to flee or confront, do ensure your safety while carefully observing the spirit, attempting to discern the patterns of its movements." The epidemic doctor replied, "I understand, and I will make a note of the characteristics of the ghost when I next encounter one. Currently, I have parted ways with Ao Yong. He has proceeded to the 3rd floor while I remain on the 2nd. Lu Wudai acknowledged. "Received. I have successfully evaded a ghost and am now at the Ralph Lauren flagship store on the 4th floor of Building C." Liang responded, "Very well. I shall head to the Kuanting store at A1 in Building A. Should you wish to join me, please inform me in advance." He is currently on the 4th floor of Building A, merely a corridor away from Luwudai, necessitating prior notification of their locations to prevent them from inadvertently drawing the attention of the spirits. The Kuanting store at A1 is not particularly expansive, with wooden cabinets lining the walls, showcasing an array of ceramic wares and silver cutlery. In the center of the shop, a long table displays a dazzling assortment of jewelry. Kuanting is a premier luxury brand from France, renowned for its silverware, dining sets, ceramic vessels, crystal ornaments, and various types of jewelry, favored by royalty and the elite. A spoon priced at 2,000, a fork at 5,000, and a knife at 7,000 to 8,000 may seem like extravagant luxuries to the average person, akin to burning money. Yet, to the affluent, such items are as commonplace as bottled water from a vending machine, effortlessly acquired without a second thought. The joys of the wealthy are unfathomable to those outside their realm. Liang, filled with envy, scanned the price tags of the various jewels. After prying open the cabinet door with gloved hands and rummaging through its contents, he found no talismans. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed that the chandelier hanging from the ceiling seemed to sway slightly. He glanced up and discovered that the crystal chandelier appeared to conceal something, resembling a promotional brochure for the Kuanting brand? Such an obvious anomaly, it is evidently an enticement for players to ascend and search. Leon silently scoffed in his heart, yet he gently pulled the table closer, climbed upon it, and retrieved the promotional brochure from the crystal chandelier, gloved hands carefully maneuvering. The brochure, white with black print, measured the size of A4 paper and possessed an exceptionally fine texture, feeling remarkably smooth to the touch. Overall, the booklet was not particularly thick. As Leon thumbed through the pages, he distinctly heard a different sound emanating from one of them, as if it concealed a yellow paper talisman, yet again hidden within the book. Does this suggest that within the pages lies a treasure trove of wisdom and beauty? He habitually made a sarcastic remark, gripping the spine of the brochure and shaking it in an attempt to dislodge the yellow paper talisman nestled within. However, the pages of the brochure appeared as if they were glued together, refusing to budge no matter how vigorously he shook it. Liang rubbed his chin and withdrew a dagger from the crevice of his boot, aiming the blade at the seam of the pages, yet it would not penetrate. He jabbed and sliced at the brochure with the dagger, but the seemingly indestructible pamphlet remained steadfast. Was he left with no choice but to turn the pages? Liang muttered to himself, "This necessity to trigger a flag is truly dreadful." Taking a deep breath, he reached to unveil the cover of the brochure, this time encountering no obstruction, as if perusing a conventional spine. Glancing through it, the initial pages contained entirely mundane content, featuring an English-written company profile, glamorous models adorned with jewelry, and utensils neatly arranged in a wooden box. As he continued to flip through, the content abruptly shifted. The page revealed an inky darkness, from which he could vaguely discern two legs clad in ordinary slacks, standing on an escalator. Hiss! A wave of headache washed over Liang, accompanied by a foreboding sense that proceeding further would undoubtedly trigger an unfortunate flag, although the image on the page remained entirely still, offering no indication of whether the escalator was in motion. The pervasive darkness suggested that the scene was set during the night, likely at this very moment. He cradled the brochure as he exited the door and ventured into a more desolate corridor. After confirming that the ghostly little girl was still resting in the distance, he cautiously turned to the next page. The next image showed little variation. It remained two legs and slacks, but now one leg was elevated, resting on the escalator. Was this a climb up a stationary escalator? As he continued to descend, those two legs ascended the escalator step by step, ultimately resting upon the pale yellow limestone floor. The scene brightened slightly, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the imagery depicted in the pamphlet, which corresponded to the 4th floor of Building A, where Leon found himself. Just to his left, in the corridor, yet Leon dared not turn his head to glance. He harbored an ominous premonition that should he dare to look, it would undoubtedly trigger a fatal flag. The legs from the paper exchange had already reached the 4th floor, and should he continue to descend, it was highly probable those very legs would approach him. He remained frozen in place. Any further delay would likely lead the system to conclude that he had been motionless for too long, prompting the ghost to pursue him relentlessly. What should he do? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A talisman lay concealed within. Leon exhaled a heavy sigh, finally resolute in his decision. He turned back a page in the book. Almost instantaneously, as he flipped the page, the distinct sound of footsteps emerged from the corridor to his left. He flipped back the page once more, and within the illustration, two pairs of legs clad in dress trousers descended the escalator in reverse, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. It truly was effective. Liang flipped the brochure back to the first page and, employing the deftness of a bank teller, swiftly turned through the several pages with remarkable speed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 71. The backup plan. Ah, what a perilous situation it is. Liang listened intently for a moment, ensuring that the ghost had completely descended the escalator before he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, this apparition adhered to the page-flipping motions described in the brochure as its behavioral pattern. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. With a flick of his wrist, he shook the spine of the book, and this time encountered no obstacles. A yellow paper slipped from the book's crevice and landed in Liang's hand. The fourth talisman. At last, it was in his grasp. Liang promptly informed his companions in the WeChat group of this development. Though they were undoubtedly astonished and perplexed, they refrained from further inquiries. Having not witnessed Liang's flamboyant exorcism firsthand, everyone, I am quite confident that the spirits within this shopping mall exhibit certain behavioral patterns, Liang typed. So far, among the ghosts I have encountered, there is the little girl who must play ball with her and the suit-clad specter that can be repelled by merely flipping through pages. You might also attempt to summarize their action patterns. Once these rules are understood, there should be no mortal danger, and it may even be possible to achieve a flawless victory. A flawless victory? The remaining teammates felt a surge of determination. In this terrifying and bizarre scenario, a teammate willing to share successful strategies was a source of comfort. Having evaded two spirits, Liang quickly searched the fourth floor, while Ao Yong also brought good news from the third floor, where he discovered a talisman wedged between the seats in the corridor. Liang had found 3, the Plague Doctor one, and Ao Yong one as well. With only one talisman remaining, they were close to accomplishing their mission. With an hour still to spare before the deadline, the remaining 4 players were invigorated, meticulously scouring every corner, carrying her bow and arrows. Lu Wudai rummaged through the CAF for talismans when her phone vibrated subtly in her pocket. Unlocking her phone, she found a private message from Liang. If you find the last talisman, do not rush to replicate it. Inform me first. Lu Wudai frowned slightly at the dim screen, pondering for a moment before replying succinctly. She had faith in the seemingly eccentric teammate, believing him to be reliable enough not to lead her astray. Lu Wudai did not inquire why Liang wanted her to do so, but he sent a smiling emoji and asked, "Was the ghost that pursued you on the 4th floor male or female?" Lu Wudai responded with a question mark, biting her lip in contemplation before typing. "It should be male. Why? Because after being struck by my arrow, he let out a piercing scream in a male voice." Interesting, Liang continued. "This mission may not be so straightforward. Do you have any backup plans in this mall? It would be prudent to inform me in advance." Lu Wudai paused, glancing around to ensure no one was near before typing her response. "What do you mean by not so simple?" "The number of ghosts does not add up," Liang typed rapidly. "In this mall, there have been 5 recorded cases of unnatural deaths over the past decade, corresponding to 5 deceased individuals: an engineer who fell from a height, a scavenger who suffered a heart attack after being thrown out, a little girl who tumbled down the escalator along with her mother, and an innocent bystander crushed by an advertising board. The Plague Doctor witnessed the scavenger's spirit residing within the lost airship, alongside a ghost capable of manipulating the mall's power and monitoring systems. Assuming that ghost is the engineer, that accounts for 2 spirits. On the 4th floor, I encountered both the little girl and a specter in suit pants. The one in pants cannot be the little girl's mother, so by process of elimination, it must be the innocent bystander crushed by the sign. However, you also encountered a male ghost on the 4th floor, and adding the yet-to-appear mother ghost, we arrive at 6 spirits? Not necessarily. It's possible that the ghost you encountered and the one I did are one and the same. That seems unlikely, Liang replied. The behavioral patterns of ghosts are unlikely to change suddenly. The spirit I met ascended the escalator by flipping through pages, while yours could float and pursue. In terms of ghostly norms, the disparity between these 2 modes of action is as vast as that between a giant panda and a pig. The so-called norms of the ghostly realm are merely the perspective of this living, malevolent spirit, Chai Tsui Qiao. Most malevolent spirits employ singular methods of killing. For instance, Sadako only emerges from televisions to terrify her victims, while Nia Shaoqian drains life force through kisses. It is rare for a ghost to possess 2 or more diverse action patterns. Lu Wudai inquired. Could the sixth ghost be linked to other unrecorded cases of unnatural deaths in this mall? Longheng Shopping Center, even within the high-consumption venues of Yin City, has all cases of unnatural deaths, and even natural ones, documented in official records. Liang responded. I do not believe the mall's owner possesses the ability to erase all records of a death incident. Aside from that ghostly mother, who is the sixth male spirit? Upon hearing Liang's analysis, Lu Wudai felt uncertain. Were it not for the constraints of the Killing Game S script, which prevented external communication, she might have already called her secretary or directly questioned the owner of Longheng Shopping Center about the absent ghost mother, who had replaced the sixth male ghost. Unusual occurrences often signal something amiss. A shadow crept over Lu Wudai's heart as she prepared to reveal her backup plan to Liang, only to feel her phone vibrate again. A.O. Yong had tagged everyone in the WeChat group. I found the last talisman on the lid of a trash can on the second floor. However, my vermilion brush has broken, so I am unsure if I can continue using it. It would be best if someone could come down to the second floor to assist me with the replication. Once we replicate this one, we will have completed the mission. After tagging everyone, A.O. Yong sent an image depicting a brush lying on the beige limestone floor, its bamboo body broken, the vermilion pigment appearing faded, and the wolf hair at the brush's tip dry and stiff, lacking any elasticity or softness. Chapter 72. Descending long before the majority of civilizations were geographically isolated in the medieval era, the mystical circles of various cultures, which had no contact with one another, had reached a remarkable consensus in certain aspects. For instance, numerous memes including language, gestures, totems, talismans, symbols, and rituals serve as essential mediums to communicate with the spirit of the world and harness extraordinary energies, be it chi, arcane power, ether, or others. The Five Poisons cult that emerged in southern Africa, with its voodoo dolls crafted from animal bones or straw, bears a striking resemblance to the puppets used in the Han Dynasty for exorcism. The human sacrifice rituals of the South American Maya civilization closely mirror those of the Shang Dynasty. A broken vermilion brush, though its brush tip remains stained with faded red, undeniably loses the integrity that is universally recognized in the realm of mysticism. Just as the antidote for zombie poison can only be glutinous rice, not ordinary rice. Even the slightest difference can be magnified infinitely in mysticism, ultimately resulting in the complete failure of the entire ritual. A.O. Yong tagged everyone in the WeChat group, but no one responded. Hello? Is anyone there? A.O. Yong's screen vibrated incessantly with his numerous exclamation marks. Lu Wudai gently brushed her fingertips across her phone screen, hesitating for a moment before privately messaging Liang. Shall we go down? Let me think. Liang pondered before typing. You should have brought heavy weaponry, right? Mind sharing? Lu Wudai remained silent for quite a while before replying, at 4CS and M202A1. Liang on the other end of the screen couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. The F4, a single-shot anti-tank weapon produced by Saab Bofors Dynamics in Sweden, has been extensively used in conflicts such as the Panama War, Gulf War, and Afghan War, making it one of the most common anti-tank weapons in the world. The AT-4CS is an improved version that expels saline water from the rear during launch to neutralize flames, preventing backfire from scorching the user, making it suitable for enclosed environments. The M202A1, on the other hand, is a 4-tube rocket launcher that fires incendiary rounds. Developed and fielded by the United States in the 1970s, capable of launching rockets, armor-piercing rounds, and incendiary devices that can generate temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. Whether Lu Wudai acquired these two rocket launchers through smuggling or purchased them directly from arms dealers in war-torn regions, it clearly demonstrates her substantial financial resources and connections, elevating her status far above Liang, who merely assembled incendiary and explosive devices from purchased parts. Naturally, Lu Wudai did not store these rocket launchers and their accompanying ammunition in her backpack, but concealed them in a hidden crevice in the ceiling of a certain floor in Longheng Shopping Center. Recently, a prevailing discourse on player forums suggested that the system tailors script tasks based on the player's capabilities. If a player possesses poor strength, inadequate intellect, and abysmal overall quality yet carries a plethora of modern lethal weapons in their inventory, they may face implicit penalties from the system. For instance, they might be placed in a realm where modern weaponry is ineffective, or the time limit for tasks could be shortened and the difficulty increased. Weapons acquired through various means would be deemed external by the system, imposing hidden penalties and making it challenging for players to convert them into personal advantages in scripted tasks. However, weapons that players fabricate themselves would be recognized as part of their abilities, exempting them from hidden penalties. This perspective has gained considerable traction in player forums, with specialized strategy teams conducting experiments and publishing the results in prominent threads. Due to the limited control variables and comparative samples in the experiments, the overall results remain somewhat ambiguous, lacking unanimous acceptance among players. Nonetheless, the performance of the Special Affairs Bureau suggests that the official strategy team likely endorses the theory that individual player capabilities are paramount. Should players be allowed to carry modern weaponry into the scripts, players with official affiliations, such as Xing Hechou, could potentially access main battle tanks, 3rd and 4th generation fighter jets, all-terrain armored vehicles, and rocket artillery straight from their inventory upon entering the script, leaving ordinary players wielding mere kitchen knives at a disadvantage. Similarly, those in power in the real world would find it difficult to translate their wealth and influence into personal advantages within the game, thus ensuring that the abilities of individuals ultimately prevail, preventing players from ordinary backgrounds from being suppressed and unable to excel early in the game. Lu Wudai believed in this theory, which is why, upon receiving her task during the day, she prepared in advance, hiding the 2 rocket launchers in the corners of Longheng Shopping Center rather than stowing them in her backpack. When Liang inquired, Lu Wudai did not conceal this information but rather disclosed it openly. This was both an exchange of information aimed at maximizing their chances of succeeding in the script and a subtle hint at the power and potential she possessed in the real world, hoping for future collaboration. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed convenient. Even amidst schemes and mutual exploitation, it brims with efficiency. Liang straightforwardly typed, "Bring the rocket launchers. We'll head to the lobby on the 3rd floor of Building A. I'll take the left corridor, and you take the right." "All right." After confirming that there were no anomalies around, Lu Wudai walked straight to a corner, pried open the grid ceiling, retrieved 2 large wooden boxes from above, and extracted the 2 rocket launchers inside. She loaded them with ammunition, stowing one in her backpack and shouldering the other. Descending the stairs, she arrived at the right corridor of the 3rd floor lobby of Building A, where she spotted Liang leaning casually against the railing on the opposite corridor. Yang stood at the intersection of the 2nd floor lobby, visibly excited to see Liang and Lu Wudai approaching, waving his arms frantically and gesturing for them to come over for support. However, Liang and Lu Wudai, seemingly oblivious to Yang's animated gestures, stood still, offering no response. After a prolonged period of gesturing, Yang realized the two had no intention of cooperating. Gritting his teeth in frustration as he typed furiously in the WeChat group, "What are you doing? Are you slacking off? Don't just stand there. Do you want to clear the level or not?" Chapter 73. At the intersection of the corridor on the 2nd floor of Building A, Yang wore a gloomy expression as he stared at Liang and Lu Wudai, who stood at opposite ends of the 3rd floor corridor. His calloused fingers absent-mindedly traced the screen. It was understandable that his teammates did not trust him. After all, Yang was himself a seasoned level 6 player who had completed numerous regular and script-based quests, encountering many ineffective or even treacherous teammates along the way. Yet, why must they bicker at such a critical moment? They were on the brink of completing the task, and now they had lost their minds. Casting a glance at the plague doctor standing distantly in the 1st floor corridor, he gritted his teeth and typed in the group chat, "I truly did not tamper with anything. This brush has been in my pocket from the start. I likely broke it while rushing down to rescue the plague doctor and didn't realize it until now. If you don't trust me, I can step back a bit, and you can draw the final talisman yourselves. It doesn't need to be so complicated." Liang and Lu Wudai exchanged glances across the corridor, then slowly picked up their phones to type, "I'll throw this vermilion brush from the 3rd floor to you. You can copy the talisman from it." Yang narrowed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then replied, "All right, throw it down, but make sure you aim properly." Liang sent an OK emoji, gripped the vermilion brush in his hand, aimed carefully in Yang's direction, and hurled it with force. The bamboo brush spun through the air, seemingly poised to land before Yang when a deafening explosion erupted from above. It emanated from the 5th floor of Building A. The tremendous sound, accompanied by fierce flames, illuminated the entire shopping center and cast a horrified expression upon the faces of the 4 players below. The brush, thrown by Liang, was caught in the shockwave of the explosion and spiraled downward, ultimately crashing into the 1st floor hall and shattering into 2 pieces. What in the world? The group had no time to lament the lost brush, their gazes drawn upward to the 5th floor, where the ground was collapsing in a series of deafening crashes. Dust swirling through the air. The specters roaming the mall, upon hearing the cacophony, reacted as if they had caught the scent of blood, soaring, gliding, or leaping toward the fifth floor of Building A to witness the chaotic scene. Among these spirits were the scavenging old man occupying the lost airship, a little girl with pigtails clutching a ball, and even a fragmented corpse clad in 2 pairs of jeans, its skin reduced to mere remnants. The system had long warned players against causing noise and light, lest they attract one or more vengeful spirits. No player could withstand even a single vengeful spirit on their own. What would happen when 4 players faced 6? Likely, they would be utterly annihilated. Where did that explosion come from? The plague doctor felt a surge of urgency and anger, crouching behind a glass advertisement board concealed in the corridor wall, praying that the soaring spirits would not notice her. Unfortunately, dreams are often grand, while reality can be harsh. Following the explosion on the 5th floor, the lost spirits gazed down below, their cold, vengeful eyes quickly locking onto the players beneath. Particularly fixated on the little girl playing with the ball, she floated in midair, tugging at the hand of an adult female ghost beside her, pointing towards Liang in the 3rd-floor corridor. Though the distance rendered Liang's lip-reading skills ineffective, he could surmise the girl's meaning. "Mommy, that's the one. He bullied me." The arrival of the mother was only natural after the child had been wronged. Liang felt a headache coming on. Ignoring the restrictions on noise and light, he pulled out a steel rod as thick as a bowl from his backpack and slammed it down, shattering the limestone floor into several pieces. Steadying himself with the rod, he defiantly waved at the floating female ghost. The ghostly girl and her spectral mother exchanged knowing smiles, grasped each other's hands, and elongated their forms like strands of spaghetti. Diving toward Liang, the wind howled ominously, accompanied by the chilling wails of the 2 female ghosts. Their jaws stretched grotesquely, almost dislocating. Mouths agape to an extent that could easily accommodate more than 1 gas canister. Liang felt his ears ringing, the cacophony overwhelming him, as fragmented images flashed before his eyes, yet he could not retain a single one. "Get lost," he bellowed, activating his keen perception to dispel the illusions before him, simultaneously channeling energy into the steel rod, swinging it like a baseball bat toward the descending mother and daughter spirits. The spectral duo reacted with remarkable speed, twisting their forms to evade the incoming strike. As Liang's blow missed, he inhaled deeply, loosening his grip on the middle of the rod before swiftly pulling back to seize the end. He pivoted, relying solely on instinct to execute a sweeping strike. The rod carved a vacuum in the air, forcing the ghostly girl to retreat a step, while her mother pressed forward, deftly avoiding the strike. Her arms, seemingly animated by their own will, coiled around Liang's arm like slender serpents. So cold, Liang felt as if his right arm had been doused in liquid helium. Numbing it instantly, the rosy hue of his skin rapidly replaced by an eerie blue. If this continued, his arm would likely shatter. Channeling the ripple breathing technique, vibrant energy surged through his arm, momentarily repelling the female ghost. Simultaneously, Chai Tsueqiao, expelled from Liang's body by the ripple energy, sprang into action, manifesting 6 additional arms that transformed into blades, striking at the ghostly girl. Liang and Chai Tsueqiao managed to barely hold off the 2 vengeful spirits. But the situation for their teammates was dire. Lu Wu Dai released arrows at a breathtaking pace, each piercing deeply into the walls and floor. Yet the suited ghost effortlessly dodged every shot, biding its time as Lu Wu Dai began to sweat and tremble from exhaustion. Ao Yong and the plague doctor, pursued by the specters, were in a desperate plight, scrambling for safety. Each member was fighting their own battle, and as time wore on without a decisive strike, annihilation loomed. Ao Yong brandished his fists, temporarily warding off the spirits, and shouted, "Come to my side. I have a way to fend them off." Chapter 74. Rebound in a dire situation, the group set aside their previous grievances and rushed to Ao Yong's side. The 5 malevolent spirits pursued relentlessly, swooping down from the various floors of the mall's atrium. Ao Yong removed his gloves, using the thumb, index, and middle fingers of his right hand to carve out a significant portion of flesh from his left index finger. Despite the profound connection between his fingers and heart, Ao Yong appeared utterly unfazed by the pain. He pressed his left index finger firmly against the stone floor, using it as a quill and his blood as ink, swiftly completing an intricate and bizarre talisman. At the moment the final stroke was drawn, a chilling and fierce energy emanated from the talisman, expanding outward. The 5 descending spirits collided with an invisible barrier, repelled and forced to retreat slowly, hovering outside the air wall with vengeful glares directed at those within. One diminutive male ghost frantically pounded against the air wall with his arms, his mouth agape in a silent howl, gesticulating wildly. This appeared to be the spirit of the deceased engineer, who, after being struck heavily in the chest by a suit-clad ghost, collapsed in agony. Blood streaming from his eyes and pooling into two distinct rivulets on the ground. The grotesque spirits lingered within the atrium, occasionally extending their claws to scratch at the air barrier. I cannot hold on for much longer. Ao Yong's left index finger remained pressed against the ground, blood continually oozing from the tip, replenishing the crimson talisman below. Although his pig-nosed gas mask obscured his facial expression, his voice betrayed his frailty and urgency. Ao Yong placed his left hand on the ground, reached into his pocket with his right, and retrieved a slightly creased yellow talisman, tossing it to the plague doctor, urging him to complete the final talisman. The plague doctor took the talisman but did not move, his motorcycle helmet silently reflecting the moonlight filtering through the glass dome above. Ao Yong, observing his three immobile companions, nearly bellowed, "Have you all lost your minds? Hurry up. Charge forward. The all-terrain warriors are in action." Before Ao Yong could finish, Liang picked up the pace, singing a nostalgic yet jarring anime theme song at the top of his lungs, driving his brave racing car in pursuit of victory. It must be said that his voice was both off-key and discordant, painfully unpleasant, particularly under these dire circumstances surrounded by vengeful spirits. Ao Yong's neck craned, his head seemingly adorned with large question marks, as even the surrounding spirits were startled into a stupor by Liang's sudden outburst, momentarily ceasing their assault on the air wall. "Hurry up, charge forward. The all-terrain warriors are in action. The path of enlightenment lies in the velocity." Liang's exuberant voice echoed throughout the atrium, brimming with uncontrollable passion, leading one to suspect that if no one intervened, he could continue singing until dawn. "Are you out of your mind?" Ao Yong could no longer contain himself and muttered an expletive. Liang instantly halted his singing, stepping back slightly, leaning back while crossing his arms over his chest, and shouted, "Rebound! Rebound? Are you in elementary school? Should I respond with rebound ineffective?" Ao Yong felt an acute sense of frustration. "Are you cursing me in your mind?" Liang's expression darkened as he straightened up, extending his neck, and solemnly stated, "To curse another is to curse oneself. Cursing others is akin to cursing oneself? You really are a child." Ao Yong felt a wave of suffocation, pondering how he had encountered such a foolish individual. Liang composed himself, nodding before calmly saying, "Everyone, please don't take offense. I merely thought the atmosphere was too oppressive and sought to lighten it." In any case, the surrounding spirits, disrupted by this commotion, found it difficult to maintain their ferocity, standing in a daze, unsure of how to express themselves. Liang cleared his throat, beckoning to the plague doctor. "Hand me the talisman." The plague doctor tossed the talisman to Liang, who raised it high, examining it under the moonlight as if inspecting counterfeit currency. After a long moment, he exclaimed, "Old Ao, you've done a commendable job imitating this." Ao Yong froze, eventually rasping, "What are you talking about?" "I'm saying your imitation of the talisman is quite remarkable," Liang teased, smirking as he added, "Ao Yong, or perhaps the architect Su Tuan who has taken residence within you?" Ao Yong was struck as if by lightning. Su Tuan was the name of the first casualty at Longheng Plaza. 11 years ago, during the construction of Longheng Plaza, Su Tuan, an architect, tragically fell from a 3-meter scaffold, breaking his neck and dying instantly. The incident, deemed an unfortunate accident, failed to stir much commotion. Compensation was paid, and the matter settled quietly. Seeing Ao Yong's rigid stance, Liang chuckled. Pulling out his phone and reading from the screen, Su Tuan, male, born in 1974, local resident of Yin City, graduated from Yin City Deshang Experimental Primary School, Yin City Third Experimental Middle School, and later studied civil engineering at Yin City University, obtaining a Bachelor of Engineering. After graduation, he worked at Yin City Tianhai Construction Company. His wife is... Enough. Ao Yong bellowed, interrupting Liang. He took a deep breath, the pig-nosed mask hissing as he exhaled. After a moment, he collected his thoughts and asked calmly, "How did you deduce this?" Suspicion, conjecture, experimentation, verification. Liang glanced at Ao Yong, smiling as he continued. "Do you recall what transpired when I first entered the first floor of Building A before the mission commenced?" Ao Yong replied, "You attempted to initiate a spiritual scan of your teammates, but were interrupted by the lost airship. After which the system announced all players had arrived and revealed the next stage's mission prompt." "Exactly," Liang snapped his fingers, smiling as he elaborated. "When I entered the atrium, the system indicated all players had gathered. This means I was the last player to arrive for this scripted mission. Following the announcement of the next stage's mission prompt, the Plague Doctor suggested we share player titles and inquired about the whereabouts of the mall security guards, correct? The Plague Doctor silently nodded in agreement, refraining from speaking. Liang turned to Lu Wudai and asked, "Do you remember who spoke next?" It was Ao Yong. Lu Wudai pondered before responding. He claimed to have arrived first and, to prevent exposing his identity, he had bundled all the security guards together and disposed of them in the flower bed outside the mall. Chapter 75, Suspicion. Have you noticed? Ao Yong claimed that he was the first to arrive at the mall. Liang raised 2 fingers and leisurely remarked that all players in the slaughter game adhere to 2 paramount rules. The first is to ensure their own safety, and the second is to conceal their true identities in the real world. A player cannot ascertain whether another player is benevolent or malevolent. A player cannot determine if another player harbors goodwill or malice towards them. A player cannot gauge what another player perceives their intentions to be. Nor can a player predict whether another player believes they are acting with good or ill intentions. Furthermore, a player cannot ascertain whether another player might scheme against them after the mission concludes. In essence, this convoluted discourse distills down to a singular concept: the chain of suspicion. Players cannot guarantee that the teammates they encounter are friendly, nor can they ensure that those teammates will not conspire against them once the mission is complete. Thus, players must never reveal their true identities in the real world. Among players meeting for the first time, establishing even the most basic trust is virtually impossible. They must engage and interact to cultivate trust and dispel suspicion. Suppose in this mission, all players are required to have visited the mall during the day to trigger the task. This implies that by reviewing surveillance footage, one could potentially identify players based on unusual behavior among ordinary customers, thereby uncovering their true identities. Players, such as myself, Iki, Lost Airship, Wudai, and Ao Yong, who harbor concerns about being betrayed by their teammates, would feign normalcy, continuing to act as ordinary patrons and calmly exiting the mall after the mission is triggered. Only upon reaching a secure location would they utilize the time between their daytime presence and the midnight start of the task to prepare adequately, such as acquiring intelligence or investigating the mall's background. However, Liang then posed a question. What if, upon triggering the task and hearing the system notification, a player A displays noticeable signs of distress, unusual expressions, or erratic behavior? Even a mere accidental spillage of coffee, a near stumble, or the dropping of a coin after triggering the mission could alert a suspicious player A. Aware of the implications under surveillance, A quickly envisions encountering a malevolent player B in the cooperative task. This player B could act normally during the mission, then review surveillance footage to identify and scrutinize all customers exhibiting unusual behavior, thus narrowing down potential targets. The effort to identify a player is negligible compared to the value of an exposed player. Once B uncovers A's identity, they could use the in-game messaging system to coerce A into transferring all in-game currency and equipment under threat of harming A's family. A is uncertain whether this malevolent player B exists or if their teammate will be so ruthless, but A cannot afford to take the risk. Therefore, A faces only 2 choices: seek refuge with the Special Affairs Bureau, or preemptively erase the day's surveillance footage within the Longhung Mall, eliminating any possibility of exposure. Opting to avoid severing ties with loved ones in society by joining the Special Affairs Bureau, A must choose the latter. Thus, A must act swiftly. Liang retrieves their phone, realizing they likely lack the time to find a broker and purchase hacking software to remotely delete the videos. The quickest solution is to reach the control room before other players can infiltrate the mall's surveillance system and delete the footage. Liang opens a surveillance clip from 5:40 p.m., depicting a narrow corridor on the corner of the mall's sea floor, with restrooms at the front and a utility room at the back. Normal patrons enter and exit the restrooms. Suddenly, the screen goes black. Liang switches to another camera, showing the corridor's exterior at 5:42 p.m. Patrons still frequent the restrooms, but a uniformed, masked security guard, not previously seen, emerges from the utility room. Note the security guard. The initial surveillance camera malfunctioned before capturing his image, while the subsequent camera only recorded him exiting the corridor. It's evident that a patron, feigning a restroom visit, covertly disabled the first camera, then doubled back to the storeroom at the corridor's end. There, he donned a security uniform before passing the second camera. Continuing to swipe across the screen, Liang switched between camera feeds, observing the masked individual, now disguised as a security guard, proceeding downwards and reaching the main control room on the basement level at 5:47 p.m. The interior of the control room lacked surveillance. With cameras only present in the exterior corridor, the imposter emerged from the control room at 8:18 p.m., exiting the mall. Leon remarked with a smile. If he were a player, why didn't he immediately erase all surveillance footage to safeguard his true identity from exposure? However, until just now, the surveillance system was still operational, unless he encountered some unforeseen event in the control room. At around 8 in the evening, Leon sought out the information broker, Mule, from whom he acquired software to infiltrate the surveillance system. He spent 2 hours sifting through all the surveillance footage from that morning until just past 8 in the evening, uncovering this anomaly. However, at that moment, due to a lack of information, Leon had not directly associated the man with the malevolent spirit. In fact, upon entering the hall, he had attempted to activate his spiritual perception to investigate his teammates. It was only after he communicated with Lu Wudai via WeChat and discerned the discrepancy in the number of spirits that he suddenly linked the man's odd behavior with the spirits involved in the current mission. The man who had exited the control room, masquerading as a security guard, had likely encountered a spirit, and he may have been harmed in the afternoon, resulting in the usurpation of his body. Leon sighed deeply, recognizing that a spirit that had taken over a body would naturally not concern itself with preserving the true identity of the original inhabitant, nor would it hesitate to destroy any surveillance footage. In the deadly game, eliminating a player grants one access to their identity. It was only after my exchange of information with Wudai and deducing the inconsistency in the number of spirits that I began to suspect that a spirit had infiltrated our ranks, having usurped the body of a player. Chapter 76. The argument. Of course, I cannot be entirely certain of this, for the specter inheriting the player's identity may not necessarily continue to assume this task. It is possible that once the specter occupies the player's body, it departs immediately. To ascertain whether there are any specters in the team and to identify who they are, I conducted a specific experiment. Experiment? Aoyong inquired with a chill in his voice. What experiment? Leon smiled and said, Open your WeChat. Aoyong retrieved his phone with his right hand and opened WeChat, a secondary account he had created exclusively for this purpose, devoid of any contacts aside from a newly established player chat group. Well, not entirely empty. In the new friends section of the contacts, there was a friend request from 10 minutes prior. The applicant, named Sunshine Sunflower, had left a message saying, Old classmate, long time no see. Let us at each other on WeChat. The profile picture of Sunshine Sunflower featured an adorable yet alluring young woman clad in a silk pink pajama set, pouting at the camera. Her personal signature read, Your tavern is closed for business. Undoubtedly, such an avatar, coupled with that message and signature, screamed internet scammer. Once added, a barrage of deceitful schemes would follow, requests for money under various pretenses, such as a scorned lover demanding abortion fees, a birthday girl seeking red envelopes, or a grandfather in their hometown pleading for the purchase of tea leaves. These money-swindling tactics are often designed by psychological experts, appearing superficial and rudimentary, yet serving to filter out individuals with low emotional intelligence who are easily duped. Scammer gangs, often comprised of nefarious individuals, can effortlessly extract sums ranging from hundreds to thousands by simply adhering to their scripted approaches. 10 minutes prior, Aoyong had received this blatant request from an online fraudster, dismissing it without a second thought. You declined that friend request, didn't you? Leon tilted his head and remarked, This is actually my secondary account. Long ago. In a bid to stave off boredom, Leon would seek out internet scammers on WeChat, masquerading as either a young lady or gentleman to engage in conversation and even voice chat, of course, using a modified voice, ensnaring the scammers in a web of confusion and extracting funds from them, all in the name of honing his emotional intelligence and eloquence. Eventually, he found this method too slow and inefficient, and the thought of interacting with such unscrupulous characters became distasteful, leading him to abandon this seemingly noble pursuit of reclaiming ill-gotten gains from fraudsters. Aoyong glanced at the pink pajama-clad young lady on the screen and then back at Leon, unsure how to respond. Please refrain from looking at me with such a perverted gaze, Leon said, seemingly piercing through Aoyong's mask of disbelief. Noticing his expression, Leon turned his lips in displeasure and added, The avatar of the young lady in pink pajamas is an image I found online. Next to her, I used a mobile app to superimpose a talisman I discovered on the 5th floor. Aoyong instinctively glanced at the screen once more, only to see the young lady, unable to discern the alleged talisman. Spectres cannot see talismans, whether they are physical objects or digitally altered images, Leon explained. When you instructed us to descend, I added you and the Doctor's WeChat accounts using this avatar to test which of you is the Spectre. The result was that the doctor accepted my friend request immediately and inquired as to my identity, while you did not. Aoyang looked up, his voice hoarse. Perhaps I simply did not notice at the time. Indeed, I contemplated that possibility, hence I devised a second test. Liang grinned and gently tapped his face mask, saying, "What do you see on my forehead?" Aoyang remained silent. Liang chuckled, "You cannot see it, can you?" "In truth, I have been wearing a yellow paper talisman here all along. I have been standing here in a zombie cosplay for quite some time. And yet you have never exhibited any signs of abnormality. Therefore, you are the specter that has occupied Aoyang's body during the day, aren't you?" After a prolonged silence, Aoyang gradually stood up and began to applaud, saying, "You are quite clever." "That's what everyone says," Liang nodded. "Perhaps I drank too much brain tonic and growth elixir as a child." Aoyang disregarded Liang's ramblings and tilted his head, casually asking, "So, how did you come to know that I am Su Tuan? After all, Engineer Su Tuan should be the one over there, right?" Aoyang pointed toward the specter outside the air wall, the one with its tongue removed. "He is not an engineer," Liang replied calmly after glancing at that specter. "He is the soul of the lost airship." Aoyang narrowed his eyes, while the specter grew increasingly agitated, opening its mouth, devoid of a tongue, and emitting a series of incoherent sounds, its arms flailing wildly, tears of blood streaming from its eyes. When the doctor descended to the lower level to cut the power, he was pursued by the old specter occupying the lost airship's body, alongside another malevolent spirit. Initially, I too believed that this malevolent spirit was the soul of Engineer Su Tuan. However, upon realizing the discrepancy in the number of specters, I speculated whether that specter might be the soul of the lost airship. The old specter, having occupied the body of the lost airship, was tasked with monitoring from the control room while simultaneously holding the soul of the lost airship captive, compelling it to impersonate Su Tuan to match the number of spirits. After adding the doctor on WeChat, I confirmed that he was alive and inquired about the circumstances in the power distribution room. He informed me that only the old specter was responsible for knocking on the door, while the other specter, although searching for him, did not exhibit any significant aggression. Due to the lost airship being shrouded in a black hood during its mission, we had never seen its face, making identification impossible. If I am not mistaken, before the lost airship perished, its tongue was likely removed to prevent its spirit from speaking and revealing the truth, correct? Outside the air wall, the body of the lost airship slowly removed its hood, revealing a visage identical to that of the specter beside it. It grinned ominously, revealing a portion of its tongue within its mouth. Meanwhile, the true lost airship could only weep helplessly, suddenly striking its own body with a fist, only to have its wrist seized and thrown to the ground. Among the materials provided to me by the information broker, although there was no photograph of Engineer Su Tuan, there was a picture of the last deceased individual, the one who was crushed by an advertisement board. Liang pointed to the specter dressed in formal trousers, stating, "He was attired in a suit at the time of his death." Thus, through the process of elimination, one could deduce that the specter inhabiting Aoyang's body is Engineer Su Tuan. Chapter 77. The ephemeral flower. Aoyang, or rather Su Tuan, clapped appreciatively, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. Could you share what profession you pursue in the real world?" "I have held various occupations," Liang replied in a melancholic tone. "In my youth, I aspired to become an environmental guardian, even going so far as to refrain from flushing the toilet for a month to conserve water. Alas, I was met with scorn and criticism from everyone. Subsequently, I became an online streamer, hoping to reward 20 fortunate viewers with a 100 yuan cash red envelope daily. Regrettably, no one subscribed to my channel. Later on, I endeavored to acquire some funds to establish a pesticide factory, but I lacked the courage to consume my own product. And naturally, no customers were willing to purchase it. Heartbroken, I contemplated becoming a mercenary abroad. To hone my bulletproof capabilities, I shot myself daily with small caliber bullets, resulting in a plethora of injuries. Now, I have become an inventor, dedicated to improving mundane objects in daily life. For instance, I turned a standard chair, designed for one, upside down, enabling it to accommodate 4 individuals, albeit with some discomfort in the posterior region. I firmly believe that if I persist in my efforts, I shall emerge as a remarkably successful inventor. Su Tuan found himself at a loss for words, his mind swirling with incredulity. By the way, Liang suddenly repressed his melancholy and inquired with curiosity, "I wish to know why, after killing Aoyang and inheriting the player's identity, you still chose to undertake missions with us?" Do you truly wish to know? Su Tuan disregarded Li Ang's erratic musings, taking a deep breath before responding with a smile. Before you entered the hall and triggered the mission, I merely occupied Aoyang's body, cohabiting within his form alongside his soul. In such circumstances, we were regarded as a single entity, perceived as one player, still obligated to execute the task of proceeding to the hall before midnight, lest we face annihilation. Ah, I see. Liang nodded, understanding why Su Tuan was able to project Aoyang's player information at that time. Indeed, Su Tuan confirmed. After the mission commenced, Aoyang and I were transported to the third floor, where he continuously vied for control of the body. To expel him, I removed the eyes, tongue, and ears of this body, subsequently kicking Aoyang's soul out. With that, Su Tuan removed his full coverage pig-nose breathing mask, revealing a bloodied, pockmarked visage. Aoyang's body, lacking a tongue, did not hinder Su Tuan's ability to articulate. His spirit retained the form, becoming a ghost unable to see, speak, or hear, condemned to wander them all, posing no threat to my plans. Is that so? Liang mused, stroking his chin as he turned to Lu Wudai. The nameless ghost you encountered on the fourth floor was likely Aoyang, expelled from Su Tuan's body, as he could neither see, hear, nor speak. He was left to pursue the vibrations of the ground, leading you to mistake him for an innate spirit of them all. This elucidates the discrepancy in the ghost count. Lu Wudai, confident in her psychological resilience, felt a hint of dread upon witnessing Li Ang's indifference towards Aoyang's ghastly appearance. Liang seems to exude a calmness that surpasses even that of this apparition. Now, a question arises, Liang pondered, addressing Su Tuan. After expelling Aoyang's soul, was your task still to complete the talisman? Yes and no. Su Tuan spread his arms, surveying the opulent shopping mall, and spoke softly. 11 years ago, I was indeed an architectural engineer. Yet, beyond my role as an engineer, I was a member of a clandestine organization known as Ephemeral Flower. Upon mentioning this name, Su Tuan paused briefly before continuing. The Ephemeral Flower organization has its origins abroad, established at least a century ago, with a long legacy that only accepts those who are either extraordinarily wealthy or exceptionally talented. My reputation as an architect was modest, not enough to meet their stringent criteria. However, by chance, I completed a design for a church, which led to my acceptance into the organization. Within its confines, I encountered certain, unique elements. Extraordinary power? Liang inquired. Indeed, Su Tuan nodded. They recognized my innate transcendent perception and imparted to me a wealth of knowledge regarding various religious and mystical traditions from different civilizations and epochs, some of which even proved applicable in real life, albeit to a limited extent. I diligently absorbed this knowledge until one day, I received a directive from my superiors, instructing me to establish a formation capable of gathering negative energy within this location, due to its unique geographical position, attracted malevolent energies from all directions, facilitating the crafting of magical artifacts and nurturing of malevolent spirits. All along, I harbored disdain for the malevolence and depravity entrenched within the Ephemeral Flower organization. Aware that the influx of negative energy would lead to the demise of innocent souls once the formation was completed, I took it upon myself to alter the talisman's instructions, transforming the gathering of negative energy into a mechanism for vanquishing evil. Unfortunately, before I could complete the exorcistic formation, I fell from the scaffolding and met my demise, not due to foul play, but rather a tragically absurd accident. At this point, Aoyang's grotesque visage bore an ironic smile. After my death, I remain bound here, and for reasons unknown, the Ephemeral Flower organization has yet to address the aftermath of my passing. Thus, I linger as a spirit, subsisting on the meager remnants of negative energy to sustain my existence. Following my demise, several other fatal accidents occurred, resulting in the addition of several more souls to this mall. Just as the supply of negative energy dwindled, an unforeseen event transpired. Su Tuan murmured, 7 months ago. A surge of malevolent energy flooded in, not only allowing us lost souls to maintain our forms, but also significantly enhancing our powers. I realized that the apocalypse moment the Ephemeral Flower organization had long foretold had finally arrived. Once we regained our strength, we, the wandering spirits, sought ways to escape. I had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding talismans and formations during my lifetime, enabling me to reconstruct the gathering formation within them all. The sole requirement was the bold and vigorous blood essence of the living. As a ghost, I could not complete the gathering formation. Even if I seized the body of an ordinary person, the negative energy I carried would swiftly decay the host, failing to generate sufficient blood essence to finalize the formation. Liang furrowed his brow. And it was at this moment that we arrived, correct? Chapter 78, Conversation Indeed, Su Tuan said, I have discovered Ao Yang, who stealthily infiltrated the control room, has taken residence in his body and accessed the so-called player's permissions. A killing game, is it? In an instant, I comprehended the vague and unspeakable secrets and prophecies recorded within the Orchid Blossom organization. I do not wish to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, nor do I desire to become a wandering spirit. I yearn to escape this place and live as a genuine human being, preferably as a player in this killing game. Thus, you have set your sights on us. Su Tuan nodded, explaining that the structure of the exorcism array was akin to that of the Gathering In array. The former required 6 talismans, while the latter needed 5. By merely removing one talisman and adding another, the exorcism array could be transformed into the Gathering In array. Eliminating a talisman was relatively straightforward. Yet introducing a brand new talisman necessitated the involvement of a living person. Liang shook the yellow paper in his hand, inquiring whether the talisman given to the plague doctor was indeed that new talisman belonging to the Gathering In array. Indeed, Su Tuan sighed, gesturing toward the suited ghost. The talisman you inscribed on the 5th floor is precisely the one that must be discarded. I instructed him to excavate the floor beneath the plaque of the 9-grade Crab Yellow Fortress, as depicted in the photo you shared with the group. Contact with the talisman would inflict tremendous damage upon the spectral beings, triggering an explosion. However, this is inconsequential compared to the rewards we anticipate upon the plan's completion. Liang casually stated, you intend to complete the Gathering In array, absorb the malevolent energy, and then seize control of my body, along with Wu Wei's and the plague doctors, correct? Precisely, Su Tuan replied with a smile. My mission as a spirit is to inscribe 5 Gathering In array talismans to fulfill the task. 5 spirits, 5 bodies, 5 new lives belonging to players. This is the system's implication, is it not? Bound by the system's constraints, the other 4 malevolent spirits can only track you through sound and light. However, with my unique position as both player and spirit, locating you is as simple as opening my eyes. All along, we have been performing for you, pursuing you, and exerting pressure, compelling you to inscribe 4 talismans that serve both the exorcism and Gathering In arrays. As for the 5th decisive Gathering In array talisman, I intended to deceive you into creating it. Alas, you are far too clever enough to not feign ignorance. Had you detected my anomaly and contacted me sooner, perhaps I would have spared you, allowing you to healthily inscribe the 5th talisman before passing away painlessly. Now, I can only break your limbs and compel you to use your mouth to grasp the vermilion brush, drawing slowly. Su Tuan exhaled a breath of foul air. The array formed from his blood gradually dissipating as the malevolent spirits outside the air barrier drew closer. This air barrier, which Su Tuan had devised, served 2 purposes: to create a sense of oppression, forcing Liang and the others to inscribe the talismans in a dire situation, and to prevent the souls aboard the lost airship from approaching the players, averting any unforeseen incidents, even though he had already lost his tongue and could not speak. Now that Liang had deduced the entire truth, the air barrier had lost its necessity. It was time to conclude this tiresome riddle. The malevolent spirits approached slowly. Su Tuan laughed maniacally, while Lu Wei grimly drew back his bowstring, and the plague doctor remained motionless, arms hanging limply. Liang surveyed his surroundings, observing the encroaching spirits, and suddenly smiled, saying to Su Tuan, Look, I have found 3 talismans, the plague doctor has found 1, and Ao Yang, or rather, you have also located 2. If the talismans you have found are all false, then 2 more must be hidden in the corners of this shopping mall, correct? Indeed. Su Tuan tilted his head, blood tears streaming from his hollow eye sockets. As a spirit, I cannot see the talismans directly produced by the system, and I have not found a single one. To prevent you from uncovering these 2 talismans, I falsely claim to have already found them in the WeChat group, to deter you from discovering more yellow paper and noticing the discrepancy in numbers. I see, Liang remarked as the malevolent spirits drew nearer, unfazed, smiling as he said, Can you guess what my backup plan is? I do not know, nor does it matter, Su Tuan responded darkly. Regardless, your body is soon to belong to us. Before Su Tuan could finish, Liang's phone began to vibrate, buzzing incessantly. A new WeChat message. Wait, Liang raised his hand, unlocking his phone screen to show Su Tuan. The screen displayed the WeChat chat box, with the contact being the plague doctor. I have finished drawing. Was the message sent by the plague doctor, timestamped at 2:38 a.m.? Su Tuan glanced at Liang, then at the plague doctor beside him. a wave of intense unease surging within him. Liang scrolled up the chat box, revealing the earliest messages. The Plague Doctor, I accepted your friend request. We can start chatting now. The Plague Doctor, who are you? Sunflower, Li Rixing. Listen, I suspect a spirit is monitoring you. You must remain calm and pretend nothing has happened. The Plague Doctor, okay. Sunflower, can you tell me what happened when you were attacked in the distribution room? The Plague Doctor, the elder ghost possessing the lost airship's body kept opening the cabinet doors, while another ghost without a tongue was knocking on the doors. But the latter seemed non-aggressive, appearing quite anxious instead. Sunflower, I understand. By the way, Ao Yong is a ghost. The Plague Doctor, what? Sunflower, if he messages you privately, send him a photo of your chest with the talisman affixed. Ghosts cannot see talismans. And he will only wonder why you send such a bizarre image. If he does not message you, then do not believe anything he says in the group. The Plague Doctor. Okay. The Plague Doctor. Ao Yong messaged in the group, asking us to go over. What should we do? Sunflower, you should hide until there is a loud commotion on the first floor, then come out to continue searching on the third floor. 2 talismans remain hidden. If I am not mistaken, no spirits will come to find you during this process. Once you find the talismans, swiftly return to the first and second floors to complete the drawings without hesitation. The Plague Doctor, understood. If I do not appear on the first floor shortly, will it seem suspicious? I have an item that can create a decoy. Name, decoy puppet. Type, consumable. Quality, rare. Special effect, creates a decoy that resembles the player. Possessing low intelligence and can be controlled remotely. The decoy shares the user's perceptions. The decoy wields 10 of the user's attack power and can withstand 320 of damage. Duration, 20 minutes. Equipment conditions, none. Note, a legendary mage who frequently travels in the spirit world often uses this item to engage in deep conversations with his distant lovers in the real world. Sunflower, that works. Send the decoy to the first floor and follow my instructions. The Plague Doctor, understood. The Plague Doctor, I found the first talisman and have drawn it. The Plague Doctor, I found the second talisman and have drawn it. Did you hear the task notification sound? Su Tuan, witnessing these chat records, turned pale with horror, shouting, No, you have not completed the task. I have already had someone destroy the talisman on the 5th floor. I drew another identical pattern just 10 meters away from the first talisman as sketch. Similarly, I have drawn 2 copies of the talismans on the 4th and 3rd floors to prevent them from being destroyed by ghosts. Liang counted on his fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, having completed the intricate 6 talismans. Now he had heard the system's notification sound. Copying talisman 6-6, script task hide and seek completed. Reward settlement and progress. Su Tuan, not part of the same team as Liang, could not hear the system's notification, yet this did not diminish his profound unease. He trembled violently, conjuring elaborate and arcane formations in the void, the universe boundless. The cosmos borrowing power. Before he could finish, the fully formed exorcism array began to activate. As the moonlight filtering through the glass dome coalesced into a magnificent and righteous aura, piercing down like a long sword. The ghostly Loli and her ghostly mother, huddled together, gazed up at the moonlit sword, their faces etched with reluctance and desolation. The man in the suit appeared bewildered, the beggar harbored resentment, and the lost airship felt a profound sense of loss. In the corner of the 4th floor, the soulless Ao Yong seemed to sense something. His vacant eye sockets directed towards the hall, and the pain on his face finally settled into tranquility. Under the moonlight, the ghosts rapidly dissolved, leaving only Su Tuan, who knelt on the ground with his hands raised high, desperately wielding an unnamed formation against the moonlight sword. Su Tuan's visage began to dissolve, the excruciating pain forcing him to howl in torment. Just end me. Liang spoke lightly. Let it be. Lu Wudai nodded. Disassembling the single-man rocket launcher and aimed it at Su Tuan, pulling the trigger. Chapter 79. Separation. The rocket propelled itself with a long, fiery tail towards Su Tuan, accompanied by a thunderous roar and a dazzling burst of flames that soared into the sky. The explosion unleashed a shockwave, scattering debris of various sizes from the stone floor, crackling like a rain of shattered rock, flesh, and sparks. It was over. Lu Wudai listened to the system notification resonating in his ears, silently stowing away the rocket launcher. At that moment, the long-hidden Plague Doctor leapt down from the corridor of the 2nd floor hall, surveying the devastation around him and unable to suppress a deep sigh. After a challenging quest, the Plague Doctor's face, obscured by a motorcycle helmet, concealed his features. Yet his tone resonated with a sense of sorrow for the fallen. 5 individuals reduced to 3. He had never crossed paths with Ao Yong or the lost airship, let alone forge any camaraderie. Nevertheless, witnessing fellow players perish ignited an inexplicable melancholy within him. The constant pressure of fighting for one's life was sufficient to drive the weak will to the brink of collapse. The plague doctor's visage, shrouded beneath the helmet, appeared quite somber. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and addressed Liang with a serious demeanor. I owe you my gratitude, brotherly. Without your assistance, I would never have unraveled the mystery of this task. The plague doctor's appreciation was sincere, given that they were engaged in a macabre game of hide-and-seek. With a phantom masquerading as a teammate, such a bizarre and terrifying scenario could easily lead a well-coordinated, seasoned team to annihilation time and again. No need to thank me, Liang replied, shaking his head calmly. In truth, this task was not as overwhelmingly difficult as it may seem. It was merely Ao Yong's incursion into the main control room of the mall during daylight that distorted the course of the mission, introducing the specter of the deceitful teammate. Moreover, even with a ghostly ally, meticulous observation could unveil their true identity, allowing for a resolution through negotiation and peaceful means. The physician was taken aback, perplexed. Did they not realize? The task assigned by the system merely required the completion of 6 talismans. Liang smiled coldly and remarked, if a player within the team discovers Su Tuan's presence, they could certainly engage in private negotiations with him, assisting Su Tuan in drawing the talismans without the interference of vengeful spirits pursuing them. Once the player has completed the gathering in array for Su Tuan, the other 3 spirits in the marketplace could then inhabit the bodies of the remaining 3 teammates, allowing them to exit the shopping center. Meanwhile, that player could leisurely collect the exorcism array talismans, completing the task at the expense of their comrades. Pausing momentarily, Liang continued in a low tone. This method of clearing the task may indeed be the safest, most secure, and most rational approach. Even if the other teammates sensed something amiss, they would be unable to stir any significant unrest, for the player betraying their companions would be under the vigilant protection of the vengeful spirits. In other words, the alternative strategy for this mission does not necessitate that players outrun the spirits, but rather that they outthink their teammates. This may well embody the true essence of hide and seek. Hiss! The plague doctor felt a pang of realization upon hearing Liang's explanation. He comprehended the sinister implications lurking behind this task. Humans fear the supernatural, yet spirits understand the treachery of the human heart. In collaborative missions, players must not only be wary of the onslaught of monsters but also of the malicious schemes of their so-called teammates, schemes that are largely suggested, tempted, and even encouraged by the system. Suddenly, Liang clapped his hands, recalling something, and looked up at the plague doctor, saying, "Could you show me those 3 talismans?" Very well, the healer expressed his gratitude for his teammate's mercy, nodding slightly as he retrieved 3 crumpled talismans from his pocket and handed them over. Liang accepted the 3 yellow papers, spread them out on the ground, and proceeded to take a photograph with his phone before returning the talismans to their owner. The healer, tucking the talismans away, inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" Gathering some information, Liang casually remarked, regardless of whether Su Tuan's claims about the ephemeral flower organization hold any truth, the knowledge he possesses regarding the exorcism array and the gathering in array is undeniably authentic and effective. Even though I lack the so-called chi to perform these arcane arts, I could compile this information into a document and sell it on the forum, potentially earning a decent amount of in-game currency. If you desire, I can also provide you with a copy. Regrettably, Su Tuan's spirit did not survive within the moonlight longsword of the exorcism array. The wisdom he held is likely the most invaluable treasure in this mission. However, dwelling on this now serves no purpose. Had Su Tuan miraculously survived the exorcism array, it would likely be Liang and the others fleeing in panic now. Please do send me a complete set of talisman data, he added. The plague doctor nodded, glancing at the silent Lu Wudai, and chuckled. We 3 are fortunate to have emerged together from a scripted mission, and as locals of Yin City, let us exchange friend connections for mutual support in the future. Lu Wudai silently acknowledged this, agreeing alongside Liang to accept the friend request from the plague doctor. With the mission completed, the system's barrier set at the Longhung shopping center was soon to dissipate. The plague doctor stated, I will first ensure the complete destruction of the surveillance system in the main control room on the basement level to prevent the Special Affairs Bureau from investigating later. I'll accompany you, Liang responded, following closely behind the plague doctor, with Lu Wudai trailing them. The trio systematically obliterated all hard drives containing surveillance footage along with the computer in the control room. Fortunately, the control system at Longheng Shopping Center was of an outdated model from several years ago, lacking the upgraded software that would automatically upload footage to the cloud, which would have complicated matters significantly. After erasing all records, the three sensed the barrier surrounding Longheng Plaza gradually fading, prompting them to disperse and leave the mess for the Special Affairs Bureau, who would arrive 20 minutes later due to a fire alarm. Chapter 80. The military knife. Liang stealthily returned home, unscathed, and began to tally his gains. Task Reward 1. Additional experience points 300 within the Longheng Shopping Center. 5 malevolent spirits, along with Ao Yong and the souls of 2 players from the lost airship, had met their demise beneath the cursed talismans. As the search for the talismans was a collaborative endeavor, the experience points from vanquishing the spirits were shared among Liang, Lu Wudai, and Yi. Due to Liang's significant contributions, he received the lion's share of the experience points, totaling an impressive 270. Task Reward 2. In-game currency 500, given the task's difficulty. This amount was not surprising. Overall player performance. S. In-game currency and experience points increased to 160. This rating was attributed to Liang's ability to unravel the hidden narrative of the quest and his decision to not betray his teammates, opting instead to eliminate all hostile spirits in one fell swoop. The 500 in-game currency multiplied by a factor of 1.6 resulted in 800 points, which, when added to his previous savings, pushed Liang's currency balance past the 3,000 mark, reaching a total of 3,460 points. Furthermore, the total experience points of 570, after applying the 1.6 multiplier, amounted to a staggering 912 points, sufficiently filling the experience bar for level 6. New trait activated due to overall player performance. Upon hearing the system notification, Liang nodded. Players above level 5 would receive various traits based on their performance in quests. The system projected an image of Liang on the 5th floor, sketching the second talisman, and announced, cautious, 1 perception. The perception attribute is invaluable, allowing one to anticipate adversaries' moves. The more, the better. Task Reward 3. Random Quality Random Item 1. It was time for the much-anticipated treasure reveal. Taking a deep breath amidst the puzzled gaze of Chai Tsuechiao, Liang dashed into the bathroom, washing his hands multiple times with soap, and after drying them with paper towels, rubbed his palms together fervently, akin to a fly rubbing its legs. He closed his eyes, concentrated, performed the 7-star step, and after several rotations, raised his voice in a fervent plea. Grant me strength. Open. As he clicked to open the reward chest in his inventory, a flash of white light revealed a long, rectangular object within. The item measured approximately 1.3 meters in length, 5 centimeters in width, and 3 centimeters in height. Crafted from metal with a striking red and white exterior, quite heavy, akin to lifting a steel beam. Name: Swiss Military Knife 300. Type: Tool. Quality: Ordinary. Special effects: includes 300 tools such as a main knife, small knife, scissors, bottle opener, wood saw, screwdriver. 200G capacity USB drive, curling iron, rapid heater, lipstick, lip balm, tweezers, lighter, surgical pliers, shoehorn, toothbrush, toenail clipper, and more. Equipment requirements: strength attribute must be greater than or equal to 6. Remarks: developed by Ruetu Company to outpace competitors. The Swiss Military Knife 300 boasts an array of 300 handy tools and can also serve as a formidable weapon when needed. Liang stared at the lengthy steel contraption for a long moment, lost in contemplation. What a peculiar coincidence. Ruetu Company, what connection do you have with the Swiss? While the inclusion of a bottle opener and screwdriver is understandable, why on earth is there a curling iron and heater? Additionally, why is a toothbrush sandwiched between a shoehorn and toenail clipper? That is bound to cause cross-contamination. How utterly distasteful. Have you considered the user's experience? Beware. I might lodge a complaint. Moreover, the weight of this steel bar seemed exaggerated. The requirement of a strength attribute of at least 6 clearly indicated that one would need a minimum of 6 points of strength to lift it. Throwing it could indeed be lethal. Liang engaged in an extensive monologue about the absurdity of the Swiss military knife, ultimately placing it in his backpack despite his initial reservations. Although it appeared comical, and likely was intended to be, it might serve a unique purpose in certain situations perhaps. After all, a 1.3-meter Swiss Army knife is not the most convenient item to wield. Task Reward 4. 1 free attribute point. These 4 items constituted all the rewards for this quest. Liang clicked the upgrade button, watching as the green experience bar for level 6 gradually filled. Current level, LV7, experience bar, 444,700. After leveling up, he received an additional free attribute point, bringing his total to 2, which he allocated to intelligence and agility. He aimed for a balanced growth of attributes, influenced by posts from other players on the forum. One player, who had suffered from a leg ailment since childhood and was bullied for it, had prioritized healing his leg and then allocated all his free points to agility. While his agility soared to 10, his strength and constitution remained at a mere 5. The consequence was that during any vigorous activity, he would inadvertently strain his tendons. Solely increasing strength without enhancing agility or constitution would render one a cumbersome muscle-bound figure. Conversely, focusing solely on intelligence and perception without bolstering constitution could lead to frequent fainting spells due to mental overexertion. Thus, the forum generally advised that most players should aim for a balanced development of all attributes at lower levels, specializing only after reaching higher tiers. As a result, Li Ang's player panel now appeared as follows. Maniacal Jack the Ripper Li Rishing LV7. Experience bar, 444,700, strength, 8, equivalent to a top-level weightlifter, agility, 8, equivalent to a top sprinter, intelligence, 8, genius, constitution, 7, equivalent to a professional marathon runner, perception, 8, top-level hunter's awareness, charm, 4, ordinary appearance, slightly eccentric demeanor, equipment, quirky eyeball, face-changing mask, soul-guiding banner, steel rod, Swiss military knife 300, inventory, AK-47, grenade, Molotov cocktail, flashlight, firemouse fur, odd corpse, plague demon skin, spinal column, skills, adrenaline activation method, wave breathing technique, fragmented scatter, in-game currency, 3460, judging solely by the panel. Li Ang's physical prowess had reached the pinnacle of modern humanity. Even if he were to compete in the Olympics, he could likely return home adorned with several gold medals. It is essential to develop in all aspects: virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Liang stood in his living room, performing chest expansion exercises while occasionally striking martial arts poses reminiscent of Bruce Lee, unleashing a few mock punches while theatrically howling at the ghosts, all the while wiping his nose with a self-satisfied air. It seemed he had entirely forgotten the existence of the charm attribute. Chapter 81. Shadow puppetry. The indoor doors and windows were tightly shut, heavy curtains drawn together, rendering the entire room airless. Chai Tsui-Chiao lounged on the living room sofa, engrossed in her mobile phone, her feet resting on a sealed fish tank containing the specimen of Zhoujingzi. A chilling aura enveloped her, reminiscent of a powerful central air conditioning unit, permeating every corner of the room with an icy presence. In the bedroom, Liang wore a white tank top resembling a plastic bag, paired with loose blue shorts. Comfortably seated in a chair with his feet submerged in a basin of water while he played on his computer. As summer waned into early autumn, the weather was expected to cool gradually. However, this year was an anomaly. The sun blazed in a cloudless sky, the air seemed to have solidified, and steam rose from the scorched ground, making the once bustling streets eerily vacant. In City had shattered previous autumn temperature records, leading to a shortage of air conditioning units and skyrocketing electricity bills for most households. Nighttime, however, brought a drastic drop in temperature. This weather was undoubtedly abnormal. Whether it was linked to extraordinary factors remained uncertain. It's unbearably hot. I have no desire to venture out and trigger any quests, Liang muttered, rolling his eyes as he browsed the player forum. There were only a few posts regarding the unusual weather in Yin City, with the majority of players focusing on strategies for script quests or auctions for equipment in the black market. It seemed there was no information regarding the Tianhua organization. Furrowing his brow, he closed the webpage. Since completing the task at Longheng Square, he had been searching for information about Tianhua. The ability to cultivate an exceptional individual like Su Tuan before the onset of the slaughter game, while attempting to establish a gathering formation in Longheng Square, could not bode well, regardless of their ultimate intentions. After the task's completion, the Special Affairs Bureau swiftly arrived at Longheng Square, conducting a 2-day lockdown investigation. For good measure, Liang sent an anonymous email to the Bureau 2 days later, vaguely indicating the connection between the events at Longheng Square and the Tianhua organization. As for the Bureau's response and countermeasures, that lay beyond Liang's purview. Chai Tsui-Chiao turned on the sofa, lazily calling out, "Hey, Liang, the specimen's aura is nearly depleted." "I know," Liang replied without turning his head. "Conserve it for now. We'll go out tonight." Going out meant visiting places like hospitals or graveyards, where the aura was denser, allowing the guiding banner to regain some energy. The challenge with raising Chai-Tsuichi was the constant need to prevent a supply shortage. If it were a feeble spirit, a few drops of blood daily would suffice, however. For an ancient and powerful entity like Chai-Tsuichi, the daily requirement for aura became substantial. The gruesome demise of Zhozhengzi, preserved in formaldehyde, could only provide Chai-Tsuichi with a month's worth of aura. The guiding banner, capable of accommodating 3 spirits, was a remarkably powerful artifact. Even a low-level player could utilize it to nurture 3 spirits of equal rank, drastically increasing their strength. However, this came at a terrifying cost in terms of aura demand. Just 1 spirit like Chai-Tsuichi was already a strain, if it housed 3. This was why Liang had never placed much importance on the guiding banner. For those specializing in esoteric arts, it was undoubtedly a powerful early-game artifact, but for a player like Liang, residing in the relatively safe city, its efficacy was diminished. "Oh," Chai-Tsuichi responded, glancing at the fish tank filled with formaldehyde, feeling a pang of reluctance. After becoming accustomed to a life of abundance in aura, returning to the days of stealthily scavenging at graveyards felt unbearable. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is a challenge, truly a hardship, my friend. In City Hongxing Compound Fertilizer Company, Limited, established in 2017, boasts a comprehensive product structure, including active fertilizers, biological organic fertilizers, compound microbial fertilizers, water-soluble fertilizers, and soil conditioners, with an annual production capacity of 1 million tons. The company has engaged in deep cooperation with Fortune 500 enterprises, forming a modern fertilizer group that integrates research, production, sales, and technical services. This information can be found on the official website of In City Hongxing Compound Fertilizer Company, Limited. By following the web address, one can locate a building situated in the industrial park at the southeastern corner of In City. The 8-story structure, somewhat aged, is adorned with dark green curved glass and faded red brick walls, with a steel shed factory behind it, seamlessly blending into the surrounding industrial area. On the surface, the company appears quite legitimate. During the day, the factory's machines operate incessantly, trucks laden with fertilizer come and go, and high-end agricultural machinery is frequently imported. However, 200 meters beneath the factory lies a vast 10-story space, which houses the headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau. Dressed in a gray employee uniform, Wanli Fodao stepped out of the elevator, swiped his card to pass through the security gate, and traversed a long, narrow corridor to reach the reception hall of the Special Affairs Bureau. The reception area is spacious, flanked by green plants on either side of the entrance, with custom light tubes embedded in the ceiling simulating natural sunlight. The flooring consists of dark marble tiles, producing a crisp sound underfoot, despite being underground. The hall scale rivals that of a Fortune 500 company's lobby. 3 employees, 1 male and 2 females of striking appearance and professional demeanor, attended to visitors at the reception desk. Although the bureau was established underground, it was comparable in grandeur to the halls of major corporations. 3 employees were processing paperwork for 3 visitors, while individuals clad in various outfits sat on benches on either side of the hall. These individuals wore masks or disguises and donned gloves, clutching filled-out proof forms. They were bounty hunters among the players. As the slaughter game progressed, various anomalous events occurred frequently. The Special Affairs Bureau, constrained by a lack of specialized personnel, struggled to address these incidents comprehensively and promptly. Consequently, the Bureau would post bounties on forums, encouraging players to provide leads on anomalous events or assist in apprehending fugitives involved in serious criminal cases. After completing the task at Gohan Temple, Wanli Fengdao had maintained contact with Xing Hechou and recently became a bounty hunter, successfully resolving an incident that posed a significant threat to public safety, thus establishing a commendable relationship with the Bureau. Perhaps after some time, he would be formally introduced as an external officer of the Special Affairs Bureau through Xing Hechou. After waiting for a while on the bench, it was soon Wanli Fengdao's turn. I just resolved a level 5 anomalous event. He placed a portable video recorder on the reception desk, providing the necessary evidence. The receptionist briefly examined the recorder, confirming its legitimacy before handing him a form to fill out along with a one-time access pass. Displaying a professional smile, the receptionist gently instructed, "Please proceed to the 4th floor for further identification. Once verified, you will receive your reward." Indeed, even when players merely engage in routine daily tasks, vanquishing a couple of inconsequential monsters, they can still claim a portion of game currency rewards from the Special Affairs Bureau. Though these rewards may pale in comparison to those from system tasks, even the smallest gain is worthwhile. This mechanism may appear to incur short-term losses, yet it is remarkably advantageous. It not only motivates players to actively address anomalies and assist the authorities in stabilizing the situation, but also bridges the gap between players and the Special Affairs Bureau, encouraging more to align themselves with the official organization. One might liken it to spending a fortune to procure a mere bone, losses that ultimately serve to garner attention. Wang Lifengdao, holding a report, made his way to the 4th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he encountered a familiar-faced Xing Hechou, a robust man with a square jaw and a hulking physique, whose bloodshot eyes and weary demeanor spoke volumes. In one hand, he clutched a medicine bottle, while the other held a file folder as he stepped out from the logistics department. "Brother Xing," Wang Lifengdao greeted with a smile. Xing Hechou, his eyes heavy with dark circles, momentarily failed to recognize Wang Lifengdao, who, after shaving, appeared significantly younger, his age seemingly reverting from his 40s to his 30s, albeit still bearing the marks of a somewhat disheveled middle age. "Lifengdao, it's been a while." Xing Hechou managed a strained smile, noticing the report in Wang Lifengdao's hand. He inquired, "Are you here to collect a bounty?" "Yes," Wang Lifengdao nodded, glancing at Xing Hechou's gaunt visage and bloodshot eyes, hesitating before asking, "Brother Xing, are you all right? Do you need me to call someone?" "I'm fine." Xing Hechou coughed a few times, covering his mouth with his fist. "I've been busy handling a case these past few days, and Haven T slept well. I came to pick up some sleep aids. A case?" Wang Lifengdao raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from pressing further. Xing Hechou noticed the look on Wang Lifengdao's face and chuckled, placing the file folder into Wang Lifengdao's hands. "It's merely a series of murders involving players. We've already posted the bounty on the forum. The difficulty is around level 7. If you're interested, you might want to give it a try." Intrigued, Wang Lifengdao accepted the file folder and opened it. Reading aloud the text, "Shadow, Puppetry?" Chapter 82. The notice. "Alas, this wretched weather." Qinwen stubbed out his cigarette in the filthy, dark ashtray, twisted open a mineral water bottle, and casually closed the page of a gambling website. He sported a buzz cut, donned a tank top and floral shorts. And although his physique was average with little muscle, his arms and chest were adorned with vibrant dragon tattoos. His face, round and brutish, was set with a pair of fierce, protruding eyes that he relished using to intimidate others into averting their gaze. Unemployed drifter, local thug, hoodlum, these were the labels affixed to Qinwen. Theft, robbery, extortion, these comprised his primary enterprises. "Brother, open the door." The decrepit door of the rental apartment was knocked upon, and his brother Qinwu's voice rang out from outside. "Calling for spirits, are we?" Qinwen muttered as he stood up, swung the door open, and Qingwu rushed in. Slamming the door behind him, he thrust a piece of paper before Qinwen's face, shaking it. Look at this." Qinwen snatched the paper, furrowing his brow as he glanced at it. "Missing person notice. Feng Erju, male, 21 years old, local resident of Yin City, height 172 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms. Short hair, suffers from mild intellectual disability. Went missing on the afternoon of June 23rd in the southern part of the city. Last seen wearing a black t-shirt, gray sweatpants, and blue sneakers. Family has yet to locate him. If anyone has information on this individual, please contact the family, who are willing to offer a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Contact number, 188 June 30th, 2019. Qinwen lifted his gaze to Qingwu and remarked, 100,000? 100,000, Qinwu replied, his expression tinged with excitement. He pointed to the photograph of the young man on the notice. Why not give them a call? Just throw out an address, say we've seen this fool. And who knows, we might pocket a few hundred. Unfortunately, the missing young man bore no resemblance to either Qingwen or Qingwu, as his crooked features made impersonation impossible for a larger reward. Fine. Qingwen nodded, seated himself in a chair, and dialed the number listed on the notice. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang endlessly, and just as Qingwen and Qingwu began to curse in frustration, the call finally connected. Hello? Who is this? A loud, elderly woman's voice boomed from the other end, filling both men with joy. Elderly women were the perfect targets for deception, and the woman's loud, sluggish voice hinted at potential hearing issues, perhaps even diminished wit. Qingwen glanced sideways, and Qingwu immediately understood. shutting the windows and turning off the large television set perched on a wooden crate. Clearing his throat, Chengwen spoke loudly into the phone. "Hello, Grandma. I have information about Feng Erju." "Huh?" The old woman's voice paused, then erupted with excitement. "Erju, where are you? Grandma has been searching for you." Her voice quivered with emotion, and any person with a shred of empathy would feel a pang of compassion, but Qinwen and Qingwu merely exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with delight. "Grandma," Chengwen continued loudly, "we saw Erju on the street, so we brought him home, gave him a bath, and fed him. He was very tired after wandering all day and is now asleep." "Oh, yes. This child loves to sleep. Let him continue resting. Don't wake him up." The elderly woman replied hastily. Qinwen slowed his speech. "Grandma, I noticed there's a reward of 100,000 yuan mentioned on the notice." Yes, poor child Erju. He lost both his parents when he was young. Only I, this old lady, am searching for him. And I had to use my meager savings to hire someone to help," she lamented. "Oh, thank heavens, we finally found him." Qinwen's heart swelled with joy, realizing that aside from the old woman, there was no one else at home to complicate matters. He swiftly made up his mind and said, "Grandma, we must keep an eye on Erju to prevent him from wandering off. Why don't you bring the money to our place?" "Our address is." After repeating the address and ensuring the old woman had it written down, he hung up the call. 100,000 yuan was more than enough for Qingwen and Qingwu, street thugs, to take a risk. If the old lady cooperated, it would be a windfall. If not, they could simply rob her and make a quick escape. The two men anxiously awaited in the rental apartment, from afternoon until evening, then deep into the night. Neglecting to eat, Chengwen remained inside while Chengwu descended to the street corner to await the old woman's arrival. They smoked several packs of cigarettes, their shoes now caked with butts and ash. "Damn, will that old hag not show up?" Chengwu grumbled, gazing at the moon hanging high in the night sky. Feeling the cool breeze brush against him as he swatted away mosquitoes from his hairy arms. Just as he voiced his complaints, a frail old woman slowly appeared from around the corner. The woman was diminutive, her back hunched, dressed simply, her hair completely white. She walked slowly, firmly clutching a bulging cloth bag. As she approached the street corner, she lifted her head to gaze at the street sign, and an elated Qingwu rushed forward, engaging her in friendly banter while reaching for the bag. However, the old woman clutched it close to her chest, her drooping eyelids betraying her intent focus as she repeatedly called out for her grandson. Fearing the prying eyes of passers-by, Qingwu quickly guided her into a deeper alley, carefully assisting her up the uneven concrete steps of the aged residential building. "Grandma, let me help you with that bag," Qingwu offered, attempting to take the bag, and caught a whiff of the musty scent of old clothes. "Don't bother." The old woman turned slightly, cradling the bag protectively, her dim eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Grandma, really, let me help you." "Don't need it. I'm looking for my grandson," she shouted in the hallway, her voice as loud as it had been on the phone. Chengwu feared that other residents might overhear, so he fell silent, planning to reassess once they were safely inside the apartment. Without his input, the old woman continued her slow ascent up the stairs, murmuring incessantly, my grandson, my grandson. "Grandma is here to fetch you. Grandma is here." Chengwu clicked his tongue in frustration at her snail-like pace. After glancing around, he quietly suggested, "Grandma, how about I carry you on my back? That would speed things up." "All right." The old woman turned around, a faint smile creeping onto her pale face, slowly nodding her agreement. Chengwu turned his back and crouched down. "Climb on." Unbeknownst to Chengwu, as he positioned the old woman on his back, her head tilted back, her mouth yawning wide open, expanding to a grotesque extent, illuminated by the dim hallway light, resembling a shadow puppet torn asunder. Chapter 83, Shadow Play. Chengwen sat on the chair in his rented room, his feet incessantly tapping against the floor, the vibrations from his shoes stirring the ash scattered on the ground. The orange glow of a cigarette but served as the sole source of illumination in the dimly lit space, anxiously inhaling and exhaling smoke. Chengwen occasionally extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. "Why has tea arrived yet?" Chengwen murmured to himself. Reaching beneath the chair to retrieve a steel baseball bat, he approached the door, eager to see where Chengwu had gotten to, before he could reach the entrance. A series of sharp knocks echoed through the air. Finally, Chengwen's heart leaped with joy as he bent down, positioning his eyes at the peephole, peering through the glass door to glimpse the outside. Yet, all he could discern through the lens was a sea of crimson, devoid of any discernible figure. Chengwen blinked and leaned closer to peer through the peephole. All she could see was a swath of red, Was it perhaps the red paper with blessings affixed for the spring festival? Chungwon, uncertain of her own memories, hesitantly spoke softly to the door outside. Is that you, Chungwoo? Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chungwon licked his parched lips, gripping the steel baseball bat tightly in his hands. Just as he was about to pull open the door, he heard the sound of cloth shoes scraping against the cement floor outside. Scrape, scrape. The footsteps were not heavy, yet they were exceedingly slow, evoking in his mind the image of an elderly woman, hunched and shuffling, wandering back and forth outside the door. Changwon raised his voice slightly. Chengwoo? No response was received. Instead, the aged yet resonant voice of the old woman echoed outside the door. Erju? Erju? Is that you? This cursed old woman. Chungwon cursed inwardly, fearing that her incessant chatter would awaken the other residents in the building. Reluctantly, he leaned the baseball bat against an unseen corner of the wall and reached out to push open the security door. As the door swung ajar, an elderly woman with a head full of white hair, a weathered visage, and a hunched back stood in the corridor, clutching a cloth bag tightly in her hands. Where's Erju? Chungwon's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the bulging bag in the elderly woman's grasp. He hastily exclaimed, Erju is inside, Grandma. Please come in. Oh, very well, the old woman replied slowly, nodding her head as she lifted her foot. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated from outside the anti-theft door. A peculiar sphere tumbled onto the cement floor of Chungwon's corridor, rolling incessantly. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned the nature of this sphere. It was a head. Chungwoo's head. The visage of his twin brother, the most familiar to Chungwon. Yet, at this moment, the eyes of Chungwoo's severed head were wide open. The bloodshot orbs filled with an abyss of terror, mouth agape as if to scream, yet no sound emerged. From the jagged neck, spurts of blood occasionally erupted from the severed vessels. In an instant, Changwon comprehended the crimson hue he had glimpsed through the peephole Chungwoo's head, adorned with strands of blood and eyes. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming dread as he gazed at the seemingly amused elderly woman, wanting to scream, but his vocal cords were as immobile as a rusted conveyor belt. The bravado he usually exhibited, the propensity to bully the weak, transformed into the most primal essence of cowardice and fear. In a frenzy, he slammed the anti-theft door shut, his trembling fingers struggling to secure the lock. Grasping the steel baseball bat resting in the corner, Chungwon retreated 2 steps and yelled at the top of his lungs, Help! API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the dead of night. Cries for help often go unanswered by neighbors, while shouts regarding a raging fire can summon the entire community. Changwon gripped a baseball bat tightly, his voice echoing as he called out. Yet no footsteps of residents could be heard in the corridor. The entire building seemed enveloped in an eerie silence. He forced himself to remain calm, his gaze fixed on the front door. Gradually retreating, he seized the mobile phone from the coffee table and dialed the emergency number. As a local thug, it was usually he who drove ordinary people to the point of needing to call for help. However, in this moment of desperation, Chungwon clung to this call as his only lifeline. Beep, beep, beep. The call was swiftly connected, and Chungwon shouted into the phone, Hello? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Here lies tranquility. The soft, stifled laughter emanating from the phone interrupted Chungwon's speech. Hee, dear grandson, could you kindly open the door for Grandma? The frail voice of an elderly woman resonated through the receiver, causing Chungwon to instinctively drop the phone, as if his palm had been seared by the scalding steam of boiling water. What on earth is happening? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chungwon dared not to breathe audibly. He stealthily rushed to one end of the living room and pushed open the window, glancing downwards. The dizzying drop of over 20 meters left him momentarily disoriented. The residential building still bore the rough, textured walls characteristic of the last century, with the narrow ledge beside the window barely wide enough for a hand to grasp, making it exceedingly difficult to find footing for climbing. Outside the security door, the gentle knocking gradually grew louder, echoing, thud, thud, thud. As though a formidable iron hammer were relentlessly striking the security door, the robust and resilient barrier bore the brunt of the blows, yielding to the force and forming a pronounced dent. A slender beam of moonlight seeped through the crevice of the door, casting its glow upon the ash-laden floor. The anguish of losing a twin brother was entirely eclipsed by the paralyzing fear of death. Chengwen hesitated for a brief moment before securing a steel baseball bat to his belt, bending down to ascend the windowsill. He exerted considerable effort to twist his hand, gripping the protruding ledge, with his upper body pressed against the edge of the sill while his lower half gradually extended beyond the confines of the building. His feet dangled precariously as he struggled to maintain his balance, attempting to stretch his swinging legs to reach the edge of the windowsill below. Just as he wrestled with his precarious position, the relentless knocking ceased abruptly, plunging the surroundings back into an eerie silence. Chengwen paused his descent, sensing an ominous presence. His gaze fixated on the door, which had been forced ajar. With a soft click, a hand, flattened and as delicate as parchment, slipped through the gap, followed by an arm, a head, a neck, and then the rest of the body. The old woman emerged, one hand curved forward while the other bent backward, her face adorned with a bizarre smile, as if it were a piece of paper sliding through the opening. Due to her tilted posture, Chengwen could only discern half of her visage, the skin of her wrinkled face remarkably translucent, each line sharply defined, illuminated by the moonlight revealing a network of fine veins beneath. Suddenly, he recalled a childhood illusion reminiscent of shadow puppetry. "Grandson, where are you?" The elderly woman, resembling a sheet of paper, leisurely turned around, maintaining a horizontal posture, and revealed half a smile to Chengwen, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are here." The shadow puppet mistress's hand swung wildly back and forth, yet her entire body remained in that horizontal position as she approached Chengwen. Chapter 84. The Road-Esteemed Parents. Good evening. I express my sincere gratitude for your presence at today's parent meeting for the senior university amidst your busy schedules. It is now deep into the night. Dressed in a black trench coat, Liang clutched a black umbrella in one hand and a bouquet of flowers in the other. His demeanor solemn and grave as he addressed a cluster of stone tombstones in the cemetery. The gravestones stood unmoving, surrounded by a profound silence, interrupted only by the noise of insects. With a slight shake of his coat, Liang earnestly encouraged, "It appears everyone is rather shy. Do not be bashful. Please raise your hands and speak up. If you can voice your thoughts, then surely there are spirits present." Hidden beneath the large black umbrella, Chai Tzu could not suppress her disdain, muttering, "The negative energy has been fully absorbed. Are we leaving now?" Liang glanced at the soul-retrieving banner's data. Current negative energy stock, 379-1000. Due to the prevalent practice of cremation in modern times, draining an entire cemetery of its negative energy could only fill one-third of the total capacity of the banner. If it were merely to maintain Chai Tzuiqiao's physical form and consciousness, this amount would suffice for approximately 17 or 18 days. However, in the event of intense combat, it would last only 3 to 4 hours. Just barely enough. Nodding, Liang casually placed the flowers at the base of a gravestone inscribed with the name Fei Weiqiang and proceeded to exit the cemetery with the large black umbrella. At this moment, he did not don sunglasses or a mask. Believing that the Bureau of Special Affairs had begun implanting software into public transportation and road monitoring systems specifically to track individuals with evident disguises. Therefore, for safety reasons, he had adorned himself with a slightly curled black wig, altered his eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil, adjusted the contours of his brows, donned round-framed glasses, and applied flesh-tone makeup to enhance the shadows of his cheekbones. He then inserted a set of dentures, devoid of teeth, to plump his gums, reshape his jawline, and affixed an artificial palate to alter his speech, rendering his voice deeper and more indistinct. Finally, he covered his 10 fingers with a layer of soft rubber film to erase his fingerprints and slipped into height-increasing boots beneath his black trench coat. After this standard disguise process, the unremarkable Liang transformed entirely into an ordinary adult male, sufficient to deceive the facial recognition systems in place. Even if Officer Wang Zongshan or Wang Fingyan were to approach, they would struggle to recognize him as Liang. Of course, his manner of speaking would remain unchanged. As he walked past a public park, Liang indignantly remarked, "The temperature has dropped at night, allowing even the most base creatures to brazenly relieve themselves in public." Chai Tzuiqiao retorted, "What base creatures? Those are merely dogs in little clothes being walked by their owners." Liang gasped, "Oh, this young person is engaging in inhumane activities. It is truly devoid of humanity." Chai Tzuiqiao, with a sidelong glance, countered, "Are you calling practicing street dances handstands inhumane? Now that truly is inhumane." Liang's gaze fell upon a gathering of individuals in the central square of the park, and he exclaimed with disdain, Such a young age, yet afflicted with pedophilia. It is utterly revolting. Chai Tsui-Chiao was at a loss for words, for the group of elementary school students were merely taking selfies. Could their narcissism truly be labeled as pedophilia? Liang's attention shifted to a figure in the distance, his brow furrowing as he muttered angrily, "Shameless scoundrel." Riding on the coattails of others. Chai Tsui-Chiao's retort was feeble. It was simply a child seeking warmth by hugging his mother in the chilly evening air. What a ridiculous accusation. Being with Liang tested the rationality of highly intelligent beings. A moment's carelessness could lead to a surge of overwhelming sarcasm. Regardless, Chai Tsui-Chiao felt that her patience had significantly increased from their daily interactions. As the pair departed the public park, they chose a narrow, less traveled path with blind spots in the surveillance, leisurely making their way towards Wanhua community. Having ventured out, they might as well wander a bit longer in Yin City. One never knew when they might trigger a routine task. Alas, the journey was uneventful, and disappointment washed over Liang as they reached a deserted intersection. There, he spotted a frail, white-haired elderly woman slowly approaching the traffic lights, carrying a fabric bag. Liang's nostrils flared as he detected three distinct scents: the musty odor of old clothing, the unique scent of an elderly person due to hygiene difficulties, and the fresh, metallic scent of blood and flesh. As his gaze fixated on the elderly woman, a cold, mechanical system prompt echoed in his ears. Task trigger condition met. Task type, routine task, task name, shadow puppet, task objective, eliminate shadow puppet entity 01, task time limit, 30 minutes, task reward 1. Additional experience points 100, task reward 2, game currency 100, task failure penalty, none. Subtly glancing at the elderly woman, Liang scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before approaching her with faint concern. "Grandma, do you need help crossing the street?" The elderly woman met his gaze, tightened her grip on her bag, swallowed hard, and lowered her head, pretending not to hear. She had eaten her fill. Liang moved closer and called out, "Grandma, do you need help crossing the street?" His voice rang loud and clear, prompting the elderly woman to look up, annoyance creeping into her heart, though her face donned a dazed, kind smile. "Huh, young man, are you going to help me cross the street?" "Indeed, I take great pleasure in being helpful," Liang exclaimed, taking her hand and guiding her onto the crosswalk as the traffic light turned green. Such a rare kindness in today's youth. The elderly woman feigned a slow-witted demeanor, rambling, "Young man, you are truly wonderful." "Ah, please do not rush to praise me," Liang interjected, leading the elderly woman to the center of the crosswalk before withdrawing his hand, smiling brightly. "First, let us settle the payment." The elderly woman paused in confusion. "Payment for what?" Liang replied nonchalantly. "For helping you cross the street, of course. You didn't think I was doing this for free, did you? A mere $5 will suffice." The elderly woman's expression faltered. "Young man, I don't believe I asked for your assistance. Then you do not wish to pay?" Liang's expression darkened as he swiftly embraced the elderly woman, tucking her under his arm, and dashed back to the spot where they had just stood at the crosswalk. With a thud, he placed the bewildered elderly woman back on the ground, shaking his head. "Penny pincher. Next time, speak up if you're short on cash." Chapter 85. Sprained ankle. The elderly woman glanced at Liang, then at the surveillance camera perched high at the intersection. Her deeply lined face twitched slightly, and her pale lips murmured silently. Ultimately, she chose not to utter a word, discreetly stepping back and bowing her head, pretending not to have seen Liang. Although she wouldn't mind a little refreshment, the presence of the camera made her wary of the potential pursuit from the Special Affairs Bureau, so she decided to endure for now. Liang took a step forward, feigning a loud belch, and inquired with feigned concern, "What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Did my body odor offend you?" The audacity of his comment left the elderly woman feeling as if a herd of llamas was stampeding through her mind. After taking a few deep breaths, she resolved to ignore this seemingly drunken man. Liang raised his arm, sniffed under his armpit, and, finding no odor, questioned her angrily. "There's no smell. Why won't you talk to me? Do you look down on me? I'll have you know, I am a distinguished member of the QQ Green Diamond Club. No one can overlook me." "How impressive," the elderly woman retorted, her eyes twitching as she turned away. At last, the traffic light turned green. She, holding her cloth bag, cautiously descended the steps and stepped onto the crosswalk. Liang hurried after her, quickening his pace to match hers, lifting his legs high, flailing his arms in an exaggerated sprinting motion while humming the theme song from the film Rocky, "Gonna Fly Now." This spirited tune was uplifting and ideal for a night run, yet to the elderly woman, it was nothing short of a cacophony. Unbeknownst to her, her pace quickened, and Liang matched her speed, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. The incessant buzzing around her ears felt like 1,000 flies, and a flame of frustration mixed with malice surged within her. Ignoring him, she completed the crosswalk and, as she reached the steps, pretended to slip, stumbling dramatically to the ground. The sound of her bones colliding echoed conspicuously in the silent intersection. Oh dear, she lamented, shifting to sit on the roadside steps, cradling her ankle in pain. Seeing this, Liang stepped back, feigning terror. Grandma, I didn't touch you. Please don't try to frame me. There are cameras here. Oh dear, she groaned, still clutching her ankle. Young man, you didn't hit me. I just slipped. With a sigh, she continued. Ah, one grows old and becomes useless. That is not true, Liang consoled her. Old Mr. Zhang, who lived across from me, has loved boxing since childhood. Even at over 80, he can still perform a couple of military drills. Just the other day, his grandson hanged himself from the ceiling fan in the living room, and as soon as Mr. Zhang kicked the chair away, he was eager to don his boxing gloves. The elderly woman opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, Young man, I've sprained my ankle. Would you be so kind as to help me home? What do you want? Liang's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion as he clutched his chest. I warn you, I am not that kind of person. Last time, I had an online romance with a middle-aged woman, and she pulled me along, suggesting we go to her place for a chat with her and her daughter. My heart raced, and without thinking, I agreed. But when I arrived, I found her 70-year-old mother sitting in front of the mirror, heavily made up. Who wants to have a heart-to-heart with you? Can't you take a good look at yourself? The elderly woman struggled to suppress her urge to retort, barely managing a strained smile. Young man, you're overthinking it. I merely need your assistance to get home. My son and daughter are both out of town, and there is truly no one at home. How about I pay you a little for your trouble? Money? Liang's expression turned serious. He frowned and admonished her, Grandma, that's where you're wrong. It's said that discussing money can ruin relationships. Who are we to each other? Just put down a deposit of 500,000. The elderly woman found it difficult to maintain her smile. Is 500 okay? Ah, you're quite the negotiator. Liang nodded, squatting before her. Come on, hop on. With a barely perceptible smile, the elderly woman slowly stood on one foot and climbed onto Liang's back. He assessed her weight, then rose slowly, glancing around at the intersection. Which way to your home? That way. She pointed to the northwest direction, speaking softly, just a few blocks ahead. The northwest was a rundown urban village, filled with 2- or 3-decade-old houses, narrow streets, and numerous blind spots for surveillance. That was her temporary residence. All right, hold on tight. The Thomas train is starting. Liang lifted his legs high and dashed forward. The elderly woman felt the rush of wind whistling past her ears, almost blinding her. So fast. Just a few meters in, Liang abruptly slowed, panting heavily. Oh dear, I'm exhausted. Now it's your turn to carry me. The elderly woman, bewildered on his back, blinked rapidly, putting on her most innocent expression. Fortunately, he was merely joking and did not throw her to the ground. Liang slowed his pace, still carrying her, and casually asked, Grandma, what is your surname? Worried that silence might lead to being dropped, she hesitated but finally replied. Who? Liang nodded. I'm not asking if you're happy. I'm asking your surname. The elderly woman's forehead began to throb with veins. My surname is Hu. Liang frowned. I know you're happy. I'm asking your surname. Do you understand? Your surname is the first character of your name. Feeling her blood pressure rise again, the elderly woman replied, My surname is Hu. Guyu Hu. Oh, now I understand, Liang nodded. Grandma Guyu Hu. Where's your husband? Dead, she answered curtly. He drowned while electrofishing. Ah? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to touch upon your sorrow, Liang expressed empathetically. In my youth, I also enjoyed electrofishing in the countryside. After moving to the city, I often pondered how to relive that experience. Unfortunately, the swimming pool manager at the Civic Center absolutely forbids me from bringing my electrofishing device into the water. Chapter 86. The prey. The elderly woman felt a dizzying wave of frustration, nearly overcome with the desire to reveal her true form and obliterate the insufferable young man before her. Yet, each time she contemplated taking action, Leon would inadvertently shift his position, placing himself within the gaze of the surveillance cameras, offering her no opportunity to strike. Very well, she thought, I shall endure for now. Once we enter the blind spot of the cameras, I will no longer have to endure this incessant prattle. Leon, unfazed, engaged the old woman in conversation, complimenting her skin, suggesting that she slap herself to demonstrate its elasticity. Grandma Guyuehu, Your age spots are quite peculiar. If you hadn't mentioned them, I would have mistaken them for warts. He continued, do you know what an international superstar is, Grandma Gu Yuehu? The elderly woman swore she had never encountered anyone so exasperating in her life. She was convinced that if murder were not a crime, this young man would have been beaten to death long ago for his incessant chatter. Your audacity is unparalleled, she thought, lowering her gaze. Attempting to shield herself from Leon's irritating banter, focusing intently on a nearby shadowy alley. This alleyway saw few passers-by and was devoid of surveillance. Once she entered, she could indulge her appetite. She steeled herself, fixating on Leon as he continued his forward march. Just around the corner, and then a bit further, she told herself. Thank you, young man, she said sweetly. It's rare for someone to engage with an old woman like me. Ah, I'm quite popular, people often say. If you can talk, do talk more, Leon replied, nodding as he stepped into the dim entrance of the alley, suddenly halting. What's wrong? The elderly woman wondered, anxious that he might have perceived something amiss. Please wait here for a moment, Leon said, swallowing hard as he bent down to help the elderly woman lean against the wall. In confusion, she watched as Leon strolled away, arriving at a house adorned with a pink light. Hey, handsome, come play. A voice beckoned. Leon smirked, coldly retorting, you little temptress. With that, he lunged forward, tossing a coin and climbing onto a rocking horse, the familiar tune filling the air. Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. Daddy's mommy is called Grandma. Seated atop the rocking horse, Leon gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other soared high, swaying with abandon, embodying the spirit of a roguish cowboy. As the song concluded, he dismounted, panting, his legs weak, muttering to himself, a worthy opponent, a meeting of talents. Good heavens, it's merely a rocking horse. Why feign exhaustion as if you've been at it for 3 hours? And why, at your age, are you riding a child's toy? The elderly woman's face contorted with suppressed frustration, her irritation boiling just beneath the surface. Leon approached her, a sheepish smile on his face. I couldn't help myself just now, she managed a forced laugh as Leon lifted her onto his back, leading her into the alley. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. The elderly woman silently counted down the distance to the surveillance blind spot, her lips curling wider with each step until they nearly reached her earlobes. In silence, she opened her mouth wide, her upper jaw tilting back as if it were a clamshell, her entire mouth stretched to its limit, capable of swallowing a watermelon. Her teeth arranged in a menacing circular pattern, sharp and serrated like a saw. The elderly woman elongated her neck, resembling a giraffe in the African savanna. Their shadows loomed ominously against the wall as Leon continued walking, his gaze fixed ahead. Where's your home? He inquired casually. Left turn, just ahead, we're almost there. The elderly woman replied, her throat constricting as she spoke, her eyes now a vivid crimson, the scent of fresh meat tantalizing her senses, causing saliva to pool in her mouth. With a swift motion, she inhaled, watching as Leon turned the corner, her neck extending forward, ready to seize the young man's head in one swift bite. Grandma Gu Yuehu, it's quite dark here. Don't fear the darkness. Her accent became more slurred, her hands like iron clamps, tightening around Leon's chest. Her circular teeth descended ominously, nearly grazing Leon's scalp. Just a bit more, she thought. Grandma Gu Yuehu. Leon suddenly halted, speaking without turning. Has anyone ever told you that your breath is quite foul? Huh? The elderly woman paused, her expression shifting dramatically as she registered his words. In a frenzied motion, her head snapped down, her mouth closing in an attempt to consume Leon's head whole. Just as she was about to sever his neck, a pair of pale arms emerged from behind Leon, gripping the elderly woman's jaws with a fierce determination. It was Chai Tsuechiao, hidden within Leon. How revolting. Chai Tsuechiao grimaced at the saliva coating her palms, retching slightly, anger boiling within her. With renewed strength, she wrenched the elderly woman's jaws apart, forcing them wider, threatening to tear them asunder. Having absorbed enough malevolent energy from the spirit-hunting banner, Chai Tsuechiao exerted her power, leaving the elderly woman with no chance to resist. The old woman's mouth, stretched to its limit, was on the brink of rupture. In agony. The elderly woman trembled violently, her color rapidly fading, taking on an unreal quality, akin to a paper shadow puppet. As her form dwindled, resembling a sheet of paper, Chai Tsuechiao felt a sudden release, the shadow slipping from her grip. Don't you dare escape. Frustrated, Chai Tsuechiao seized the drifting paper figure, hurling it to the ground. In the narrow alley, numerous shallow puddles awaited, and the fallen paper figure soaked in murky water without showing signs of dissolving. The corner of the paper figure, gripped by Chai Tsuechiao, writhed desperately, and with a sudden, defiant motion, it tore off one of its legs to escape her grasp. Startled, the paper figure shot upward, seeking refuge in the sky, just a flip away from freedom. "Don't run," Leon's voice rang out, as he snapped his fingers in the direction of the paper figure, activating his skill, Shatter. An invisible shockwave surged through the air, and the paper figure abruptly halted, only to be pierced by a massive iron rod infused with resonant energy, shooting up into the sky. Chapter 87. The Microbusiness. A steel rod, the thickness of a bowl, soared into the air, piercing through the shadow puppet. The rippling energy it contained corroded the paper figure's flat form with the swiftness of sulfuric acid. Its midsection began to fade, soften, and quickly spread to its torso and limbs, as ethereal blue flames ignited suddenly, transforming the paper body into drifting ashes. The unbearable agony compelled the paper figure to scream, yet the flames devoured it far more swiftly than any cry could escape its lips. A chill night breeze swept in, scattering the ashes across the sky. Defeated Shadow Puppet Spirit 1-1. Routine task. Shadow play completed. Overall player performance. A. Game currency and experience points increased to 135. Reward settlement in progress. Is that it? Leon felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as the steel rod descended in free fall, he activated the skill, Shatter Scatter. Once more, utilizing the explosive shockwave to momentarily halt its descent, deftly catching it. The Shadow Puppet Spirit was both fragile and weak, providing him a mere 135 experience points and game currency, barely enough to fill a gap in his teeth. No wonder the system only awarded an overall rating of A. Bullying the weak is surprisingly gratifying. Leon shook his head, stowing away the steel rod. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he exited the alley and produced a coin to take another ride on the shaking car. Grandfather is called Yi Yi, grandmother is Nai Nai. In a game of chess, one meets a worthy opponent. No matter how many times he rides, Leon never grows weary of this unrestrained joy. A week later, in the classroom, as the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from an injury. Liang's esteemed homeroom teacher, Mr. Shi Qingsong, was still recuperating at home. In his place was a young woman named Tang Hani, a graduate of a prestigious university. With long hair, round glasses, and dressed in professional attire, she possessed a serene and gentle demeanor, her beauty radiant at the age of 23, serving as a people's teacher. "Miss Tang, how should I approach this problem?" Liang raised his hand eagerly, brimming with curiosity. Tang Hani smiled and replied, "Liang, you should ponder it yourself." Liang twirled his pen, pondering. I'm not quite grasping the approach to this question. Could you guide me a bit?" Tang Hani shook her head gently, saying softly, "I'm afraid I cannot. Please be quiet." Liang frowned and retorted, "Miss Tang, that's not quite right. Isn't it the duty of a teacher to help students with their questions?" Tang Hani took a deep breath, nearly losing her gentle smile. "Liang, it is exam time. If you cannot remain quiet, I will have to ask you to stand outside." "All right." Liang nodded and scribbled on his exam paper. "The answer is vague." Standing before him, Tang Hani almost choked on her own saliva, her eyes twitching in irritation as she silently walked away from Liang's desk. Fluent in 8 languages, including English, Russian, German, French, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, and Arabic, Tang Hani held a master's degree in law and a doctoral degree in foreign language and literature at only 23. She was indeed among the elite. Teaching high school history was well within her capabilities. In fact, she had intentionally downplayed her credentials to avoid overwhelming the school administration. Aside from her role as a teacher, Tang Hani was also an employee of the Special Affairs Bureau, concealed within Een City Experimental High School alongside a small team of field agents. Given the current limited human resources of the Bureau, deploying this small team to the experimental high school could not be solely for the purpose of ensuring students diligently pursued their studies. With the sensitivity of her position, she lacked knowledge of the exact tasks assigned to her team, only vaguely aware that it likely pertained to the anomalies occurring along Qianhua Road. With the experimental high school positioned at a geographical nexus of these peculiar events, further classified information remained beyond her reach. She had yet to qualify as a player and was merely an intelligence analyst, lying in wait at the experimental high school, having anticipated a light workload. Tang Hani discreetly cast a glance at Liang, who was engrossed in writing, mentally exclaiming, "I never imagined this troublesome child would be so insufferable." Sensing the kind gaze of the acting homeroom teacher, Liang looked up and offered a slight smile to Tang Hani, sending a shiver down her spine as she quickly lowered her head to feign examination of the test paper. Finishing the exam hastily, Liang propped his head on one hand, pretending to admire the scenery outside, while in his mind, he perused the items displayed on the shopping mall shelves. In the early stages of the killing game, the mall function had not yet been fully realized, and only 20 items were available on the shelves, refreshed daily. These equipment items or skills ranged in quality from common to rare, excellent, and perfect, with prices varying dramatically from 2,000 game currency to tens of thousands. Among the offerings were the rapid alloy short sword, capable of delivering 20 strikes per second, the Pioneer flintlock, which, though requiring a minute to reload, boasted firepower comparable to that of main battle tank shells, the old Empire long-handled broadsword, stretching to a length of 40 meters, the Goliath's fist, a gauntlet that could launch the user's fist, and the permanent cat transformation potion, which would surely delight cat lovers. There was also a truckload of super delicious strawberry-flavored coarse coal, with no effects beyond satiating hunger, and the willing hook fishing rod, ensuring a 100 chance of catching large fish. To be fair, the effects of these items were quite impressive. However, their prices were generally exorbitant, inflated by 2 to 3 times compared to the equipment sold by players on the forums. Players generally believed that purchasing items with exceptionally powerful effects available only in the mall was more cost-effective. In the forums, some players who had previously engaged in micro-business sensed an opportunity and spontaneously formed gold farming groups, gathering information on the items refreshed in the mall daily, pooling funds to purchase rare equipment and items not yet available in the real world, thus earning cash rewards. Many players profited handsomely through this method, and numerous micro-business accounts flooded the forums with related posts. Congratulations to the founder of the gold farming team, Ms. Wang Dazhuang, for acquiring a private Boeing 737. Having joined the gold farming group for 3 months, she earned this plane through her efforts. A new generation of women in gold farming, balancing career and family. She is warm-hearted, youthful, and bought a plane to allow her team to soar. Such posts proliferated on the black market exchange page, exasperating the forum management team, who had no choice but to confine these micro-business accounts to a small black room.